2018 Shanghai. Night. Inside a luxurious KTV private room, the lighting is hazy and suggestive. Xiong Chumo lounges against the sofa, his fingers unconsciously tapping along the music on the princess hostess's smooth thigh. Not really keeping rhythm, merely reveling in how tender and pleasant to touch it feels. He has been in this world for 4 years, and still has not grown used to this decadent lifestyle. It is not that he dislikes it. On the contrary, he likes it far too much. Chumo, where exactly are you putting that hand of yours? Sun Pongzi staggers back from the restroom, reeking of alcohol, his corpulent body dropping into the sofa, so heavily that the sofa seems to let out a pained groan. Xiong Chumo does not withdraw his hand. I was thinking. Thinking about what? I'm wondering why that tigress at home keeps you on such a tight leash, yet you still dare to come out. Sun Pongzi's full name is Sun Bewley, nicknamed Sun Pongzi. Because the character Sun in his name looks too much like Go, people in their circle call him Go Bewley. Dog not concerned. He has a wife known in the underworld as Rouge Tiger, a stunning beauty whose temper, when unleashed, can shred a man into tiger skin scrolls. I'm here for business tonight. Proper serious business. Sun Pongzi declares righteously. What kind of business are you talking about? Automotive parts. I recently opened a modification shop, you know that, right? You opened a tuning shop. You can't even figure out how to change a tire, and you opened a modification shop. Xiong Chumo finally pulls his hand back and gives him a serious look. I may not know how, but I have money. Xiong Chumo falls silent for 2 seconds. The line is delivered so perfectly that there is simply no refutation. His own family is wealthy as well. A coal-baron clan whose peak assets once reached 5 billion. His father Xiong Daju made his fortune digging coal in Shaanxi, excavating not only half a county's worth of connections, but also a bandit's ferocious heir. 4 years ago, when he crossed over into this life, the original Xiong Chumo had just graduated from the University of Michigan, brimming with youthful ambition, and still hadn't finished deleting the contact information of his 17 ex-girlfriends from his phone. Yes, 17 of them with skin tones spanning 5 continents. Gathered together, they could practically convene a United Nations Women's Summit. After that, he learned that the original body's father, Xiong Daju, following the national coal industry restructuring, was sitting on massive funds and ready to transform his business. With nearly 2 billion in compensation in hand, he spent 1 billion acquiring a near-dead automobile company and poured another 500 million into research and development, only to produce a car so ugly that even his own mother despised it. Huatan X5. A compact SUV priced between 12,000 and 15,000 yuan. Its exterior looked as if it came from the year 2000, its fuel consumption from 1980, and its sales were. No, it had no sales at all. In 2012, fewer than 3,000 units were sold. 2013 was even more miserable. Suppliers were owed 200 million, dealers had fled until only 30 remained, and there was less than 5 million in cash left on the books. When Xiong Chumo took over, the company was a single breath away from collapse. Fortunately, he had a system. The strongest Car King system. On the very night he crossed over, it activated a semi-transparent light screen popping up with the words "Novice Gift Pack has been issued, complete vehicle technical package 1." Xiong Chumo had nearly leapt from his chair in excitement. A technical package, a complete vehicle platform, with drawings, BOM lists, supply chain structure, calibration data, every detail included. In his previous life, he had spent many years in the automotive media circle and knew exactly what that meant. He could bypass the most cash-burning phase of research and development and use mature technology to assemble a car that could truly compete. He spent 3 months fully digesting the technical package, then another half-year persuading the team, claiming it was the result of his research in America. The engineers were skeptical at first, but the moment they saw the drawings, every pair of eyes lit up. In early 2016, the Huatan S1 was launched. A 1.5T turbocharged engine with 169 horsepower, rear multilink independent suspension, and exterior styling by Italian design house Pininfarina. Priced from 9,980 to 13,980 yuan. In its class, it was the only model with a rear multilink setup, and its sporty body kit came with a factory-installed rear spoiler. Xiong Chumo personally appeared on camera to shoot the review video, putting all his former skills as an automotive vlogger to use. Sharp-tongued quips, punchy one-liners, and borderline vulgar jokes. He unleashed a full combo, and the video's total views across the internet exceeded 50 million. In motion, this car feels incredibly smooth, he said in the video. The barrage of on-screen comments exploded. What do you mean by smooth? Are you sure you're talking about the car? I suspect you're making innuendos here, but I have no proof. In its first month on the market, the S1 surpassed 5,000 orders. Huatan sold 5,000 units in 2016 and 8,100 in 2017. Huatan transformed from a coal boss's joke of a car company into a dark horse among independent brands. Xiong Daju's image shifted from the dumbest coal boss to a visionary entrepreneur, successfully transforming. During media interviews, he wore a stand-collar polo shirt, a gold chain faintly visible at his neck, and declared to the cameras, "I've always said we must transform." Whenever Xiong Chumo recalls all this, it feels like a dream. Yet there is one thing he has never been able to figure out: the system. That system which went mute after activation. For 4 years he has tried countless times to call out system. Show yourself. I need technical support. System. Where is the technical package for the next generation model? System. Can't you give me something useful? The system's replies are always the same few lines. I am here, but there is no task. Please continue your work. You need not concern yourself with me. Apologies. Insufficient points. When Xiong Chumo asks how to obtain points, the system answers no comment. When he asks when there will be tasks, the system replies when the conditions are met. When he asks what those conditions are, the system again says no comment. Are you some version of Siri that's drunk out of its mind? He roars. Please mind your language, host, the system admonishes. Xiong Chumo nearly upended the table. Later he simply grew used to it. If the system refuses to speak, so be it. In any case, the industry knowledge he accumulated in his previous life is more than enough. He knows what will become popular: sports sedans, new energy vehicles, intelligent cockpits. He understands how to play the supply chain, how to set pricing strategies, how to craft marketing schemes. These experiences are enough to sustain him for years. The system can remain a mere ornament. He, Xiong Chumo, relied entirely on himself to become the youngest head of a car company. The proud young boss rests his hand on the princess hostess's thigh, mind full of idle thoughts. Just how much body lotion did this woman apply to make her legs so unbelievably smooth? Chumo, have you been overworked lately? You seem absent-minded all the time. Sun Pongzi hands him a glass of liquor. I'm thinking about the company. Isn't the company doing fine? The S1 is selling like crazy. The S1 sells well because its product strength is solid. What about the next model? And the one after that? Xiong Chumo lifts the glass and takes a small sip. Do you think building cars is like digging coal? Whatever you dig, you can sell. Without me pouring my heart and soul into this every single day, could Huadin have risen at all? Then stop thinking for one night and relax a bit. I'm telling you, the hostesses here are top quality. Sun Pongzi pats him on the shoulder. Enough. Xiong Chumo raises a hand. I'm not interested in that. Maybe take a look at where your hand is. Xiong Chumo glances down at his own hand. He does not move it. I'm just helping her keep her legs warm. Wearing something that short, won't she end up with chronic cold legs when she's older? The princess hostess lets out a soft laugh, but says nothing. Sun Pongzi's expression clearly says, I don't believe a word of that. He stands up and waddles unsteadily toward the restroom. I'm going to take a leak. Keep an eye on the drinks for me. Don't let anyone add anything to them. You're a fat man. Who would bother to harm you? You don't get it. Someone as rich as me is in constant danger. Go on then. And don't walk into the wrong room. I'm not an idiot. Sun Pongzi pushes the door open and leaves. Xiong Chumo watched his friend's corpulent back vanish through the doorway and let out a sigh. For years had passed. He had long grown accustomed to this body. 1.83 meters in height, long legs, narrow waist, and a face of the sort that made girls scream. His mother Su Manjuan had contributed every ounce of her beauty in the genes. His father Xiong Deju had contributed the probability of genetic mutation. Xiong Chumo raised his glass and tilted his head back, draining it in one go. The hostess beside him obediently refilled his glass. President Xiong is your friend, all right. He's fine. He can really hold his liquor. Then that tigress he mentioned just now. His wife. She's fierce. Don't ask. The hostess tactful. Xiong Chumo's fingers began tapping rhythm on her thigh again, and the hostess once more took the opportunity to lean deeper into his arms. Outside, Sun Pongzi emerged from the restroom, lowering his head to wipe the water from his hands, when from the corner of his eye he caught sight of someone at the end of the corridor. Long hair, tall and slender, dressed in tight pants. From the back, that waistline, those legs, perfection. Sun Pongzi's drunken bravado and lust surged together. He tiptoed forward and reached out. Slap. His palm landed squarely on the person's butt. Something felt off. It was a bit hard. The long-haired beauty slowly turned around. Thick brows, square face, Adam's apple, and an expression that clearly read, you've got a death wish. Half of Sun Pongzi's drunken haze vanished instantly. Sun Yuqiang was here today to accompany Zhang Qi in seeking sponsorship. The big brother had said that as long as they embroidered the 3 characters Zhu Chunwan across their chests, he would sponsor 1 million. $1 million. Zhang Qi had not touched a car in 5 years, and managing to secure $1 million in sponsorship was like ancestral graves emitting auspicious smoke. Sun Yuqiang was standing in the corridor, smoking, waiting for Zhang Qi and the big brother to hash out the details. In his mind, he was still calculating whether that sum would suffice to modify a barebones race car. And then someone slapped his butt. Sun Yuqiang turned around to see a flushed fat man, hand still suspended midair, his expression morphing from lecherous to terrified. Who the hell do you think you're groping? Sun Yuqiang grabbed Sun Pongzi by the collar in one swift motion. Misunderstanding. I saw wrong. I thought you were a woman. Are you blind? I'm drunk. I really didn't mean it. Sun Yuqiang ignored his explanations and drove a heavy punch straight into him. Sun Pongzi howled under the blows, but he was no pushover. Though round, he had a steady base. After taking one punch, he lunged forward and clamped Sun Yuqiang's waist, and the two of them crashed to the floor, rolling together in a tangled heap. The corridor instantly erupted. Waiters rushed over to mediate, but couldn't pry them apart. People poked their heads out from other private rooms to watch the commotion. Someone shouted they're fighting, and others whipped out their phones to record. And then the private room door behind Sun Yuqiang suddenly swung open. Yuqiang, what's going on? Zhang Qi stepped out to see his own navigator straddling a fat man and pummeling away. Before he could rush in to break it up, another figure burst out from the opposite end of the corridor. Sun Pengzi. Hearing the commotion, Xiong Chimo had come running. He saw his own troublemaking friend being ground into the floor by a long-haired man, the latter's fists raining down on Sun Pengzi's face. Stop! Xiong Chimo dashed in and grabbed for them. He seized Sun Yuqiang's wrist and yanked it backward. Sun Yuqiang turned his head ready to curse, and Xiong Chimo finally saw his face clearly. Long hair, sword-like, brows, a small square face with a faint hint of androgyny. Xiong Chimo froze. Why did this man look so familiar? Taking advantage of his momentary daze, Sun Yuqiang flung off his hand and landed another punch on Sun Pengzi. Damn! Xiong Chimo shoved aside his doubts and threw himself into block again. Brother, let's talk this out. What did he do to deserve such a beating? He damn well grabbed my ass. Sun Yuqiang roared. Xiong Chimo turned to look at Sun Pengzi. Bruised and swollen, Sun Pengzi lay sprawled on the floor. Upon seeing Xiong Chimo, it was as if he'd spotted a savior. Chimo, I really didn't mean it. I thought he was a woman. Xiong Chimo glanced at Sun Yuqiang's face, then at his long hair. What kind of eyes do you have? I was drunk. Xiong Chimo drew a deep breath and turned back to Sun Yuqiang. Brother, I'm sorry. My friends had too much to drink. He didn't do it on purpose. Look, you've already beaten him to this state. How about we let it go? Sun Yuqiang panted heavily, still wanting to strike again, but Zhang Qi held him back. Yuqiang, that's enough. At the sound of that voice, Xiong Chimo instinctively lifted his head. A middle-aged man in a racing suit stood at the doorway of the private room, wearing the kind of weary expression that comes from seeing too many mishaps, his hand pulling back his navigator. Xiong Chimo saw that face. A face known to people all across the country, at least known to the nation in his previous life. Shinteng. The words slipped out of his mouth. Zhang Qi paused for a moment. What? Xiong Chimo blinked and took a closer look. No, it wasn't Shinteng. It was Zhang Qi. This was Zhang Qi from the film Feiqi Runcheng, Pegasus. The long-haired man was Sun Yuqiang. And this scene was the moment when they came to the KTV to secure sponsorship. Where was the big brother played by Ten? Xiong Chimo turned his head, and sure enough, in the corner, he saw a bald man in a suit over a flamboyant patterned shirt, holding a wine glass and watching the show. Big brother. The one who only frequented Zhu Chunwan. Key character in this world detected. A voice detonated inside Xiong Chimo's mind. In 4 years, this damned system had scarcely ever spoken of its own accord. Main mission has been triggered. Mission objective: become the king of the racing world. Hint: from this moment on, every time you take the wheel, it will be counted towards system evaluation. Xiong Chimo stared at the semi-transparent light screen before him for a full 10 seconds. Only one thought reverberated in his mind. Wait. King of cars. The king of the track. The system replied. Who else would it be? Xiong Chimo drew a long, deep breath. Damn. You misunderstood on your own. Oh, I refuse to take the blame. Xiong Chimo nearly cursed out loud. For years. A full 4 years. He had assumed this system was about becoming king of car enterprises, helping him turn Huayan into an industry titan. Yet this wretched system wanted him to be a race car driver. He had spent 4 years building cars, 4 years selling cars, 4 years as a car company CEO. And now the system said, you misunderstood. You should have said so earlier. Xiong Chimo roared inwardly. The system fell silent for 2 seconds. You never asked. Xiong Chimo was speechless. In his previous life, he had been an automotive journalist, penned over 100 buying guides and reviews, and knew the car market inside out. In this life, he held a mechanical engineering master's degree from the University of Michigan, specializing in vehicle dynamics with solid coursework and experience in an SAE formula team. He had created the Huayan S1 and dragged the company back from the brink of bankruptcy. He had thought the golden finger granted by the system was car manufacturing technology. But in truth, the system wanted him to drive race cars. I'm a car company CEO right now, and you want me to race? Xiong Chimo bellowed in his heart. It won't interfere. You can build cars and race at the same time, the system replied. Where would I find the time? Squeeze a little, and you will. Xiong Chimo fell silent. The system's manner of speech was eerily reminiscent of the editor who had hounded him for drafts in his previous life. Emotional fluctuation detected in host. Do you require psychological counseling? No. Would you like some music? You have that function. Yes. Do you want to listen? What song? The system played Glorious Years. Xiong Chimo was speechless. Turn it off. You don't like it. Who the hell wants to listen to Zhang Qi's version? The argument in the corridor continued. The waiter finally pulled both sides apart. Fat Sun sat on the ground covering his face and grumbling while Sun Yuqiang was being dragged by Zhang Qi, still cursing. You should be more careful before touching next time. I already said it wasn't intentional. Are you done yet? Not done. Is my son Yuqiang's, but something you can touch. What's good about your but to touch? It's as hard as a rock. You mother. The two were about to rush at each other again, but were tightly held back by their companions. Xiong Chumo rubbed his temples, took out a wad of cash from his wallet, and handed it to the flustered waiter beside him, saying, "They'll cover the broken items, buy these brothers some drinks to calm them down." Then he walked up to Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi was trying to calm Sun Yuqiang down. When he felt someone approaching, he looked up at him. Xiong Chumo got a close look at Zhang Kai's face. It wasn't Shinteng, it was Zhang Qi, a real washed-up racing driver who used to dance and solicit sponsorship in KTV. He recalled the plot of the movie. Zhang Qi would face setbacks in securing sponsorships while Sun Yuqiang would be dancing on a pole for the boss at KTV. Zhang Qi would wear a racing suit embroidered with Zhu Chunwan and return to the Bayan-Buluk racing circuit, would drive off cliffs, would lose seals, would have invalid scores, and would once again fall into a 5-year slump. Now Zhang Qi stood before him. There were fine lines at the corners of his eyes, and the collar of his racing suit was worn and faded. He was alive. Xiong Chumo spoke, "Teacher Zhang Qi." Zhang Qi was taken aback for a moment and asked, "You know me?" Xiong Chumo pointed at the 5 stars on the back of his racing suit and said, "Bayan-Buluk's 5-time champion." Seeing someone recognize him, Zhang Qi immediately put his hands in his pockets, tilted his head slightly upwards at a 45-degree angle, and wore a nonchalant expression, as if to say, "Let's not dwell on the past," speaking in a casual tone. "It's not that remarkable. Just won for 5 years, it was nothing special." Xiong Chumo almost couldn't hold himself together. Was this person out of his mind? Was his idle burden really that heavy? After boasting, he acted as if he didn't care. Just as Xiong Chumo was about to speak, the boss, who only sought Zhu Chuanjuan holding a cigar, approached with 2 underlings behind him. "Little Zhang." Zhang Qi immediately turned around, his face filled with smiles. "Big brother. It was just a small misunderstanding." The boss raised his hand, interrupting him. "About that sponsorship thing." The boss flicked the ash off his cigar. "I was initially going to help you out. 1 million, just a drop in the bucket." Zhang Qi nodded vigorously. Yes, big brother is righteous. But the boss' tone shifted as he pointed at the still lingering waiters and onlookers in the corridor. "You guys can even get into a fight while singing. I think your team is quite unreliable." Zhang Qi panicked. "Big brother, we really didn't cause trouble. It was that fat guy, he touched my navigators, but you tell me, can this be tolerated? If it were you, big brother, could you tolerate it?" The boss pondered for a moment. "That can't be tolerated." "Exactly. But you can't just beat someone until they bleed." The boss glanced at the blood on Fat Sun's face. "It's a society governed by law. If you do this, I sponsor you. Wouldn't that ruin my girlfriend's reputation? Plus my girlfriend is a Buddhist, as she can't stand the sight of blood." The boss put the cigar back into his mouth and patted Zhang Qi on the shoulder. "Let's leave it at that for today. We'll talk about the sponsorship another time." After saying that, he turned and left. "Wait, big brother." Zhang Qi chased after 2 steps. "Big brother, listen to me. We can find another way. We want fight, absolutely no fighting." "Big brother. Big brother." The boss didn't turn back, waved his hand, and disappeared around the corner of the corridor. Zhang Qi stood there, his shoulders slumped. Sun Yuqiang walked over and whispered, "Zhang Qi, it's fine. I'll think of another way." Zhang Kai's voice was muffled. Xiong Chumo had been watching this scene from the side. He recalled the scenes in the movie where Zhang Qi and Sun Yuqiang danced in KTV, begged for sponsorship on a show, and had Zhu Chunwan embroidered on their racing suits. At that time, he brought him a lot of joy in the cinema. Now he couldn't smile. "Teacher Zhang Qi," Xiong Chumo began. Zhang Qi turned his head, and then remembered there was a young boss standing next to him. "Sorry, where were we?" Zhang Qi forced a smile. "We were talking about you being a 5-time champion," Xiong Chumo said. Zhang Qi waved his hand, this time genuinely modest. "Those are all things of the past. So do you want to aim for the 6th? Xiong Chumo looked at him. Zhang Qi was stunned. Sun Yuqiang was also stunned. The corridor fell silent for 2 seconds. Xiong Chumo took out a business card from his suit's inner pocket and handed it over. "Huading Automobile Xiong Chumo." Zhang Qi took the card and glanced at it. "Is this the one? The coal boss making cars?" "Yes, that's the one. But we're not making SUVs anymore." Xiong Chumo smiled and tilted his body, pointing to the poster on the wall at the end of the corridor. With a red body, streamlined design, and the caption, "Huading S1, the first sports sedan for young people. 1.5T, 169 horsepower rear multi-link." Xiong Chumo recited the specifications in a tone like a car salesman. "Our company has a solid foundation for this car, perfect for modifications for racing." Zhang Qi looked at the poster, confusion written on his face. Sun Yuqiang leaned over and whispered, "Zhang Qi, I think I've seen this car in a review." Xiong Chumo didn't give him time to think and directly dropped the next bombshell in planning to form a rally team. "I need a driver." Zhang Qi turned to look at him. "5-time champion, are you interested in reclaiming your throne?" Xiong Chumo extended his right hand. Zhang Qi stared at Xiong Chumo, silent for a long time. Sun Yuqiang whispered from the side, "Zhang Qi." Zhang Qi put the business card into his pocket. "Let's talk another day." "Not convenient today." Xiong Chumo nodded, not pressing the issue. He knew that Zhang Qi wouldn't easily trust a stranger. 5 years of decline was enough to make someone raise shields against everyone. "All right." Xiong Chumo turned and took a couple of steps, then stopped. Teacher Zhangqi. Moi. Your navigator's pole dance was pretty good. Zhangqi. Sun Yuqiang almost burst out laughing beside him. Xiong Chumo turned and left. He helped Fat Sun, who was still sitting on the ground, and walked towards his private room. Fat Sun was still mumbling, Chumo, did I get us into trouble? You didn't just get us into trouble, you ruined a 1 million sponsorship deal. Xiong Chumo supported him, 1 million. That long-haired guy's, but is worth $1 million. Fat Sun was full. Xiong Chumo ignored him. He was frantically calculating in his mind. Pudding S1. Modifications for racing. Zhangqi. Bayinbuluk. For years had passed. The system had been silent for 4 years, waiting not for him to create a popular car, not for him to revive the company, but for him to sit in a racing car. And Zhangqi was the catalyst for that. System, he called out in his heart. Here. If I form a team to participate in Bayinbuluk, what technical support can you provide? Racing modification plans. Track data. Driving skill upgrades. What about points? How do I earn them? Complete race tasks. Win competitions. Break records. So how many points do I have now? 0. This system recommends that the host first obtain a racing license. How do I sign up? Look it up on Baidu yourself. Aren't you the system? I'm the king of cars system, not a search engine. You can shut up now. Xiong Chumo took a deep breath. Damn, this damn system is full of contradictions. Xiong Chumo carried the overweight Sun back to the private karaoke room and dumped him onto the sofa. He pulled out his phone and scrolled to a contact. Wang, marketing director of Huadeng Automobile. Hello, old Wang. Come to my office tomorrow. Yes, something important. I'm assembling a rally racing team. He hung up and drained a glass of liquor in one long, slow swallow. The hostess beside him asked timidly, Mr. Xiong, are you all right? Xiong Chumo set down his glass and sighed wistfully. I'm fine. It's just that all of a sudden I realized. I thought I'd been charging forward relentlessly, only to discover I'd been walking through the wrong door all along. The hostess blinked, her cheeks gradually flushing as she lowered her head and sipped her drink in silence. Seeing her expression, Xiong Chumo knew she'd misinterpreted him. What exactly are you thinking? She shook her head. I'm not thinking anything. Then why are you blushing? It's hot. Xiong Chumo glanced at the air conditioning vent overhead. The KTV is set to 16 degrees Celsius. What on earth is so hot? She turned her face away and fell silent. Xiong Chumo didn't press further. He raised his glass and took a quiet sip, then gazed at Zhangqi's Baidu Baiki page glowing on his phone screen. 5-time champion. Banned from competition. Sells fried rice. Makes a comeback. His eyes lingered on the final line. In 2018, Zhangqi announced his return to the racetrack. Xiong Chumo locked his screen and slipped the phone into his pocket. In the KTV corridor, Zhangqi and Sun Yuqiang stood before the private room door. Their sponsor had already left. The deal had collapsed. Sun Yuqiang muttered curses under his breath. That fat bastard. That pervert. Zhangqi said nothing. He stared at the business card in his hand. Huadeng Automobile. Xiong Chumo. Zhangqi, is that coal tycoon's son reliable? Sun Yuqiang leaned in. Zhangqi tucked the card into his pocket. I don't know. Then why take his card? Zhangqi didn't answer. He recalled the look Xiong Chumo had given him. Not pity, not curiosity, but something indescribable, something strangely familiar. As if he'd known him for years. Let's go. We'll figure something out, Zhangqi said, clapping Sun Yuqiang on the shoulder. Figure out what? Our sponsorship's gone. There's always a way. Zhangqi turned toward the elevator and paused halfway. Yuqiang. Moi. That car he mentioned, the Huadeng S1. Look up its specs when we get back. Sun Yuqiang hesitated. Can we trust what that kid said? Zhangqi pressed the elevator button. Just check it. It might be our turning point. The elevator doors closed. Down the corridor in another private room, Xiong Chumo was wiping blood from Sun's face with a cotton swab. Next time you grope someone's, but I'll personally drag you to the police station. And what's this? Touching men now. You're not gay, are you? You're the gay one. I genuinely thought she was a woman. You're blind. I am blind. Xiong Chumo pressed the alcohol-soaked cotton ball firmly against Sun's cheek. Sun yelped, gently. Gently. It hurts. Tough it out. Chumo, did you find out? Who was that long-haired guy? Sun winced, teeth bare. Xiong Chumo paused mid-motion. A race car driver. A race car driver. Is he famous? Sun's eyes widened. Used to be somewhat. So why give him your card? Xiong Chumo tossed the cotton ball into the trash and leaned back onto the sofa. I wanted to meet him. I've read his story before. Sun didn't understand. Xiong Chumo offered no further explanation. He lifted his glass and tapped it lightly against the air. Zhangqi, don't crash over the cliff this time. The next day, CEO's office, Huadeng Automobile headquarters. Lao Wang sat on the sofa, utterly. His full name was Wang Zhangwo, 45 years old, balding, wearing black-rimmed glasses, and had served 5 years as marketing director at Huadeng. Mr. Xiong, you mean? We're entering rally racing. Yes. At what level? The Bayinbuluk Rally Championship. But Mr. Xiong, we've never raced before. Exactly why we must start now. How many domestic Chinese brands even have rally teams? Wang Zhangwo pondered. Geely had one, then withdrew. Chang'an had one, then withdrew 2. Now there are almost none. Precisely. Almost none, which means it's an untapped market. Even if the Huateng S1 sells well, it remains just a tint to Sandiuan domestic model. But if the Huateng S1 wins Bainbuluk, that changes everything. Mr. Xiong, how much do you 30 million yuan up front, for a full team, 2 race cars. Wang Jingwo swallowed hard. Do you already have drivers in mind? Xiong Chumo retrieved a business card from his drawer and placed it on the desk. Wang Jingwo picked it up and read aloud Zhang Qi. Do you know him? Former 5-time Bainbuluk champion. But wasn't he banned? Wang Jingwo frowned. The ban has expired. And now, he's selling fried rice. Wang Jingwo fell silent for 2 seconds. You want to hire him? Yes. He hasn't driven in 5 years. Which makes him affordable. That's quite a way to put it. It's fact. 5 years without driving. No one dares hire him. Sponsors won't commit. His team disbanded. Whoever offers him this chance will earn his absolute unrelenting devotion. Wang Jingwo stared at the name on the card, mouth half open, then closed it again. Mr. Xiong, there's something I'm not sure I should say. Say it. Zhang Qi is highly controversial. That illegal street racing incident years ago made headlines for weeks. Hiring him, won't it damage our brand image? Xiong Chumo didn't reply. He remembered a scene from a film. Zhang Qi pleading for likes on a variety show, the word help on his shirt obscured, leaving only like me visible. He'd laughed out loud in the cinema. Lao Wang, what is Huateng's brand image? A youthful, sporty hive. Exactly. Youthful. Sporty. Xiong Chumo tapped the desk. So tell me, does the story of a veteran driver returning after 5 years to chase his dream feel youthful? Does it feel sporty? Wang Jingwo paused. That story is worth more than a 5 million yuan ad campaign. Shall I contact Zhang? Not yet. First do this for me. What? Find out how to obtain a racing license. Wang Jingwo thought he'd misheard. A racing license? Yes. A motorsport driver's license. You're going to take the exam. I am. You're going to drive? I'm going to drive. Wang Jingwo opened his mouth, then shut it again. He studied Xiong Chumo's expression and confirmed his boss was utterly serious. Mr. Xiong, are you truly serious? When have I ever been unserious? Last time I insisted on hiring Lin Jieling as our spokesperson, that was serious, until costs soared and we scrapped it. And the time before that, you said you'd film your own vehicle reviews, also serious. Didn't those videos go viral? And the time before that, you claimed you'd add launch control to the S1. That was a joke. Wang Jingwo took a deep breath. So the racing license. Dead serious. When do you plan to take the exam? The sooner the better. Wang Jingwo flipped through his phone. The nearest racing license training course is in Nanjing. Starts next Friday, 3 days. Enroll me. Are you certain? Xiong Chumo met his gaze. Certain. Wang Jingwo tapped twice on his phone, then looked up. Mr. Xiong, one question. Go ahead. You're Huateng's CEO. If you compete in races, what happens to the company? Xiong Chumo leaned back in his chair and smiled. Isn't the company thriving? The S1 sells well, the S2 is in development, our new energy projects are advancing steadily. Isn't that precisely what a CEO does? Make decisive calls. How do you make those calls while you're away? Remotely, via WeChat, phone, email. Modern technology. Lao Wang. Are you still living in the past? Xiong Chumo pointed to the laptop on his desk. Wang Jingwo had no reply. At the headquarters of Huateng Motors in the large conference room, the long table is filled with people. Xiong Chumo is seated at the head of the table. The financial director, Zhou Shui, speaks first. 30 million. Chairman Xiong, are you sure it's 30 million? That's right. To form a rally team to participate in the Bainbuluk Rally Championship. Xiong Chumo's tone is calm. The conference room falls silent for 2 seconds. Zhou Shui takes a deep breath as if preparing himself mentally. Chairman Xiong, our total marketing budget for last year was only 20 million. You want to take away a year and a half of it all at once. The expenses for forming the team are listed separately. But Chairman Xiong, we just turned a profit, and you want to spend 30 million. If we invest 30 million, can you guarantee a win? What if we don't achieve results? What if the driver crashes? What if the earth shakes tomorrow? Xiong Chumo looks at him. Can you guarantee that if I invest in advertising the brand will rise? Zhou Shui is speechless. Can you guarantee that if I lower prices sales will increase? Zhou Shui falls silent. If you guarantee nothing, why should I guarantee anything? Xiong Chumo stands up, placing his hands on the table. Lao Zhou, I know you care for the company, but you must understand Huateng does not survive by saving money. It thrives through S1. What does S1 rely on? It relies on product strength. What does product strength depend on? On technology. What does technology depend on? He sweeps his gaze around the conference room. On passion. The conference room is as silent as a morgue. Old Wang thinks this guy is really good at putting on a show. I give him full marks. Zhou Shui is choked up, opening his mouth, but closing it again. The operations director Zhang Zhixing takes the floor. Chairman Xiong, I am not opposed to racing. But is 30 million too aggressive? Can't we start with a smaller amount, spending 2 to 3 million to test the waters? 2 to 3 million. Do you know how much a racing car costs? Xiong Chumo leans back in his chair. Zhang Zhixing shakes his head. 4 million as a base. 2 cars would cost 8 million. What can you do with 2 to 3 million? Zhang Zhixing falls silent. Old Wang has been quiet all along. As the marketing director, he should have voiced his opinion on this matter. But since he entered, he has kept his head down, pretending to look at documents, flipping through pages very carefully. He silently repeats, "Don't call my name, don't call my name, don't call my name." But Xiong Chumo still points at him. Old Wang, tell me, who are the competitors of S1? Old Wang with a stiff neck raises his head. Civic Axle Focus. Correct. Civic. Honda. Do you know why Honda can sell at such high prices? Because of its strong brand power. Where does brand power come from? Old Wang opens his mouth, but fails to respond. Xiong Chumo answers for him. VTC. Redhead engine, king of front-wheel drive at the Nürburgring. Honda emerged from the racetrack, not through advertising hype. The conference room is silent for 2 seconds. Sales director Ma Benting raises his hand. Chairman Xiong, I support this. Zhou Shui glares at him. You support this? Do you know what 30 million means? I know. It means that Huatan will, under Chairman Xiong's leadership, achieve new glories. Zhou Shui. Xiong Daiju is seated at the other end of the long table. The old man is wearing a bright red polo shirt today, the collar standing up, a gold chain peeking out from the collar, and a Rolex on his wrist reflecting light under the fluorescent lamp. He hasn't spoken throughout, rolling 2 walnuts in his hands, the clicking sound particularly clear in the conference room. Zhou Shui speaks again. Chairman Xiong, how will this 30 million be allocated? Xiong Chumo opens the plan. 10 million from modifying the cars. 2 cars 4 million each plus a spare car for 2 million. 6 million for the team, including drivers, co-drivers, team managers, plus a technician team. 5 million for racing. 3 million for equipment. 2 million for branding. 4 million for emergencies. 4 million for emergencies. So in reality, it only costs 26 million. Zhou Shui frowns. Isn't that too much for emergencies? Xiong Chumo looks at him. Have you ever seen a racing car not encountering any accidents? Zhou Shui has nothing to say. Ma Benting smiles and asks, Chairman Xiong, this Zhang Qi. I checked, he hasn't driven a car in 5 years. If we spend so much, shouldn't we be cautious and invite a more competent driver? No need. It's him. Xiong Chumo leans back in his chair. A person who has fallen from the peak to the bottom and climbed back up, his will to survive is stronger than anyone else's. The conference room falls silent again. Click. Click. Xiong Dez's walnuts are still turning. Chairman Xiong, would you like to say a few words? Zhou Shui looks at Xiong Daiju. Everyone's gaze turns to the other end of the long table. Xiong Daiju stops rolling the walnuts. He looks up, glancing at the financial director, and then at Xiong Chumo. 30 million. His voice is not loud, but the conference room is too quiet. Every word is clear. Back when I was mining coal, I lost more than this in a day. The atmosphere in the conference room instantly changes. Zhou Shui's expression shifts from worried to not knowing what expression to wear. Old Wang lowers his head, flipping a page of the plan, pretending to look at some important data. Ma Benting picks up his teacup, takes a sip, and sets it down again. Xiong Chumo looks at his father with only one thought in his mind. Can you not mention your gambling experiences? And Xiong Daiju completely does not feel that he has said anything inappropriate, continuing to turn the walnuts. 30 million is 30 million. My son spends my money. Who are you to complain? Zhou Shui struggles to speak. Chairman Xiong, am not opposed. You're not opposed. Then what were you doing just now? Xiong Daiju looks at him. I was confirming the budget's rationality. Have you confirmed it? Is it reasonable? Zhou Shui glances at Xiong Chumo and then at Xiong Daiju. Reasonable. Xiong Daiju nods and turns to others. Anyone else need to confirm? No one speaks. Then it's settled. The old man stands up, pats Xiong Chumo on the shoulder, and at the door he suddenly stops. Chumo, if you can win that Bayan Kiki, I'll personally invest another 30 mil. Bayan Buluk. It's the same. Xiong Daiju pushes the door open and leaves. The conference room falls silent for 5 seconds. Old Wang watches his back, mumbling softly. The old man really has money. Xiong Chumo looks at the closed door, leaning back in his chair. Is there anyone with questions? No one has questions. Then the meeting is adjourned. Everyone gets up and walks out, leaving only Xiong Chumo in the conference room. He leans back in his chair, staring at the ceiling. System. Yes. What do you think of what Dad just said? I suggest the host not learn from Mr. Xiong Dez's financial methods. Is that even financial management? If you call big A financial management, then how is gambling not financial management? Research shows that the winning rate in Macau casinos is nearly 50, but 99% of retail investors in the share market lose money. Can you check my father's assets? Sorry, this system does not provide asset investigation services. This system is the strongest Racing King system, not the strongest detective system. Broken system, useless. The system remains silent for 2 seconds. Please mind your language. Otherwise this system will play love trading on repeat for 300 times. Xiong Chumo rolls his eyes. Nanjing. A racetrack. In the parking lot of the training base, several modified polos and fit cars were parked, their colorful paint jobs resembling something out of an anime. Xiong Chumo stepped out of the business vehicle, carrying a helmet bag. Lao Wang followed behind, looking worried. General Xiong, do you really not need me to accompany you inside? Why would you go in? You're not driving. I was going to help you carry your bag. Can't I carry one bag? No, I'm afraid you'll get lost. Lao Wang. Here. Do you think I have an IQ problem, or that I can't take care of myself? Lao Wang opened his mouth and chose to remain silent. Xiong Chumo patted his shoulder. You go find a tea house in downtown Nanjing and have some tea. Come pick me up in the evening. Which tea house? Any will do, just don't go to a foot massage place. Lao Wang paused, looking as if he had been struck by lightning, frozen in place. He slowly turned his head, his expression shifting from confused to shocked, and then from shocked to deeply insulted. General Xiong, his voice was deep and solemn. Are you insulting me? What? I, Wang Zhangwo, have followed you for 4 years, diligent and hardworking. Do you think I am the kind of person who would go to a foot massage place? Lao Wang straightened his back hand on his chest, speaking with righteous indignation. I've always despised those filthy places. I won't even step inside for a foot massage or SBA. Xiong Chumo blinked. I just mentioned it casually. Casually mentioning it is not acceptable. Lao Wang insisted. This is a matter of principle. You can go, but I won't. Even if my legs are broken, I won't set foot in such places. Xiong Chumo was a bit baffled by his outburst of righteousness. Fine, you go to the tea house, go to the tea house. Lao Wang took a deep breath, calming down, and nodded slightly. All right, General Xiong. They'll come pick you up in the evening. After saying that, he turned and strode away. Xiong Chumo watched his back, feeling that something was off. Lao Wang walked out of the training base gate, confirming that Xiong Chumo could not see him anymore, then immediately took out his phone. He opened a review app, searching for Nanjing foot massage. 357 results popped up. He quickly glanced through them, selecting the one with the highest score and saving his. Then, as if nothing had happened, he tucked his phone back into his pocket and whistled as he walked towards the parking lot. The training classroom was a simple prefab building with about 20 folding chairs set up inside, and the walls adorned with track maps and various diagrams of modified parts. A middle-aged man in racing gear stood in front of a whiteboard, writing out the training content for today. Basic racing theory, flag signals recognition, heel and toe technique, introduction. Xiong Chumo found a seat towards the back. Next to him was a young man in his 20s, dressed in a complete set of brand new racing gear with the tags still attached. Hey buddy, are you here to take the racing license test too? The young man initiated conversation. Yes. I'm Luo Kai. From Suzhou. My family is in real estate. The young man extended his hand. What about you? Xiong Chumo shook his hand. Xiong Chumo. I'm in the automotive industry. Xiong Chumo. Yes. Which Xiong? Which Chumo? The Xiong from Bear and Chumo from Ink. Luo Kai's expression changed from confused to hesitant to speak. What do you want to say? Xiong Chumo asked. It's nothing. Luo Kai released his hand, waved it a couple of times, then couldn't help but ask, have you seen that cartoon about 2 bears and a bald man? I know bears. My parents named me before that cartoon aired. Xiong Chumo sighed. The thing I dread most in life is introducing myself. Luo Kai suppressed a laugh, changing the subject. Your family is in the automotive industry. An authorized dealership. Which brand? Huatong. Luo Kai thought for a moment. Is that the S1? Yes. Wow. I've test-driven the S1. That car is impressive. The chassis is solid, cornering support is particularly good, but the power is a bit. 1.5T, 169 horsepower, that's sufficient. Right, sufficient enough. Luo Kai nodded vigorously. I almost bought it, but my dad insisted I get a Civic. He doesn't trust domestic cars. The Civic is also good. But the S1 looks great. That rear wing factory installed, and the traffic police don't stop you. Xiong Chumo chuckled. This kid is quite adorable. The instructor tapped the whiteboard. Quiet down. My surname is Zhao, and my name is Zhao Taijun. You can call me Coach Zhao, or Old Zhao. Call me whatever you like, but don't call me Teacher Zhao. I'm just a rough guy who I feel uncomfortable when people call me teacher. The classroom chuckled a few times. Our training class lasts 3 days. The first day is theory, the second day is practical training, and the third day is a comprehensive assessment. If you pass the assessment, you will receive a national level rally license. With this certificate, you can participate in local rally races in the country. Zhao Taijun scanned the room. How many of you have driven a race car? Luo Kai was the first to raise his hand. I've driven a go-kart. Go-karts don't count. Who else? Xiong Chumo raised his hand. I participated in an SAE Formula racing team. Zhao Taijun glanced at him. The American College Formula. Yes. University of Michigan. I was responsible for suspension design and also drove. Zhao Taijun nodded, his expression becoming more serious. Then you're not a novice anymore. The chassis tuning and dynamic analysis from SAE are far above the level of this training class. But you still have to take the racing license test. Of course, rules are rules. But I've noted down your foundational score. Zhao Taijun smiled. Luo Kai leaned over and asked quietly, what is SAE? Xiong Chumo didn't answer, and Zhao Taijun answered for him. University Formula Racing. A top engineering competition worldwide. Those who can participate are not ordinary students. Luo Kai looked at Xiong Chumo with newfound respect. Wow bro, you're a genius. Xiong Chumo replied expressionlessly, I'm a mediocre student. I just happen to be good at driving. Luo Kai. Zhao Taijun turned to the whiteboard and wrote in big letters. Racing is not street racing. I know some of you came here after watching Initial D. Let me tell you, don't take what you see in the movie seriously. Things like drifting through drainage ditches and driving with the lights off on mountain roads are just for the audience. If you drive like that, you're bound to roll into a ditch sooner or later. Zhao Taijun turned around, hands on his hips. What is racing? Racing is pushing the car to its limits within a controlled environment. It's not reckless, it's knowing where your limits are, and where the car's limits are, then stopping right at that line. Anyone can drive fast, anyone can step on the gas. The challenge is braking. The challenge is staying calm at the edge of the limit. This is the essence of racing. The classroom fell silent for a few seconds. Luo Kai whispered to Xiong Chumo, doesn't he make a lot of sense? Xiong Chumo didn't respond. He was lost in thought. A message from the system had just popped up. Detected that the host has entered the racing training scene. Xiong Chumo waited for a while, but nothing followed. Nothing else. Nothing else. Aren't you going to add something for me? Add what? Like? Skill points, attributes, experience, or something. The system was silent for a second. The host has watched too many system novels. This system is a serious system, not one that does flashy nonsense. Xiong Chumo was taken aback. Then what use do you have? This system will provide the host with appropriate help at— What do you mean by appropriate time? No comment. What do you mean by appropriate help? No comment. Then what can you help me with right now, eh? The system remained silent for 3 seconds. I suggest the host focus on listening. Xiong Chumo. This broken system will be formatted sooner or later. In the afternoon, there was a practical class. The venue was a small racetrack outlined with cones in the parking lot, a straight section followed by several continuous turns. Zhao Taijun stood beside a modified Fit, patting the hood. Today we will practice heel and toe. What is heel and toe? It's pressing the brake and accelerator with the right foot simultaneously while the left foot presses the clutch. It sounds simple, but doing it. He glanced at the students. You all try it out first before we talk. Luo Kai was the first to go up. He sat in the driver's seat, buckled his seatbelt, adjusted the seat, and looked as serious as if he was going into battle. Zhao Taijun stood outside the car. Are you ready? Ready. Go. The Fit shot out. Straight line acceleration, then into the turn. Screech. The tires screamed. The car swayed slightly, then stalled. Luo Kai got out of the car looking a bit dazed. Zhao Tiejuan's expression was impassive. Next. The second one was a middle-aged man wearing glasses, looking like a technician. He got in the car, started turn into the corner. Screech. Bang. He crashed into 2 cones. Zhao Taijun sighed. Next. The third, fourth, and fifth attempts. None successfully completed the heel and toe action. They either stalled or the RPM was off, or they slammed the brakes too hard and caused the car to nod. Zhao Taijun's expression shifted from patient guidance to disillusioned. Last one. That person who has been silent in the back. Xiong Chumo stood up. Luo Kai whispered, good. Xiong Chumo ignored him and walked over to sit in the driver's seat. Adjusting the seat, buckling the seatbelt, pressing the clutch, shifting gears. Zhao Taijun stood at the window about to speak. Wait a moment. Xiong Chumo spoke up. What is it? The clutch travel on this car is too long. Can it be adjusted? Zhao Taijun paused for a moment. You can feel that. The first half is empty when pressed down, and the engagement point is too high. Zhao Taijun looked at him, bent down to check the pedal. It really is. He straightened up, his expression becoming serious. Those from Messi are indeed different. Xiong Chumo didn't respond. Zhao Tiejuan, you drive first. We'll talk after you finish. Xiong Chumo pressed the accelerator. The Fit shot out. Straight line acceleration. Shift gears. Enter the turn. Press the brake and accelerator with the right foot, simultaneously press the clutch, downshift, add throttle, release the clutch. Actions flowing like water. The car smoothly glided through the apex of the turn, exiting with the throttle fully pressed, rushing toward the next bend. 3 consecutive turns without any mistakes. Zhao Taijun stood by the side of the track, squinting. Luo Kai's mouth fell open. Wow. The Fit traced a beautiful curve in the last turn, coming to a steady stop at the finish line. Xiong Chumo turned off the engine and got out of the car. Zhao Taijun walked over, sizing him up from head to toe. Did you participate in dynamic races when you were at SAE? I did. What events? Endurance race. And straight line acceleration. How did you perform? 18th in the world in the endurance race. 5th in straight line acceleration. Zhao Taijun whistled. That's not just somewhat good at driving. Xiong Chumo remained silent. He couldn't say that these were the achievements of his original self, the main force behind the suspension design of the University of Michigan SAE team responsible for chassis tuning and dynamic testing. 18th in the endurance race, although not on the podium, it's already within the top 10% among hundreds of university teams globally. Zhao Taijun asked, another lap? Sure. The second lap was faster than the first. He entered the corner later, exited earlier, and took a more aggressive line. Zhao Taijun looked at the stopwatch, remaining silent. Luo Kai leaned over. Coach, what was his lap time? Zhao Taijun showed him the stopwatch. Luo Kai glanced at it stunned for a moment. Hold on, he was 4 seconds faster than the second place, just now. That's quite a difference. Zhao Taijun ignored him and walked to the car window tapping on the glass. Xiong Chumo rolled down the window. Why did you come to take the qualifying exam this time? To participate in a race. What race? Bayambuluk. Zhao Taijun fell silent for 2 seconds. That race isn't something you can enter just by having a qualifying certificate. I know. Alright. Sounds interesting. It was already evening when the training ended. Xiong Chumo came out of the base and Lao Wang's car was waiting at the gate. How was it, Mr. Xiong? Not bad. Did you pass? There's still one more day tomorrow. Xiong Chumo opened the car, door slumped into the seat, and let out a sigh. Lao Wang started the car. Shall we head back to the hotel? Not yet. Where to then? Is there a foot massage place nearby? Lao Wang replied. Mr. Xiong, you want to go to a foot massage place? That might not be appropriate. What's inappropriate? I drove all afternoon, my feet are sore. What's wrong with getting a foot massage, eh? Lao Wang paused for a second, his voice suddenly turning serious. Mr. Xiong, do you remember what I said this morning? What? I Wang Zhangwo will never step into such a place even if my legs are broken. Xiong Chumo shot him a glance. I never said I was taking you there. Lao Wang remained silent. You wait for me in the car, they'll be down after my massage. Lao Wang took a deep breath, suddenly changing his tone. Mr. Xiong, I think it's unsafe for you to go alone. What's unsafe about a foot massage place? That place is complicated, full of all sorts of people. Ooh, I don't feel comfortable. What are you thinking? I'm going to a legitimate foot bath shop. Still, I don't feel comfortable. Oh, I have to go with you. Xiong Chumo looked at him. Didn't you say this morning that you wouldn't step into such places? Lao Wang maintained a straight face. What I said was I won't step in, but I didn't say I want to accompany you. Accompanying the boss is part of my job. It's a different matter. Xiong Chumo was speechless. Mr. Xiong, let's go. Xiong Chumo opened his mouth and then closed it. He found himself unable to retort. Xiong Chumo took out his phone, opened a review app, set the location to Nanjing, and searched for foot bath shops. 357 results popped up. He sorted by rating from high to low, and the first result caught his eye. Shangzhou SBA rated 4.9 with over 3,000 positive reviews. This one looks good. Xiong Chumo turned the screen toward Lao Wang. It's the highest rated. Oh, let's go to this one. Lao Wang glanced at the screen, his pupils dilating. He recognized the place. Wasn't this the one he had just visited in the afternoon? In that 4.9 rating, he had left a 5-star review after his visit, and even wrote an 80-word heartfelt comment. Mr. Xiong. Lao Wang's voice suddenly shot up an octave. This place won't do. Why not? Lao Wang's mind raced. The rating is too high. Ooh, it must be fake. These days many places do this, hiring reviewers to inflate ratings while the actual service is terrible. Over 3,000 positive reviews, all fake. Yes, the fake review industry is very developed now. You wouldn't know. Xiong Chumo looked at him. How do you know they're fake? Lao Wang choked for a moment. I guessed. Xiong Chumo eyed him suspiciously. Why are you so chatty today? No, I'm just concerned about your health. Getting a foot massage is beneficial to health. Come on, we're going to this place. Lao Wang took a deep breath, his expression as if he had just eaten wasabi, desperately gripping the steering wheel. He drove while praying in his heart, please don't say you know me, please don't say you know me, please don't say you know me. The car stopped in front of the foot massage place. The decor was resplendent with crystal chandeliers and marble floors, and a row of receptionists in kipayos stood at the front desk. Xiong Chumo pushed the door open and entered. Lao Wang kept his head down behind him, trying to make himself invisible. Just as Xiong Chumo reached the front desk and was about to speak. Mr. Wang, you're back again. A receptionist's eyes lit up warmly, welcoming him. Lao Wang's expression froze instantly. Still the same private room as in the afternoon. Shall I book room 666 for you again? Xiong Chumo slowly turned his head to look at Lao Wang. Lao Wang's face was filled with dread. In the afternoon. Xiong Chumo's voice was calm. Didn't you say you wouldn't step into such places? Mr. Xiong, I can explain. Lao Wang swallowed hard. Didn't you say you wouldn't even enter the door? Didn't you say this is a matter of principle? Mr. Xiong, didn't you say you wouldn't come even if your legs were broken? Lao Wang fell silent for 2 seconds, straightened his back, and a righteous expression returned to his face. Mr. Xiong, let me explain. I came this afternoon to scout the place for you. Xiong Chumo replied. Scout? Yes. You are extremely busy, and your time is valuable. As your subordinate, I have the responsibility to investigate the environment, service quality, and safety of these establishments in advance. The more Lao Wang spoke, the more fluent he became. I'm conducting due diligence for you. Xiong Chumo stared at him for 5 seconds. So you came for a foot massage to conduct due diligence? Yes. Xiong Chumo took a deep breath. Lao Wang. Yes. You really have no shame. Lao Wang remained unflustered. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Xiong. The nearby receptionist covered her mouth and laughed. Xiong Chumo rubbed his temples. Room 666. Oh, what is it? The receptionist smiled and replied. It's our gold medal technician and her technique is particularly good. Mr. Wang ordered her in the afternoon and praised her after the session, saying he would only request her from now on. Xiong Chimo looked at Lao Wang. Lao Wang's expression finally showed a crack. Mr. Xiong, I can explain this too. No need to explain. Xiong Chimo turned to the receptionist and said, also give me a gold medal technician, not 666. I don't want someone he has used before. Lao Wang exclaimed. Mr. Xiong, are you rejecting me? Yes. Lao Wang could only remain silent. The third day, comprehensive assessment. Zhao Taijun stood in the departure area holding a stopwatch. Today's assessment was quite simple. Complete a simulated rally course within the designated time. No hitting the cones, no stalling, no going off course. The passing mark was 3.5 minutes. First up, Luo Kai. Luo Kai got into the driver's seat, fastened his seatbelt, took 3 deep breaths, and wore an expression as solemn as if he were about to face execution. Zhao Taijun asked, are you ready? Ready. Go. The Honda Fit surged forward. The second turn cleared. The third turn. Screech, bang. He hit 2 cones. Luo Kai exited the car, his expression as if he had just suffered a breakup. Zhao Taijun noted in his record book 2 minutes and 58 seconds, a 10-second penalty, total time 3 minutes and 8 seconds. Passed. Luo Kai was momentarily stunned. I passed. You passed. But if you hit one more you want pass. Luo Kai nearly cried, immediately pulling out his phone to take a picture of the course, posting on social media, a new chapter in life. Next, a middle-aged uncle. Start, stall. Restart, start, stall again. On the third try he finally moved, but hit 3 cones on the first turn. Zhao Tiejun, expressionless, said, failed. Go practice for a month and come back. The middle-aged uncle walked away dejectedly. The third, fourth, fifth, some passed, some failed. Those who passed were elated while those who failed looked as though they had lost a loved one. Last one. Xiong Chimo stood up. Luo Kai whispered, bro, good luck. Xiong Chimo ignored him. He settled into the driver's seat, adjusted the seat, fastened his seatbelt, pressed the clutch, and shifted gears. Zhao Taijun stood outside the window. Are you ready? Ready. Go. The Honda Fit surged forward. Straight acceleration. Entering the turn. Heel and toe. Downshifting. Exiting the turn. Flooring the gas. The car felt glued to the ground, navigating each turn with precision. Zhao Taijun squinted at the stopwatch. Luo Kai stood with his mouth agape, forgetting to close it. The Honda Fit crossed the finish line. Zhao Taijun pressed the stopwatch and glanced down. 2 minutes and 31 seconds. Almost a minute faster than the passing mark. The fastest in the entire event. Moreover, he was the only one who had not hit any cone, stalled, or gone off course. Luo Kai rushed over. How much? Zhao Taijun showed him the stopwatch. Luo Kai was silent for 5 seconds. Damn. Zhao Taijun walked to the window and tapped on the glass. Xiong Chimo rolled down the window. Zhao Taijun handed him the score sheet. Comprehensive score, excellent. Congratulations. You have officially entered the racing circuit. Xiong Chimo took the score sheet and glanced at it. Is this it? No certificate or anything. The certificate will be mailed to the address you provided next week. Okay, thank you, Coach Xiao. Zhao Taijun said nothing more, tapped the car door. Alright, get out. Don't block the car, I still need to collect the cones. Xiong Chimo took a deep breath. The test was over. It was that simple. He got out and walked towards the edge of the course, took a few steps, then suddenly stopped. I passed the test. Congratulations. Is that all you have to say? What would you like to hear? For example, a reward or something? The system remained silent for 3 seconds. Detected that the host has completed the first important milestone in their career, obtaining a national rally license. Newbie phase ended. Officially starting a racing career. Main storyline task phase 1 reward is being distributed. Xiong Chimo was momentarily stunned. There is really a reward. Reward content: complete driving skills of Takumi Fujiwara. Xiong Chimo was taken aback. What did you say? Takumi Fujiwara. Complete driving skills. Injected. Xiong Chimo felt something explode in his mind. It didn't hurt, it was a indescribable feeling. It was as if someone had opened a massive USB drive in his mind, flooding him with a torrent of information. Line handling through corners. Judging braking points. Weight transfer control. Driving on slippery surfaces. Night driving. Every detail of the heel and toe technique was ingrained in him, instinctual, a level where the body reacts faster than the mind. He closed his eyes, and the memory of every curve on Akina Mountain surfaced in his mind. No, not just Akina Mountain. There were even memories of Takumi Fujiwara's brief WRC career. They were memories of every corner. Memories of car dynamics under extreme conditions. He opened his eyes. System. Here. Takumi Fujiwara. Yes. The one who delivers tofu. Correct, the Takumi Fujiwara from Initial D, AE 86. Not spilling a cup of water. The god of Akina Mountain. Can these keywords awaken the host's memories? Xiong Chimo took a deep breath. Are you saying I now have Takumi Fujiwara's driving skills? Yes. All of them. All of them. Including how to handle the drain ditch while cornering. Including. But it is advised that the host confirm the depth and angle of the drain ditch before using it. Using it recklessly has a high probability of causing a rollover. What about driving on mountain roads with the lights off? Not recommended. Driving on mountain roads with the lights off falls under dangerous driving and is not within the recommended usage range of this system. Then why did you give it to me? This system only provides technology and does not take responsibility for the host's reckless behavior. So what level am I at now? The peak level of Takumi Fujiwara combined with your original SAE chassis tuning experience comprehensive assessment, 94. What about Zhang Qi? 96. Just 2 points short. Yes, but those 2 points are not a gap in technique. It's experience. Xiong Chimo took a deep breath. 2 points short. That's enough. System. He spoke, his voice sounding a bit different. Here. You finally did something right. The system fell silent for a second. Please mind your language. No, Xiong Chimo smiled, I mean it. You finally did something right. I used to call you a dog system, that was my fault. From today onward you are the great system. The system fell silent for a second. What did you just call me? Great system. Say it again. Great system. Say it one more time. Are you done? The system fell silent for another second, its tone seemingly tinged with satisfaction. This system has recorded your name change. From now on this will be the standard. Xiong Chimo rolled his eyes, but couldn't suppress the smile creeping up his lips. Luo Kai walked by. Bro, what's wrong with you? Standing there grinning like an idiot. Xiong Chimo wiped the smile from his face, expressionless. Just can't figure something out. What can't you figure out? How could someone hit the cones on such an easy turn? Luo Kai. Let's add each other on WeChat. Maybe we'll get the chance to race together in the future. Xiong Chimo pulled out his phone and scanned his QR code. Luo Kai's profile picture was a red Ferrari with a signature that read, "Waiting for me on Akina Mountain." Xiong Chimo took a glance and said nothing. He silently thought to himself, Akina Mountain. Sorry, but I've already claimed the skill set of the god of Akina Mountain. As he walked out of the training base, Lao Wang's car was already waiting at the gate. This time Lao Wang was clever and didn't ask where to go, instead directly asking, President Xiong, which foot massage place are we going to today? Xiong Chimo glanced at him. Who said I'm going for a foot massage today? Lao Wang was taken aback. Did you pass the driving test? I did. Shouldn't we celebrate? Does celebrating mean we have to go for a foot massage? Lao Wang nodded seriously. Based on my 4 years of observation, you have only 3 ways to celebrate: drinking foot massage, or drinking and foot massage together. Xiong Chimo opened his mouth and then closed it again. He realized he couldn't refute that. Xiong Chimo eventually went to the foot bath parlor, not to celebrate, but because Lao Wang had already driven the car up to the door. Since we're already here, Lao Wang said, that phrase carries the same irresistible force as "you're still a child" on New Year's Day, or "it's pouring rain." One of those cultural spells a Chinese person finds hard to refuse. Xiong Chimo suspected that even if it were a crematorium, telling a Chinese person, since we're already here, might be enough to make them step inside and lie down. They each sunk onto a sofa, feet steeping in steaming wooden tubs. The technician's hands were practiced kneading Xiong Chimo's calves until they throbbed. He closed his eyes and savored it. Beside him, Lao Wang also soaked his feet, eyes half closed, his face serene. Boss Xiong, you know I'm not actually here for the foot bath. Boss Xiong opened one eye. Oh, then what for? Lao Wang's gaze grew distant as he stared at the crystal chandelier overhead. His voice carried a worn solemnity. I am searching for the meaning of life. You can find the meaning of life in a foot massage. You don't understand. Lao Wang closed his eyes slowly. These feet have walked so many roads, pressed so many throttles, borne so many KPIs. I need a quiet place to talk with them. Xiong Chimo was silent for 2 seconds. Lao Wang, here. Are you for heaven's sake getting pretentiously literary? No, it's pure inner reflection. Where did you pick up those phrases? Lao Wang opened his eyes and looked at him earnestly. I watched a film last night, The Grandmaster. It said see yourself, see heaven and earth, see all beings. I think soaking your feet is a way to see yourself. Xiong Chimo inhaled deeply. Did you see it? I did. Who did you see? Technician, no. 666. Xiong Chimo nearly kicked over the tub. So you were just here to pick number 666. Lao Wang looked innocent. No, I first saw myself, and then no. 666 appeared. It was fate. Fate, my foot. You just wanted to pick her. Boss Xiong, that's not fair. I Wang Zhangwo, the sort of man who only craves beauty. Lao Wang sat up with mock solemnity. You are. Lao Wang was momentarily stumped, then lay back down, voice softer. I won't deny there's a little of that in me. Xiong Chimo rolled his eyes, bored, and took out his phone. A text from Zhang Qi still lay in his inbox. Boss Xiong, I'm Zhang Qi. Could we arrange a time to meet? He thought a moment and replied, tomorrow at 3 p.m. Xingye Taiku Hui Starbucks. The other answered instantly, okay, Boss Xiong. He'll be punctual. Boss Xiong had the technician add time. They lingered for another 40 minutes. Refreshed, the two walked out, and it was already past 9 in the evening. Xiong Chimo stood at the door, rolled his neck, and felt a surge of something with nowhere to go. No, it's not it. It was an itch in his feet. The kind you get after acquiring the Choming Mountain Driftmaster skill pack, but before you've ever drifted. Lao Wang, he said. Here. Is there a Huaten 4S dealership nearby? Lao Wang blinked. At this hour. They're all, go ask for me. I want to borrow a car. Lao Wang looked wary. What do you need a car for? To go up the mountain. Lao Wang thought he had misheard. Up the mountain. At this late hour. You're not planning to race, are you? Yes. I just passed the racing license test. I've got the... Lao Wang opened his mouth to say, you just had your feet massaged, why are they itchy again? But when he saw the look in Xiong Chumo's eyes, the same focused glare had only seen in documentaries of a cheetah stalking an antelope, he swallowed the words. What color do you want? Anything. Red, blue, white, gray, anything. Manual or automatic? Manual. Standard or sport? Sport. Quick, no dawdling. Xiong Chumo shot him a look. Okay, I'll call. Lao Wang dug out his phone, scrolled and dialed. Hey Xiao Chun. It's Lao Wang. Is the test drive car still the sport version? I need to use it. Now. Don't worry about anything else, just hand me the keys. After hanging up, Lao Wang said solicitously, Boss Xiong, let's go. The Jiangning branch. I've got someone waiting. 40 minutes later, Nanjing, Jiangning district, outside the Huaten 4S dealership. A young man in his early 20s yawned, keys in hand, standing beside a red sport version S1. Mr. Wang, the car's here. Tanks full, tire pressure checked. Drive carefully. Lao Wang took the keys and turned to Boss Xiong. Boss Xiong, are you really going to drive? Xiong Chumo said nothing and took the keys. Lao Wang stood by the car, swallowing. Boss Xiong, could I haven't even said what I wanted to do. You want to go back to the hotel? Not happening. Xiong Chumo opened the front passenger door. Get in. Lao Wang drew a deep breath and climbed in as if to the gallows. He fastened his belt, checked it again, tightened it a notch more. Xiong Chumo settled into the driver's seat and gripped the wheel. In that instant, the world felt altered. The weight and texture of the steering wheel, the resistance of the pedals, the embrace of the seat. Every bolt, every gear, every drop of gasoline seemed to speak to him. He started the engine. A 1.5T 169 horsepower rear-wheel drive unit. The sound was not feral, but low and powerful, like a big cat holding back a roar. Xiong Chumo closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, then opened them. Let's go. He smiled, depressed the clutch, engaged gear, released the handbrake, and floored the throttle. The S1 launched as if kicked. Lao Wang's body slammed against the seat back and emitted a pig-like shriek. Jesus. Boss Xiong. Red light. Red light. I see it. Then why are you still on the gas? The light is red, but the road is empty. That isn't a reason. The S1 came to a steady stop at the intersection. Lao Wang panted, fingers white where they gripped the handle. Boss Xiong, I think we should have a proper talk. About what? About your driving style. What's wrong with my driving? It looks like you're fleeing for your life. Xiong Chumo glanced at him, a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Lao Wang, brace yourself. I've been braced, really. What are you going to do? Into the mountains. The S1 surged again, this time towards Ijinshan. Lao Wang shut his eyes. He wasn't praying. He was regretting ever suggesting the footbath. If they hadn't gone to the footbath, their feet wouldn't have been soothed. If there had been no massage, no relaxed contentment. Without that contentment, Boss Xiong would not have wanted to race. If he hadn't been racing, he'd now be in his hotel bed, scrolling short videos. One wrong step begets another. Lao Wang opened one. I watched the streetlight streak by and closed it again. Boss Xiong. Next time you go for a footbath, could you not drag me along? Hey, didn't you come of your own shameless accord? Lao Wang whimpered softly. On the east side of Zijin Mountain, there is an abandoned winding road, once a transportation route for a quarry. After the quarry closed, the road remained now mostly devoid of traffic at night, a territory for two types of people. Couples indulging in their desires and reckless underground street racers. S1 climbs up the mountain road, lights cutting through the darkness as the shadows of trees rush past. The tires scream as they bite into the surface, the car's body gliding along the guardrail, the side mirror, just 3 centimeters from the concrete post. Old Wang clearly sees the bottomless abyss outside the guardrail, dark as pitch, like a monstrous mouth waiting to devour him. He closes his eyes. No, open them. Closing his eyes is even scarier. His mind automatically plays various car crash highlights. He chooses to keep his eyes open and surrenders his soul to fate. S1 continues to climb. At every turn, Xiong Chumo seems to know it in advance. Entry timing, braking point, throttle position, steering angle. Oh, every action is perfect, neither too much nor too little, as if measured with a compass and ruler. Although Old Wang doesn't understand racing, having been in a car for 20 years, he can still tell good from bad. This driving style is abnormal. Boss Xiong, is this really your first time on this road? Yes. How did you know there was a right turn ahead? Instinct. Instinct. Old Wang's voice became sharp again. You rely on instinct to drive on mountain roads. Shut up. Old Wang fell silent, not out of obedience, but because S1 took another turn and his stomach had already reached his throat. One more word, and he would vomit. At the mountaintop, there is a relatively flat area with 7 or 8 cars parked. Ferrari 488, Porsche 911 Turbo, Nissan GTR, McLaren 570S, along with several modified widebody Audi RS7S and BMW M4S. Colorful paint jobs and the roar of exhaust. A group of young people leaning against the cars, smoking and chatting. A weekend gathering of the Nanjing underground racing scene. Who's coming today? A young man with dyed yellow hair flicked off ash from his cigarette. Fei Gu is bringing his GTR, says he wants to set a new record. How much power has Fei Gu's GTR been modified to? Over 700, I think. Damn, who can beat? Just as the words left his mouth, a beam of headlights shot around the bend of the mountain road. Everyone turned to look. A red sedan emerged from the darkness, slowly driving into the clearing. The car bore the Huiting emblem. The air quieted for 2 seconds. The yellow-haired guy dropped his cigarette. Huiting. S1. Another young man wearing glasses leaned in for a closer look. It really is S1. Who brought a Huiting to race on the mountain? Did you take a wrong turn, eh? Maybe just out for a drive. Several exchanged knowing glances and laughed. It wasn't malicious laughter, but rather the kind you give when seeing an elementary school student walk into a CS competition holding a toy gun. The yellow-haired guy walked over and tapped the hood of S1, as if appraising a piece of pork. Buddy, did you take a wrong turn? This is a fast and furious shoot, not a rural romance. Several people around burst into laughter. The door of S1 opened. Xiong Chumo stepped out of the driver's seat with a blank expression. The passenger door also opened, and Old Wang leaned against it, his legs trembling. His face was pale, lips purple like a frozen dumpling just taken out of the freezer. Boss Xiong, have we arrived? Old Wang's voice trembled. We have arrived. Can I get out of the car now, eh? Haven't you already gotten out? Old Wang looked down to find himself hanging on the car door, his legs as soft as jelly. He slowly squatted down, sitting on the ground with his hands on his knees, gasping for breath. I need to catch my breath. A young man wearing Balenciaga dad shoes walked over from the Ferrari, holding a can of Red Bull, sizing up Xiong Chumo. Buddy, has your car been modified? Stock, Xiong Chumo replied. The Balenciaga dad shoe guy chuckled. A stock S1. 169 horsepower. Right. Then why did you come up here? To enjoy the night view. To race on the mountain. The Balenciaga dad shoe guy paused, then laughed, turning back to the group and shouting, he says he wants to race on the mountain. The group laughed again. The yellow-haired guy laughed the loudest. Brother, do you know what level we are racing today? The 3-second club from 0 to 100. How fast is your car from 0 to 100? 8 seconds 5. Xiong Chumo looked at the Balenciaga dad shoe guy. Want to race a lap? The Balenciaga dad shoe guy was taken aback. Are you serious? Serious. Just your car, eh? What's wrong with my car? Xiong Chumo patted the hood of S1. 5T, a 169 horsepower rear-wheel drive. That's enough. Enough. A nearby chubby guy in a GTR laughed. Buddy, my GTR has 750 horsepower. Are you comparing yourself to me? More horsepower doesn't necessarily win. Then what does? Skill. The chubby guy looked at him, then at the red S1, his expression shifting from disdain to thinking this guy is out of his mind. Fine, if you want to race, let's race. The chubby guy extinguished his cigarette. From here to the top of the mountain, whoever gets there first wins. What are we betting on? Let's see. If you lose, you leave your car behind. And if you lose... The chubby guy laughed, pointing at his GTR. If I lose, you can take this car away. Xiong Chumo glanced at the GTR, then at his own S1. One GTR could buy 20 S1s. This deal doesn't seem bad. Deal? Wait a moment. The Balenciaga dad shoe guy suddenly spoke. He shook the can of Red Bull in his hand, grinning. Count me in, okay. The chubby guy shot him a glance. Aiken, what are you trying to stir up? He started it by talking to me first, and it's more fun with more people, right? Aiken turned to Xiong Chumo. You don't mind, do you? Free cars make it more interesting. Xiong Chumo shrugged. Whatever. Aiken laughed, tossed the Red Bull can aside, and turned to his Ferrari. As he passed by the chubby guy, he whispered, Fei Gu, you're really bullying him. He's got 169 horsepower, and you have 750. If you lose, it's embarrassing, and if you win, it's not glorious either. The chubby guy snorted. Then why are you here? Afraid you might capsize in the gutter. Aiken opened the Ferrari door. In case you capsize, I'll be here to back you up. You're the one who'll capsize. Aiken ignored him, sat in the driver's seat, rolled down the window, and shouted at Xiong Chumo. Hey, the one driving the Huiting. Don't flip into the ditch. Xiong Chumo ignored him, turned to look at Old Wang squatting on the ground. Old Wang, let's go. Old Wang looked up, his expression as if he had just been sentenced to death. Boss Xiong, can I take a taxi back? Where would you find a taxi? In the mountains. Then I'll walk back. Get in the car. Old Wang gritted his teeth and climbed into the passenger seat. He tightened the seatbelt, feeling like a hostage bound to a chair. S1 slowly rolled to the starting line. To the left is the GTR, to the right is the Ferrari. 3 cars lined up side by side, their exhausts hissing like 3 wild beasts roaring at each other. Xiong Chumo gripped the steering while taking a deep breath. Something was burning in his mind. It wasn't anger or excitement, it was instinct. It was the instinct engraved in his bones after Takumi Fujiwara had raced countless times on Akina Mountain. At that moment, a girl in an ultra-short skirt walked out from the crowd. She wore black stockings, thin heels, and a skirt that barely covered her hips. She walked to the front of the 3 cars, turned around facing the 3 roaring beasts. The yellow-haired guy whistled. Sister Xiaoman. Your skirt is a bit short today. The girl named Xiaoman didn't turn back, just smiled. That smile translated into Chinese mint. What's it to you? She faced the windshields of the 3 cars, grasping the hem of her skirt with both hands, slowly lifting it up. Damn. The yellow-haired guy dropped his cigarette again. Old Wang's eyes widened, afraid of missing a single frame. The chubby guy stretched his neck out of the GTR, looking longer than a giraffe. Aiken whistled. Is today this thrilling? However, the girl paused halfway through, lifting her skirt, mischievously winking at the 3 cars. Then, she let go of the hem. Cut it out. Xiaoman, are you treating your brothers as outsiders? Yes, Xiaoman, did you forget to wear anything? Haha. The girl ignored the ruckus from the crowd, her hands moving behind her back to unfasten her buttons. She pulled out a black lace-trimmed item from her neckline. A bra. She held one end up over her head like a flag of victory. The evening breeze blew, making that piece of fabric sway in the beams of the car lights, raising the blood pressure of all the males present to 180. Xiong Chimo stared at the black lace with a blank expression, but inside, he was battling with the system. System, can you record this scene? This system does not offer recording functions. Then what use are you? I suggest the host focus on drive. Old Wang adjusted his seating position slightly to loosen the fit of his pants, muttering this. This doesn't align with the core socialist values. Yet despite saying that, his eyes never left. The girl held the bra high, her fingers loosening one by one. 3. The lace swayed gently in the wind. 2. Everyone's heartbeats surged into the red zone. 1. The bra fell to the ground. S10 GTR and Ferrari launched simultaneously. The airflow from the 3 cars whipped the black lace into the air, swirling like a flying black butterfly. The yellow-haired guy ran over to pick it up, sniffed it, and his face revealed ecstasy. The glasses-wearing guy kicked him. You pervert. I just wanted to see what brand it is. Then why are you sniffing it? To test the fabric. At the moment of acceleration, the GTR surged ahead like a runaway wild dog, with the Ferrari closely following, its exhaust roaring like an operatic tenor. S1 was in last place, but the gap was not as vast as imagined. Entering the turn. At the first bend, the GTR's brake lights illuminated, decelerating early. The Ferrari's brake lights also lit up, but a moment later than the GTR's. Xiong Chimo did not brake. His right foot pressed both the brake and the accelerator, blipping the throttle, downshifting, re-engaging the throttle, releasing the clutch, and turning the steering wheel. The rear of the S1 swung out. The tires screeched sharply against the asphalt, the car gliding close to the corner, just 2 centimeters from the guardrail. Exiting the turn, the accelerator was fully pressed. The old Wang in the passenger seat was rendered speechless. His mouth agape, eyes wide like copper bells, hands gripping the armrest tightly. He wanted to scream, but could not. He wanted to cry, but could not. He wanted to get out of the car, but the door wouldn't open. All he could think was, why did I come to Nanjing? Why did I come running to be the driver for Xiongzong? In his life, he had made many wishes to get rich, get promoted, successfully lose weight. But this time, in the passenger seat of Xiong Chimo, he made a simple wish that tugged at the heart to return to the hotel alive. 5 consecutive hairpin turns. S1 was faster than the GTR by a fraction of a second at each turn. After 5 bends, the GTR and Ferrari simultaneously saw the rear lights of the red S1. The Ferrari also caught up and overtook the GTR. The young man in Balenciaga dad shoes nicknamed Aiken was recognized as the best in cornering among this group. His 488 was left behind in the straight, but as soon as they hit the bends, he began to chase back. Aiken aimed for the inside line, planning to overtake S1 in one go. Then he witnessed the most outrageous scene of his life. The red S1 entered the corner without even lighting up its brake lights, swinging its rear. All 4 wheels locked up the entire car, sliding sideways into the corner. Aiken nearly lost grip on the steering wheel. What the hell, a pendulum drift? He instinctively slammed on the brakes, throwing the Ferrari's entry rhythm into chaos. By the time he stabilized the car, the S1 had already exited the turn. Aiken swallowed hard and muttered to the air, who the hell is that guy? The GTR driver was in a worse situation. He watched the S1's tail lights grow increasingly distant, panic rising in his heart. Entering the next turn too fast, the front of his car pushed out, nearly colliding with the guardrail. He slammed on the brakes, tire smoke billowing. The S1 darted out of the corner and sped away. The driver glared at the red tail lights, disappearing into the next bend, swearing, damn it. Xiong Chimo saw the GTR and Ferrari lights retreating in the rearview mirror, the corners of his mouth curling up. Old Wang. No response. Old Wang. He glanced over. Old Wang was slumped against the seat, eyes tightly shut, lips pale, chest heaving violently like a fish stranded on land. Old Wang. Are you okay? Old Wang slowly opened his eyes, tears welling up. Xiongzong. I miss my mom. I want to call my mom. Go ahead. I don't have the strength to grab my phone. The foot of the mountain had been reached. Behind them, the GTR, Ferrari, and other cars descended one after another, each car displaying a different expression. The driver of the GTR looked as grim as a pot's bottom. Aiken jumped out of the Ferrari and immediately started rummaging through his phone, searching for Huadeng S1 modification cases. The blonde in the Porsche squatted by the roadside to smoke, his hands still shaking. The GTR driver arrived last. He got out of the car, his expression like he had eaten 10 pounds of bitter melon. He approached the S1, looking at Xiong Chumo. Who the hell are you? Xiong Chumo rolled down the window and looked at him. Just a guy driving a Huateng. The driver fell silent for a few seconds, pulling out his car key from his pocket and tossing it over. Xiong Chumo caught it, glanced at the key, then tossed it back. Keep it. I can't afford to drive your car. The fuel consumption is too high. The driver stood there dumbfounded. Aiken walked over, patted his shoulder, and said softly, this guy is impressive. EY, give him full marks. Xiong Chumo heard this, but did not turn back. He started the S1 and slowly drove away. A group of rich kids stood at the foot of the mountain, watching the red Huateng's tail lights vanish into the night silent for a long time. The blonde pulled out his phone and opened a WeChat group called Nanjing Night Tour Guide. Brothers, I have something to tell you. Tonight I encountered a Huateng S1 with a stock power of 169 horsepower, and it beat Fiji's modified GTR that boasts over 700 horsepower. The group exploded. Have you been drinking? Huateng S1. That domestic car. Are you sure it wasn't a Ferrari with a Huateng badge? What about the video? No video, no credibility. The blonde typed, I was too focused on watching to take a video. The group erupted in cursing, no pictures. Nonsense. Remember to take a video next time. This guy's boasting gets a 0 from me. The blonde, feeling wronged, put away his phone and looked at the driver. Fiji, who the hell was that guy? The driver did. His mind replayed the earlier scene. The red S1, each line through the bends executed flawlessly, terrifyingly precise. That must be a professional. The driver muttered to himself. Aiken approached and interjected, the way he drifted through those turns, that reaction speed, that control of the car. I've only seen that in videos. What video? Initial D. The driver tucked the key back into his pocket and opened the car door. Let's go. Not running anymore. Running. To hell with that. I'm going home to sleep. Tomorrow I'm selling the GTR. Selling? For what? To buy a Huateng S1. Aiken suddenly raised his head, shaking off the ash from his cigarette. Are you serious? Serious. I want to figure out what the hell kind of black technology that car has. Aiken opened his mouth to speak, then closed it again. He glanced at his phone, just having searched for the price of the Huateng S1, starting at 99800 yuan. Fiji. If you're buying a Huateng, remember to get me one. Just like that red one. Can't you buy it yourself? If I buy it, my mom will think my dad went bankrupt. The S1 slowed down to 60 kilometers per hour. It wasn't that Xiong Chumo didn't want to go faster, it was because Old Wong had started rolling his eyes. Old Wong, are you okay? I feel like my soul has already flown out of my head. Hang in there, or we're almost at the hotel. Xiong Zong. Can I apply for work-related injury? Street racing isn't considered a work-related injury. Then what is it? Consider it team building. Old Wong closed his eyes, looking like he was suffering. He swore he would never ride in a car driven by Xiong Zong again. Unless Xiong Zong gave him a raise. It's not like Old Wong that riding in a car is that serious. No, Xiong Zong. I suddenly remembered that I forgot to get the WeChat of Technician 666. Xiong Chumo fell silent for 2 seconds. Were you thinking about this when you were rolling your eyes? I finally established a connection with her. You had no connection to begin with. You bought it. Buying it is still a connection. Xiong Chumo couldn't be bothered with him flooring the accelerator, and the S1 sped towards the hotel. Old Wong leaned back against the seat, still muttering Technician 666. Just wait for me. I will definitely come back. Xiong Chumo couldn't help but laugh. You damn. I'm serious. I finally found a hardworking technician. Then just go and ask tomorrow. Aren't we going back to Shanghai tomorrow? Xiong Chumo took a deep breath, parked by the roadside, pulled out his phone, and flipped to the reservation number for Shangzhou SBA, handing it over. Call yourself. Ask the front desk. Old Wong took the phone, his eyes brightening, his voice regaining strength. Hello. Is this Shangzhou SBA? I would like to ask if Technician 666 is working tomorrow. Xiong Chumo silently called out to the system. System. Here. Do you think I'm too nice to my employees? It is advised that the host avoid self-reflection. Self-reflection can lead to soft-heartedness, which can lead to salary increases. You're right. Xiong Chumo started the car and drove towards the hotel. Beside him, Old Wong held the phone, smiling, and was saving a number titled 666 Nanjing Shangzhou SBA in his contacts. Xiong Chumo shook his head. This is probably the joy of adulthood, simple, crude, and shameless. The car entered the city, streetlights flashing by one after another. Old Wong gradually recovered his complexion, shifting from frozen dumpling to room temperature bun. Xiong Zong, I have a question. Speak. When you were racing in the mountains earlier, who taught you that driving style? Xiong Chumo thought for a moment, a Japanese guy. Old Wong paused for a moment, a Japanese guy. What's his name? Fujiwara Takumi. Old Wong's brows furrowed. Does his family own a tofu shop? Exactly do you know him? Xiong Zong, even though I'm older than you, I've also seen Initial D. The afternoon of the second day. Nanjing West Road in Shanghai Starbucks. When Xiong Chumo arrived, Zhang Qi and Sun Yuqiang were already sitting in the corner. It wasn't that he arrived late, it was that Zhang Qi and the others came too early. A once prominent racer who hadn't touched a car in 5 years, struggling to find sponsorship, and with no hope of a comeback suddenly received an olive branch from a young boss. If it were you, not only would you arrive early, but you probably wouldn't even dare to eat lunch, fearing that vegetable leaves stuck in your teeth would leave a bad impression on the financier. Xiong Chumo spotted the two right away, not because of his keen eyesight but because they were too conspicuous. Today they were dressed impeccably. Zhang Qi wore a deep blue jacket, sunglasses pinned at the collar, hair slicked back with gel shiny enough that even a fly would have to do the splits if it landed on it. Sun Yuqiang was even more exaggerated, wearing a black casual suit, his long hair tied back in a low ponytail, resembling a second male lead from an art film. Xiong Chumo walked over. Zhang Qi and Sun Yuqiang sprang up in unison, as quick as if they had springs under their seats. Zhang Qi reached out both hands and grabbed Xiong Chumo's right hand, shaking it vigorously while laughing. General Xiong has arrived. Sit, sit, sit. It's been a long time. We just saw each other last week. Really? It feels like several years have passed. Zhang Qi looked sincere. Sun Yuqiang chimed in. That's the feeling of not seeing someone for a day being like 3 autumns. Not seeing General Xiong for a few days feels like several years. The two bantered back and forth like a comedy duo. Xiong Chumo glanced at his hand still being held. Teacher Zhang, you can let go now. Oh, sorry, I got too excited. Zhang Qi released his hand, taking a step back to appraise Xiong Chumo. General Xiong, you look really good today. Have you lost weight again? Your waist looks even slimmer than last time. How much can I lose in just a few days? Some people can undergo a complete transformation in just a few days. Zhang Qi asserted decisively. I see General Xiong is that kind of person. Sun Yuqiang nodded vigorously from the side. Yes, General Xiong's spirit is that of a person who gets big things done. Xiong Chumo looked at Zhang Qi, then at Sun Yuqiang. You two, did you take the wrong medicine today? Zhang Qi and Sun Yuqiang exchanged glances, both smiling widely, showing all 8 teeth. No, absolutely not. It's purely admiration. Yes, admiration. Xiong Chumo took a deep breath. This is it. These two are determined to flatter him to the core. You two, okay. Zhang Qi plopped back down, placing his hands back on the table, sitting up straight like an elementary school student waiting for a certificate. Xiong Chumo glanced at the nearly empty cups in front of the two. Have you been here long? No. Zhang Qi cleared his throat. I just arrived half an hour earlier than you. Your time is so precious, every minute counts. It's only right for me to wait for you. If you waited for me, that would be my fault. What would you like to drink? How about a latte? It suits your temperament perfectly. It's profound, not ostentatious, and has a hint of sweetness. Xiong Chumo fell silent for 2 seconds. You are wasting your talent for flattery by not working in the corporate world. Zhang Qi replied without changing his expression. That's the truth. My biggest flaw is that I can't tell a lie. Xiong Chumo, taking the advice, ordered a hazelnut latte. Although Zhang Kai's words were somewhat flattering, they showed a good eye nonetheless. All right, let's talk business. Sure thing. Zhang Qi leaned forward, clasping his hands on the table, his eyes shining like 2 spotlights. General Xiong, you say it'll listen. Wherever you point, I'll hit. If you say go east, I want go west. If you tell me to drive the S1, I want drive the Porsche. Xiong Chumo leaned back in his chair. Last time at KTV, I said I wanted to form a rally team and needed a driver. Do you remember? I remember. Zhang Qi repeated 3 times, fearing that saying it less would seem insincere. About forming a team. I've been contemplating this for the past few days, and I think your idea is absolutely correct. So brilliant. So visionary. Sun Yuqiang chimed in. General Xiong, you might not know, but in recent years, which domestic automotive brand has won a championship on the racetrack? Who? None. Not a single one. If you form a team and win the championship at Bainbuluk, what would that mean? It would be groundbreaking. Exactly. Groundbreaking. Zhang Qi echoed. General Xiong, you are not an ordinary second-generation coal miner. I'm not a second-generation coal miner anymore. My dad doesn't mine coal now. Xiong Chumo interrupted him. Right, not a second-generation coal miner. Zhang Qi quickly corrected himself. You are an entrepreneur, Sun Yuqiang reminded. Yes, an entrepreneur. You are not an ordinary entrepreneur. You are a passionate entrepreneur. A dream-filled entrepreneur. With a flat expression, Xiong Chumo interjected. All right, enough. Zhang Qi immediately fell silent. Sun Yuqiang kicked him under the table. Zhang Qi glanced at Sun Yuqiang, his eyes asking, what did I say wrong? Sun Yuqiang's eyes replied, your flattery is too fake. Zhang Kai's eyes responded, then why didn't you flatter? Sun Yuqiang's eyes replied, I'm waiting for an opportunity. Zhang Qi's eyes responded, now's your chance. The two exchanged glances resembling a silent film. Xiong Chumo took a sip of his coffee, watching the two of them. You two, is it always like this? Like what? Zhang Qi looked innocent. You know, one supporting, one teasing. No. Zhang Qi waved his hand. We are very serious usually. Yes, very serious, Sun Yuqiang nodded. As racers, we value composure and calmness. Then let's just chat normally like we usually do. I've always been normal. Zhang Qi blinked. I'm just like that. Oh, I'm good to whoever I'm good to. I can't hide it. If you're not used to it, I can tone it down a bit. He paused. But I'm afraid if I tone it down you'll think I'm not enthusiastic. If I'm not enthusiastic enough you'll think I don't value this. If you think I don't value it you'll think inviting me was a mistake. If inviting me was a mistake you won't give me the contract. If you don't give me the contract I'll have to go back to selling fried rice. I'm not afraid of selling fried rice. I've fried over 40,000 portions in 5 years and can do it with my eyes closed. He took a deep breath. But General Xiong, I want to return to bankruptcy. Xiong Chumo looked at him. Zhangqi also looked at him. In his eyes there was sincerity, urgency, a little humility, and a hint of desperation. As if to tell Xiong Chumo, I know this is shameless, but I really need this job. Xiong Chumo took a sip. Are you done speaking? I'm done, Zhangqi nodded. I can elaborate anytime you need. No need for I have a few questions for you. Xiong Chumo set down his cup. Ask away. I will answer anything. Even if you ask me who my first love was I'll tell you. I don't care about your first love. That's good because I can't quite remember it either. Xiong Chumo took a deep breath. How does this person manage to lead every sentence into a pit? First question. You haven't touched a car in 5 years. Can your skills still return to their peak? Zhangqi wiped the smile off his face and thought seriously for a moment. Yes. Just one word. No build-up, no fluff. But I need time. 3 months. Give me 3 months and I can make up for 5 years of losses. Why should I? Because in the past 5 years I've replayed bankruptcy in my mind 20 times a day. 36,000 times. Every turn, every breaking point, every stone's position is etched in my mind. Zhangqi looked into his eyes. Xiong Chumo said nothing. He knew this was true. It had been depicted in movies before. Second question. Can your body withstand it? Zhangqi fell silent for a second. Yes. Are you sure? Sure. I may not have many advantages, but I have a strong constitution. When I had that accident from illegal street racing, everyone said I was done for. But I survived. After 5 years of frying rice my arms are stronger than 5 years ago. If you don't believe me, I can show you a frying demonstration right now. No need. Oh, alright. Zhangqi sat. Xiong Chumo looked at him sighing inwardly. This person is truly, unabashedly shameless, yet painfully honest. Third question. Ask me, why do you want to come back? Zhangqi was taken aback. During your 5-year ban the racing world has already undergone a transformation. It's not the same as before. Your previous records have long been broken, and now bankruptcy belongs to Lin Zhendong. You've missed the peak of your career, so why return it? Zhangqi looked at him silent for a long time. Then Zhangqi spoke up. Mr. Xiong, have you ever driven a car? I have. I mean really driven a car. Not just from point A to point B, but the kind where you slam the accelerator, the tires scream around the corners, and the whole world turns into a blur of lines. That feeling is more exhilarating than anything else. More thrilling than winning a championship, more uplifting than standing on the podium, more. He thought for a moment, more enjoyable than when I first pursued my first love. Didn't you say you couldn't remember? I remember this one because that night was truly exhilarating. Sun Yuqiang coughed nearby. Zhangqi, watch your manners. Xiong Chumo picked up his latte and took a sip with an expressionless face. He had given up on correcting Zhang Kai's conversational direction. This guy spoke like he was racing his car, always on the edge of losing control, yet never tipping over. Oh right, that's not what I meant. Zhangqi sat up a bit straighter. In short, driving is the only thing in my life that I will never get tired of. Fried rice can get monotonous, relationships can get stale, but driving never does. The moment I press the accelerator I know I belong on the racetrack. So when you ask me why I came back, it's because when I'm not driving I feel uncomfortable. Like having ants crawling inside my bones. Like fried rice without salt. Like drinking coffee without sugar. Zhangqi took a sip of the Americano in front of him, his expression one of pain. Xiong Chumo was silent for 2 seconds. Alright, I think I understand now. Zhang Kai's eyes lit up. So you mean, teacher Zhangqi. Here, welcome to join the Huading racing team. Zhangqi was stunned. He opened his mouth, eyes wide as if he had been struck dumb. You? What did you just say? I said welcome to join the Huading racing team. Yes. Zhangqi jumped up, raising his fist in the air. The movement was so vigorous that his sunglasses clipped on the collar of his jacket flew off, tracing a parabolic arc before falling to the ground. Sun Yuqiang coughed lightly. Mr. Xiong, what about me? Without hesitation, Xiong Chumo extended his right hand to Sun Yuqiang. Also welcome you to join the Huading racing team. The navigator is more important than the driver. Without you, Zhangqi would be blind. Sun Yuqiang grasped Xiong Chumo's hand with both of his, shook it vigorously 3 times, then released it, turning to glance at Zhangqi. Did you hear that? I'm more important than you. You're important, you're important. Zhangqi waved dismissively. You're the eyes and the legs. Without legs you could still wear a prosthetic, but without eyes you'd have to find a guide dog. Hey, are you cursing at me? Alright, stop arguing. Xiong Chumo interrupted them. Is there anything else? Zhangqi and Sun Yuqiang exchanged glances. Their eyes communicated for half a second. Zhangqi spoke up. Mr. Xiong, I have a small request. Speak. I had a top mechanic in my previous. He is now following me. Could you also bring him into the team? I assure you his skills are absolutely top-notch. Absolutely solid. Ji Xing. Zhangqi was taken aback. You know Ji Xing. Xiong Chumo's expression remained unchanged. I checked your information. Ji Xing, the former chief mechanic of Team 333, a recognized master of chassis tuning in the industry. After your incident 5 years ago, he left the technical team due to an injury and switched to logistics. Zhang Qi nodded and quickly explained, Mr. Xiong Jixing's injury won't affect him, he just didn't want to work in the technical team back then. All my cars during those years were modified by him. Without him, I couldn't have won those 5 years. Fine, I couldn't have asked for more. The team is just being formed and is in need of talents like him. You tell him there's a position for him as the technical director of Huading Racing Team. Mr. Xiong, I don't know what to say, am not good with words, but don't worry, he'll drive well. If I don't drive well, he'll twist my head off and give it to you to use as a ball to kick. I don't need your head. Then he'll twist Yuqiang's head off. I don't need his either. Then, Zhang Qi thought for a moment, he'll twist Ji Xing's head. I don't need any of your 3 heads. I only need you to win. Zhang Qi looked at him, his eyes slightly red. But he held it back. He was Zhang Qi, a 5-time champion. He couldn't let go of his idol image. Don't worry, Mr. Xiong. Whether it's Lin Jindong or anyone else this year, Zhang Qi will tell them. The true king of Bayan has returned. Alright, the team is just beginning to be established. You two come to Huading headquarters next week to sign the contract. Next week. Zhang Kai's eyes lit up. What day? Thursday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, or the weekend. The weekend is fine. Oh, I want to take a break. I've had enough rest in these 5 years. I just want to get to work now. Xiong Chumo took a deep breath. Thursday. Zhang Qi pulled out his phone, opened the calendar, and tapped on Thursday several times. I've noted it down. Thursday. What time? 10 in the morning. 10 o'clock. Good. He'll be there by 8. No need to be that early. I should. It's better to arrive early than late. What if there's traffic? What if the weather is bad? What if? I usually start work at 10, so I won't be there that early. Zhang Qi was taken aback. Then he'll wait at the front desk. Is there a sofa at the front desk? Yes. Then that's fine. He'll wait for you at the front desk. He'll chat with your receptionist to build good colleague relations. Xiong Chumo glanced at him. My receptionist. Zhang Kai's smile froze for half a second, then quickly recovered. A guy is fine too. A guy can also build good relations. All brothers under heaven, right? Sun Yuqiang covered his face nearby. Xiong Chumo stood up. All right. That's it for today. I have other matters to attend to. Zhang Qi stood up quickly. He'll see you out. No need personal matter. Then take care. Drive slowly. Be safe. Remember to buckle up. Don't speed. Xiong Chumo didn't look back, waved his hand, and walked out of Starbucks. Zhang Qi watched his figure disappear at the door, slowly sitting back down. Yuqiang. Are we about to turn things around? We can't relax yet. We need to wait until Thursday when we sign the official contract. Then we'll truly turn things around. Next time you see that fat guy, please thank him for me. Which fat guy? The one who touched my butt. Are you a weirdo? He touched your butt, and you want to... You said if he hadn't touched my butt, Mr. Xiong wouldn't have come to intervene. But if he hadn't come to intervene, he wouldn't have recognized you. If he hadn't recognized you, we wouldn't have this contract. That slap was worth it. Zhang Qi looked at him silent for 3 seconds. You really are cheap. I call it being... What you are is cheap. Grateful. Cheap. Grateful. The two stared at each other, neither willing to yield. In the end, Zhang Qi smiled first. All right. Next time we see him, let's treat him to a meal. The two walked out of Starbucks side by side, the sunlight just right on their faces. Zhang Qi squinted his eyes. 5 years. He finally saw the light again. Leaving Starbucks, Xiong Chumo got into the car. Old Wang sat in the driver's seat scrolling through reviews on his phone. The page paused at a Huayang restaurant called Qinhui Xiaowan with comments saying the salted duck is amazing and the lion's head melts in your mouth. He was drooling, almost letting it drip onto the screen. Old Wang. Yes. Old Wang quickly locked the screen, pretending he hadn't seen anything. Go to Huarun building. Old Wang was taken aback. Why are we going there? To find our future team manager. Who? Someone who monitors elevators. Old Wang's lips twitched a few times, but he ultimately swallowed his sarcasm. He felt increasingly puzzled by his boss lately. First he found a racer who sells fried rice, and now he's looking for someone who monitors elevators to be the team manager. This recruitment method is akin to scavenging. Are they all hidden masters living incognito among the masses? Old Wang started the engine and mumbled, Xiong Zong, I've had a question stuck in my throat for a long time. Speak. I'm the marketing director. I know. Then what is the responsibility of our marketing director? Formulating marketing strategies, managing brand image, expanding channels, and boosting sales. Right. Old Wang nodded vigorously. Then what am I doing now? Xiong Chumo thought for a moment. You are my driver. Do you think this is reasonable? Not reasonable. Old Wang's eyes brightened. Then you. But you drive better than others. Old Wang wanted to argue, but found he couldn't. He indeed drove more steadily because he was afraid of dying. A person who is afraid of dying drives steadily. Moreover, Huading doesn't have the habit of assigning a secretary to the CEO. My dad said that secretaries often end up in bed with the boss, and then the company goes down the drain. Then you can't treat the marketing director as a secretary. I didn't treat you as a secretary. I treat you as a brother. Old Wang fell silent for 2 seconds. His eyes felt a bit warm. Xiongzong, what you said. Is it too much to ask for a brother to help drive? Then let's go. Old Wang thought for 3 seconds, feeling something was off. Xiongzong, are you trying to ICU me? What ICU? Like giving me a high hat, and then making me work, and I still have to be grateful. Damn Pua. You zombie, why are you using young people's lame jokes? Remember, some things are better left unsaid. Oh, we're still good brothers. Old Wang fell silent, feeling desolate. Xiong Chumo patted his shoulder earnestly. Old Wang, just drive steadily. Once the team achieves results, I will be the first to credit you. There will be no shortage of bonuses for you then. Old Wang chuckled dryly. Xiongzong, you sure know how to paint a big picture. It's not just a picture. It's a promise. Old Wang opened his mouth, but then closed it again. Although Xiongzong's ability to paint a picture was more skilled than his own mother's cooking. However, it must be said that Xiongzong was indeed quite generous to his subordinates. The Huarun building, located in Shanghai's Jing'an district, is a 30-story office building with 3 elevators in the lobby, which are crowded during the morning and evening rush hours, but relatively quiet at noon. When Xiong Chumo walked into the lobby, he spotted him at a glance. Manager Yi, wearing a dark blue uniform with a badge pinned to his chest reading Yi Yi. He stood between the 3 elevators, his back straight, with a professional smile on his face. As a white-collar worker approached, he raised his hand to gesture this way to the elevator, please. His voice was gentle and polite, entirely different from the person he was back in the 333 team's maintenance area. Xiong Chumo stood in a corner of the lobby watching him for a while. Old Wang leaned over and whispered, is that him? Yes. He looks pretty ordinary. He wasn't what did he do before? He was the manager of the 333 team. One of the best team managers in the China Rally. Just him. How did he end up monitoring elevators? Xiong Chumo didn't answer. He walked over. Manager Yi was guiding a female white-collar worker holding documents onto the elevator when he turned around and saw someone approaching, instinctively raising his hand this way to the elevator. The words stopped halfway. He recognized Xiong Chumo. Not that he knew this person, but he recognized this face. Last week, Zhang Qi had mentioned on WeChat a young boss from Huading wants to form a team and came to talk to me. Seems like a second-generation coal boss. He even sent a photo which was the person in front of him. Are you Xiongzong from Huading? Xiong Chumo was a bit surprised. You know me. Zhang Qi mentioned you. Did you come here to conduct business? Manager Yi smiled, but the smile was a bit stiff. Looking for you. Manager Yi was taken aback. Looking for me? Yes. Xiong Chumo looked around. It wasn't a place for Can we find a place to talk? Manager Yi paused for a moment and pointed to a resting area in the corner of the lobby. There are chairs over there. The 3 of them walked over and sat down. Old Wang sensibly sat in a nearby row, pulled out his phone, and continued to study Huayan cuisine. Xiong Chumo got straight to the point. I want to invite you to Huading as the team's general manager. Manager Yes' expression was like he had been paused. He opened his mouth, but made no sound. He closed it again, then opened it. You. What did you say? Huading is forming a rally team and needs a team manager. I think you're very suitable. Manager Yes, having rolled in the mud for a long time, suddenly someone extends a hand to pull you up. You can't believe it, but you can't help but want to cry. Xiongzong, do you know why I was fired from the 333 team? I know. You know. Yes, I heard you privately gave Zhang Qi the computer that recorded the team's driving data. Then why are you looking for me? Just because I know that's why I came to find you. Manager Yi looked at him. Xiong Chumo leaned back in his chair. A person who can help a friend when they themselves are in jeopardy, that's someone I can. Manager Yes' lips trembled. I've been with Zhang Qi for many years, and we've won many championships together. He wasted 5 years on the wrong path before. As a friend, I just wanted to help him. But it wasn't wrong for the team to fire me. That computer and the data inside were after all the team's assets. Xiong Chumo looked at him. How many years did you work at 333? 12 years. 12 years. You gave your best years to that team, and they kicked you out over a computer. Manager Yi remained silent. Such people don't deserve you. Manager Yi finally couldn't hold back his tears and let one drop fall. He quickly wiped it away with the back of his hand, pretending it was just dust in his eyes. Xiongzong, I don't know what to say. Then don't say anything. Come to Huading headquarters to report next Thursday. Thursday. Manager Yes' eyes lit up. What time? 10 in the morning. I will definitely be there. Xiong Chumo stood up. All right. You continue monitoring the elevators. See you on Thursday. Manager Yi also stood up, his back straighter than before. He extended his hand, shook Xiong Chumo's hand firmly. Xiongzong, don't worry. I'll dedicate my life to Huading. No need for a lifetime. Just do well in the first year. All right. The first year. Then the second year. The third year. Manager Yi stood in the lobby watching the young man's back disappear out the door. Huading Automobile. Xiong Chumo. 12 years. He spent 12 years at 333, leading several annual champions, signing countless contracts, and training numerous drivers. In the end, he was fired. Because of a computer. Because of a loyalty he felt was a bit foolish. He thought that was how his life would be. Monitoring elevators, clocking out on time, going home to watch TV, and feeding fish in the park on weekends. Then this young man appeared. Xiongzong. He spoke to the air, then turned and walked towards the HR department. Behind him, the 3 elevators were still going up and down, dinging and clanging. But it had nothing to do with him anymore. Thursday, 9:30 a.m. The headquarters of Huatan Automotive is located in the Jinshaо area of Pudong, Shanghai. Next to it is a factory of same. Across the street is a foot massage parlor, which General Xiong has specifically surveyed and rated for. The factory gate is as imposing as a city government building, with stone lions at each side of the entrance holding stone balls in their mouths, their eyes glaring like bronze bells. These lions were brought over by Xiong Dizhus from Shaanxi, and the shipping cost was even higher than the lions themselves. The factory area is vast, with stamping workshops, welding workshops, painting workshops, and assembly workshops further inside. The parking lot is filled with brand new S1 vehicles in red, white, blue, and gray, all neatly arranged like a military parade. The air is thick with the masculine hormones of the industrial age. At the deepest part of the factory there stands a sizable 5-story office building with a glass curtain wall. A sign at the entrance reads Huatan Automotive. This is it. Zhang Qi adjusted his collar. Today he wore a deep blue jacket and his hair was styled with half a bottle of gel. Sun Yuqiang was still in a black suit, his hair meticulously styled, resembling a funeral director. Ji Xing was the most casual, in a deep blue jacket with a wrinkled polo shirt underneath with grease stains from hot pot on his chest. Let's go. Zhang Qi took a deep breath and pushed the door open. The lobby of Huatan is designed very modernly with a white marble countertop, and the background wall features a line of glowing brand slogans: Drive Passion, Embrace the Future. Zhang Qi glanced around, thinking that this slogan was well written, much better than his own food stalls, delicious and affordable, eat without fatigue. The reception desk is directly opposite, where a long-haired girl is bent over organizing documents. The 3 of them walked over. Zhang Qi cleared his throat, trying to make his voice sound less like a fried rice vendor. Hello, we are here too. The receptionist looked up. Zhang Kai's voice caught in his throat. It was not fear that rendered him speechless, but beauty. She had a standard oval face, her skin glowing white, with large round eyes and fluttering eyelashes. A light layer of lip gloss shimmered on her lips under the lights. What struck him the most was her voice. Hello, do you have an appointment? The final syllable of appointment was drawn out, melting like cotton candy in her mouth, soft and sweet. Zhang Qi felt his bones turn to jelly by a third. Sun Yuqiang felt his bones turn to jelly by 2/3. Ji Xing had little reaction. He was more interested in the cars than the person. Yes, yes, yes. Zhang Qi snapped back to reality. General Xiong made the appointment for 10 o'clock. Okay. The receptionist opened the appointment book, her long fingers gliding over the paper. May I ask if the 3 of you are Mr. Zhang Qi, Mr. Sun Yuqiang, and Mr. Ji Xing? Yes, yes, yes. Please wait a moment. General Xiong hasn't arrived yet. I'll take you to the meeting room to rest first. She stood up, dressed in a professional skirt suit, with a pair of beige high heels that made her walk as if she were walking on clouds, each step light and airy. Zhang Qi followed behind, staring at her back for 2 seconds, then whispered to Sun Yuqiang, "This is Porsche level." Sun Yuqiang whispered back, "Not just that, it's Ferrari level." But didn't General Xiong say the receptionist was a man? With technology being so advanced now, how can you be sure he isn't a man? No way. Zhang Qi exclaimed in shock. Ji Xing silently said behind them, "Can you two not murmur?" The meeting room is on the 2nd floor. Pushing the door open, there are 6 black leather chairs and 4 square tea tables with bottled water and a pot of green pothos on the tables. Through the window one can see the roof of the assembly workshop with a few pigeons walking around. "Please take a seat, gentlemen." General Xiong said he would come at 10, so please wait a moment. "Okay, thank you." Zhang Qi nodded vigorously. The receptionist turned and walked away, the sound of her high heels. The 3 of them sat on the sofa, sitting upright, like 3 statues. Zhang Qi sat in the middle, his back straight, hands resting on his knees, his posture so formal it resembled an interview. Sun Yuqiang sat on his left, crossing his legs, but after 5 seconds he put them down, feeling it was too informal. Ji Xing sat on his right, his hands clasped, staring at the teacup on the table as if he wanted to see a hole in it. Silence. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. 30 seconds. "What time is it?" Zhang Qi asked. Sun Yuqiang glanced at his phone. "It's 9:45. 15 minutes left." Another silence set in. "Do you think General Xiong might have something come up last minute?" "Shut your crow's mouth." Sun Yuqiang shot him a glare. "I was just asking. You can't even ask casually. This is our first contract in 5 years. If you jinx it, I'll shove your head into the engine." Ji Xing quietly added, "You can't fit. The engine is too small." Zhang Qi turned to him. "Whose side are you?" Ji Xing, expressionless, said, "I'm speaking the truth. There's indeed not enough space." Zhang Qi took a deep breath, deciding not to argue with the tech nerd. Silence. Another 30 seconds passed. "Do you think General Xiong will think we aren't dressed formally enough?" Zhang Qi looked down at his jacket. "I ironed it for half an hour last night. Didn't you just press it with a hot water cup?" Sun Yuqiang shot him a glance. "There was no ironing machine at home. Your collar still has wrinkles." Zhang Qi quickly touched his collar, and after 2 seconds realized he had been pranked. "When did you learn to joke?" Ji Xing, expressionless, replied, "I learned from you." Zhang Qi opened his mouth, then closed it again. This tech nerd was hard to teach. It was easy to learn bad habits. Silence. This time it lasted longer. Zhang Qi began to tap his fingers on the table once, twice, 3 times. Sun Yuqiang took out his phone to check the time. It's 9:50. 10 minutes left. Could you stop counting down? It feels like a death sentence countdown. I'm just nervous. Nervous about what? Aren't you nervous? Not nervous. Then why are you shaking your leg? I'm not shaking. The table is... That was an earthquake. Jixing finally spoke up. Everyone shut up. Just wait. The 3 were bickering when the door handle of the meeting room moved. Click. Zhang Qi stood up with a whoosh. Sun Yuqiang also stood up with a whoosh, nearly cramping the leg. Jixing slowly put down his water cup and stood up as well. The door opened. The 3 of them bowed simultaneously. Hello, General Xiong. Oh, so polite. The voice was off. Zhang Qi looked up. The person entering was dressed in a deep gray suit, his hair slicked back to a shine, and his shoes polished to the point of being reflective. He wore a confident smile, holding a genuine leather briefcase, emanating an aura of success from head to toe. It was not Xiong Chimo. It was Manager Yi. Zhang Qi was stunned for 2 seconds. Old Yi. Surprise. Manager Yi opened his arms as if to embrace the whole world. What are you doing here? Why can't I be here? From today on, I'm also a part of Huateng. Manager Yi strode and placed his briefcase on the table, sat down, and crossed his legs. Sun Yuqiang's eyes widened. Are you the fleet manager? Just kidding, of course. I was personally recruited by General Xiong. Manager Yi flicked non-existent dust off his cuffs, and Zhang Qi playfully punched Manager Yi. Old Yi, not bad. You're keeping up the chase pretty well. Is it because I mentioned my intention to join Huateng last time? Not bad, that's what friends are for. Manager Yi slightly raised his chin, his demeanor relaxed. It has nothing to do with you, it's General Xiong's keen eye for talent, recognizing a hero in another. He saw my capabilities at a glance. I have 12 years of fleet management experience, and am the best fleet manager in the China Rally. Jixing finally interjected. Manager Yi, weren't you doing well at 333 before? Why did you suddenly change jobs? Manager Yi replied nonchalantly, people move upward. 333, no matter how good, is just a fleet. What is Huateng? It's a manufacturer. From a fleet to a manufacturer, this is a career leap. So you took the initiative to switch jobs, eh? My achievements at 333 are well known, and Huateng needs professionals like me. It's a mutual attraction, a perfect match. So, when you left 333, there wasn't any unpleasantness, right? Manager Yes smile faltered for a moment. No. A good parting. That's good. The atmosphere in the reception room relaxed immediately. Sun Yuqiang picked up a bottle of mineral water. Come, let's toast with water to celebrate our reunion. Jixing also raised his bottle. I thought I would never work with you guys again. Zhang Qi lifted his bottle. Me too. I thought I had finally escaped from you. You can't escape me. We're bound together just like the accelerator and the brake. Inseparable. So who is the accelerator and who is the brake? Of course you are the accelerator and I am the brake. You charge ahead and I hold you back. Can you hold me back? I couldn't before. But now that I'm older I should be able to. The 4 of them laughed. They clinked glasses and took a big gulp. Zhang Qi suddenly remembered something. By the way, Old Yi, did you see the girl at the front desk when you came in? I saw her. She's stunning. Just looking at the front desk shows our company's bright future. General Xiong told me the front desk is a guy. No way. Is that possible? Are you blind? Manager Yes smile stiffened. General Xiong told me it was a guy. General Xiong must be joking, you right. Maybe General Xiong got it wrong. Ooh, perhaps the night shift front desk is a guy. Come on, do you think Huateng is a nightclub? Why would there be a night shift front desk? Enough of that. Let's talk about you all. What have you been up to these 5 years? Manager Yi waved his hand. Selling fried rice, Zhang Qi replied. Working as an NPC at an amusement park, Sun Yuqiang said. Moving goods in a warehouse, Jixing said. Manager Yi fell silent for 2 seconds. All right, each has its own highlights. Old Yi, how were those last few years at 333? Manager Yi picked up the mineral water, took a sip, and his expression was like he was drinking ergwater. Not bad. I won 1 annual championship and 2 annual runner-ups. Life was manageable. Then why did you? Manager Yi put down the bottle. I've had enough. 12 years, that's enough. He didn't tell the whole truth. But Zhang Qi didn't pry. The door to the reception room was pushed open once again. This time it was real. Xiong Chumo walked in holding a craft paper envelope bulging as if stuffed with a stack of A4 paper. The 4 of them stood up simultaneously. Hello, General Xiong. This time their voices were much more synchronized. Xiong Chumo glanced at them. Sit down. Don't make it feel like an interview. He sat down and placed the envelope on the table. The 4 of them stared at the envelope, their gazes like cats eyeing a fish tank. Manager Yi, you're here. Yes. Manager Yi nodded. Since General Xiong personally invited me, I had to come. Was the journey smooth, eh? Smooth. Metro Line 11, direct route. That's good. Let's get to the point. First take a look at the contracts. Xiong Chumo tapped the envelope. He pulled out one copy and pushed it to Zhang Qi. This is yours. He pulled out another copy and pushed it to Sun Yuqiang. One for Jixing. The last one for Manager Yi. Take a look. If you have any opinions, bring them up now. Zhang Kai's hands trembled slightly. He picked up the contract. The first page listed the position and salary. He glanced at it, and then froze. General Xiong, Zhang Kai's voice trembled. Is this number? Did you accidentally add an extra zero? It's not a mistake. 100. It's not a mistake. Zhang Qi opened his mouth, but couldn't make a sound. He looked down again at the number. An annual salary of 1.2 million. Excluding bonuses. Excluding event dividends. Excluding brand endorsement shares. Just the base salary. Zhang Kai's voice was shaking this. This is even higher than my peak driver contract. Xiong Chumo leaned back in his chair, his tone flat. Your peak was 5 years ago. Can the prices from 5 years ago compare to now? But that's way too much. I've not driven in 5 years. So, do you think you're not worth that price? Xiong Chumo looked at him. Zhang Qi opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. He felt he wasn't worth it. After 5 years without touching a car, he didn't know how much his skills had declined, whether his body could withstand it, or if he could win. But Xiong Chumo offered him a contract he felt only his peak self deserved. General Xiong, don't be sentimental. Xiong Chumo interrupted him. I've watched your race footage. In your prime you were worth twice that amount. Zhang Kai's eyes turned red. He lowered his head, pretending to look at the contract. Sun Yuqiang also saw his number. An annual salary of 6,000. His eyes turned red, and he turned his head, pretending to look out at the pigeons. Jixing's number. An annual salary of 8,000 technical director level. He wore a neutral expression, but his hand holding the contract was trembling slightly. Manager Yes number. An annual salary of 1 million fleet manager. He took a deep breath, closed the contract, and placed it on the table. General Xiong, this price is too high. Manager Yes' voice was a bit hoarse. It's not high. When I was at 333, the most I ever made was 60. That was 333. This is Huateng. Xiong Chumo leaned back in his chair, looking at the four of them. You are worth that price. Zhang Qi kept his head down, staring at the contract. His fingers rubbed the edge of the paper back and forth, as if confirming this wasn't a hallucination. General Xiong. I. Xiong Chumo smiled slightly. All right, this is an investment. If you can't win the championship, I'll let you all go next year. Zhang Qi raised his head. What if we do win? Win? Then there will be more. Zhang Qi took a deep breath, stood up, extended his right hand. General Xiong, it's a deal. Xiong Chumo shook hands. Sun Yuqiang also stood up and shook hands. Jixing slowly stood up and shook hands. Finally, Manager Yi stood up, shook Xiong Chumo's hand, and shook it vigorously 3 times. General Xiong, rest assured. This team will definitely achieve results this year. What I want is not results, or what I want is the championship. Xiong Chumo scanned the 4 of them. The championship of Bayanbuluk. Absolutely. Zhang Qi shouted. Sun Yuqiang followed suit, shouting, absolutely. Jixing nodded. Manager Yi didn't shout, but his eyes had changed. The kind of gaze Xiong Chumo had seen before, in movies. It was the look of someone who had hit rock bottom, finally seeing the rope to climb back up. All right, sign here. Zhang Qi was the first to pick up the pen. His hand trembled slightly, but he signed with great force, the strokes almost engraving into the paper. Sun Yuqiang was second. After signing, he let out a long sigh, as if he had finally released the frustration of the past 5 years. Jixing was third. After signing, he pushed the contract back, his expression neutral, but his eyes were slightly red. Manager Yi was the last. After signing, he placed the pen down and looked at Xiong Chumo. General Xiong. I've been a fleet manager for 12 years and signed countless contracts. But this one I will remember for a lifetime. Xiong Chumo didn't respond, gathering the 4 contracts into an envelope and handing them to Lao Wang behind him. Take it back to get stamped. Lao Wang nodded as he took the envelope. Xiong Chumo stood up and looked at the 4 of them. From today on, you are all part of Huateng. Xiong Chumo stood up. By the way, next Monday at 10 in the morning, Huateng's large conference room. The team's first general meeting. Don't be late. We won't. Zhang Qi said 3 times, then we'll leave it at that for today. Xiong Chumo turned and left. The reception room was quiet for 3 seconds. Then Zhang Qi let out a cheer, raising the contract above his head and spinning around. 120,000. Sun Yuqiang also stood up, slamming the contract on the table. 60,000. I've never made this much money in 5 years. Jixing, sitting in his chair, flipped the contract over and over 3 times. Technical director. I'm a technical director now. Manager Yi was the most restrained. Old Yi. Zhang Qi slapped him on the back. Are you still pretending? Your hands are shaking. Manager Yi looked down at his hands. They were indeed trembling. I'm just excited, he admitted. Excited. Then shouted out. I want shout. I'm the fleet manager. I need to be composed. Composed my foot. Zhang Qi slapped him again. Come on, let's shout together. Huateng. Huateng. Sun Yuqiang followed suit. Huateng. Jixing shouted too, his voice 3 times louder than usual. Manager Yi finally couldn't hold back and shouted, Huateng. The 4 of them laughed uproariously in the reception room. Outside in the corridor, Xiong Chumo stood around the corner, listening to the laughter inside, with a slight smile on his lips. Monday, 9:58 a.m. In the Huading conference room, manager Yi sat on the left, a notebook spread before him filled with detailed notes on the team structure and preparation plans. He had arrived at 8:30 and had already gone over the report content 3 times. Zhang Qi sat beside him wearing a deep blue polo shirt today with a small Huading logo embroidered on the chest. He had specially commissioned this for 30 yuan. Sun Yuqiang sat next to Zhang Qi, still in a black suit, but today his hair was down, looking less like a funeral master and more like a rock musician. Ji Xing was the last to enter, holding a thermos and finding a corner to sit down. Old Wang was already in the conference room, sitting at the opposite side of the long table with a pile of documents spread before him. He had intentionally worn a new suit today, a neatly tailored 3-piece, because General Xiong had said there would be an important meeting. He thought there would be a press conference for the establishment of the Huading team with media present. But only these few people showed up. Old Wang felt a bit disappointed, but didn't say anything. General Xiong has arrived, manager Yi said softly. Everyone stood up in unison. Xiong Chimo pushed the door open, holding a cup of coffee, and scanned the conference room. Sit. Everyone sat down. Xiong Chimo pulled out a chair and sat at the head, placing his coffee on the table. Today is our team's first general meeting. The team's goal, which has been mentioned before, is to win the championship at Bankruptcy. Today we won't discuss goals, but plans. Xiong Chimo gestured for Manager Yi to begin. Manager Yi stood up, opened his notebook, and cleared his throat. Let me report on the team structure first. The Huading Rally Team is under the Huading Automotive Sports Department, directly managed by General Xiong. I am the general manager of the team, responsible for daily operations and event coordination. He paused, glancing at Zhang Qi. The main driver is Zhang Qi. The navigator is Sun Yuqiang. The technical director is Ji Xing. On the marketing side, General Wang will assist with brand promotion, media liaison, and sponsorship negotiations. Old Wang nodded. Got it. Manager Yi continued. In terms of vehicle modifications, Ji Xing has completed the first version of the modification plan. The budget has been approved, and the next 2 months are critical for modifications and testing. Ji Xing spoke up. The first racing car is expected to be completed in 45 days. The second will take 2 weeks longer. That's manageable, Manager Yi said. Our first race is at the CRC Zhangye station in August, serving as a warm-up for Bankruptcy. Zhangye is a high-speed gravel track, a good test for both vehicles and drivers. Zhang Qi nodded. I've raced at Zhangye before. The road conditions are good, just hot. Hot is better than cold, Sun Yuqiang interjected. The most station is -30 degrees. Do you want to go? Zhang Qi thought for a moment. While hot sounds better. Ji Xing, expressionless, said, can you all stop talking nonsense? Manager Yi coughed. Let's get back to business. He flipped a page in his notebook. Regarding the team's logistics, maintenance area, transportation, accommodation, and medical support, I have already been coordinating these. For the first race, we will have 6 technicians, 2 logistics trucks, and 1 medical vehicle. Zhang Qi was taken aback. 6 technicians. We're considered a large team in CRC. That's exactly what we aim for. Our goal is not just to participate, but to win the championship. Winning requires resources, guarantees, and ensuring that every aspect runs smoothly. Xiong Chimo took over. Zhang Qi nodded. Understood. Xiong Chimo took a sip of coffee and put down the cup. There's one more thing. I just said that the main driver is Zhang Qi, but the team has more than one driver. Manager Yi was stunned for a moment. General Xiong, are you saying we need to recruit external drivers? No external drivers. It's me. Xiong Chimo looked at them. The conference room fell silent. Zhang Kai's mouth opened, forgetting to close it. Sun Yuqiang's eyes widened like copper bells. Ji Xing's hand trembled slightly, spilling a few drops of water from his thermos. Manager Yi's pen stopped on the paper, unmoving. General Xiong, are you saying you want to drive? Manager Yi asked cautiously. Yes. Do you have a racing license? I do, just got it. Manager Yi opened his mouth and then closed it again. He glanced at Zhang Qi, who was also looking at him. The looks exchanged between them translated to, it's over, the boss wants to race. Xiong Chimo saw through their I know what you're thinking. You think I'm the boss and just want to drive for fun, right? No one dared to speak. I participated in the SAE Formula team at the University of Michigan, responsible for chassis tuning and dynamic testing. We ranked 18th in endurance racing globally, and we're in the top 5 for straight-line acceleration. Zhang Kai's expression shifted from it's over to really. Sun Yuqiang was the first to react, slamming the table. Great. General Xiong is personally leading the charge. This is the true spirit of an entrepreneur. Zhang Qi also came to his senses, quickly following up with flattery. Yes, yes, yes. Leading the charge. General Xiong is going to personally take the field, leading us into battle. This is, his mind raced, recalling a historical video he had seen on Douyin last night. This is the style of the god of war of the Ming dynasty. The conference room fell silent for a second. Manager Yi's expression subtly twisted. Old Wang's smile froze on his face. Sun Yuqiang lowered his head, pretending to pick up a pin that had fallen on the floor. Ji Xing expressionlessly wiped the tea off the table, but his speed clearly slowed down. Xiong Chimo looked at Zhang Qi. What did you say? Zhang Qi was completely unaware of the problem and puffed out his chest. The god of war of the Ming dynasty. Zhu Qizhen. I just saw a video yesterday that said he personally commanded the troops. Incredible. Manager Yi finally couldn't hold it in and coughed. Zhang Qi looked at him. Old Yi, is your throat not feeling well? No. Manager Yi picked up his cup and took a sip, trying to mask his expression. Then he kicked Zhang Qi under the table. Zhang Qi looked down, then looked up. Old Yi, why did you kick me? Manager Yi replied. My leg cramped. Xiong Chimo took a deep breath. Teacher Zhang Qi. Here. Zhu Qizhen was the emperor of the Ming dynasty. He personally commanded the troops and suffered a great defeat at the Battle of Timubeo. The Ming dynasty nearly fell. Zhang Kai's smile froze on his face. 200,000 troops were completely wiped out, Manager Yi added. Zhang Kai's smile vanished. He was also captured and taken as a prisoner. Ji Xing added a sharp remark. Zhang Kai's face went pale. Sun Yuqiang whispered beside him, the god of war of the Ming dynasty is a term used by netizens to mock him. It's not a compliment. Zhang Kai's face turned from white to green. He looked at Xiong Chumo. General Xiong, you continue. Xiong Chumo's expression remained emotionless. I won't say any more. You said it, so finish. Zhang Qi looked for help from Sun Yuqiang. Sun Yuqiang kept his head down, his shoulders shaking as he struggled to hold back laughter. Zhang Qi looked at Manager Yi. Manager Yi was drinking water seriously, as if the cup contained some exquisite brew. Zhang Qi finally looked at Old Wang. Old Wang was flipping through documents meticulously, as if there were state secrets hidden in those papers. No one came to his rescue. General Xiong Zhang Kai's voice was as faint as a mosquito. I didn't mean that. I just didn't finish. I just saw the words God of War and thought he was really impressive. You know, I haven't read many books. I know you can. Xiong Chumo said, don't say anymore. If you go on, I'm afraid you'll cut my budget. Manager Yi finally put down the cup, his expression returning to a professional smile. General Xiong, I have a question regarding the second driver. Speak. Navigator, do you have someone in mind? Yes, I'll find it myself. Xiong Chumo did not say who. Any other questions? Xiong Chumo scanned the room. No one spoke. Then it settled. Manager Yi, you are responsible for pushing this forward. By the end of next month, I want to see 2 modified S1s parked at the test track. Understood. Xiong Chumo stood up, took the envelope, and turned to leave. As he reached the door, he suddenly stopped and looked back at Zhang Qi. Teacher Zhang Qi. Here. Next time before you flatter, make sure to finish watching the video. Zhang Kai's face turned beet red. Yes, General Xiong. Xiong Chumo left. The conference room was quiet for 3 seconds. Then Sun Yuqiang finally couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. Ha! The god of war of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Qizhen. Ha! Zhang Qi slapped him on the back of his head. Shut up. You flattered right into the horse's hoof. Still an iron hoof. Ha! Manager Yi also laughed, but very restrained, just twitching the corners of his mouth. Ji Xing tried hard not to laugh, but the lid of his thermos wasn't tightened, and the shaking shoulders spilled tea all over the table. Old Wang shook his head and stood up, collecting his documents. Teacher Zhang Qi in the future watch the video and finish it before speaking. Zhang Qi covered his face with both hands. How the hell was I supposed to know Zhu Qizhen was a prisoner? Sun Yuqiang wiped away the tears of laughter. You don't even know the emperor of the Ming dynasty. I know Zhu Yuanzhang. I know Zhu Di. Who the hell is Zhu Qizhen? He's just Zhu Di's great-grandson. The meeting is adjourned. Manager Yi stood up from his chair, stretching lazily, the sound of cracking bones echoing. He supported his waist, his expression complex, as if reminiscing about the fleeting youth. 30 million. I have never fought such a wealthy battle in my life. The 30 million budget was still swirling in Manager Yi's mind, like winning the lottery, but not knowing how to spend it. He had spent 12 years at 333, with the highest annual budget being only 800,000. Every penny had to be meticulously accounted for, and even repairing an engine required layers of approval. Now it's different. The emergency budget alone is 400,000, enough for half of 333's budget. Old Wang finished tidying up the documents and stood up, patting Manager Yi on the shoulder. Let's go, we'll show you around. Let's familiarize ourselves. You all need to come here often, so you won't even know where the restroom is. The 4 of them exited the conference room. Old Wang introduced as he walked, his tone akin to a tour guide, almost waving a little red flag. This is the administrative building. The 2nd floor has finance, human resources, and procurement. The 3rd floor houses General Xiong's office and the president's office. The 4th floor contains meeting rooms and reception areas. We were just on the 4th floor. What does the president's office do? Sun Yuqiang asked. It's for assisting General Xiong with various miscellaneous tasks. Writing reports, arranging schedules, liaising with government departments. In short, it's quite busy, working overtime every day. As they spoke, the group reached the end of the corridor on the 3rd floor. At the corner there was an office with the door closed. Next to the door, a stainless steel nameplate hung on the wall with a frosted texture printed with several lines of text: President's Office, Security Affairs Specialist Qin Xiaoxi. Zhang Kai's footsteps came to a halt. He stared at the nameplate for 2 seconds before turning to look at Sun Yuqiang. Sun Yuqiang was also looking. Ji Xing was looking as well. Qin Xiaoxi. Zhang Qi repeated. Yuqiang, isn't that the name on the front desk girl's badge? Sun Yuqiang nodded. That's right. Same name. Does our company have 2 Qin Xiaoxis? Zhang Kai's eyes widened. Old Wang chuckled beside him. Not two, but the same person. The same person. Zhang Qi was even more confused. Does our company's front desk have a separate office? Old Wang glanced around and lowered his voice. Let me tell you, don't spread this around. The four of them immediately leaned in like four cats that had caught a whiff of fish. Qin Xiaoxi appears to be at the front desk, but in reality, Old Wang intentionally paused. In reality, she is the security affairs specialist of the president's office. At the manager level. Manager, Sun Yuqiang gasped, doesn't that put her on the same level as Old Yi? Pretty much. Her annual salary is around 5 to 600,000. Zhang Kai's eyes widened like copper bells, his mouth forming a perfect O. A front desk employee with an annual salary of 5 to 600,000. That's why she's not an ordinary front desk worker. Old Wang's voice dropped even lower, so the four had to lean in to hear. She was specifically recruited by General Xiong's father from Beijing. She used to work in a national agency focusing on the security of important individuals. Do you know what important individual security means? It's about protecting those kinds of individuals of untold significance. Chairman Xiong was worried about his son, so he brought her over. Officially, she is a security affairs specialist. In reality, she is General Xiong's personal bodyguard. Zhang Qi looked at the nameplate that read Security Affairs Specialist of the President's Office and thought of the front desk girl who wore a professional suit, spoke sweetly, and walked as if floating on clouds. Her, a security specialist. Zhang Kai's voice was filled with disbelief. Old Wang nodded, his expression serious. Qin and Xiong are childhood friends. They grew up together. Their families are closely connected with a particularly good relationship. Chairman Xiong and Qin's father were comrades in arms, bonded by life and death. Childhood friends. You mean the kind where they were inseparable since they were young? Zhang Kai's eyes lit up, the fire of gossip igniting as he felt he had uncovered the truth. Old Wang waved his hand. It's not what you think. Their relationship, in General Xiong's words, is one where they can't stand each other. They fought since childhood, and every time they meet they argue. Qin says Xiong is a coward, a playboy, and ignorant as Xiong says Qin is a tyrannosaurus, a tomboy, and won't be married off. In short, there isn't a single kind word. Zhang Qi recalled Qin Xiaoxi's sweet and gentle smile, finding it hard to imagine her in a fight. That smile, that voice, that cheerful, hello, may I ask if you have an appointment? How could it possibly be associated with fighting? Miss Qin seems not like someone who would get into a fight. Old Wang glanced at him, hesitated to speak, and finally couldn't help but add, she holds a black belt in Sanda. Sanda, black belt. Zhang Kai's voice trailed off. Yes, a legitimate master's degree from a public security university and a third-degree black belt in Sanda. She previously worked for 3 years at a security agency under the ministry. As for which agency she didn't say, and we wouldn't dare to ask. But it is said, just rumored, that she participated in national-level foreign affairs security tasks. The four of them fell silent. Zhang Kai's mind conjured up Qin Xiaoxi's face. Long hair, cascading skin, glowing white, smiling gently, and speaking with a lilting tone. Then he juxtaposed that face with third-degree black belt, important individual security, and national-level tasks. The image was jarringly incongruous. Sun Yuqiang opened his mouth wide, unable to close it for a long time. Then why is she at the front desk? Isn't that a waste of talent? Old Wang sighed, lowering his voice further. General Xiong is the kind of person who dislikes being followed. He feels uncomfortable bringing Qin Xiaoxi wherever he goes. Qin Xiaoxi also disapproves of some of General Xiong's behaviors. What behaviors? Zhang Qi pressed. Old Wang glanced at him, but remained silent. Zhang Qi instantly understood. Oh. So the two of them reached an understanding. Unless absolutely necessary, Miss Qin doesn't follow. Usually she just sits at the front desk acting as part-time. The four stood in the corridor staring at that door for a few seconds. Zhang Qi suddenly said, if she usually sits at the front desk, is that office empty? Even if it's empty, it's still her position. She is a manager, and having an independent office is quite normal. Can I go in and take a look? Old Wang stopped him. No. Her office is off limits to everyone without permission. Last time a sales director wanted to borrow a charger and was politely escorted out by her. Why? I don't know. Maybe she simply doesn't like others touching her belongings. Zhang Qi looked again at the tightly closed door, pondering Old Wang's mention of third-degree black belt. He shrank his neck. Forget it. I suddenly feel like the workshop might be more interesting. The group turned around and headed towards the elevator. Zhang Qi walked last and suddenly blurted out, do you think she and General Xiong have some story? Sun Yuqiang didn't even turn around. Can you stop gossiping? I'm just curious. Curiosity killed the cat. I'm not a cat. You're a dog. A single dog. You bastard, Ji Xing quietly added. What are you arguing about? Look at the workshop. The elevator doors closed. The corridor returned to silence. That door remained closed. Inside the office, Qin Xiaoxi sat in her chair holding a photo frame. In the photo, she stood beside Xiong Chimo, with short hair, sun-kissed skin, and a silly smile. It was a snapshot from their high school days. After looking at it for a while, she stuffed the photo back into the drawer and closed it. She then picked up her phone from the desk and opened WeChat. Xiang Chumo's profile picture was at the top with a message sent 2 hours ago. Xiaoxi, I'm going to Jin Xiao to check the venue this afternoon, so you don't need to follow. She didn't reply. Her finger hovered over the screen for a long time. In the end, she still exited the chat box. She leaned back against the chair staring at the ceiling. Jin Xiaoxi, when will you stop being so ineffectual? In the Huatan RD Center, the modification workshop, Ji Xing squatted next to the S1, holding a wrench, his eyes gazing at it, as if he were looking at a girl stripped of her clothes. Zhang Qi leaned against the wall watching Ji Xing circle around the car 3 times. Ji Xing, have you seen enough? Ji Xing ignored him. He squatted down, felt the chassis suspension, then stood up, opened the hood, stared at the engine compartment for 10 seconds, and then took out his phone to start typing. Zhang Qi leaned over for a glance and saw he was making a list. Are you writing a proposal? Ji Xing didn't even look up. Modification list. How many items? Not finished yet. Zhang Qi swallowed. Manager Yi entered holding a document. Ji Xing, the budget has been approved. Mr. Xiong said no need to consult for amounts under 8 million. Ji Xing's hand paused for a moment. He slowly raised his head and looked at Manager Yi. 8 million for 2 cars. 8 million for 1 car, it's doubled. Ji Xing was silent for 3 seconds. Then he deleted the list on his phone. Zhang Qi was taken aback. What are you doing? Rewriting it. Why? The previous one was the broke version. Now I'm writing the rich version. Zhang Qi. Ji Xing reopened the memo, and this time his fingers flew across the screen as if someone was pointing a gun at him from behind. AP Racing Competition Brake Kit, 6-piston front and rear carbon ceramic brake discs. Strax 6-speed sequential transmission with paddle shifters. Öhlins 4-way adjustable racing shocks, independent hydraulic limiters front and rear. Bosch Racing ECU complete data calibration. Cosworth data logging unit GPS inertial navigation. Garrett large turbocharger racing blades. Sodov Racing differential adjustable front and rear. FIS certified roll cage welded from chromoly steel tubing. Carbon fiber doors hood and rear wing. Lightweight polycarbonate windows. ATL explosion-proof, fuel tank, 75 liters. 1P racing seat, 6-point safety harness. He wrote for a full 3 minutes. Zhang Qi leaned over to look, his eyes widening. Ji Xing, how much do these things cost? Ji Xing handed him the phone. At the bottom of the list was an automatically calculated total price, 8,300,000. For 1. Zhang Kai's voice sounded somewhat dazed. For 1. Then 2 would be 16,600,000. Manager Yi took a deep breath beside them. Just mentioning 8 million, he thought the budget was more than sufficient, but now he realized it was still not enough. Ji Xing, can we really buy all these things? Ji Xing glanced at him. It depends on who we buy from. The next day, Ji Xing sat at the desk in the modification workshop, a laptop open in front of him with a landline beside it. He was about to make a phone call. The first call was to the AP Racing China General Distributor. Hello, I want to order 2 sets of racing brake kits, 6-piston front and rear carbon ceramic discs. The other party quoted a price. Ji Xing frowned. The price is fine. What about the delivery time? 6 to 8 weeks. Too long. 3 weeks. Sir, we can't do that. I am Ji Xing, the technical director of the Huatan racing team. Do you know your Asia-Pacific technical director Chen Zhihui? The other side fell silent for a second. I know him. Tell him it's me who wants it. 3 weeks. The other party fell silent for another second. He'll check for you. After hanging up, Ji Xing wrote a line in his notebook. AP Racing, waiting for a response. Zhang Qi was shocked beside him. Who is Chen Zhihui? He came to our team for technical training when I was at 333 before. I treated him to a meal. Just 1 meal, eh? Ji Xing glanced at him. I helped him solve a brake cooling issue. He owes me a favor. The second call was to Öhlins China. I need 2 sets of 4-way adjustable racing shocks with independent hydraulic limiters front and rear. So we only have 1 set in stock. The other set needs to be ordered from Sweden with a delivery time of 2 months. Ji Xing was silent for 2 seconds. I know you have another set in your Shanghai warehouse. The one you transferred from Beijing last month hasn't been sold yet. The other side fell silent. Sir, how do you know? I am Ji Xing. Old Joe from your technical department knows me. The other side fell silent again. He'll confirm that for you. Ji Xing hung up and wrote another line in his notebook. Zhang Qi couldn't help but ask, who is Old Joe? He was at 333 before. I helped him adjust the shock absorber's damping curve. He owes me a personal favor. How many personal favors do you have? Ji Xing thought for a moment. More than 20. Zhang Qi fell silent. He suddenly felt that Ji Xing was not just fixing cars, he was building a network. The third call was to a carbon fiber component supplier. This time the other party was very straightforward with a reasonable price and delivery time. But Ji Xing did not agree directly. The material specification I need is T800 prep reg. Last time you gave a certain team T700. Don't get it wrong this time. The other side was stunned. Director G, how do you know we supplied T700 to a certain team? Because my friend disassembled that car's carbon fiber hood. He told me it wasn't strong enough. The other side was silent for a long time. Director G, rest assured we will definitely use T800 this time. Good. I will send samples for testing. He hung up. Ji Xing wrote in his notebook, carbon fiber components confirmed. Zhang Qi looked at him, his expression changed. It was no longer the gaze of someone who thought tech geeks are easy to bully, but rather, this guy is ruthless. In the afternoon, the Asia-Pacific technical director of AP Racing Chen Zhihui personally called. Ji Xing, long time no see. Director Chen, I've heard about the brakes. 3 weeks for delivery, it'll help you coordinate. But I have a condition. Can you share your brake cooling solution for the S1 with us? We want to use it as a reference. Ji Xing was silent for, sure, but I have a condition too. You say? The data in the proposal cannot be shared with other Chinese teams. Chen Zhihui smiled. Okay, it's a deal. After hanging up, Ji Xing wrote in his notebook, AP Racing dealt with. Zhang Qi quietly asked beside him, is your cooling solution very powerful? It can lower the brake temperature by 80 degrees. 80 degrees? Yes. On long downhill sections like in Bainbuluk, this 80 degrees could mean the difference between life and death. Zhang Qi fell silent. 3 days later, all suppliers' components had been confirmed. The longest delivery time could be met within 5 weeks. Ji Xing printed the final modification plan, a thick stack, and placed it on Xiong Chumo's desk. Xiong Chumo flipped through it and saw the final total price, 16,600,000. He glanced at Ji Xing for two. For two, Ji Xing nodded. Xiong Chumo picked up the modification plan and looked through it again. X-Track sequential transmission, Olean's racing shocks, AP Racing carbon ceramic brakes. He silently calculated in his mind, these components would be top-tier configurations in any WRC team. Yet Huatin was merely a Chinese team that had just been established for less than 2 months. Ji Xing's industry connections and technical abilities far exceeded his salary level. This is a big win. Without hesitation, Xiong Chumo grabbed a pen and signed the approval form. Go ahead. Make our car something that can fly. Ji Xing took the form, a slight smile appearing on his lips, expressing the feeling of finally someone is letting me go all out. The atmosphere in the modified car workshop suddenly changed. Ji Xing stared at the computer screen, his brows, and Zhang Qi sauntered in from outside, humming a pop song from who knows what era, his tune more off-key than the bins of Manager Yi. Flicked non-existent dust off his cuffs, and Zhang Qi playfully punched Manager Yi. Old Yi, not bad. You're keeping up the chase pretty well. Due to issues with raw material supply, your order cannot be delivered on time. The contract is terminated and the deposit will be refunded in full. He read each word slowly, his voice becoming increasingly shrill. What the hell does this mean? Who sent it? Zhujiang Hongye, the gearbox casing supplier. Casing? You mean the iron shell of the gearbox? Ji Xing shot him a glance, one that said, I don't want to talk to someone ignorant. It's not iron. It's aerospace aluminum alloy. CNC 5-axis machining with tolerances controlled to within 1/5 of a hair's breadth. It's one of the core structural components of the entire race car. Zhang Qi swallowed hard. What if they don't supply it? If they don't supply, we can't install the gearbox. Can't install? Then how will the race car run? It won't run. Zhang Kai's mouth opened and then closed again. He opened it again, then closed it. He resembled a robot that had its power cut, stuck in a state of shock, repeatedly failing to reboot. Sun Yuqiang poked his head in from the doorway. What are you two doing? Acting. Yuqiang, come over and take a look. Sun Yuqiang walked over, glanced at the screen, and the smile on his face vanished as if it had been slapped away. What the hell? Yeah, damn, Ji Xing said. Manager Yi was the last to know. He came back from outside holding a folder and wearing a professional smile from just having left a meeting. What's wrong? Zhang Qi turned the screen to show him. Manager Yi read it, and his smile froze. Hongye breached the contract. He'll call Hongye to clarify. Ji Xing picked up the phone and dialed the number of Hongye's sales manager. It rang 3 times before the other side picked up. Manager Chen, this is Ji Xing from Huadong. I received the email. What's going on? The voice on the other end was very polite, but it felt off. Director Ji, I sincerely apologize, but there has been an issue with the raw material supplier. We are also helpless. What raw material? It's that special aluminum alloy imported, and it's currently stuck at customs. Don't you have 2 domestic alternatives? Last month you told me the domestic material had already passed verification. Ji Xing interrupted him. The other end fell silent for a second. Director Ji, your information is indeed well informed. But that domestic material. The batches are unstable, and we dare not use it. If something goes wrong and your race car gets into an accident, we cannot bear that responsibility. Then why was only our order canceled? As far as I know, your orders for other teams are still in normal production. Another 2 seconds of silence followed, even longer this time. Director Ji, this was arranged by the leadership. I'm not too clear on the specifics. Then let your leader take the call. The leadership is unavailable, Manager Wang. Ji Xing's voice turned serious. I've been in this industry for over a decade. I know your production cycles, raw material procurement channels, and even your general inventory levels. You tell me it's an issue with raw materials, do you expect me to believe that? There was an awkward cough on the other end. Director Ji, we will refund the deposit in full. We will also compensate for the breach of contract as per the agreement. I don't want the breach compensation. I want the casing. Director Ji, please don't make it difficult for me. I'm just a worker. Then tell me who isn't a worker. The other end fell completely silent. Jixing took a deep breath. All right. I understand. He hung up the phone. The workshop fell silent for a second. There's something wrong here. Jixing looked up at the other three. He said customs is holding it up. But Hongye's imported materials go through Ningbo port, and there has been no news about any customs delays for special aluminum alloys lately. I checked just last night. Moreover, he paused. He rejected too quickly. He agreed to the breach compensation without batting an eye. Normally, if a supplier encounters a customer urging for an order, they would at least try to negotiate. He didn't. He clearly didn't want to do this business at all. The four people in the workshop exchanged glances. Everyone understood this was not an accident, but rather a man-made issue. The conference room fell silent for 2 seconds. The four people in the workshop exchanged glances. No one spoke, but everyone understood. This was not an accident. It was man-made. The conference room fell silent for 2 seconds. Manager Yi suddenly spoke up. His voice was not loud, but each word sounded like it was squeezed out from between his teeth. It's aimed at me. Everyone looked at him. The boss of Hongye is from the same hometown as the general manager of Team 333. From the same village. I've worked at 333 for 12 years. Do I know their tactics? They are warning me. Sun Yuqiang frowned. Why would they do this? Didn't you part ways with 333? Manager Yi smiled bitterly. That smile was more painful than crying. You don't understand. In the eyes of some people you can leave, but if you go to a competitor you become a deadly enemy. They won't come at you openly, but will trip you up from behind. I've seen this many times. Damn. Zhang Qi slammed his hand on the table. Bang. The sound echoed in the workshop like someone had set off a firecracker. What the hell, can you not slam the table? Does the table have a grudge against you? Sun Yuqiang was startled by him shouting back. Then what do you suggest we do? How would I know? I'm going to confront. Confront who? Sun Yuqiang grabbed him. Confront 333. Ask them face to face. Is that useful? They are clearly out to get you. Zhang Qi opened his mouth, then closed it again. Manager Yi lowered his head, his voice muffled. I have dragged the team down. If it weren't for me, 333 wouldn't target Huadeng, old Yi. Jixing interrupted him. This is not the time for self-blame. We need to find a solution, otherwise we won't be able to install the gearbox. Without the gearbox, the race car is just a pile of scrap metal. He turned to the computer, opening another page. In our country, only 2 companies can produce such high-precision competitive casings. One is Hongye, the other. Who is the other? Zhang Qi asked. Aerospace Precision Engineering. A military enterprise. Jixing's voice grew heavier. They don't take civilian orders. Someone tried to inquire before, but didn't even get through the front door. What about abroad? Manager Yi asked. Importing is possible. AP Racing and Strack both have ready-made casing solutions. But the delivery time is at least 3 months, accounting for customs and transportation. It would be 3.5 months. We only have 2 months until the race. Zhang Qi sat down next to him, and the chair creaked. How about we do it ourselves? Can't you modify anything? Jixing shook his head. The casing requires a 10th sand and die-casting machine. We don't have that equipment. Building a production line from scratch would take at least 2 years, and several hundred million as a baseline. Zhang Qi fell silent. Jixing closed his eyes. Countless plans flashed through his mind. Redesigning, changing materials, looking for overseas suppliers. But every single plan had a fatal flaw. Time was not enough. Manager Yi suddenly stood up. He'll go. Where are you going? To Aerospace Precision Engineering. He'll plead with them. He'll kneel at the door if I have to. As long as they can take the order, old Yi. Jixing interrupted him. If you kneel, they still won't take it. This is not a matter of attitude, it's a system problem. Military enterprises prioritize capacity for national tasks. Civilian orders can't get in. Manager Yes' legs went weak, and he sat back down. The workshop fell silent again. This time the silence lasted even longer. When Xiong Chimo pushed the door open, this is the scene he saw. For people resembling statues scattered in various corners of the workshop, all wearing the same expression of utter disinterest. What's going on? Holding a memorial service. Who passed away? Do I know them? No one spoke. Xiong Chimo walked to the computer and glanced at the email. He finished reading it. His expression remained unchanged. In fact, the corners of his mouth even curled slightly. Is this it? Is this it, eh? Zhang Kai's voice exploded like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, jumping up from his chair. Xiongzong, this is what you call this. We have no chassis left. No chassis means the transmission can't be installed. If the transmission can't be installed, the racing car can't run. If the racing car can't run, how are we supposed to compete? Use wheels. Can wheels run? Sure, otherwise how would the city's manhole covers keep getting stolen? Making it so they can't even design round ones anymore. Round ones roll so well, but now many have been changed to square, even thieves disdain them. Zhang Qi opened his mouth like a fish flopping on the shore. He had a lot to say, but all his words were stuck in his throat by Xiong Chumo's logic, waiting in line for clearance, yet never getting through. Sun Yuqiang quietly said from the side, Xiongzong, this doesn't seem to be the main point. Then what is the main point? The main point is that we have no chassis. Oh, Xiong Chumo nodded. Then what were you doing just now? Holding a memorial service for the chassis. No one answered. Xiong Chimo pulled out his phone, scrolled through his contacts, and swiped his thumb on the screen twice. Only 2 companies in the country can do it. Jixing nodded. Honya and Aerospace Precision. Aerospace Precision doesn't accept civilian orders. Someone tried before, but couldn't even get through the front door. Before is before. People change and factories change. Just because they didn't accept orders last year doesn't mean they want this year. Just like I didn't eat cilantro last year, and I'm not eating it this year. He dialed a number and held the phone to his ear. Everyone's gaze was glued to him like flies stuck to a flypaper. The phone rang 3 times. It connected. Shall she come to the modification workshop? Right now. He hung up the phone. Zhang Qi leaned over, his expression shifting from despair to confusion, then from confusion to, are you kidding me? Xiongzong, why are you calling Miss Qin? Can she buy the chassis? No. Then what can she do? She can make a phone call. Zhang Qi wore an expression of disbelief, but dared not voice it. He silently translated in his mind, she can make a phone call. Who can't make a phone call? I can also make a phone call. I'll call the chassis now. Hello chassis. Come back quickly, I miss you. 5 minutes later, Qin Xiaoxi pushed the door open. The light in the workshop seemed to brighten a notch. She wore a cream-colored knitted cardigan over a white undershirt paired with dark long pants and flat shoes. Her hair was loosely tied back with a few strands falling beside her ears and a faint smile on her face. You called for me. Xiong Chimo recounted the situation. Qin Xiaoxi listened. Her reaction was muted. She even lowered her head to sip her coffee before raising it again. Is that the chassis supplier? Yes. And the other one is called Aerospace Precision. Yes. They don't accept civilian orders. Yes. Qin Xiaoxi nodded and placed her coffee on the table. The motion was light, and the cup made almost no sound when it touched the surface. All right, I'll ask around. Then she turned and left. The sound of her high heels clicking gradually faded away like a piano piece waning, the last note landing at the end of the corridor. The workshop fell silent for 3 seconds. Zhang Qi was the first to break the silence. His voice carried a sense of, did I just have a hallucination? Xiongzong Shi. Asked who? I don't know. Then what does I'll ask around mean? It means I'll ask around. But ask who? Ask Baidu. Ask 58 Tongqing. Or ask the front desk sister group. You worry about who she asks. As long as she can get an answer, it's fine. Zhang Qi opened his mouth, but closed it again. He turned to look at Sun Yuqiang. Sun Yuqiang also opened his mouth, and then closed it. Jixing finally spoke. His voice remained calm like a still pond. Xiongzong, is it convenient to disclose Miss Qin's background? Xiong Chimo pondered for a moment. Not convenient. Understood. Jixing nodded, and continued to twist the thermos cup. Zhang Qi grew anxious. Why is it that you all just understood? I still don't understand. Sun Yuqiang pulled him. Don't ask anymore. Why, oi? Because even if you ask, you won't understand. Zhang Qi took a deep breath, feeling that he might be at the bottom of the IQ ranking in this workshop. But he glanced at Jixing. Jixing was pouring water from the thermos into the lid, carefully blowing on it, taking a sip, his expression serene. He then thought perhaps it's not an IQ issue, but an information gap. Yes, information gap. It's not that he's stupid. He consoled himself. Xiong Chimo stood up and patted Manager Yes' shoulder. When his hand landed, Manager Yes' shoulder visibly tensed. Old, you don't think too much. Just do what you need to do. But no buts. Xiong Chimo interrupted. The chassis issue will be resolved. He glanced at Jixing, continued to push forward with the other components of the transmission. Wait for news on the chassis. Understood. Jixing nodded. Xiong Chimo walked to the door and paused. If 333 wants to play, we'll play along with them. He looked back at Manager Yi, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. They have their connections. We have ours. The door closed. The workshop fell silent again. This time the silence lasted 5 seconds. Zhang Qi was the first to break it. Old Wang, when did you arrive? Old Wang had shrunk into a corner at some point, holding a document and pretending to read. I just arrived. Old Wang flipped the document over, his expression unchanged. Did you hear anything? Hear what? I didn't hear anything. I just passed by and came in to borrow a charger. Why bring a document to borrow a charger? I have a habit of reading while walking. Zhang Qi stared at him for 2 seconds and decided not to expose him. Old Wang, when Xiongzong said ours. Who was he referring to? Old Wang glanced at him, then looked at the door, confirming it was tightly shut, and lowered his voice. Guess. Old Wang didn't answer. What connections can a front desk have? Old Wang looked at him again. This time the look was, it was no longer the mysterious guest look, but one filled with pity, as if looking at someone running into the wilderness with a golf club during a thunderstorm. Teacher Zhang Qi. Moi. Have you ever seen a front desk making a salary of 55000 a year? Never seen. Old Wang, do you know something? I don't know. TCH. All right. Just do what you need to do. Wait for news from Xiongzong. Qin Xiaoxi walked out of the modified workshop, not returning to the front desk, but instead heading back to the office of the Chief Executive Officer's Security Affairs Specialist. The office was small, but very tidy. She sat down and picked up her phone. Without scrolling through the contacts, she directly dialed a number. It rang twice. It connected. Hello, Dad. A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end, deep and tinged with a Shaanxi accent. Xiaoxi. What's up? Calling me during work. Dad, do you know anyone at Aerospace Precision Engineering? There was silence for a second on the other end. Aerospace Precision Engineering. The military industry one. Yes. Why are you asking this? Qin Xiaoxi briefly explained the situation. Her tone was flat, like she was reading a work report without embellishments, and she didn't even mention the name Xiong Chumo, only referring to it as the company. There was silence for another 2 seconds on the other end. Send me the name of that supplier. They'll ask around for you. Okay. Is there anything else? Nothing else. Then take care of yourself. Don't stay up late too often. Got it. She hung up the phone. The entire process took less than 2 minutes. Qin Xiaoxi placed her phone on the table, picked up a teacup, and took a sip. The tea was Longjing sent by Xiong Dezuzu from Hangzhou, saying it was to let his daughter have a taste of something fresh. She stared out at the sunlight for a while, lost in thought. Then she picked up her phone and sent a message to Xiong Chumo. I asked, waiting for a reply. Xiong Chumo responded, instantly received. Qin Xiaoxi looked at those 2 words, her lips twitching slightly. She wasn't sure whether to laugh or sigh. She browsed through her phone's photo album and clicked on a picture. It was one she took last year when Xiong Dezuzu treated her to a meal. Xiong Chumo was also there, sitting across from her, looking down at his phone, his brow furrowed, as if he was looking at something annoying. She had taken that picture secretly. At the moment the shutter clicked, Xiong Chumo happened to lift his head. Thus in the photo his expression was caught between confusion and impatience, his mouth slightly open, as if he wanted to say, what are you doing? Qin Xiaoxi looked at it for a while before turning off her phone. Useless, she said to herself. Meanwhile, Jixing started making phone calls in the workshop. He was not someone who would give up easily. To be precise, he was the type of person who would say, as long as there's breath left, I'll finish tightening the screws. Old Wu, do you know anyone at Aerospace Precision Engineering? Aerospace Precision Engineering. Are you crazy? That's a military enterprise. How could I possibly reach them? Just ask if there's any possibility of taking on civilian orders. No need to ask, it's impossible. Their production capacity is fully booked for the military. There's no way they can make racing car parts for you. That amount you have, they wouldn't even glance at it. Old Zhao, can you help me check if there are other manufacturers that can make this casing? Jixing, I've already looked into it for you. There are only 5 domestic manufacturers qualified to make high-strength aluminum alloy casings. 3 of them specialize in commercial vehicle axle casings, so their technical routes are different. The remaining 2 are Hongya and Aerospace Precision Engineering. You've already contacted Hongya, and for Aerospace Precision Engineering, you can't reach them. Old Lu, I want to ask you something. Do you know anyone at Aerospace Precision Engineering? There was a moment of silence on the other end. Jixing, why are you asking this? We have a casing order and want to see if they can handle it. Don't even think about it. Old Liu's tone was very direct. I helped the team inquire last year, and they said they don't take civilian orders. It's not a price issue, it's a policy issue. Their production capacity is all allocated for military use. They simply don't have the bandwidth to take outside orders. Is there absolutely no way? Unless you have a ministerial level approval document. Do you have one? Jixing hung up the phone. A ministerial level approval document. He chuckled bitterly. He didn't even know where the door to the ministry was. After work, manager Yi sat alone in the office with the lights off. Outside the window was the last bit of light before darkness fell, casting half a bright, half a dark light on his face. He looked at the old photo on the desk, the championship photo of Team 333 from years ago. He stood in the second row with Zhang Qi on his left and the then general manager on his right. 12 years. He had worked in that team for 12 years, rising from a mechanic to the team manager. He thought he would be the veteran of 333, retire from this team, have the walls adorned with trophies, and in his old age boast to his grandchildren about how many champions he had nurtured. But what happened? A computer. A dismissal notice. 12 years of emotional bonds were thinner than paper. He thought leaving meant parting ways. He didn't expect that they wouldn't even let him go. The next day, Jixing was the first to arrive at the workshop. He had a habit of not being able to sleep when he had something on his mind. Last night he tossed and turned in bed, finally dozing off around 3 in the morning, but in the morning he still arrived earlier than anyone else. At that moment, he was in the workshop frowning at his computer when his phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID, an unfamiliar number from Jinhua Zhujiang. Hello. Director Ji. Hello, I'm Chun Guoqing, the sales director from Zhujiang Hongya. Jixing's fingers paused for a moment. Regarding your company's order, what happened yesterday was a misunderstanding. The contract will continue to be honored and the delivery schedule remains unchanged. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Jixing was silent for 2 seconds. What misunderstanding? It's a communication issue internally. We've already dealt with the responsible parties. Rest assured we will deliver on time. If you have any additional requirements, we will do our best to accommodate them. What about the raw material issue? That's been resolved. The imported materials just arrived at the port yesterday, and the customs clearance went very smoothly. The domestic materials have also passed verification. The batch is stable, and the quality is top-notch. So the order hasn't been canceled. No. Absolutely not. Our collaboration with Huading is strategic. How could it be canceled? Director G, rest assured the casing will be delivered on time and will ensure quality control throughout. If there's a problem, you can hold me accountable. Ji Xing was silent for 2 seconds. All right, I understand. He hung up the phone. Ji Xing stared at the screen, his mind racing 1,000 thoughts. Before he could fully digest it, another phone call came in. Hello, is this Director Ji Xing of Huading Automobile? Yes, it is. I'm Li Yuan from the marketing department of Aerospace Precision Engineering. We heard that your company is looking for suppliers for high-strength competitive gearbox casings. I wonder if there's an opportunity for collaboration. Ji Xing was stunned. Aerospace Precision Engineering. That was the same company he mentioned yesterday, the one that doesn't take civilian orders. Are you taking civilian orders now? Yes. As long as your company has needs, we will fully cooperate. For specific technical parameters, we can arrange engineers to interface. Ji Xing opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. After hanging up, he sat in his chair staring at the ceiling, lost in thought for a while. Xiong Chimo arrived at the company at 10:30. He had been out late at the nightclub discussing business, and almost couldn't. If it hadn't been for Old Wang calling him several times, he could have slept until noon. When he pushed the door into the workshop, he saw 4 people standing in a row at the entrance like a welcoming committee. What's going on? Welcome to the inspection, leader. Zhang Qi was the first to speak. Xiong Zong. The casing issue has been resolved. Oh, that's great. Xiong Chumo showed little reaction. Aren't you surprised? What's there to be surprised about? Didn't I say yesterday it would be resolved? Zhang Qi hesitated, but didn't give up. Xiong Zong, do you know why Aerospace Precision Engineering accepted the order? Xiong Chumo did not answer. He walked to the window, pulled open the blinds, and glanced outside. From the window of the modification workshop, he could see the factory gate. Do you know how much those 2 stone lines cost? Xiong Chumo suddenly asked. No one answered. My dad had them shipped from Shaanxi. The shipping cost was even more expensive than the lines themselves. He said they were the guardian beasts of the factory and could ensure Huading's safety. Zhang Qi followed his gaze, looking at the 2 stone lions. The stone lions looked majestic, but what did that have to do with today's matter? Xiong Chimo turned around, leaning against the windowsill, a slight smile on his lips. But I think compared to those 2 stone lions, he turned to look at the 4 of them. Qin Xiaoxi is truly the guardian beast of Huading. The 4 of them were momentarily stunned. Then they simultaneously displayed expressions of I think I understand something, but am not sure. All right, stop gossiping. The casing issue is resolved, so get back to work. He walked straight out of the modification workshop. The door closed. The workshop fell silent again. Manager Yi was the first to speak. Zhang Qi. From now on, be a bit more polite to Miss Qin at the front desk. I've always been polite. Be even more polite. The kind of polite you would be to your mother-in-law. I don't have a mother-in-law. Oh, sorry, I forgot you're a single dog. Outside the window at the factory gate, the 2 stone lions sat quietly, their eyes wide open like bronze bells, mouths agape, revealing the stone balls inside. Majestic. But suddenly Zhang Qi felt that those 2 lions weren't so majestic anymore, because the truly majestic one was sitting at the front desk. On the 3rd day after the crisis of the shell was resolved, Ji Xing's modification workshop turned into a large-scale package unboxing site. Boxes piled up at the entrance higher than a person, and forklifts were coming and going, honking louder than a bustling market. The brake kits from AP Racing arrived in just 3 days, and the Olean shocks were brought over directly from the Shanghai warehouse. Even the carbon fiber supplier sent 2 engineers on site, fearing Ji Xing might call and say, my friend has disassembled your parts. Zhang Qi squatted in a corner of the workshop, staring at the piles of boxes printed with various foreign labels, looking like an inexperienced country dog. Ji Xing, what's in this box? Brake calipers. 6 piston in the front, 4 piston in the rear. Ji Xing didn't even lift his head, using a knife to gently open another box, as if he were unwrapping a diaper for a baby. How much does it cost? For a set enough for you to cook fried rice for 2 years. What's this? Instract sequential gearbox. And this? Carbon fiber door. What about this? What's inside? Why is the box so big? Ji Xing glanced at it, a roll cage. Chromoly tubing fully welded. Zhang Qi reached out to touch it like he was feeling a family heirloom. How much is this thing? 20 years of fried rice. Zhang Qi withdrew his hand. He calculated he earns 8 yuan for a portion of fried rice 20 years. No, he wouldn't calculate it. The thought made him feel pained. And even if he did, he'd still have to drive, and after driving, he'd have to repair it, which would cost more. This was a bottomless pit. All right, stop squatting there and causing trouble. Ji Xing kicked him. Go bring that shock over from over there. I'm a 5-time champion. You're making me move goods. Hey, it has to be you. The 5-time champion moves goods and moves them quickly. Go on. Zhang Qi resignedly walked over to move the boxes. Meanwhile, Manager Yi was on the phone in his new office. The office was small, but one entire wall was windows, letting sunlight pour in, reflecting off his lenses. Yes, an annual salary of 200,000, 5 insurances, and 1 fund with room and board. You come from Beijing and travel expenses are reimbursed. Yes, it's Huatech, a newly formed racing team. Why are you asking so much? Hurry up, have you written the resignation letter? He hung up the phone and wrote down a name in his notebook. Lu Desheng, maintenance team leader, 10 years of experience, an old subordinate, brought over from the 333 team. Then he dialed another number. Hello, old son. It's me, old Yi. Are you still working at that shabby modification shop? 8,000 a month. Come to Watek and he'll double it. Yes, double it. You come tomorrow, no need for an interview, it's my decision. He hung up and wrote down another name. Ji Xing has to treat me to a meal, though I've dug up a major player for him. Manager Yi's face was almost cramping from smiling. He worked at 333 for 12 years, and his greatest reward was not the trophies, but the connections. Maintenance, tuning, logistics, transportation. He knew almost everyone in this circle who had any skill. Before he didn't have the money to hire them. Now, with a budget of 30 million and the organizational structure of Watek's main factory director Xiong said you can recruit as you see fit. When he recruited people it was as if money didn't matter. Old Wang peeked his head in through the door. Manager Yi, how many people have you recruited so far? Manager Yi flipped through his notebook. 6 for the maintenance team, 3 for the tire team, 4 for logistics, support, 5 for the transport team, and 2 data analysts will report next week. That's already 20 people. And there's more. I'm planning to hire 2 dedicated racing engineers specifically, and we still need a chef. A chef. Drivers need nutrition. They can't eat boxed meals every day. They'll have the cafeteria prepare special meals. Old Wang fell silent for 2 seconds. He thought back to when he was recruiting people in the marketing department. To get one position approved, he had to write 3 reports, go through layers of approval, and ultimately see how Director Xiong felt. Now Manager Yi hired people as if he were shopping at a market, buying whatever he wanted in whatever quantity he liked. He turned and walked away, his back a bit forlorn. He felt that his position as the marketing director in the company was visibly declining. He used to be a favorite of the heart of a ruler is hard to measure, and the favor of a minister is not constant. Another newcomer arrived in Ji Xing's modification workshop. He was short, round-faced, and wore thick glasses, looking like a fresh graduate. But his work badge read Tire Management Engineer Zhao Xiaojun. Zhang Qi glanced at his badge, and then at his 28. You look like you're 18. I just look youthful. Zhao Xiaojun smiled, revealing a set of neat. Ji Xing introduced from the side. Zhao Xiaojun used to work in the Porsche Asia Pacific Racing Department, specializing in tire data analysis. I met him at a technical forum. He's a genius. Do tires really need data analysis? Sun Yuqiang leaned in. Zhao Xiaojun adjusted his glasses. Of course they do. Tire pressure, tire temperature, wear curves, grip degradation. Every data point affects lap times. In WRC, a set of tires may only last for dozens of kilometers. When to change what model to change to whether to use heating blankets. It's all knowledge. So what do you think our car should use next? Sun Yuqiang asked, stunned. Zhao Xiaojun glanced at Ji Xing. Ji Xing nodded. Zhao Xiaojun pulled out a laptop from his bag, opened it, and the screen was filled with intricate charts and curves resembling a heart monitor. Based on the track data and weather forecast for the Zhangye station, I recommend using hard gravel tires for the front wheels with tire pressure controlled between 1.8 and 2.0 bar. Use medium tires for the rear with slightly lower pressure around 1.7. This balances understeer and tire wear. Sun Yuqiang's mouth formed an O shape. Zhang Qi whispered from the side, Yuqiang, do you understand? Not really. Then why the nod? If I don't nod, it seems unprofessional. The two exchanged glances, then turned to Zhao Xiaojun, both showing expressions of you're impressive. Zhao Xiaojun paid no mind. He lowered his head and continued studying his charts. A week later, the logistics supervisor arrived. His surname was Ma, and he was called Ma Dashin. He had worked in a logistics company for 15 years, specializing in long-distance transport. When Manager Yi recruited him, the offer was an annual salary of 300,000 with a dedicated pickup truck. On his first day at work, Ma Dashin revamped the transport plans for the team. From Shanghai to Zhangye, 2,400 kilometers. Racing cars will be transported in enclosed trailers with 2 racing cars and 1 spare car, forming a convoy of 3 trailers. Change drivers every 200 kilometers. While the drivers rest, the trucks keep moving. Estimated arrival in 48 hours. Manager Yi looked at the plan and nodded. How many people are needed? 6 drivers working 3 shifts, plus 2 mechanics to accompany in case of any issues on the road. Hire them. Ma Dashin took out another list. We also need 2 logistics vehicles for tools, parts, and tires. 1 command vehicle for communication equipment and data analysis systems. 1 mobile kitchen. Mobile kitchen. Manager Yi interrupted him. Yes. When drivers and technicians compete away, their diet cannot be taken lightly. We'll bring our chef, buy our ingredients, and cook our meals. Hygiene and nutrition are guaranteed. Manager Yi fell silent for 2 seconds. He recalled the days at 333, eating boxed meals every day during competitions. Sometimes the meals were cold, sometimes they were spoiled, and sometimes there were no meals at all, because the transport truck was stuck on the road. Buy it, Manager Yi said. The mobile kitchen, get the best one. Ma Dashin nodded and jotted it down in his notebook. His expression was calm, as if saying the weather is nice today. Zhang Qi, who had been listening to the entire conversation, turned to Sun Yuqiang and said, Yuqiang, pinch me. Sun Yuqiang pinched him. Ouch. It's not a dream. So we really have a mobile kitchen now. Yes. So we won't have to eat boxed meals anymore. Right. We've really made it. This treatment is top-notch. Sun Yuqiang looked at Zhang Qi with watery eyes. The technical team was also expanding. Besides Ji Xing, the technical director, 2 young engineers joined. One was named Li Ziyuan, a master's degree in vehicle engineering from Tsinghua University responsible for chassis tuning. The other was named Chen Cixi, a graduate from Tongji University's Automotive College, specializing in engine calibration. Chen Cixi was the only female technician in the team, with short hair and no makeup, speaking at a speed that could rival a rapid-fire cannon. Teacher Zhang Qi, I've analyzed your driving data. When did you get my driving data? Zhang Qi was taken aback. Director Ji gave it to me. The data from your simulator. That was just me messing around. It wasn't messing around. Chen Cixi interrupted him. Open her computer. Your breakpoint choices are very aggressive. Your entry speed is 8% higher than average, but your exit speed is actually 3% slower. This indicates that there's room for improvement in your throttle control. Zhang Qi opened his mouth, wanting to say, what does a young girl know? But looking at the dense data on the computer, he swallowed his words. So what do you suggest? Adjust the differential settings for smoother power delivery. Also, you can shift 200 RPM later. 200 RPM. Yes, 200 RPM. Zhang Qi looked at Ji Xing. Ji Xing nodded. Listen to her. She's the expert. All right, they'll listen to you. Zhang Qi took a deep breath, thinking, are the younger generation really this impressive now? Recently, old Wang has been feeling a bit down. His marketing department was originally the most important section of the company aside from research and development. When S1 was launched, he was so busy that he hardly had a moment to catch his breath, coordinating with the media, placing advertisements, and planning press conferences, working overtime until midnight every day. Though exhausting, there was a sense of significance. Now, the number of people in the car team has been increasing with media interviews, sponsorship negotiations, and brand collaborations. These tasks should logically go through the marketing department. But Manager Yi has been dealing with them directly without even a word of notification. Old Wang went to complain to Xiong Chimo. Xiong, isn't the publicity work for the car team supposed to be handled by our marketing department? Xiong Chimo, engrossed in paperwork, didn't even look up. Manager Yi said they need a quick response, and going through the marketing department's process is too slow. Then our marketing department. You just need to cooperate. Old Wang opened his mouth, but then closed it again. He left Xiong Chimo's office dejected like a kicked puppy. A subtle aroma of coffee wafted through the corridor. Qin Xiaoxi came out of the break room, holding a cup, saw Old Wang, paused for a moment, and then smiled with her eyes crinkled. That smile was like the spring breeze in March, softly brushing past him. President Wang. Her voice lingered on the last syllable, sweet, but not cloying. What's wrong? With such a grim expression, did Xiong bully you again? Old Wang felt like his bones had melted a third of the way. Having worked in marketing for so many years, he had seen many beautiful women, but with Qin Xiaoxi, this seemingly ordinary greeting made him sense an underlying message of I care about you. It's nothing. Old Wang quickly waved his hand, just feeling a bit insecure about my position. Insecure? Qin Xiaoxi tilted her head, her long hair sliding down from her shoulder as she blinked. President Wang is the marketing director, the face of Huadeng. Who could shake your position? Old Wang felt his bones soften a third of the way again. But suddenly a scene flashed through his mind. There was a supplier causing a scene in the lobby after drinking, and Qin Xiaoxi walked over with a smile, and that person flew out. He really flew out. Then Qin Xiaoxi still wore that sweet smile. Sir, are you all right? Do you need me to call an ambulance? In the end, the supplier was carried out on a stretcher. Since then, whenever he saw Qin Xiaoxi smile, he felt a shadow in his heart. At this moment, Qin Xiaoxi smiled at him again. Old Wang's bones stiffened. His back felt cold, as if someone had shoved an ice pop down his spine. Qin, he stepped back to create a safe distance. Actually, it's nothing. I just wanted to take the initiative to connect regarding the publicity work for the car team. Then go ahead and connect. Qin Xiaoxi blinked. A capable person like President Wang, once you speak up, Manager Yi will definitely rush to collaborate with you. Old Wang couldn't help but smile. But then he remembered the supplier. The smile faded. Well, I'll go then. Good luck, President Wang. Qin Xiaoxi held her coffee and turned to leave. The sound of her high heels echoed, gradually fading away. Old Wang took a deep breath, pulled out his phone, and sent a message to Manager Yi. Manager Yi, are you free this afternoon? Let's discuss the sponsorship matter. The reply came back instantly. Okay. 3 o'clock, your office. Old Wang looked at the screen, and his lips curled up. Damn it, I'm also a director. He strode away, his steps much more resolute than before. In the corridor, Qin Xiaoxi flipped through the moments shared by Xiong Chimo today. A selfie at a certain brand's press conference, standing next to a long-legged model. Qin Xiaoxi glanced for 2 seconds, then turned off the screen. Dog bear. She cursed lightly, her tone devoid of any coquetry. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, in Old Wang's office, Manager Yi entered right on time, holding a notebook, flipping to a certain page filled with names and phone numbers. President Wang, you said you wanted to discuss sponsorship. Yes. Old Wang straightened his back, trying hard to appear like a powerful marketing director. For the car team publicity, sponsorship, media connections, I can cooperate on my end. What are your thoughts? Manager Yi gave him a glance, his expression hinting at a you finally figured it out sentiment. I have some ideas. In fact, many. He sat down and spread the notebook out on the table. What is the greatest advantage of the Huateng car team now? It's not the cars nor the drivers, it's the story. The story? Yes. Zhang Qi, 5-time champion band selling fried rice, making a comeback. This story alone is worth 5 million. Plus Xiong, second-generation coal, returned from abroad, the youngest head of a car company personally behind the wheel. That story is worth another 5 million. Old Wang's eyes lit up. Are you saying we should package and sell Xiong and Zhang Qi together? Not sell. It's about telling the story. Manager Yi pushed up his glasses. The current brand sponsorship doesn't look at how fast your car is, but how compelling your story is. The Huateng car team has 2 of the best stories. What we need to do is sell these 2 stories to the right people. Old Wang nodded. That makes sense. So what kind of sponsors do you think we should look for? Manager Yi flipped a page of the notebook. 3 categories. The first category is automotive aftermarket brands. Engine oil, tires, brake shock absorbers. These are our direct suppliers. They have the technical strength and need track validation. Cooperation is a win-win. The second category is sports brands. Racing is a sport and sports brands require athletic genes. Red Bull, Monster, these brands are already well established in the racing community. The third category is cross-industry brands. Liquor, beverages, clothing, watches. As long as the boss wants to boost their visibility, we can discuss. All right. Old Wang stood up. Where should we start? Manager Yi opened the first page of the notebook and casually pointed at a name. Let's go with this one. All right, I'll take care of it. Old Wang picked up the phone filled with fighting spirit and dialed. Hello, I'm Wang Jiangwo, the marketing director of Huateng Auto. Is this the marketing department of XX company? On the other end was a young girl's voice. Who are you looking for? I'm looking for the head of your marketing department. Do you have an appointment? No, but I'm from Huateng Auto. Then please make an appointment first. Beep, beep, beep. The call was disconnected. Old Wang stared at his phone screen silent for 3 seconds. Damn it. He cursed lightly, but sincerely. He took a deep breath and redialed. This time he was smarter, directly calling the switchboard to bypass the front desk. Hello, I'm Wang Jiangwo, the marketing director of Huateng Auto. I'd like to discuss sponsoring the car team with your company. Car team sponsorship. Which car team? The Huateng rally team. Huateng, the one that sells S1. Yes. You guys have a car team now? Yes. Just established. New car team. How much sponsorship fee? Old Wang flipped through the proposal. The basic sponsorship package is 2 million a year, including car body, logo, team uniform, logo, media exposure, and track advertising boards. 2 million. The other party's voice rose an octave. You want 2 million for a newly established car team? We have the 5-time champion Zhang Qi. Who? Zhang Qi. 5-time champion of bankruptcy. I haven't heard of him. Sorry, our budget for this year has already been exhausted. Goodbye. Beep, beep, beep. Old Wang took a deep breath, feeling his blood pressure rising visibly. Damn it. He marked an X after the first name, applying so much force that he almost tore the paper. Then he dialed the second number. Hello, this is Wang Jiangwo, the marketing director of Huateng Automobile. Sponsorship right. What level is your team? CRC. China Rally Championship. Oh, a rally. Who's your driver? Zhang Qi, the 5-time champion of bankruptcy. There was a 2-second silence on the other end. Bankruptcy. What kind of race is that? I only know about WRC. Old Wang opened his mouth and suddenly felt very tired. It's the highest level of rally racing in the country. Oh, what advantages does your team have? Old Wang took a deep breath. We have the best modification team in all of China, the top racing cars, the most professional logistical support, and he thought for a moment and decided to unleash his ace. And the coolest boss. What kind of advantage is that? Coolness is an advantage. It looks good on camera. Your logo will look great on him when captured. Who is your boss? Xiong Shimo, CEO of Huateng Automobile. That Cole's second generation. Old Wang's smile stiffened. Yes. Then forget it. Our brand tone doesn't match Cole. Beep, beep, beep. Old Wang leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling like a corporate slave who finally recognized reality after being beaten by life. He felt he had overestimated the market value of the Huateng team. Old Yi, was Zhang Qi really famous before? Very famous. Anyone who likes racing should know him. Then why don't those companies recognize him? Manager Yes' voice was calm. Because of 5 years. 5 years is enough for an industry to forget a person. If you let Yao Ming stop playing basketball for 5 years, how many kids do you think would still recognize him? What should we do? Don't look for big brands first. Look for those associated with motorsports. They understand this circle and won't need you to explain what CRC is or what bankruptcy is. Old Wang sat up straight and reopened his notebook. All right, let's try again. He took a deep breath and dialed the third number. This time it was a company that made engine oil called Sulima. The name sounded like some kind of stimulant, but it was said to be a reputable brand. Hello, this is Wang Jiangwo, the marketing director of Huateng Automobile. I would like to discuss sponsoring your team. Huateng. I know. S1. I've test-driven one. You guys started a team. The voice on the other end belonged to a middle-aged man, robust, and sounding like he had just finished 2 shots of liquor. Yes, just established. At the CRC level. CRC. China Rally Championship. Yes. Who's the driver? Zhang Qi, the 5-time champion of bankruptcy. There was a brief silence on the other, and then a loud burst of laughter followed. Zhang Qi. That Zhang Qi who sells fried rice. Old Wang opened his mouth, unsure whether to confirm or deny. Huh. I know him. I even bought fried rice from his stall. Damn, he even charged me $2 extra. Old Wang was speechless. So, are you still interested in sponsoring? Sure. How much? Old Wang flipped through the proposal. The basic sponsorship package is $2 million a year. Too expensive. 20,000. 20,000. That's too little. Just 20,000. Take it or leave it. Your team just got established. Who knows how long it will last? What if you crash on the first stage? Old Wang opened his mouth and found he could not refute. And let me tell you that Zhang Qi hasn't touched a car in 5 years. Can he still drive now? What if he gets on the track and can't even get out of the starting area? Zhang Kai's skills. I know he was good before. But 5 years without a car, his skills are rusty. Let him finish the first stage and get some results before coming back to me. At that point I can double your offer. Beep, beep, beep. The call ended. Old Wang tossed his phone onto the table as if it were 20,000. He looked at Manager Yi. He offered 20,000. Did you agree? I almost did. But reason told me no. Manager Yi nodded. 20,000 is indeed too low. Just sticking a logo on the car costs more than that. And his brand name sounds terrible, Sulima, like a male enhancement drug. Old Wang almost laughed, but thinking of getting hung up on 3 calls earlier, he couldn't laugh anymore. He picked up his phone and continued dialing. The 4th one. Hello, this is Wang Zhangwo from Huading Automobile. Sorry, our sponsorship budget for this year has been exhausted. Then next year. Next year is uncertain as well. Goodbye. The 5th one. Hello, this is... Do you have any star drivers on your team? Yes. Zhang Qi, the 5-time champion of bankruptcy. Never heard of him. Do you have any popular stars? No. What about internet celebrities? None either. Then what do you have? Old Wang thought for a moment. We have a story. A story? What's a story about a washed-up driver chasing his dreams again? The other side fell silent for 2 seconds, then let out a meaningful, oh, like finding a stray cat on the road, a bit sympathetic, but unwilling to take it home. That sounds quite touching. But our company sponsors to sell products. Touching stories don't sell products. Sorry. The 6th one. This time it was a tire brand called Luba, a name that sounded like a nickname for some gang. Hello, this is Wang Zhangwo, the marketing director of Huading Automobile. Huading. Aren't you selling cars? What's up with forming a team? For brand promotion, what tires is your team using? We plan to use. Old Wang looked at Manager Yi. Manager Yi wrote 1 character on the paper: rice. Michelin. Then why are you contacting me? I don't sell Michelin. Old Wang glanced at the notebook. This company did make tires, but they were for bicycles. Sorry, wrong number. Beep, beep, beep. Old Wang hung up the phone, cradling his head in his hands like an ostrich burying its head in the sand. Mr. Wang, let's forget it. Old Wang lifted his head and looked at Manager Yi. It's no use pulling now. Let's not rush to secure sponsorship. Let's run the race first. If we achieve results, sponsorship will naturally come, and they will come looking for us. Then what about our team's operating expenses for this year? Xiongzong approved 30 million, enough for us to run for a year. What about next year? Next year? If we win the championship, are you still worried about not having sponsorship? Manager Yi chuckled. Old Wang fell silent for 2 seconds, then slowly nodded. Makes sense. He closed the notebook, leaned back in his chair, and let out a sigh. So these calls I made today were not in vain. At least we know that now saying the name Zhang Qi to anyone yields no recognition. Old Wang smiled wryly. Are you sure that's a good thing? It's a good thing. Hitting rock bottom will surely lead to a rebound, and dawn is just ahead. Old Wang watched Manager Yi walk out of the office as the door closed. He sat alone in the chair, staring at the ceiling. Zhang Qi, oh Zhang Qi, can you please pull yourself together? He took out his phone, opened WeChat, found Zhang Kai's avatar, and sent a message. Teacher Zhang Qi, practice well. Don't crash. My KPI depends on you. The other side replied in seconds. Old Wang didn't explain, tossed the phone aside, and closed his eyes. This damn class, I really don't want to attend another day. In the modification workshop, 2 S1 cars had been stripped down to their skeletons with the roll cages welded inside, like a spider's web. Ji Xing squatted under the car, fiddling with something. Zhang Qi stood beside, holding a wrench, pretending to help, while he had already twisted the same screw 3 times, making it looser with each turn. Old Wang peeked his head in through the door. Xiongzong, are you free? Come in. Old Wang walked in, followed by Man. Both of them looked grim, like they had just eaten a bowl of unsalted noodles. What's wrong? Did you two get boiled? Old Wang forced a smile. Xiongzong, I made over a dozen calls today, but not a single sponsorship deal was reached. Not a single one. There was one interested party, a motor oil company offering 200,000. 200,000. Xiongzong pondered. Is that enough to buy Ji Xing a new wrench? Ji Xing raised the wrench in his hand. This one still works. No need to replace it. Xiongzong spread his hands. It's too difficult. Old Wang sighed. They say Zhang Qi is past his prime, not worth much. The wrench in Zhang Kai's hand fell to the ground with a clatter. Who said that? His voice rose an octave. Which bastard said him past my prime? That guy selling motor oil. He also said he bought fried rice from your stall, and you charged him an extra $2. Zhang Qi opened his mouth, although he couldn't remember this character at all. He often did such things, so he just closed his mouth. Xiong Chimo put his hands in his pockets. No sponsorship, then no sponsorship. The team has just been established. We aren't Ferrari. Why would anyone invest? Manager Yi added from the side. Xiong Zong, as for this year's operating expenses, 30 million is enough. If it's not, we can add more. If we win the championship next year, who would be afraid of not getting sponsorship? Manager Yi nodded. That's what I told Manager Wang. Let's focus on performance first, then discuss sponsorship. Alright, I'll head back now. Old Wang turned to leave. Suddenly Xiong Chumo's phone rang. He took it out and saw the caller ID, Sun Fatty's wife. His finger hovered over the screen, his expression like he had seen a time bomb counting down. I need to take this call. You all stay quiet. Xiong Chumo took a deep breath, answered the call, and his voice instantly became gentle and caring like a Hello, sis-in-law. A woman's voice came from the other end, powerful, as if she was shouting with a megaphone. Xiong, I ask you, was Sun Buli with you yesterday? Xiong Chumo's heart sank. Damn, Sun Fatty was using him as a, yes, Fatty was with me yesterday. Where did you guys go? We just went out to eat, and then went home. Then why did I find over 10,000 on his credit card for a commercial K consumption record? Xiong Chumo's mind raced, spinning faster than the turbo of an S1. Oh, that. Commercial K, yes, we went to Commercial K, I ordered it. We just sang nothing else. The voice on the other end rose an octave. Then why is there over 10,000 in spending records? And it noted 7 princesses. Hey. Zhang Kai's mouth dropped open in an O shape, silently mouthing 2 words, awesome. A fine sheen of sweat appeared on Xiong Chumo's forehead. It was my order. My card was frozen by my dad. I had no money to pay and Fatty helped me out. Yeah, really? Old Wang gave a thumbs up from the side, mouthing loyalty. Xiong Chumo shot him a glare. Why did you order so much? The company was having an event, and I was in a program called 7 Snow White and a Little Dwarf. The other end fell silent for a second. Why 7 princesses? This was localized and adapted a bit. You see, the Chinese prince has exactly 7 wives. It fits the national situation. Zhang Qi squatted down, pretending to tie his shoelaces, but his shoulders shook as if he were having a seizure. Why did you call Fatty? For a cameo. Help me with a role. Prince. How could that be possible? How could he possibly cameo as a prince? This is a serious Anderson fairy tale, not a dark fairy tale. Head cameo as a little dwarf. Xiong Chumo was taken aback. Why not me as the little dwarf? Fatty as the prince. Isn't it obvious? With my looks, shouldn't I be the prince? What? Fatty is better looking than me. No sis-in-law though. But he took a deep breath as if making a final struggle. Alright, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, as long as you're happy. Manager Yi put his glasses on, took them off again, repeating this 3 times, feeling like he might need a new pair. Then what happened? Nothing much. Suddenly Xiong Chumo's expression changed as the other end said something. A hotel records. Oh, I remembered, I got drunk yesterday, and Fatty booked it for me. Sun Yuqiang had unknowingly crept in, standing next to Zhang Qi, holding a pack of sunflower seeds and munching away. And there are records of urgent medicine delivery from Mate 1. Xiong Chumo's voice already carried a hint of despair, like a person on the edge of a cliff with the last foot sliding down. Alright. I ordered it, Yuding. Sun Yuqiang's sunflower seeds fell. Ji Xing silently put down the wrench as if afraid he'd be unable to resist picking it up to do something. What? Fatty said the calcium pills weren't Yuding. No, sis-in-law, that was me tricking a little girl into taking medicine. Of Fatty is simple-minded and took it seriously. Xiong Chumo closed his eyes as if accepting the judgment of fate. I am not a person who I'm pure life. Old Wang quietly said, Xiong Zong, why put yourself through this? Xiong Chumo opened his eyes, glared at him, then suddenly raised his voice. Is there a pair of black lace panties in the car? Damn. No, it's mine, but it's just a little quirk of mine. Zhang Qi had already squatted on the ground, clutching his stomach, his face turning beet red. Sun Yuqiang's speed of munching sunflower seeds had noticeably quickened, crackling like a machine gun. Yes, I'm a pervert, who I'll find a psychologist right away. Sis-in-law, if you know a good psychologist, recommend one to me. Alright, next time I definitely won't look for Fatty. Oh, fine. The other end finally said something that relieved Xiong Chumo. Just as his shoulders relaxed and his expression softened. Repay the money for the commercial K and the hotel. Fine, I'll transfer it to you right away. Xiong Chumo gritted his teeth and hung up the phone, his fingers tapping on the screen with a sound as if he were poking Sun Fatty's face. He looked up and found everyone still staring at him. What are you looking at? Never seen a good person doing good deeds. The workshop fell silent for 3 seconds. Then Zhang Qi finally couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. His laughter sounded like a goose being choked, cackling and unable to stop. Ha ha, 7 princesses. Ha ha. Little dwarf. Gaga. Sun Yuqiang looked at Xiong Chumo, shocked, yet sympathetic admiration mingled with sympathy. Ji Xing walked over to Xiong Chumo and patted his shoulder. Xiongzong. You are the most loyal person I've ever seen. Xiong Chimo looked at him. Are you serious or mocking me? Serious. Ji Xing's expression remained neutral. There aren't many who would take on such a heavy blame. Xiong Chimo took a deep breath. I damn. He found Sun Fatty's avatar and sent a message. You owe me. Pay up with your life. Then he opened the transfer page and sent 20,000 to Sun Fatty's wife. He stared at the number on the screen, his heart bleeding. Damn. Fatty. Going out to have fun without me and making me your shield. And in the end I have to pay. Are you and your wife running a scam, or what? Xiong Chimo was sulking in the office, staring at the screen of his phone that displayed a record of a 20,000 yuan transfer. The more he looked, the angrier he became. It wasn't that he cared about the money, but it annoyed him. He picked up his phone and sent a message to Sun Bewley. Just wait, I'm going to your shop to take a dump. Then he grabbed his car keys filled with rage and prepared to drive straight to Sun Fatty's tuning shop. He wanted an explanation. No, he wanted justice. He also wanted his money back. This 20,000, he wanted to get it back tenfold. Just as he reached the entrance of the factory area, a flashy pink Lamborghini screeched to a halt in front of him, nearly crushing his newly bought leather shoes into flats. The car window rolled down, revealing a round face. Chimo, my dear father. Sun Bewley rolled out of the car, arms wide open like a bear rushing towards Honey, his hefty body creating a gust of wind. Xiong Chimo sidestepped. Sun Fatty lunged forward, but missed, stumbling a couple of steps and almost falling into the nearby flower bed. The roses in the flower bed swayed chaotically in the wind he created. Xiong Chimo looked at him with the gaze of someone staring at a vengeful spirit. How dare you come here? Why wouldn't I? I'm here to repay a favor. Sun Fatty steadied himself, dusted off his clothes, and feigned innocence. Repay a favor? How do you plan to do that? Do you know the sacrifices I've made this time? Your wife said there were 7 princesses on Shanghai, and I said I ordered them. Your wife said there were hotel records, and I said I booked the room. Your wife said yachting, and I said I was deceiving young girls. Your wife said lace underwear, and I said it was my little hobby. Xiong Chimo's anger intensified, his voice rising like steam from a pressure cooker. Do you know what kind of image I have in your wife's mind right now? A pervert. A lecher. A scoundrel who deceives young girls into taking contraceptives? Sun Bewley scratched his head, looking innocent. Aren't you? Xiong Chimo raised his phone, ready to smash it. Sun Bewley recoiled, raising his hands in surrender. I'm here to make amends. Your team needs sponsorship, right? I'm here to give money. Do you understand? Xiong Chimo squinted. How much? Sun Fatty held up 2 fingers, chubby like 2 little radishes. 20,000. Are you kidding me? Upon hearing 200,000, Xiong Chimo's anger dropped by 30% instantly. Where did you get 200,000? From the money in my shop. Did you stir up some trouble again? No. Then why are you suddenly so generous? After you made me take the blame for such a huge mess, if I don't show some appreciation, am I still human? Sun Fatty's expression was as sincere as if he were filming a public service advertisement. Xiong Chimo scoffed. You were never human to begin with. You're a dog. Woof woof. Sun Fatty immediately responded without hesitation, even wagging his backside to mimic a tail wagging. Xiong Chimo rubbed his temples, feeling that he would eventually be driven to a stroke by this living treasure. Then honestly tell me, where did this money come from? It really is from my tuning shop. I opened a shop and business has been decent, so I saved some money. You need money for your team. I can't help with anything else, but giving some money is still possible. Does your wife know? Sun Fatty's expression stiffened, as if someone had pressed the pause button. No. Then this isn't sponsorship, it's courting death. It's fine, I want die. As long as I don't get involved in gambling or drugs, my wife is pretty easy to persuade. If worst comes to worst, I'll kneel on a washboard, kneel on durians, kneel on keyboards. Anyway, I have plenty of flesh, I'm not afraid of pain. Sun Fatty spoke with a tragic sense of bravery. All right, bring the money. Sun Fatty pulled out a check from his pocket, handed it over with both hands, bowing, as if he were a Japanese person apologizing. Xiong Chimo took the check, glanced at it, and stuffed it into his pocket. I have to get back to work. There's still a pile of things at the company. How about dinner together tonight? No thanks. I'm afraid your wife will come after me and beat me up too. Sun Fatty's smile froze. By the way, I've brought in a few sponsors for you. They're all people from our circle, people you know. Who? You go back to the office first. They'll arrive shortly. Half an hour later, Xiong Chimo's office was packed with people. The first to enter was the president of the Shanghai Supercar Club, nicknamed Zhonghuan Shizenlang. Not because he could run 13 minutes on Zhonghuan, but because he had rear-ended 13 times in 1 year on Zhonghuan and the insurance company blacklisted him. Chimo, Sun Fatty said, your team lacks sponsorship, so we came to take a look. I really love racing. Since you're starting a team, we must support it. He pulled out a check from his pocket and slammed it on the table. 600,000. Our Supercar Club pooled this money. In the future, the Huatin team will put our club's logo on it. The second generation people who came with Zhonghuan Shizenlang were all more excited than during the new year. These people truly loved cars and were eager to wear racing suits to drive a couple of laps. Xiong, does your team still need drivers? I can drive too. Do you have a racing license? No. Then why are you talking nonsense? I can take the test. We'll talk about it after you pass. The second person started to drift. The next one was the owner of Muse Bar, nicknamed Nightclub Prince. His father was in real estate, and he opened a bar with his pocket money, which was booming. It was said that every night the luxury cars parked outside were more than at a car show. Brother Xiong, on behalf of Muse Bar, I sponsor 600,000. The nightclub prince wore a shiny sequin suit, his hair slicked back, resembling a canary that had just crawled out of the dance floor. What are the conditions? In the future, all the celebration banquets for the team will be held at my bar. All right. Also, let Zhang make me a cocktail. Zhang, he only knows how to fry rice. Then I'll set up a stove at the bar and let Zhang fry rice for me. I want to post it on Douyin. Xiong Chimo thought for a moment and felt that although this scene was absurd, the traffic should be considerable. All right, you transfer the money first. The third person to enter was a young man in a checkered shirt wearing thick-bottomed glasses looking like a programmer. But he wasn't a programmer. He was the young heir of Spicy Prince. Brother Xiong, I represent Spicy Prince and sponsor 1 million. Xiong Chimo was taken aback for a moment. Spicy Strips. You're sponsoring a racing competition with Spicy Strips. Are you sure? Yes, very sure. Spicy Strips and racing are both favorites of young people. We've even thought of our slogan, Spicy Prince let you drive like the wind. Drive like the wind. Is it Spicy Strips or a stimulant? Spicy Strips. All natural. No additives. Fine. Bring the check over. In the future, all snacks for the team will only recognize your brand. No problem. We have plenty of Spicy Strips. Zhang, who was drinking tea and watching the excitement in Xiong Chumo's office, quietly asked Sun Yuqiang beside him, if you eat too many Spicy Strips, will you have diarrhea? Sun Yuqiang replied, who cares if you have diarrhea as long as someone is paying? They're all big sponsors. Xiong Chumo had scarcely absorbed the impact of the first 3 sponsors when a fourth strode in. She was a heavily made-up woman everyone called Hong Jie, clad in a red dress and 12-centimeter heels. As she walked, the floor seemed to tremble. Mr. Xiong, on behalf of Jin by Huiwang Nightclub, I offer a 3 million sponsorship. Xiong Chumo's brow twitched. Hong Jie, your nightclub wants to sponsor our racing team. Yes, Hong Jie said, producing a check from her bag pinched between 2 fingers like a cigarette, elegant and coquettish. 3 million. Only one condition. Our logo must be placed in the most conspicuous position. Xiong Chumo looked at the check, then at Hong Jie. Hong Jie, are your nightclub's clients the same crowd as racing spectators? Why wouldn't they be? They're all men. What do men like? Excitement. What's most exciting? Cars and women. Our club provides the women, you provide the cars. Perfect match. Xiong Chumo opened his mouth to object, but found there was a certain logic to it. What does your logo look like? The woman took out a business card. 7 gilded characters were stamped on it, Jin by Huiwang Nightclub. Beneath was a line in small print, Imperial Indulgence. Xiong Chumo quietly clipped the card to the table, as if sealing away some ominous thing. All right, we'll take the money. Put the logo in the center, make it smaller. How big? Palm-sized. That won't do, at least basin-sized, palm-sized. It can't be any bigger. If it's bigger, I'm afraid the organizers will stop me and accuse us of spreading improper content. The woman tried to haggle, but Xiong Chumo had already jotted down Jin by Huiwang Nightclub, 3 million logo palm-sized. The fifth to enter was a middle-aged man with thinning hair and a belly even larger than Sun Pangzi's. He carried a plastic bag containing several packets. Mr. Xiong, in the East China general distributor for House Shushuang's sanitary pads. Xiong Chumo's pen stilled. Sanitary pads. Yes. Our company would like to sponsor your racing team. The office fell silent for 2 seconds. In those moments, the air seemed to congeal. Zhang Kai's mouth gaped as if it could fit a fist. Sun Yuqiang's sunflower seeds spilled onto the floor. Expressionless Xiong Chumo asked, what do sanitary pads have to do with racing? How many of racing's target customers actually need sanitary pads? The middle-aged man puffed out his belly. Mainly because our boss likes racing. He used to be a racing driver in his youth. After an accident, he broke his leg and could no longer race. But he always harbored one wish, to see his brand appear on a race car. So where will the logo go? On the car body. Preferably in the most eye-catching place. Xiong Chumo closed his eyes and imagined an S1 with House Shushuang's sanitary pads emblazoned across the door, charging around the track. He opened his eyes, glanced at the plastic bag, then at the man. All right, we'll take the money. Put the logo on the car. But there is one condition. Go ahead. Take your product back. We won't do any trials. The middle-aged man paused. Why, oi? Because our racing team is all men. Zhang Qi shouted from the side. I don't need them. Thanks. Sun Yuqiang added. I don't need them either. Not for the rest of my life. The middle-aged man forced a smile. Fine. Then just put the logo on. Xiong Chumo scribbled in his notebook how Shushuang's sanitary pad sponsorship amount, pending logo to be placed low on the rear of the car. He thought a moment and added a note: no promotional photos. The sixth party to enter was a second-generation Baijiu businessman, surnamed Qian, nicknamed Qian Duo. Brother Xiong, my father and I agreed to sponsor Hua Tung Racing Team with 5 million. No brother, don't drink and drive. If you drink, don't drive. A racing team sponsored by a Baijiu distillery. Do you think that's appropriate? Why not? We're not telling you to drink before the race. It's for the victory celebration afterward. Win the big prize and pop a bottle of Baijiu to celebrate. It's perfect. Besides, my father said that if we win, he'll treat everyone to a bottle of the distillery's 30-year-old liquor. Its aroma can be smelled 3 streets away. Xiong Chumo was still weighing it, his brow furrowed into a deep crease. Zhang Qi, unable to contain himself, vocally hinted that Xiong should accept, winking and gesturing so intensely his face tightened. The more sponsorships the team attracted, the larger next year's budget would be. Although winners customarily popped champagne, when someone offers 5 million, they'd accept anything, even vinegar, out of gratitude. Baijiu is great. I love Baijiu. Zhang Qi leapt up and slapped the table. After a drink, my back won't ache, my legs won't hurt, and I'll have more vigor for driving. I could run up 5 flights of stairs without breaking a sweat. Qian Duo nodded with satisfaction, his smile like a man who had found a kindred spirit. Good. For this year's victory banquet, we'll use our liquor. No problem. The banquet will use your wine, right, Mr. Xiong? All right, agreed. Xiong Chumo looked at the stack of sponsorship contracts on the table, picked up his phone, and sent Lao Wang a message. Lao Wang, come to my office. Good news. The reply came instantly. What good news? The sponsors you couldn't secure, I brought in for you. Lao Wang responded with so many exclamation marks the screen couldn't contain them. Lao Wang's footsteps came down the corridor, hurried, as if chased by a knife. The door was flung open, and he stood panting in the doorway, his hair all disheveled. Mr. Xiong, where are the sponsors? Xiong Chumo handed him the note. Lao Wang took it and scanned it from top to bottom. His expression shifted from expectant to perplexed, then to existential doubt, and finally settled on a look that said, are you kidding me? Spicy strips. Nightclub. Sanitary pads. Yes. Baijiu. Yes. Lao Wang looked up, his eyes hollow. Mr. Xiong, we are a racing team. I know. Lao Wang thought for a moment. Imagine when it's televised and the whole nation sees Hua Tung Racing Team's cars plastered with Jin by Hui Huang and Hao Shushuang. What's wrong, Mr. Xiong? Imagine you racing in a suit plastered with sanitary pad and nightclub logos. Wouldn't that be a little embarrassing? Xiong Chumo considered it and admitted he felt a twinge of shame. The very image made his scalp crawl. He glanced at Zhang Qi. Zhang, what do you think? Zhang Qi puffed out his chest, his bravado louder than usual. Take it. Money is money. Stick whatever you want on the car. I don't care. If a bathroom brand sponsors us, I even have an idea. Shape my helmet like a toilet and ID still race. Sun Yuqiang chimed in. What if Hao Shushuang asked you to endorse them? Like shoot an advertisement. Zhang Kai's face went green as if someone had smeared spinach on it. That would require extra pay. The office erupted in laughter. Xiong Chumo leaned back and stared at the ceiling. Footsteps sounded at the door. A man in a pink suit entered, holding a contract and grinning like a blossoming flower. Mr. Xiong and the founder of Qingxiu Baobei. Xiong Chumo rose to greet him warmly. Money, after all, is nothing to be ashamed of. Zhang Qi muttered from behind. Qingxiu Baobei. They don't sell. Sun Yuqiang, still shelling seeds, didn't look up. It's probably exactly what you think. Zhang Qi considered, and his face went green. That would have to be paid for. A lot extra. Mr. Xiong, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am the founder of Pleasure Treasure. My surname is AI Zhangwo. The man in the pink suit extended his hand, his smile radiant, as if he had just won the lottery. His suit was a strikingly reflective pink, gleaming under the fluorescent lights like a piece of walking chewing gum. Xiong Chumo thought he had misheard. What's your surname? AI. The AI in love. It's a rare surname, but it is indeed among the 100 surnames. AI Zhangwo smiled proudly, revealing a set of porcelain teeth that were wide enough to serve as reflectors. Oh, so it's Mr. AI. Please have a seat. My name is easy to remember. AI Gua. You can just call me Xiao AI, or even Xiao AI Tongxue. Xiao AI Tongxue sat down, pulling out a contract from his briefcase, and then retrieved a business card from another pocket, presenting it with both hands. The business card was pink and emitted a faint scent of cheap roses. Xiong Chumo glanced at the card. Pleasure Treasure AI Zhangwo, making life more interesting. He placed the card on the table alongside the other 2 cards, which were gold and extravagant. 3 business cards lay side by side, resembling 3 monsters in a meeting. Mr. Xiong, I've always wanted to meet you, but I have admired you for a long time. The fact that you built Huiting on your own, no one in our circle doesn't admire that. That's real skill, not just talk. You flatter me. But Mr. AI, your company clearly looks very successful. What kind of products do you mainly make? Adult products. Xiao AI Tongxue said nonchalantly, as if stating the weather is nice today. Online e-commerce offline chain stores with over 300 stores nationwide. Last year on Double 11, we were the champions in category sales. The office fell silent for half a second. Zhang Kai's first reaction was to take out his phone, open a shopping app, and type in Pleasure Treasure. He wanted to see what the items looked like, but was afraid of being seen searching through his history. His finger hovered over the search button for 3 seconds, but ultimately he didn't press it. What if something strange popped up? He was worried he wouldn't have enough energy tonight. Sun Yuqiang's speed of eating sunflower seeds increased. Xiong Chumo's voice was calm like an old captain who had weathered many storms, the kind who could calmly sip coffee on deck during a typhoon. Mr. AI, what does your product have to do with racing? It's a significant relationship. Xiao AI Tongxue slammed his thigh, his voice booming. Our brand is positioned as youthful, passionate, and vibrant, perfectly aligning with racing. And Mr. Xiong, think about it, who is the target audience for racing? Young people seeking excitement. What are the consumption scenarios for these young people? Dating. What is the ultimate goal of dating? Where does it take place? Besides hotels, it's in cars. Xiong Chumo interrupted him, fearing he would continue and need to be censored. So how do you want to sponsor us? Xiao AI Tongxue flipped to a page in the contract densely packed with terms. 3 million. For 1 year. Our logo on the racing cars, on team uniforms, and on promotional posters. Additionally, we hope that teacher Zhang Qi can shoot a short video advertisement for us. Me. His voice pitched up by 8 degrees, as if someone had stepped on his tail. What kind of advertisement? Very simple. You sitting in the racing car, gripping the steering, will focus your eyes sharp. Then slowly turn your head towards the camera and say a line. Pleasure treasure accompany you till dawn. Xiong Chumo's brow began to twitch. What do you think of this slogan? Xiao AI Tongxue beamed, as if showcasing his perfect score on a college entrance essay. It's a pun. It embodies the passion of racing while hinting at the product. If you catch my drift. Zhang Kai's face turned from flesh-colored to liver-colored, then to eggplant purple. I won't shoot that kind of advertisement. Why not? It's just a line, 3 seconds. I'm a serious race driver. I'm a 5-time champion. I can't. Add some money. Xiong Chumo said lightly from the side. Zhang Qi's voice got stuck in his throat like a fishbone lodged there. He looked at Xiong Chumo, then at AI Zhangwo, his mind engaged in a fierce struggle. Dignity or money? Honor or sponsorship? How much more? Zhang Kai's voice was as small as a mosquito's buzz. AI Zhangwo raised 3 fingers. 300,000. Zhang Kai's mouth twitched. 400,000. AI Zhangwo added another finger. Zhang Kai's mouth twitched again, this time more dramatically, as if he were having a seizure. 500,000. No more than that. AI Zhangwo spread all 5 fingers, resembling a blooming flower. Zhang Qi took a deep breath, and that breath made the entire office quiet. I'll do it. But the line has to be changed. Changed to what? Pleasure treasure, making every entry and exit full of fun. The air in the office solidified for a second. Sun Yuqiang spat out the sunflower seeds in his mouth, exploding like fireworks in the air. Xiong Chumo closed his eyes as if praying that he hadn't heard anything just now. AI Zhangwo slapped the table. Good. This line is great. Much more meaningful. It aligns better with our brand's tone. Teacher Zhang Qi, you are truly a genius. I've decided to add products worth 200,000 as benefits for the team members. Your company's products. Xiong Chumo opened one eye. Yes. The brothers work hard during the races. They can use our products to relax after the competition, relieving fatigue and enhancing happiness. They are all great items made of imported silicone materials designed ergonomically. I don't need that. Sun Yuqiang raised his hand, almost poking the ceiling. I don't need it either. Zhang Qi quickly followed suit, his voice tinged with a hint of panic. Xiong Chumo took a deep breath. Mr. Yeah, I will skip the products. Cash will be fine. Mr. Xiong, products are the core of our company. Sponsorship must include products. This is brand exposure. Xiao AI Tongxue argued passionately. Think about it, when the television broadcast happens, the camera sweeps over your maintenance area with our products on the table. That exposure. TCH. At the bustling Bayambuluk race site, various teams were intensely tuning their vehicles, changing tires and strategy. The camera panned over the Huading team's maintenance area. Among a pile of car parts, wrenches, and jacks, a row of items in various colors and shapes was neatly displayed. In the adjacent rest areas, several lace mesh or just strap cooling outfits were draped over the chairs. The commentator's passionate voice rang out. The Huading team's maintenance area is really well equipped. Let's see these. What are these? Director, cut this segment. Cut it. The image was too beautiful. He couldn't bear to think about it a second time. Mr. I will discuss the product matter later. The event organizers have regulations against unrelated product placements. Xiao AI Tongxue showed a look of regret. All right then. Later I want to post a promotion on the team's official Weibo, tagging the official account of Pleasure Treasure. 1 post. 3 posts. 2 posts. Deal. The two shook hands. Xiao AI Tongxue's hand was gripped painfully by Xiong Chumo, and when he finally let go, his knuckles turned white as if they had been crushed by a tiger's claw. After Xiao AI Tongxue left, the office finally quieted down. Old Wang, let's handle the sponsorship like this. You organize it and later coordinate with Manager Yi. Old Wang looked at the stack of contracts on the table, his expression complex. Mr. Xiong, do we really need all these sponsors? We do. They've already paid. Can you return it? Just endure it. Once we win the championship, we'll have proper sponsors. Old Wang opened his mouth and then closed it. He remembered he had made over 10 calls today and hadn't closed a single deal, while Mr. Xiong had received over 20 million just sitting in the office for an afternoon. Although the sponsors were a bit unusual, the money was real. Alright, I'll go organize it. That night, Qin Xiaoxi lay on her bed, her hair spread over the pillow, the light from her phone screen shining on her face. On the screen was a screenshot. The official Weibo of Pleasure Treasure had just posted a teaser. Big news. A certain mysterious race driver is about to endorse our company. Stay tuned. The comments below had exploded. A race driver endorsing adult products. Which race driver? It wouldn't be Han Han, would it? Wake up upstairs. This company can't afford Han Han. Could it be Lin Zhendong? Even more absurd, Lin Zhendong's family has a mind. Does he need this little money? Qin Xiaoxi watched for a while, then turned off the screen. She held her phone to her chest, staring at the ceiling. There was a light on the ceiling, but it was off. She closed her eyes. It wouldn't be you wanting to shoot, would it? In the modified car workshop, two S1s have taken shape. The car bodies have been stripped down to their frames with the roll cages welded inside like spider webs. The engine, transmission, suspension, and brakes. Each component is top-tier, gleaming with metallic luster. Jixing squats beside the car, holding a caliper and measuring something. Zhang Qi walked over. Jixing, don't your legs go numb squatting here every day? Yes, they do. Then why don't you get up and walk around? No time. Jixing didn't raise his head, continuing to measure. His focused demeanor resembled someone measuring a ring size for a girlfriend. He measured 3 times, each reading the same, yet still measured a 4th time. Zhang Qi squatted beside him, feeling bored, reached out to touch the shiny new turbo. Don't touch that. Jixing didn't lift his head. I just want to touch it. Touching costs 500. You just touched it, and I've noted it. When did that happen? When you squatted down, your elbow brushed against the intercooler. I just cleaned that area. Zhang Qi looked at his elbow, and then at the intercooler. There was nothing on it. But he didn't dare to argue. In Jixing's workshop, Jixing is God. If God says you touched it, then you touched it. A moment of silence followed. Jixing, do you think we can win? Jixing's hands paused for a moment. Yes. You're so optimistic about me. After all, I haven't raced in 5 years. Jixing finally lifted his head and glanced at him. There was no comfort, no encouragement in his eyes, just a kind of honesty typical of a technician. No. I'm optimistic about these 2 cars. Zhang Qi opened his mouth, feeling a surge of complicated emotions. He originally thought Jixing would say something like, I believe in you, you are the best, or the 5-time champion is forever a god, and had even prepared a heartfelt response in his mind. But Jixing's one sentence stifled all his emotions. He silently swallowed the words, thank you, brother, and replaced it with, can you provide some emotional value? Just being realistic. Jixing lowered his head and continued to tighten screws. A week later at the Huatang modification workshop, Jixing squatted beside the S1, holding a torque wrench, finishing the last screw. He stood up, took 2 steps back, and looked at the car before him, his gaze akin to that of a father looking at his newborn son. Done. His voice wasn't loud, but everyone in the workshop heard it. Zhang Qi and the others sprang up from their seats, crowding around. They surrounded the S1 like villagers, gawk. The engine. Factory 1. 5T body fully forged inside. Forged pistons, forged connecting rods, forged crankshafts. The turbo has been replaced with a Garrett Racing model with boost increased from the factory's 1.2 bar to 2.0 bar. The ECU is a Bosch Racing version, specially tuned. Jixing's fingers danced around the engine bay, exuding an aura of authority. Larger intercooler, independent oil cooling, and a thicker radiator. Power output, 310 horsepower at the wheels. Zhang Kai's mouth dropped open. 310 horsepower at the crank. He asked. At the wheels. 310 horsepower at the wheels. Then the crankshaft must be 350. 360. Zhang Qi inhaled sharply, the sudden intake causing him to choke, and he coughed twice. The factory only had 169. That's the factory model. This is for racing. Jixing's expression was deadpan, but the curve of his lips betrayed him. He walked to the back of the car, squatted down, and pointed at the chassis. Suspension. Öhlins 4-way adjustable racing shocks, independent hydraulic limiters front and rear. Spring stiffness, damping, rebound, and high-speed compression are all adjustable. Control arms connecting rods and subframes are all replaced with welded chromium molybdenum steel tubes. All bushings have been replaced with racing spherical bearings. What are spherical bearings? Old Wang asked, squatting in his crisp suit, looking out of place like a penguin in an ostrich flock. They have no rubber. Metal contacts directly. The road feel is so clear that you can compress a coin and distinguish whether it's a 1 yuan or a 10 yuan. Doesn't that mean it will be very bumpy? Yes. Jixing stood up, dusting off his hands, but it's effective and durable. Jixing opened the car door, which felt as light as a piece of paper, made of carbon fiber. Interior. Completely stripped. The roll cage is made of welded chromium molybdenum steel pipe, FIA certified. The seats are OMP racing models with 6-point harnesses. The steering wheel is detachable with shift paddles on it. He pointed at the center console. The instrument panel has been replaced with a racing LCD screen. It displays the RPM, water temperature, oil pressure, turbo pressure, and intake temperature. All the data you want is there. Jixing walked to the front of the car and patted the fender. The body, carbon fiber hood doors, and rear wing. Polycarbonate windows 60% lighter than glass. The entire car weighs 980 kilograms. How much did the factory weigh? Over 1,300. You reduced it by over 300 kilograms. 350. Zhangqi stepped back 3 paces, taking in the S1 from head to toe. The red paint shimmered like flowing blood under the lights, the black rims steady and powerful, and the wide body kit made the car look more aggressive with the large rear wing standing tall. The front of the car bore the Huateng logo, but apart from that logo, there was nothing original left. Jixing. Can this car still be called a Huateng S1? It must be able to. The original logo hasn't been changed. So there's only the logo left. Pretty much. Zhangqi looked at the car, his eyes a bit misty. He hadn't touched a car in 5 years. 5 years. Over 1,800 days and nights. Every day he imagined driving Bainbu Luku 20 times, using a steamer rack as a steering wheel and a broom as a gear lever. The neighbor's kid passing by his fried rice stall saw him pressing the gas pedal against the air and thought he was crazy. Now a real racing car was right in front of him. He walked over and pressed his face against the hood. It was cool. What are you doing? Sun Yuqiang asked. I'm feeling it. Feeling what? The soul of the car. I mean, can you act normally? Sun Yuqiang rolled his eyes. Zhangqi ignored him, continuing to press his face against the hood, eyes closed, looking intoxicated. Jixing, expressionless beside him, said, I don't know about the soul, but if you scrape your face, I won't cover the hood is carbon fiber, it's not skin-friendly. Manager Yi added, Zhangqi, I'm filming and posting on Douyin. Driver Zhangqi has fallen so low he's street scamming. Is this a moral decline or a distortion of humanity? Zhangqi sprang up, wiping the dust off his face. Damn. You're ruthless. All right. Stop messing around. Jixing patted the roof of the car, the sound akin to a father affectionately patting a child's head. The rest is up to you. He looked at Zhangqi. Zhangqi looked back at him. The 2 middle-aged men exchanged a glance. They said nothing, yet everything was conveyed. Zhangqi extended his hand, making a fist. Jixing understood, making a fist, as well, their fists touching. Jixing. Thanks. No need to thank me. Just remember to bring the car back. Jixing released his hand, taking a step back, adding, don't crash it. It'll be expensive to fix. Can you wish me some good luck? Just giving a precautionary warning. By the way, General Xiong said he wants to test drive the car himself once it's modified. Old Wang spoke up. The workshop was silent for a second. Jixing displayed a complex expression of both worry and heartache, like a father hearing that his son is going to participate in an extreme sport. How about I switch the bumper back to the original one first, so I won't feel bad if it gets scratched. On the day of the test drive, Huading rented the Shanghai Tianma circuit for a full day. This is a 12-kilometer-long closed racetrack complete with all types of curves and a long straight. 2 S1 race cars were parked by the track, their red bodies resembling 2 flames under the sunlight. Jixing crouched beside the cars, performing the final checks. He arrived earlier than anyone else, reaching the venue at 5 in the morning, thoroughly inspecting both cars from top to bottom, even cleaning out the pebbles stuck in the tire treads. Zhangqi stood nearby, dressed in a brand new racing suit, with the Huading logo embroidered on his chest alongside sponsor logos such as Golden Splendor Nightclub and Good Comfort Sanitary Napkin. He glanced down at himself, took a deep breath, and decided not to think about it. Overthinking could easily lead to tears. Sun Yuqiang helped him put on his helmet and patted his shoulder, saying, don't be nervous. I'm not nervous. Then why are your hands shaking? It's cold. 28 degrees cold. Feels cold. Sun Yuqiang didn't bother to expose him. Jixing stood up and clapped his hands, declaring car 1. Check complete. Fuel tank, tires, brake, suspension, all normal. Zhangqi walked over, opened the driver's side door, and bent down to get in. Jixing leaned against the window, giving one last piece of advice. This car is freshly set up, don't go too hard on it. Start with a couple of laps to get accustomed. Understood. Inside the car, Zhangqi had already regained his calm. Jixing took 2 steps back, and Zhangqi started the engine, and the S1 let out a deep roar like a ferocious beast awakened from slumber. The sound of the exhaust reverberated above the test track, shaking the small pebbles on the ground. The electronic timer lit up with a red light. 3, 2, 1, green light. The S1 shot forward. The tires let out a brief scream against the ground, and the car surged forward as if kicked. Zhangqi's gear shifts were so rapid they were almost indistinguishable. The sequential gearbox emitted crisp metallic clinks, rat-a-tat, like a machine gun. The first corner. Zhangqi took the turn very aggressively, nearly hugging the inner shoulder of the road, the car tracing a perfect arc at the apex. Exiting the turn, he decisively pressed the accelerator, the rear of the car swaying slightly, but the electronic system corrected it immediately. At the end of the straight, the speed had already reached 180. Breaking point. Zhangqi slammed the brakes, and the AP racing calipers gripped the carbon ceramic brake disc tightly, causing a sudden decrease in speed, the car stable, as if nailed to the ground. With a quick turn of the steering wheel, the front of the car precisely pointed towards the apex of the turn. In a series of 3 spins, Zhangqi controlled the car's posture excellently, with almost no unnecessary sway. Every exit point of the turn was timed perfectly, the power transition as smooth as silk. Jixing stood at the side of the track, arms crossed, his expression unchanged. But his eyes were fixed on the car, his pupils tracking its movements like a radar. Teacher Zhang Kai's lap time. Looks quite fast. Old Wang's voice carried a sense of awe, as if he understood little, but was impressed nonetheless. Jixing remained silent. The last corner. Zhang Qi adopted a late braking strategy, braking nearly 10 meters later than usual. The car traced a sharp arc through the corner, exiting closely along the outer shoulder at full throttle, crossing the finish line. The electronic timer stopped. 1 minute 5 seconds 34. Jixing glanced at it, his face still, but the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, a few millimeters, which in Jixing's measurement units equated to an ordinary person's broad smile. Old Wang leaned in to take a look. 1 minute 5 seconds 34. What level is that? Jixing pulled out his phone, revealing a set of data. On this track, the best time last year by a professional driver in the CRC was 1 minute 4 seconds 98. Zhang Qi drove this car for the first time, and this time was already very close. So it means the car's modifications are good? Old Wang asked. Jixing glanced at him. The car is good, but the driver must be good too. Zhang Qi drove the car back to the pit area, turned off the engine, and removed his helmet. His hair was already soaked with sweat, sticking to his forehead like a clump of messy noodles blown by the wind. How is it? His eyes sparkled with excitement. Jixing showed him the stopwatch. Zhang Qi glanced at it, and the corners of his mouth turned up. A sense of pride, as if to say, "I'm still this awesome," surged from his bones. Not bad. Give me 2 more laps, and I can break 1 minute 4 seconds. Hold on. Jixing pointed at car 2. It's Xiongzong's turn now. Zhang Kai's smile faded a little. He looked at the nearby red S1, and then at Xiong Chumo, who was putting on his racing suit in the distance. How fast do you think Xiongzong can go? Jixing thought for a moment. I don't know. I've never seen him drive. Old Wang said he's pretty good. He raced in Nanjing and even beat a GTR. Mountain racing and track racing are 2 different things. Jixing's tone was calm, as if stating a technical fact. Mountain roads rely on courage and reflexes. Track racing relies on precision and rhythm. Zhang Qi nodded, falling silent. But his eyes remained fixed on the figure in the distance who was putting on a helmet. Beside car 2, Xiong Chumo finished putting on his racing suit, zipped it up, and donned his helmet. He walked over to the red S1, not rushing to get in, but first checked his reflection on the window, adjusting the angle of his helmet. Still so handsome, he remarked to his reflection. His voice was not loud, but those nearby heard it. Old Wang rolled his eyes. Zhang Kai's mouth twitched slightly. Jixing pretended he hadn't heard anything. He opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat. The carbon fiber seat emitted a slight creak. Qin Xiaoxi stood in the corner of the pit area, holding a cup of coffee. She wasn't wearing her professional outfit today, but instead a black sports suit, her hair tied in a high ponytail, looking clean and neat. Her expression was calm, but the fingers holding the coffee were slightly tense, her knuckles turning white. Old Wang leaned over, lowering his voice. Miss Qin, have you seen Xiongzong drive? I have. He used to ride bicycles and would throw me into the ditch. Old Wang fell silent. Jixing walked over to car 2, bent down to check inside, confirming all systems were normal. He straightened up, and the window slid down a crack, with Xiong Chumo's voice coming from inside. Jixing, is this car okay? No problem. Take it easy. This is a new car, and it's not yet broken in. Got it. Jixing took 2 steps back and raised his hand. The electronic timer lit up with a red light. 3, 2, 1, green light. The S1 shot forward. Zhang Qi stood at the side of the track, squinting. He initially had a casual attitude, thinking that as long as the boss could drive without crashing, it would be a victory. But the instant the car launched, his eyes suddenly widened. The timing of the gear shift at the start was too precise. It wasn't about being fast, it was about being accurate. Every shift point was perfectly aligned with the peak of the power curve, neither too much nor too little, as if measured with a ruler. The first corner. Zhang Kai's body instinctively leaned forward. Xiong Chumo's line into the corner was different from the one he had just run. It was more outward, with a later breaking point and a more cunning angle. What is he doing? Sun Yuqiang's mouth fell open, but he couldn't finish his sentence. Zhang Qi remained silent. His eyes were glued to that car. Entering the turn, the front of the car pointed accurately towards the apex, without a hint of hesitation. Exiting the turn, the throttle was applied early and aggressively, the car gliding smoothly along the shoulder like a knife cutting through butter. Heel-toe, Jixing uttered 2 words. Zhang Qi certainly noticed it. That heel-toe action was clean and crisp, the moment of rev matching perfectly aligned with the speed after downshifting. It was textbook level. At the end of the straight, the breaking point was nearly 15 meters later than what Zhang Qi had just run. Zhang Qi gasped his breaking point. We'll push the front end, Jixing said. Pushing the front end means understeering. A late breaking point, too much speed entering the corner, would cause the front wheels to lose grip, sending the front of the car straight out into the buffer zone. But Xiong Chumo did not push the front end. At the moment the car entered the turn, he executed a slight trail braking action, maintaining grip on the front wheels, allowing the car's nose to dive steadily into the apex. Exiting the turn. Full throttle. Zhang Qi closed his mouth, finding himself at a loss for words. When he ran that line earlier, he thought he had already explored the limits of the car. But now Xiong Chumo's line revealed to him that there was still room to spare and plenty of it. The series of spins. Xiong Chumo's control of the car's posture was nearly perfect. Every shift of weight flowed as smoothly as water, the car's swaying kept within a very narrow range without unnecessary jolts or hesitation. Zhang Kai's expression changed again. From just looking to seriously looking, and then from seriously looking to am I still? He turned to Jixing. Jixing's expression finally showed a hint of change, his brows slightly furrowed. Jixing, Zhang Kai's voice was a bit dry. Xiongzong is participating in the SAE formula in the United States, not NASCAR, right? Jixing was silent for 2 seconds. Yes, SAE, the student formula, ranked 18th in the world. But this definitely did not resemble a semi-professional approach. It felt like a professional one. A top professional one. Lao Wang, listening nearby, was stunned. He recalled that night in Nanjing, remembered writing a farewell letter while in the passenger seat, and thought of Xiongzong's unflappable expression while racing on the mountain roads of Zijing Mountain. I told you. Xiongzong drives very fiercely. Lao Wang's voice carried a sense of relief, as if he no longer had to be seen as a liar. The last turn. Xiong Chumo's breaking point was nearly 20 meters later than Zhang Kai's. 20 meters. On that straight, 20 meters meant a delay of 0.3 seconds at a speed of 200 kilometers per hour. Zhang Qi clenched his fists. The car cut into the apex of the turn. No understeer. No oversteer. Not a single unnecessary motion. Exiting the turn. Full throttle. Crossing the finish line. The electronic timer froze. 1 minute 3 seconds 87. Faster than Zhang Qi by 1 second 47. Quicker than the best time of CRC professional drivers by 1 second 11. The pit area fell silent. That silence felt as if someone had pressed the pause button. Even the wind ceased. Jixing looked down at his stopwatch, then raised his head to check the electronic timer, confirming he wasn't experiencing presbyopia. 1 minute 3 seconds 87. His voice was steady, but the fingers holding the stopwatch turned slightly pale. Zhang Qi gaped, finally uttering he really is driving this car for the first time. The first time, Jixing said. Zhang Qi took a deep breath, watching the red S1 slowly return to the pit. His Jixing. Do you think I might be unemployed soon? Jixing was silent for 3 seconds. As the S1 stopped in the pit, the engine turned off. A faint crackling sound of metal cooling came from under the hood like applause. The car door opened. Xiong Chumo took off his helmet, his hair a mess, damp with sweat clinging to his forehead in strands. He emerged from the car, his expression calm, as if he had just bought a bottle of water at the supermarket, even waiting for a red light on the road. How is it? He asked. No one answered. He glanced at Zhang Qi. Zhang Kai's expression was one of shock. He looked at Sun Yuqiang, who had spilled sunflower seeds all over the place. He looked at Jixing, who was repeatedly checking the stopwatch, appearing as if he wanted to dismantle it to see if it was. He looked at Lao Wang, who was smiling, that smile filled with I am no longer shocked alone. What's wrong? Do I have something on my face? Zhang Qi finally returned from his shock, but his voice still trembled. No. Xiongzong, how did you judge that breaking point earlier? By feel. By feel. Yes. If the feel is right, then brake. If it doesn't feel right, then delay. Jixing finally spoke, his voice solemn. Do you know that your breaking point is nearly 3 meters later than professional drivers? Is it? Xiong Chumo scratched his head. I thought it could be a bit later. Zhang Qi nearly stumbled. A bit later? You'd go off the track. No way. The car's limits haven't been reached yet. Jixing's pupils constricted. He said nothing, but his mind was racing, calculating that if the breaking point were a meter later and the entry speed increased by 2 kilometers, the lap time could at least be improved by 0.3 seconds. Theoretically feasible, but the margin for error was extremely low. Zhang Qi looked into Xiong Chumo's eyes, trying to find a hint of him just boasting. But he found nothing. He remembered when he first got his racing license, the coach had told him some people drive with their hands, some with their feet, but true experts drive by instinct. What kind of person drives by instinct? He had asked the coach. The coach replied, those who are born to sit behind. Lao Wang muttered nearby, now you know why I almost wrote a farewell letter when he was racing on the mountain in Nanjing. Qin Xiaoxi stood in the corner, her coffee had already gone cold. She watched Xiong Chumo's back, her expression unchanged, but the hand holding her coffee finally relaxed, her knuckles regaining their normal color. She looked down and took a sip. Cold. It's all right, she said softly, didn't slide into the ditch. Jixing walked over to Xiong Chumo and handed him a bottle of water. Xiongzong. I will analyze your driving data when I return. Jixing's expression was serious. There are a few areas I think can be optimized. Okay, analyze it. Let me know when you're done. Sure. Zhang Qi listened nearby, feeling something. He suddenly realized a problem. Jixing's attitude towards Xiong Chumo had changed. Previously, Jixing looked at Xiong Chumo as the boss. I need to be responsible for him as a technical director. Now Jixing looked at Xiong Chumo as an expert. I want to study you as a peer. This shift left Zhang Qi feeling a bit uneasy. He had assumed he was the #1 driver of the Huading team, only for the boss to outpace him on his first test drive. It felt like thinking oneself to be Kobe on the basketball court only to realize the boss was LeBron who was dressed in a suit to play. Xiongzong. Sun Yuqiang spoke. You're really underutilized as a boss. Xiong Chumo chuckled, then I might as well keep being the boss that pays better. Alright. Ji Xing exported the data from both cars and began comparing it on his laptop. He stared at the two curves on the screen for a long time. Zhang Qi leaned over. How's it going? Ji Xing pointed at the screen. The red line is the boss. The blue is mine. Yes. Ji Xing glanced at him and nodded. That look held sympathy and comfort. Zhang Qi stared at the two lines. The red was smooth and fluid while the blue, despite being decent, appeared somewhat struggling in comparison. He suddenly felt his throat was a bit dry. Ji Xing turned the computer around, letting Zhang Qi see another page. Look at this braking pressure curve. What's the matter? In a normal first drive, the braking pressure would fluctuate as the driver tests the braking point, tire grip, and the limits of the vehicle. But his braking pressure curve was smooth, as if it had been drawn. Zhang Qi fell silent. Ji Xing closed the laptop, stood up, and patted Zhang Qi on the shoulder. Zhang Qi. You're feeling pressure now. Zhang Qi took a deep breath, glancing at the red S1, then at Xiong Chumo, who was drinking water in the distance. I've been feeling it for a long time. Zhang Kai's second lap was 0.8 seconds faster than the first lap. In the third lap, he was another 0.3 seconds quicker. By the fourth lap, he finished in 1 minute and 4 seconds. In the fifth lap, he clocked 1 minute and 0.391 seconds. Zhang Qi drove the car back to the pit, removed his helmet, his hair soaked, sticking to his face like a kelp face mask. But his eyes were shining. How was that? 1 minute and 0.391 seconds. That's 1.43 seconds faster than last time. I see, but you're still slower than Xiongzhong. Ji Xing's voice was flat. Zhang Kai's smile froze. Can you not bring up things that don't matter? I'm just reminding you, don't get too proud. Pride leads to setbacks. You are already behind. If you fall back further, you will be out of the race. What pride? I haven't driven for 5 years and my first test run is already in 1 minute and 4 seconds. I think I should be in the textbooks. In the textbooks? Are we talking about moral and law? Zhang Qi took a deep breath, deciding not to argue with the tech. Arguing with Ji Xing was like debating with a rock. You could wear your mouth dry, and it wouldn't give a crumb. Xiong Chumo's second lap was 0.2 seconds faster than the first. In the third lap, he improved slightly, like squeezing toothpaste, but he made progress every time. By the fifth lap, his lap time stabilized around 1 minute and 0.35 seconds. Ji Xing looked at the data, typing a few keys, and the curve on the screen became increasingly smooth. Xiongzhong, your braking point in the fifth lap was half a meter later than in the first lap. Ji Xing said into the walkie-talkie. Xiong Chumo's voice came through. I feel like I can delay it even more, but I don't think it's necessary. The car isn't adjusted to its best yet. Braking later would cost cornering speed. Ji Xing paused. Your analysis is spot on. Of course. I've read plenty of racing technical materials. From Initial D to Wang On, and from Gone in 60 Seconds to Fast Furious, I've watched each one more than 3 times. Ji Xing said nothing. He slowly turned to glance at Zhang Qi. That look said, is this really serious technical material? Zhang Qi responded with a blank expression. In the 8th lap, Xiong Chumo's lap time stabilized at 1 minute and 0.3 seconds. He drove the car back to the pit, turned off the engine, and removed his helmet. This time his hair was even wetter, as if he had just crawled out of a swimming pool. How is it? He asked. Ji Xing handed him the data sheet, which was filled with numbers like an ancient script. The data for the 7th and 8th laps is basically consistent. The car is stable. The tire wear is even, and the brake temperature is normal. Xiong Chumo glanced at it and nodded. Not bad. Once the car is adjusted again, it should be able to go a little faster. A little faster? Are you aiming to break a record? He secretly took out his phone and typed Tianma Racing Circuit fastest lap into the search engine. The page popped up. Han's 1 minute and 239 seconds in the 2012 CTCC touring car race. He looked at that number, then at Xiong Chumo's 1 minute and 0.3 seconds, a difference of 0.16 seconds. A little faster. Just how much is a little? 0.1, 0.2. Zhang Qi silently shoved his phone back into his pocket, deciding not to think about it. Overthinking would lead to insomnia. Xiong Chumo took off his racing suit and changed back into his deep blue casual suit. His hair was still damp, with a few strands sticking to his forehead. Manager, you walked over to him. Xiongzhong, since the car testing is done, the next step is to finalize the driver lineup. Do you have a navigator in mind? Xiong Chumo thought for a moment, several names flashing through his mind. Sun the Fat. No way, not to mention his weight. That guy can't even tell north from south. Last time I asked him to help with navigation, he held the phone upside down. Old Wong. Even worse, last time he sat in the passenger seat, he almost peed himself. His gaze swept over everyone in the pit, finally landing on a figure in the corner sipping coffee. Qin Xiaoxi felt Xiong Chumo looking at her and raised her head, her eyes flashing a cautious, "What are you looking at?" "Xiaoxi, you'll be in my team." Qin Xiaoxi was taken aback. "What do you mean by team?" "As my navigator." Her hand holding the coffee paused. The coffee cup hung in midair as if someone had pressed the pause button. Me. Navigator. Are you sure? You graduated from the Public Security University and learned special vehicle driving. You must have a sense of direction and balance, right? Qin Xiaoxi was silent for 2 seconds. In those 2 seconds her mind was racing, not thinking about can I do it. But how do I agree without seeming too excited? The Public Security University doesn't teach navigation. Qin Xiaoxi finally spoke, her tone like she was reading an official document. I can do special driving, but I don't know how to read road books. And my job is your safety officer, not navigator. Safety officer is a role. Navigator is also a role. Both are roles, there's no conflict. Xiong Chumo's logic was as quirky as ever. You sit next to me making sure I don't have an accident. Isn't that the duty of a safety officer? Just that it shifted from the office to the racing car. Road books can be learned. You're smart, you can master it in 3 days and become proficient in 5. In a week you could surpass Yu Chong. Sun Yuqiang interjected from the side. Qin Xiaoxi looked at Xiong Chumo. Her expression didn't change much, but in her mind 2 little people were at war. One little person said reject him. You are a safety officer, not a navigator. You just need to look cute at the front desk and make sure he doesn't get killed by suppliers at the company. The other little person said agree to him. Finally, you can get closer to him legitimately, and you really want to see what he looks like on the track. The 2 little people battled for 0.3 seconds. The second little person threw the first one down with a shoulder throw and even kicked him. Fine. Qin Xiaoxi said. 1 word. No extra words. Xiong Chumo nodded, then it settled. Manager Yi noted it down in his notebook. Xiong Zhong Miss Qin, I'll start arranging road book training tomorrow. Go home. Everyone gradually left the pit, some packing up tools, some changing clothes, and others wiping sweat. Qin Xiaoxi was the last to walk out holding a folder, her steps steady, expression calm. But she held the folder tightly, so tightly that the veins on the back of her hand were faintly visible. She walked to the parking lot, opened her car door, and sat inside. She closed the car door, rolled up the windows tightly. Then she threw the folder onto the passenger seat, covered her face with her hands, and slumped into the seat, like a spring with its support taken away. The corners of her mouth were turning up, refusing to be suppressed. She tried pressing her lips together, biting her lips, and taking deep breaths, but none worked. Qin Xiaoxi, can you have some dignity? She said to her reflection in the rearview mirror. The woman in the mirror had eyes shining like stars, and the curve of her lips couldn't be hidden. She took a deep breath, straightened her face, and practiced her expressionless look in the rearview mirror. It was somewhat effective, but the light in her eyes betrayed her. Not dignified. She cursed softly and started the car. One hand gripped the steering wheel, the other pressed against her chest. Her heart was still racing. Navigator. She whispered the word again, and the corners of her mouth curled up once more. This time she didn't. The car drove out of the parking lot and merged into the traffic. One hand was on the steering wheel, the other resting on the window, her lips still holding that undeniable curve. An old song played on the car stereo, and she hummed along slightly off-key, but she didn't care. Xiong, you still have some taste. She said it lightly, her voice drowned out by the engine and the music. But that smile carried all the way home. In the Huaten Automobile Modification Workshop, the air is thick with the scent of oil, solda, and metal dust, a masculine aroma that embodies the essence of machinery. In the center of the workshop, 2 newly modified Huaten S1 rally versions lie quietly, their red paint shining with a cold light under the illumination, the patterns on the carbon fiber components clearly visible. Qin Xiaoxi is not wearing her professional outfit today. Instead, she has opted for a white shirt and black casual pants with the shirt sleeves rolled up to her forearms, revealing her fair and firm wrists. She sits in the front row, a piece of hard cardboard under her knees, holding a marker with a serious expression, as if she were reviewing a case at the Ministry of Public Security. Opposite her, son Yuqiang stands by the workbench, his long hair casually tied into a ponytail, holding a crumpled paper roadbook, entering mentor mode. Xiong Chumo is also sitting in the back row, holding a cup of coffee, crossing his legs, looking relaxed, as if he were on vacation. What is a co-driver? Sun Yuqiang turns around, scanning the classroom like a teacher assessing his students. Qin Xiaoxi raises her hand, the eyes of the driver. Correct. The co-driver is the driver's eyes. The driver can only see 100 meters ahead, while the co-driver must see a kilometer back. The driver is responsible for stepping on the gas, and the co-driver tells him where to step, for how long, and when to let off. Qin Xiaoxi lowers her head and writes swiftly in her notebook, her handwriting neat, every stroke precise. Sun Yuqiang points to a diagram of a turn drawn on the whiteboard. This is a left turn, 3rd gear, entering the curve at a speed of 120, with a stone at the apex and a drainage ditch upon exiting. He turns to look at Qin Xiaoxi. If I tell Zhangqi this, he will automatically generate a complete route in his mind. Qin Xiaoxi raises her head, her eyes sparkling. But what if I say it wrong? If you say it wrong. If you say it wrong, hell crash and the 2 of you will go flying together. Then you wait for the rescue vehicle to arrive. It will end up in the news with the headline reading, "Racer crashes out of track due to co-driver's verbal mistake. Both suffer minor injuries, co-driver fired." Qin Xiaoxi's pen tip pokes an ink spot onto the paper. If a Trex reads the roadbook incorrectly, I will throw her out of the car. I'll walk myself. Better than dragging an extra person in the rescue vehicle. Xiong Chumo leans back in his chair, crossing his legs, holding his coffee with a smirk that suggests mischief. Qin Xiaoxi does not look back, but the cap of her pen flies out of her hand. It draws a straight line, traveling at an estimated speed of no less than 60 kilometers per hour, accurately hitting the coffee cup in Xiong Chumo's hand. The scalding coffee splashes onto Xiong Chumo's hand. Damn, it burns me to death. Xiong Chumo quickly retracts his hand, the back of it instantly turning red. He looks at the rolling pen cap on the floor, then at his reddened hand, his mouth twitching. A hidden weapon from the Tang sect. Or is it little Qin's flying knife? Qin Xiaoxi slowly turns her head, revealing a professional smile reminiscent of a flight attendant. It is sweet, standard, and flawless, even carrying a hint of concern. Oh dear, my apologies, I slipped. Mr. Xiong, are you alright? Do you want me to blow on it for you? As she speaks, she actually pouts, pretending to. Xiong Chumo shivers, feeling that it's even more terrifying than being burnt. He waves his hands repeatedly. No. I'll cool it myself. Sun Yuqiang beside him is trying to stifle his laughter, his face turning red, shoulders shaking violently, having to turn away to pretend to cough. Let's continue the lesson, let's continue. Xiong Chumo reluctantly shakes off the water on his hands, glaring at Qin Xiaoxi, angrily flicking his fingers. Sun Yuqiang, finally managing to stop laughing, picks up an eraser and taps the whiteboard. Now let's continue. Today we will first learn the basics, roadbook symbols. This is much simpler than Morse code from the police academy. He writes a series of symbols on the whiteboard: L1, L2, L3, L4, L5, L6. L represents a left turn. The numbers represent the severity of the turn. 1 is the most acute and 6 is the gentlest. The difference between L1 and L6 for a left turn is like the difference between a U-turn and a highway exit. Qin Xiaoxi nods, drawing a table in her notebook, each row corresponding to a number, leaving space for notes. Sun Yuqiang writes again: R1, R2, R3, R4, R5, R6. Right turn. Then comes a series of other symbols. DC represents downhill, UC represents uphill. Represents danger. Represents extreme danger, and a string of exclamation marks following. Means you better pray you have 9 lives. Qin Xiaoxi takes notes for a full 3 pages, her handwriting still neat. Sun Yuqiang glances at her, slightly surprised. The speed and quality of her notes surpass his own when he learned the roadbook. Back then his notes looked like scribbles, even he couldn't read them. The more Sun Yuqiang spoke, the faster he spoke, while Qin Xiaoxi's notes became steadier. The sound of the pen scratching the paper is like autumn leaves being blown across the ground. Zhang Qi whispers to Ji Xing behind him, "This girl has an excellent memory." Ji Xing replies in an even quieter voice, "Master's degree from the police academy. How could it not be good?" Sun Yuqiang takes a sip of water, moistening his throat. The theory has been covered. Now for a simulated practical exercise. He pulls out 2 folding chairs and places them side by side in the middle of the meeting room, sitting in the left one and leaving the right one empty. "You sit here. I will be the driver and you will be the co-driver. We will simulate a race segment. I will read the roadbook to you and you will repeat it back." Qin Xiaoxi moves over, leaning slightly forward, her hands resting on her knees like a cat poised to pounce. Sun Yuqiang takes a deep breath and begins to read. 400 meters ahead, R5, followed by L4. Pay attention to the road's undulations. Qin Xiaoxi follows along. 400 meters ahead, right 5, followed by left 4. Pay attention to the road's undulations. You're a bit slow. Sun Yuqiang says the co-driver should read the roadbook at least 1 turn faster than the driver. By the time you finish saying 400 meters ahead, the car has already shot out 200 meters. What you need to do is anticipate. Just like when you used to catch thieves, you have to know where they will run next. Qin Xiaoxi nods, her eyes sharpening, the pressure of a top student from the police academy instantly radiating. On the second round, she reads faster. 400 ahead, right 5, followed by left 4 undulations, gravel. On the third round, she reads even faster. 400, right 5, left 4 undulations, gravel. On the fourth round, she can recite a continuous combination of turns in one breath, without pausing her speed, as quick as a rapper freestyling. Left 6 followed by right 5, jump the slope, reduce throttle, land, and add throttle, watch out for the cattle. Sun Yuqiang is astonished by Qin Xiaoxi's learning ability, momentarily speechless. This learning speed is much faster than when I was learning. It took me a week to get the roadbook down, and she caught up in a day. Is this even human brain capacity? The brain structure is different. This is what we call an IQ advantage. Ji Xing concluded. 10 o'clock in the evening. At the Huateng headquarters on the 3rd floor. Most of the corridor lights have been turned off, leaving only a few emergency lights casting a dim yellow glow. The entire floor is as quiet as a deserted city. In Qin Xiaoxi's office, the lights are still on. She sits at her desk, a thick roadbook manual laid open before her with a cup of coffee that has long since gone cold beside it. On the computer screen is a rally simulation software looping a video of the racetrack. 200 meters ahead are 4, followed by L3, be careful of the drainage ditch on the right side. She recites it into the air. 200 meters ahead, right 4, followed by left 3, be careful of the drainage ditch on the right side. She repeats it again. 200 meters ahead, right 4, followed by left 3, Be careful of the drainage ditch on the right side. She recites it once more. Her voice echoes in the empty office like a chant in a temple. Her phone screen lights up. She picks it up to check and sees a post from Xiong Chumo featuring two pictures, one a selfie of Xiong Chumo looking stylish, and the other of an attractive girl in a black silk skirt getting a foot treatment with the background seemingly a high-end bath center. The text reads, "Today's relaxation. The technician's skills are good, highly recommended." Qin Xiaoxi stares at the post for 2 seconds expressionless before placing her phone face down on the desk. "Bear." She mutters lightly, then continues reciting into the air, 400 meters ahead, L5, followed by R4, "Be careful of gravel on the road." After repeating it twice, she picks up her phone again and saves Xiong Chumo's selfie. In her album, there is already a dedicated folder named Bear's Daily Life. It is filled with Xiong Chumo's social media photos, candid shots, and various chat record screenshots. The earliest photo shows the two of them in school uniforms, with Qin Xiaoxi sporting short hair and Xiong Chumo wearing an infuriating expression. After saving the image, she places her phone back on the desk, takes a deep breath, and resumes reciting. 100 meters ahead are 3 followed by L2. "Be careful. Be careful. Be careful of the potholes on the road." She gets stuck. Furrowing her brow, she flips through the roadbook manual, finds the corresponding page, and reads that section 3 times before closing the book and reciting it with her eyes closed. 100 meters ahead, right 3 followed by left 2. "Be careful of the potholes on the road." She opens her eyes, and it's correct. She writes it down again in her notebook. The night deepens. Outside the window, the city is illuminated, but in the office there is only a desk lamp and a girl reciting the roadbook into the air. The next day, Sun Yuqiang appears again in the conference room, holding a stack of printed roadbook practice books. Qin Xiaoxi sits in the front row, her notebook already half filled with notes. "Today we will practice the reporting rhythm." Sun Yuqiang hands her a copy of the practice book. The navigator doesn't just recite, there needs to be emotion. When approaching a sharp turn, the tone should be urgent. On a straight path, the tone can be calm. At danger points, how should I put it? Make it so the driver knows that if they don't steer now, it's over. Qin Xiaoxi flips open the practice book and quickly schemes through it. Sun Yuqiang takes out a simulation roadbook and stands in front of the whiteboard. "Come on, try this section. From the starting point to the first timing point, about 5 kilometers. Look it over first, then read it to me." Qin Xiaoxi lowers her head for 30 seconds, closes the practice book, and looks up. "Start 300 meters of straight road followed by R4. Be careful of the guardrail on the right side. 150 meters L3, followed by R2. Be careful of the drainage ditch on the left side. 80 meters R1, R1. Exiting the turn into a straight path. Be careful on the right side. Be careful." Her voice involuntarily rises at R1, and her speed quickens like she's shouting. Sun Yuqiang nods. "Not bad. R1 is a sharp turn, and the tone is right. But what comes after be careful on the right side? You got stuck. There's a rock. Is it big, eh? As big as a fist? Do we need to report a fist-sized rock?" Qin Xiaoxi thinks for a moment. "No. Correct. A fist-sized rock doesn't need to be reported. Only big ones do. Small ones can be rolled over without causing trouble. Navigators need to learn to filter information. Reporting every little detail will overload the driver's mind." Sun Yuqiang's expression is serious. Qin Xiaoxi nods, taking notes earnestly in her notebook. Zhang Qi walks by the door, peeking in, still studying. "Come in." Sun Yuqiang gestures. "Perfect timing. You can be the driver, and let her read it to you. Practice makes perfect." Zhang Qi walks in and sits in the driver's seat. He adjusts his sitting posture, his hands hovering in front of him, pretending to hold the steering wheel. Qin Xiaoxi sits next to him, taking a deep breath. "Start." Her voice is steady, as if reciting a text. But Zhang Qi notices her fingers gripping the roadbook slightly tighter, causing the paper to crinkle. 100 meters of straight road followed by R4. Be careful of the guardrail on the right side. Zhang Qi pretends to steer. "What's the entry speed for this R4? 130. Sun Yuqiang interjects from the side. Qin Xiaoxi immediately adds, "Entry speed is 130 full throttle exiting the turn." Zhang Qi nods and continues to drive. 50 meters ahead, L3, followed by R2. Be careful of the drainage ditch on the left side. Zhang Qi turns the steering wheel again. 80 meters, R1. Qin Xiaoxi's voice suddenly rises, her speed quickening like a machine gun. Zhang Kai's body instinctively tenses up, his hands gripping the non-existent steering wheel tightly, even mimicking a left-heavy braking motion. Sun Yuqiang watches with delight. "Not bad. His physical reaction shows your tone is effective. Look how scared he got." "I was scared by her. This tone feels like the last time I took the driving test with the examiner sitting next to me." Scaring is exactly right. That's the effect we want. Qin Xiaoxi's lips curl up slightly, but quickly she recites 2 more turns, her voice becoming steadier and her speed more accurate. Even Sun Yuqiang can't find any faults. "That's enough for today." Sun Yuqiang claps. "Let's stop here. Starting tomorrow, we'll have real practice in the car." Qin Xiaoxi closes the roadbook, stands up, and bows. "Thank you, teacher son. No need to thank me. You are learning quickly. Have you been practicing secretly?" "No. I just listened to it a few more times. Sun Yuqiang glances at the faint dark circles under her eyes and tactfully doesn't call her out. Alright, rest well today. Okay. That evening Qin Xiaoxi's office light is on again. Right 4, left 5, followed by right 3. By the 20th recitation, she can recite the entire roadbook from start to finish without missing a punctuation mark. Her phone lights up. Xiong Chumo sent a message. Real practice tomorrow, rest early, don't be late. Qin Xiaoxi looks at the screen, a small smile creeping onto her lips. Then she immediately wipes the smile away as if nothing had happened. She replies with 3 words, got it, then continues to recite the roadbook. But this time her voice is much softer, as if she is whispering to someone. Right 4, long, followed by left 3. The office lights stay on until dawn. In the parking lot, more leaves have gathered on top of Qin Xiaoxi's small golf. On the following morning, before dawn had fully broken, Sun Yuqiang took Qin Xiaoxi to a mountain road in the suburb. This road is located at the junction of Shanghai and Zhujiang, a provincial road branch that has nearly fallen into disuse due to the rerouting of new roads. Normally the traffic is so sparse that it could be the setting for a ghost film. 3 cars passing in an hour would be considered a busy day. Although the surface was old, the concrete was relatively smooth with a rich array of curves, including high-speed turns, hairpin bends, and continuous turns, making it a natural training ground for rally racing. Sun Yuqiang parked the car by the roadside, took out an old notebook and a red pen, and began to walk the track with Qin Xiaoxi. The first step in creating a road book is not to sit in the car and take notes, but to walk on foot. Sun Yuqiang stepped on the ground, saying, you need to feel the curvature of each turn with your body, measure the distance to the crest of every hill with your eyes, so that you can write a perfect road book. Qin Xiaoxi, dressed in a black sports outfit, wearing running shoes, and with her ponytail tied high, held a notebook and measuring wheel, her expression serious, as if she were defusing a bomb. The two of them drove a short distance, stopping at each curve to measure the radius. Qin Xiaoxi followed behind, using the measuring wheel to gauge the distance, murmuring to herself, 150 meters right, for then left 3, the road surface is smooth. Sun Yuqiang crouched at the apex of the curve, looking ahead. Be careful, there's a small slope at the exit about 20 meters long. The gradient isn't steep, but it will obstruct your view. Qin Xiaoxi quickly noted it down, her handwriting still neat. 20 meters after the turn, small slope, obstructed view. The two of them were becoming increasingly in sync. Sun Yuqiang was responsible for observing, while Qin Xiaoxi took notes. Every word spoken by Sun Yuqiang was accurately captured by Qin Xiaoxi on paper, with not even a punctuation mark missed. Your notes are much better than what I wrote back in the day, Sun Yuqiang remarked, flipping through a couple of pages in admiration. The road book I wrote back then, I wouldn't even recognize it myself. Once during a race I mistook left 3 for right 5, and almost sent Zhang Qi off a cliff. What happened then? Later Zhang Qi realized it, and slammed the brakes, stopping the car right at the edge of the cliff. The front wheels were already over the edge by 1/3 and stones were tumbling down below. After the race, he scolded me for 40 minutes, from the track to the pit stop, from the pit stop to the hotel, and from the hotel to dinner, until his voice was hoarse. The next day his throat hurt, and he asked me to buy him some throat lozenges. Qin Xiaoxi's lips twitched slightly as she continued to focus on writing the road book. By noon the road book was finally completed. Sun Yuqiang squatted by the roadside, leaning against a rock, while munching on bread, exhausted like an old dog that had just run a marathon. Qin Xiaoxi stood beside him, holding the notebook, silently reading through it from beginning to end, her expression concentrated, as if she were memorizing answers for an exam. Xiaoxi, aren't you tired? Sun Yuqiang asked, chewing on his bread. Not tired. Qin Xiaoxi replied, not looking up, her gaze fixed on the notebook. What did you practice at the public security university before? Armed off-road racing, 5 kilometers with a weighted pack, plus sonda joint locks, and tactical shooting. Sun Yuqiang paused for a moment while chewing his bread. He recalled that old Wang had mentioned Qin Xiaoxi was a 3rd-degree black belt in sonda. He also remembered the pen cap that had flown towards Xiong Chumo's coffee cup yesterday. He swallowed the bread and decided to be a bit more polite to Miss Qin from now on. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Xiong Chumo arrived driving his S1 rally car, performing a drift as he parked by the roadside, kicking up a cloud of dust. Qin Xiaoxi stood upwind, stepping aside a couple of paces to avoid the dust storm. Sun Yuqiang didn't have time to react and ended up coughing for a while. Xiong Chumo got out of the car dressed in a brand new racing suit, still adorned with sponsor logos like Golden Splendor, and so refreshing on his chest. His first action upon exiting the car was not to greet anyone, but to stand by the roadside, hands on his hips, striking a pose towards the distant mountains and clouds. The scenery here is really nice, he said, taking a deep breath. The air is fresh, invigorating the spirit and rejuvenating the mind. Pep. Sun Yuqiang spat out a few mouthfuls of dust. Xiong, are you here to train or to shoot a car commercial? Do you want me to hold up a reflector for you? Both. I might as well shoot a few Douyin clips. Balancing work and life is called time management. He took out his phone, snapping a few pictures of the distant mountains, and then zoomed in on a cloud that resembled a turtle. Where's the road book? Xiong Chumo put away his phone. Sun Yuqiang handed him the road book, a total of 6 pages handwritten, with every curve clearly marked, even noting how many crooked trees were by the roadside. Xiong Chumo received the road book and glanced at it. While your handwriting is quite elegant. Did Xiaoxi write this? He turned to look at Qin Xiaoxi, who had already changed into her racing suit not far away. In that moment, Xiong Chumo was taken aback. Normally, Qin Xiaoxi exuded the aura of a professional. Now wearing a one-piece fireproof racing suit, her originally soft lines were accentuated by the stiff fabric, making her appear exceptionally capable and compact, like a sword about to be unsheathed. What are you staring at? Qin Xiaoxi pulled up her helmet, revealing only her cold, piercing eyes. If you keep staring, you'll gouge your eyes out and use them as spare tire valve cores. Tisk tisk, wearing this outfit, the Tyrannosaurus Rex's lethality has increased by 50%, Xiong Chumo said with a grin as he got into the car, his smile so irritating it could provoke even the Buddha. Qin Xiaoxi opened the passenger door, stood for a few seconds, took a deep breath, and sat down. She fastened her 6-point safety belt tightly, squeezing her body as if held by a pair of hands. The cabin was very small. Small enough that their elbows were mere centimeters apart. Small enough that Qin Xiaoxi could smell the scent of the cologne on Xiong Chumo, which wasn't from a famous brand, but somehow smelled good. She took a deep breath, trying to push that scent out of her mind. Buckle up. Hold the road book steady. Xiong Chumo revved the engine, the S1 letting out a deep growl. Today I'll drive, and you'll read the road book. Don't mess it up. If you do, we'll curse at you. Do you dare to try? Xiong Chumo paused. He remembered every argument he had with this woman. He never managed to come out on top. Because when you reason with her, she counters with martial ethics. Let's go. The car slowly started moving, and Qin Xiaoxi spread the road book across her lap, holding a pen in her left hand and pressing down on the paper with her right hand to prevent it from blowing away. Her expression had entered work mode, lips, slightly pursed, brow lightly furrowed, her gaze quickly shifting between the road book and the road ahead. Straight road for 300 meters, then R4, I'll be careful of the guardrail on the right. Xiong Chumo said nothing, pressing the accelerator a bit deeper. The speed increased from 60 to 90. Entering the turn at 101 full throttle, coming out of the turn. Qin Xiaoxi's voice was steady like a machine running smoothly. Xiong Chumo turned the steering wheel, and the car sliced into the curve. The tires let out a slight squeal, a sound not loud, but Qin Xiaoxi's pen hesitated for a moment. You're entering the turn too close. You're hugging the inside line, and you'll be restricted by the outer shoulder when you exit the turn. I know, Xiong Chumo replied. Then why are you hugging so close? I like to hug the inside line. It gives me a sense of security. A sense of security. Is hugging the wall a sense of security? You're courting death. The wall won't move. The shoulder won't change lanes. I trust the wall. Qin Xiaoxi took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, and continued reading the road book. 80 meters ahead. L3, then R2. Be careful of the drainage ditch on the left. Entering the turn at 85, slow down. This turn is very sharp. Xiong Chumo didn't reduce speed, yanked the steering wheel, and the car drifted slightly as it cut into the curve. Qin Xiaoxi's body was pressed against the car door by the centrifugal force, and the road book in her hand nearly flew away. She grabbed it tightly, her expression shifting from work mode to wanting to hit someone mode. Could you please listen to the navigator? I told you this corner is sharp. I know it's sharp, but don't be hasty. Didn't I pull it back? Everything's under control. What if you couldn't pull it back? We nearly hit something just now. Then so be it. You're buckled in, you won't die. At most you'll break 2 ribs. Qin Xiaoxi looked at him. Her gaze was like 2 throwing knives. Xiong Chumo, do you think you're very funny? It's not what I think. It's universally acknowledged. To have a friend as witty and humorous as I am is your honor. You don't know how much emotional value I bring to everyone. Xiong Chumo's mouth curled with smug delight. That expression you made just now was priceless. Next time I'll film it. Do you believe I'll break 2 of your ribs right now? Can you even reach? The 6-point harness has you cinched. Qin Xiaoxi glanced at the landscape streaking past the window, suppressing the urge to undo her belt and sock him. Be patient. Settle this after we get out. She took a deep breath, turned the pace notes to the next page, and her voice cooled several degrees. 200 meters ahead, straight into L5. You better have the car straight before I see it. It's straight. The speed dipped a little, but not much. Entry speed. There are stones at the apex. Seen them. Then you. I already went around them. Qin Xiaoxi opened her mouth and found he really had gone around them. Those few stones lay on the shoulder. His tire skimmed past them by half a centimeter, precise as a surgeon's scalpel. Did you do that on purpose? Do what on purpose? You ignored me on purpose just to prove you're better than me, to make me redundant. Ridiculous. I'm simply awesome. This is genius. Qin Xiaoxi clenched the pen in her hand till it clicked. Fine, you're great. You drive. I won't call the notes anymore. You want? Then am I blind? Aren't you so capable? Drive yourself. No navigator needed. Xiong Chumo glanced at her. Are you angry? No. You are angry. I said I'm not. Try asking me again and see. Qin Xiaoxi inhaled slowly and deeply, the breath drawn long and steady, as if she were administering herself a calm-down ritual. She lowered her head. Her expression resumed a professional calm. 200 meters ahead L4 into R3, note a drainage ditch on the right. 100 meters R2. Exit to the straight full throttle. Xiong Chumo followed the pace notes, steering flooring it shifting. His actions were fluid as flowing water, but his mouth wouldn't stay quiet. When you shout, R2, can you not suddenly shriek? I thought we blew a tire. I was doing what teacher son taught. Urgent tone for sharp turns. To alert the driver. Is that an urgent tone? You sound possessed. Just drive, enough with the nonsense. The car pressed on through a handful of bends. Qin Xiaoxi read the pace notes ever faster, Xiong Chumo drove ever smoother, and between them a strange rhythm took shape. Though they never stopped bickering, the car's speed climbed. 400 meters ahead, a succession of sterns, R4 into L3 into R2. Entry speeds. First S 100, second 85, third. Qin Xiaoxi's voice cut off. Xiong Chumo's car kicked the rear out on the exit of the third S. It wasn't serious. A slight slide of a dozen degrees instantly corrected with a countersteer. What happened? Qin Xiaoxi asked. There's sand on the surface. Where? On the outside at the exit. Qin Xiaoxi flipped the notes and added a line at that spot, exit of R2. Sand on outside. Next lap, take the entry line a touch inside closer to midline. On exit, don't run the outside. They fell silent for a second. The same God, it felt like two opposite things. When Xiong Chumo said it this time, Qin Xiaoxi sensed the absence of that infuriating tone. Continue. Qin Xiaoxi's voice regained composure. The next bend was a long left with a broad radius followed by a stretch of straight. Qin Xiaoxi read R5, no R4. Wait. A flicker of hesitation touched her voice, her brow knitted. Xiong Chumo did not immediately dive into the corner. He reduced speed and waited. What is it? He asked. The notes say R5, but when I looked, the curvature felt larger than R5. More like R4. The pace notes are wrong. Qin Xiaoxi bit her lip. Not impossible. When I walked the circuit, I stood at the apex. That perspective differs from the driver's view. There is a row of trees lining the left side of the bend. Seen from there, the curve looks compressed. So it's R4. I think it's R4. Are you sure? Qin Xiaoxi stared at the bend, glanced at the notes, closed her eyes for 3 seconds, and replayed the route in her mind. She opened her eyes. Certain. All right. Xiong Chumo planted his foot. The engine roared. The car sliced into the corner. Entry speed line, exit point. All to the cadence of R4. No hesitation, no probing. Like a racer who trusts his navigator. The car slid through with steady grace. On exit, its posture was composed, as if taking a leisurely stroll. Correct, Qin Xiaoxi said. Xiong Chumo said nothing. He reached out his right hand and gave a thumbs up. The thumb bobbed before her like a tiny victory flag. Qin Xiaoxi watched that thumb. Her lips twitched. She exhaled, leaned back in the seat, and the pace notes in her hand loosened their grip. Suddenly Xiong Chumo stomped the brake. By inertia, Qin Xiaoxi's head struck the roll cage hard. 20 meters ahead, a stray dog sauntered across the road. It didn't even glance their way. Its tail was held high. The car stopped 3 meters short. Xiong Chumo leaned out and made a beckoning gesture at the dog. Brother dog. The stray looked back at him with pure contempt, sauntered across, and even relieved itself in the middle of the road. In the passenger seat, Qin Xiaoxi pressed her palm to her forehead and slowly turned her head. Her eyes were no longer merely cold. They burned with murderous intent. Xiong Chumo? I brake too hard. Xiong Chumo shrank his neck, trying to make distance in the cramped cabin. Are you fucking trying to die? Qin Xiaoxi unfastened her harness. Hey, don't move. The car's still rolling. Xiong Chumo panicked. I don't care. Qin Xiaoxi, like an enraged she-leopard, vaulted over the shifter in the still gliding cockpit and seized Xiong Chumo by the collar with one hand. Let go. Let go. The collar's going to rip. This outfit's expensive. Xiong Chumo fumbled to pry her fingers. Tear it then. Besides, you're not short of money. I'm short. I'm broke. I'm very broke. Let go. Let go now. I won't let go. Yuqiang, help. Far off, son Yuqiang leaned against the Ford Transit, listening to the scuffle, the curses, and the creaks relayed over the radio. He shook his head helplessly and lit a cigarette. Young people, such boundless energy. He exhaled a smoke ring and watched on the drone controller screen the red race car, thrashing by the roadside. TSK, car shenanigans in broad daylight. On the day of departure before dawn, the Huaten factory area was bustling like a market. A bus and 3 logistics vehicles were neatly lined up at the entrance with the Huaten team logo and sponsorship logos, like Golden Splendor Nightclub, Comfortable Sanitary Napkin, and Pleasure Baby, affixed to their bodies. From a distance, it resembled a parade heading to a temple fair. 2 S1 racing cars were securely fixed in a closed trailer poised for action. One compartment was filled with spare engines, gearboxes, tires, and various maintenance tools and luggage. A modified van had a window on the side and a smoke exhaust pipe installed on the top. The door had the words "Mobile Kitchen" written in big letters. Next to the team manager, Yi held a loudspeaker, looking like a political commissar, sending soldiers off to war, conducting a pre-battle mobilization. Brothers, today is the debut of our Huaten team. We are heading to Zhangye, to that Gobi Desert, to take down all those joint venture brands and imported brands. Does everyone have confidence? Yes. Let's take them down. Let's get them. Let's crush them. Domestic products are the best. A group of young technicians waved their wrenches, their spirits high. In a corner, Zhang Qi's son Yuqiang and Ji Xing stood together. Zhang Qi looked at the scene before him, his expression slightly dazed. He had participated in countless competitions in his life, but never had it been so extravagant. In the past, they would stuff the racing car into a friend's truck, squeeze into the back seat of a van, eat instant noodles when hungry, and sleep in the car when tired. And now, Manager Yi, in order to ensure meals, specially modified a dining car. The chef inside was poached from a five-star hotel in Shanghai by Xiong Chumo, and it was said that a bowl of fried rice from that chef could sell for 10 times the price of his own. Ji Xing, Zhang Qi sniffed the air filled with the smell of diesel and meat buns. I've never fought such a wealthy battle in my life. Ji Xing was also watching, looking at the logistics vehicle filled with top-notch parts and tools, his eyes slightly moist. We've turned over a new leaf. In the past, our toolbox only had wrenches and tape. But now look, that vehicle even has a dedicated temperature-controlled box to prevent moisture for computers and electronic devices. We really have to thank the great heavens, thank the great heavens. Manager Yi, along with logistics supervisor Ma Dashan, was busy bustling between the vehicles. His notebook was filled with detailed driving routes, gas station locations, and rest stop arrangements, calculating every detail to the minute. At this moment, Xiong Chumo and Qin Xiaoxi walked out. Xiong Chumo still wore his flashy custom racing suit, speaking sweetly to a certain beauty on his phone. His voice was as gentle as coaxing a child, yet his expression was indifferent, as if conducting business. Good morning, we're setting off to Zhanya today. Don't forget to think of me. A sweet voice came from the other end of the line. It's very cold over there. Remember to wear more clothes. Be safe, moi. TCH. Scumbag. This last remark wasn't from the beauty on the phone, but from Qin Xiaoxi, who was behind him. Qin Xiaoxi wore a blue jumpsuit, her hair tied in a high ponytail, her figure tall and well-proportioned. Her gaze swept through every corner of the team, a habit of her profession as a safety officer, constantly inspecting for safety hazards. Is everyone here? Xiong Chumo hung up the phone, putting away his playboy demeanor, and seriously looked at Manager Yi. Everyone is here, Mr. Xiong. We can set off at any time. Good. Xiong Chumo nodded. Just as he was about to give the order to depart, he suddenly remembered something. By the way, where's Fatty's son? He said he would come to see us off. That fat guy isn't still sleeping, is he? As soon as he finished speaking, a loud, ear-splitting roar of an engine was heard in the distance. A bright yellow Lamborghini Huracan charged over like a bolt of lightning, making an extremely ostentatious drift, blocking the way in front of the team. The car door opened like wings, and Sun Bewley's chubby face poked out from inside, wearing sunglasses and his hair slicked back. Today he wore a flashy pink polo shirt with the collar up, a gold chain glinting in and out of sight, exuding a vibe of extravagance from head to toe. Chumo, let's go, it's time to set off. I'm here to escort you. Xiong Chumo looked at the supercar, his brow furrowing into a twist. Fatty-san, what are you doing? Providing escort. Such an important race, how can I be left out? Brothers united, their strength is unbreakable. Xiong Chumo was amused, his mouth twitching with laughter. You're going to provide escort in a Lamborghini behind our team. Have you lost your mind? How big is your fuel tank? 80 liters. From Shanghai to Zhanya, over 2,000 kilometers. How many times do you plan to refuel it? Fatty Sun was stunned, counting on his fingers for a long time, and gave up when he reached the third finger. Can I refuel midway? There are few gas stations along Gansu, and your car has extremely high fuel consumption. Based on your driving habits, you're likely to run out of gas in some deserted area of Gansu and then be eaten by wolves. Qin Xiaoxi sweetly said. Fatty Sun shrank his neck, feeling a bit scared, though he thought she was exaggerating then. I can follow your logistics vehicle, surely I can refuel, right? Xiong Chumo rolled his eyes. Our fuel is reserved for the logistics vehicle, and the specifications are different. Your supercar runs on 98 octane, while we run on 0 diesel. Can your big yellow cow handle this waste oil, eh? Aye. Fatty Sun was at a loss for words. Go back. Xiong Chumo waved his hand. Don't cause trouble. No, Chumo. My wife finally agreed to let me come out. Fatty Sun wailed, his voice piercing like a dying pig. To be able to come out, I even signed the humiliating couple loyalty agreement, an agreement that even Yuan Shirkai wouldn't dare to sign. Go back. Your car's ground clearance is less than 10 centimeters. It's fine on the highway, but once we enter Gansu, we'll have to take a national road, and there are potholes bigger than your face. How do you plan to get through? Carry it over. Or gather a bunch of people to carry you. Fatty Sun opened his mouth, his expression shifting from reluctant to I'm thinking and back to reluctant. Xiong Chumo saw he was still not giving up and lowered his voice, stepping closer. What do you want to do there? We're going to compete in the desert. It's all sand, not a KTV in sight. The nearest footbath city is 100 kilometers away. Not that. Fatty Sun scratched his head, suddenly revealing a sly expression of I understand the situation now. I was scrolling through Douyin a few days ago, the Alashan off-road race. It looked so exciting. Bonfires, barbecues, tents, and people gathering for. Get lost. Xiong Chumo slapped him on the shoulder, making Fatty Sun shrink 3 centimeters. I'm participating in a serious race, it's CRC. The China Automobile Rally Championship. Not that nonsense hero gathering. In the end, Fatty Sun reluctantly closed the car, door his ostentatious Lamborghini, turning away like a dog with its tail between its legs. The team finally set off. The magnificent convoy left Shanghai and entered the highway. Initially, everything went smoothly. Zhang Qi sat in the navigation vehicle, watching the scenery fly by, feeling complex emotions. He remembered the first time he went to a competition 10 years ago, taking a green train, sitting on hard seats for 20 hours, getting off the train with a sore backside. And now, a big sofa seat, air conditioning set to 23 degrees, a fridge in the car stocked with ice-cold cola. However, less than half an hour after departure, Xiong Chumo's phone rang. Caller ID Fatty Sun. Xiong Chumo answered on speaker. On the other end, Fatty Sun's voice was choked with sobs, the background filled with howling winds and the occasional honk of passing trucks. Chumo. Help! Help me! What's wrong? Xiong Chumo frowned. I'm out of gas. Where are you? I don't know. I followed the navigation and ended up in the wilderness. Now there's no village in front or shop behind, and my phone is down to 5% battery. Xiong Chumo took a deep breath, feeling his blood pressure rise instantly. Damn it. You said you would provide escort, and now you've sent yourself to the wilderness. How was I supposed to know this navigation would be so treacherous? It led me to this godforsaken place. I even showed off my skills when I got on the highway, and now I'm out of gas. Brother, come save me. I'm scared. Xiong Chumo glanced at Qin Xiaoxi beside him. Qin Xiaoxi expressionlessly took out her phone, began searching for nearby gas stations and towing services, muttering, "Intelligence tax serves you right." Wait. Manager Yi. Our sponsor is out of gas, stranded on the road. Who in the logistics team is free? Send a barrel of gas over. Manager Yes voice came from the intercom. Okay, luckily we have 105 gasoline for the racing cars. This Lamborghini is quite lucky too, it can drink our Huaten S1S gasoline now. Sun Yuqiang rolled his eyes, he should just fend for himself. It would be a nice meal for the wolves. Xiong Chumo gritted his teeth as he spoke into the microphone. Fatty Sun, send your location, using that treacherous navigation, and wait for me there. If you see any passing fuel tankers, just kneel down and beg, maybe they'll give you a drop if they're in a good mood. After hanging up, Xiong Chumo looked at Qin Xiaoxi. How long until we reach the service area? 120 kilometers. Tell the logistics vehicle to speed up a bit. The team continued forward, heading. Meanwhile, on a desolate provincial road, Fatty Sun, just after dialing the roadside assistance number and sending his location, squatted beside the Lamborghini, using his completely dead phone as a mirror, muttering, "Luckily, I'm handsome, otherwise I'd really be eaten by wolves." Wait, wolves would eat anything when they're hungry. So what use is being handsome? The wind blew, kicking up a cloud of yellow sand. A mysterious bird call echoed in the distance. Fatty Sun shrank his neck, pulled out a shiny Givenchy jacket from the car, wrapping himself up a bit more. There can't really be wolves, right? The convoy traveled on the highway for 3 whole days. On the first day, they journeyed from Shanghai to Nanyang, covering 850 kilometers. On the second day, they moved from Nanyang to Pingliang, a distance of 1,000 kilometers. On the second day, they traveled from Pingliang to Zhangye, a distance of 720 kilometers. After passing Lanzhou, the scenery outside the window transformed completely into a Gobi desert with yellow earth, gray stones, and a blue sky blending together like a minimalist oil painting. Zhang Qi sat in the passenger seat, watching the scenery outside change from green to yellow, and then from yellow to a sandy hue, filled with emotions. I remember when we first came here for the competition, we only had a second-hand jinbei with a broken air conditioner, and the wind from the open windows could blow you dry as a raisin. Jixing sat in the last row holding a manual, studying it with more focus than an exam student. Jixing, aren't you tired? I'm not really, I'm used to it. You should take a break. You'll have plenty to do when we get to Zhangye. I can't sleep. Thoughts of the car's setup filled his mind. I might have miscalculated the stiffness of the front suspension springs, they should be softer by 5%. The damping of the rear suspension is also a bit off. You've been calculating this the whole way, can you stop? The race is approaching, we need to adjust everything to the best state. These 2 cars are our hopes for a comeback. Jixing now regarded these 2 S1S as his own children. He felt anyone touching them was committing child abuse. At 4 in the afternoon, the convoy finally arrived in Zhangye. Zhangye, known in ancient times as Ganzhou, is located in the northwest of Gansu province in the middle section of the Heshi corridor. There is a famous racetrack here, the Zhangye National Desert Sports Park track, known for its high-speed sandy surface, and it is one of the most classic venues in China's automotive rally championship. As the convoy entered the city, Xiong Chumo rolled down the car window and took a deep breath. The air was dry, carrying a hint of earthy smell contrasting sharply with Shanghai's humidity. Xiong Chumo suddenly sneezed. Damn, this smell is really refreshing. Qin Xiaoxi, sitting next to him, checked her phone and said it's 1400 meters above sea level. Not particularly high, but for us who just came from Shanghai, we need to adapt a bit. Are you okay? I went to Shanghai for training when I was at the public security university. Over 3,000 meters, ran 5 kilometers in 21.5 minutes. Qin Xiaoxi's tone was flat. Xiong Chumo fell silent for a second. Can you not make me feel like a waste every time? Aside from being a bit subpar, you're actually not bad, but it depends on who you're comparing with. Qin Xiaoxi didn't even lift her head. The hotel they checked into was the best in Zhangye City, though best in Shanghai, would be considered a budget hotel, but it was clean. Manager Yi had booked the rooms a month in advance for 23 people, 17 rooms, arranging everything clearly. How to stay, who shares with whom, and which rooms are near each other for communication. Dinner was arranged at a Northwest cuisine restaurant next to the hotel. Manager Yi had checked the place beforehand to confirm the hygiene and taste. He specifically instructed the owner less oil, less salt, not spicy, fresh ingredients, no prepackaged dishes, no gutter oil, and the chef must wash his hands before cooking. After listening, the owner was stunned for 10 seconds, then asked, "Sir, are you here to compete or to film a documentary?" 23 people sat at 3 tables, each filled with dishes. Big plate chicken, hand-grabbed lamb stuffed skin, sauced noodles, lamb skewers. The portions were astonishing. Zhang Qi was almost in tears. He ate 2 bowls of noodles and gnawed on 3 skewers of lamb, his cheeks puffed out like a hibernating hamster. Grease dripped from the corners of his mouth. This was the most delicious meal he had had in 5 years since his ban from racing. Sun Yuqiang advised him, "Zhang Qi, eat less. You have to test the car tomorrow. If you eat too much, your stomach will be burdened and your reaction time will slow down. How can I have the strength to drive if I don't eat?" Zhang Qi picked up another skewer of lamb, his movements grand and proud. "Back in the day, before my competitions, I could eat 5 bowls of beef noodles. Now I can't. I'm older and my metabolism is slower." Ji Xing ate the most gracefully, taking small bites as if nurturing his stomach. He glanced at the weather forecast on his phone while eating. Tomorrow will be sunny with a temperature of 32 degrees and a humidity of 15%. The air is dry, which affects the engine intake. The intake temperature of the turbocharger will be higher. At the next table, the technicians were eating vigorously, some already competing to see who could eat more lamb skewers. The maintenance team leader Lu Desheng single-handedly finished 20 skewers, competing with Xiao Li for the title of Zhangye Skewer King with a pile of skewers in front of them. Xiong Chumo watched Lu Desheng and the others devour their food and suddenly thought of something, turning to Manager Yi. He wanted to see old Yi perform a 3-bite pig act. A halal restaurant, never mind. Let old Yi try next time, it would be a classic moment. Manager Yi didn't notice Xiong Chumo's strange gaze. He silently made a note in his mind. If anyone has diarrhea tomorrow, they would be responsible for washing all 23 pairs of socks for 3 days. Late at night, the starry sky in Zhangye was much brighter than in Shanghai. Without haze or light pollution, one could see the Milky Way like a river strewn with diamonds stretching across the sky. Zhang Qi stood at the hotel entrance gazing up at the starry sky. Sun Yuqiang came out and handed him a bottle of beer. Zhang Qi took it, feeling the condensation on the can drip down his fingers. "What are you thinking about?" Sun Yuqiang asked. "Thinking about when I first came to Zhangye for a race." At that moment, Zhang Qi was not his usual playful self. He appeared very composed. "Back then I was in my early 20s, fearless. I dared to go full throttle through every corner on the track, unafraid of crashing, getting back up to continue driving. Now I find myself overthinking every turn. Is my braking point correct? Is my entry angle adequate? Will I understeer on exit? The more I think, the worse I drive." Sun Yuqiang remained silent, pulling out a handful of sunflower seeds from his pocket and started cracking them. "Can you not do that while I'm trying to open up to you?" Zhang Qi turned to look at him. "You talk about your thing, I crack my seeds. It doesn't interfere. Go on, I'm listening." Sun Yuqiang spat the shell. Zhang Qi took a deep breath, deciding not to get into it with this seed-cracking maniac. "Yuqiang, do you think we can win?" Sun Yuqiang paused his cracking for a moment. "Yes," he replied. "Why so sure? Isn't it obvious? We managed 5 consecutive championships under worse conditions. Now look at our current situation. Our cars are the best modified to CRC standards. Our budget is the highest among all teams in CRC. Our team is the most coordinated in CRC. We're here to show the racing world that their king has returned." Zhang Qi stared at him, silent for a few seconds. "Did you read some motivational article or something?" "No. I just feel that if we lose, all the hard work we've put in over the years will be for nothing." Zhang Qi fell silent and quietly walked back to the hotel. Sun Yuqiang stood at the door, pulling out another handful of sunflower seeds, continuing to crack them. "We can win," he repeated to Zhang Kai's back. That night, the starry sky in Zhangye was exceptionally bright. On the morning of the second day, as dawn broke, the convoy set off to scout the track. The journey was across a vast Gobi desert with the occasional clusters of camel thorns poking out from the yellow sand like the stubborn survivors of this desolate land. Xiong Chumo was still asleep, leaning against the car window, his mouth slightly ajar, nearly drooling. Qin Xiaoxi quietly adjusted the window to prevent him from catching a chill. Upon reaching the starting point of the track, everyone got out of the car. Zhang Qi stood at the starting line, looking at the gravel road stretching deep into the Gobi, his heart racing. The track was narrow, flanked by desert and sand dunes. The surface was a mixture of gravel and yellow earth with wheels kicking up clouds of dust resembling a massive yellow dragon chasing behind. There were many turns including high-speed bends, low-speed curves, continuous turns, and several long descents that could be regarded as nightmares for braking systems. Manager Yi stood nearby pulling out a tablet displaying the satellite map of the track. The highest elevation here is 1800 meters and the lowest is 1400 meters. The surface is predominantly gravel. There are a few areas that require particular attention. He pointed to several red dots on the map. Here at the 6-kilometer mark, there is a continuous R4 to L3 turn where the surface undulates and can cause jumps when exiting the turn. This is at the 18-kilometer mark, a long descent with a sharp L2 turn at the bottom where the braking point is crucial. This is, all right, well, check for ourselves. Zhang Qi had raced on this track before he knew. Sun Yuqiang interrupted Manager Yi, passing the tablet to Zhang Qi. I have raced here, but that was 5 years ago. The potholes from 5 years ago might have grown, the stones from 5 years ago might still be in place, the turns from 5 years ago might still be the same. But my legs are not the same as they were 5 years ago. Zhang Qi returned the tablet to Manager Yi, crouching down to touch the gravel beneath him, as if sensing its temperature and texture. Sun Yuqiang crouched down beside him, also feeling the ground. How does it feel? Hard. Harder than 5 years. Zhang Qi stood up, brushing off the dirt from his hands. Back then this road had just been completed. The surface was relatively loose and tires could easily sink in. Now after 5 years of compaction, it's solid and the tire grip will be better. Isn't that a good thing? Yes, it is. It will be faster, but faster means greater braking pressure, and the entry speed for each turn will be higher than 5 years ago. 5 years ago you felt fast entering a turn at 100, now you might think 120 is fast. Then you realize you can't stop, and you fly off. Sun Yuqiang fell silent. Ji Xing had already begun his work nearby, taking out a handheld laser rangefinder to measure the width of the track, the radius of the turns, and the slope. His expression was as serious as if conducting a scientific experiment, meticulously recording every data point in a notebook, his handwriting neat, as if printed. Qin Xiaoxi had unknowingly moved to a high ground, looking into the distance with binoculars. Her ponytail fluttered in the wind, and her dark blue quick-dry t-shirt accentuated her slender waist. Xiong Chimo finally woke up. He climbed out of the car, his hair a mess, eyes still half closed with remnants of dried saliva at the corners of his mouth. Are we there? He asked. Yes, we're here. Qin Xiaoxi didn't even turn her head. How's the scenery? All yellow, just like your brain. Xiong Chimo felt inexplicably shot down again, rubbed his eyes, and walked over to Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi, how do you feel? Zhang Qi looked at the track ahead and took a deep breath. He inhaled slowly and fully, taking in the scent of the gobi's sand, the lingering aroma of gasoline, and the essence of his youthful self. Then he exhaled slowly. My blood is surging. On the morning of the second day, as dawn broke, 2 civilian version Huading S1 cars were parked at the hotel entrance. There were 2 opportunities for track scouting before the race, and using the racing cars was too wasteful. If they crashed, there would be no car left for the race. One was driven by Xiong Chimo, with Qin Xiaoxi in the passenger seat. The other was driven by Zhang Qi, with Sun Yuqiang in the passenger seat. Since it was the civilian version of the S1, Ji Xing was also squeezed in the back, claiming he wanted to experience the road conditions. Manager Yi stood between the 2 cars, holding a stack of blank road book forms in his left hand and a red pen in his right, resembling a high school exam proctor distributing test papers. Today's mission is the track scouting. 2 people per group, 1 car each. Starting from the beginning, note down every turn, every slope, every stone, and every crack on the track. Zhang Qi took the road book form, glanced at it, and saw it was filled with dense grids numbered from 1 to over 100. He recalled how he used to race where the road book was just a random piece of paper with arrows for turns and crosses for stones. Xiaoxi, have you looked at the track map? Sun Yuqiang turned to Qin Xiaoxi. There are 126 turns, and I have memorized them all. Qin Xiaoxi's tone was flat. Sun Yuqiang's mouth twitched slightly. You memorized them? Yeah, I looked at the track map last night. 63 left turns, 57 right turns, and 6 long straights. The sharpest turn is the left turn at the 18-kilometer mark. Qin Xiaoxi lowered her head, beginning to pre-fill the turn numbers in the road book. Zhang Qi quietly said to Sun Yuqiang, beside him, Miss Qin is too serious. I saw her room light on past 1 last night. Sun Yuqiang replied in an even lower voice. She graduated from the Public Security University. Staying up late is basic training. Did you stay up late when you took your driving test? I played games at an internet cafe until 3 in the morning the night before my first driving test. So you failed the second part 3 times. The second part is really hard, okay? Alright everyone, let's go. Xiong Chimo and Qin Xiaoxi were the first to drive off from the starting point, and Zhang Kai's second car waited for 5 minutes before following closely behind. The first round of scouting, at a slow pace. The speed was kept very low, under 40 kilometers per hour. On the Gobi, the 2 white S1 cars moved like ants across the yellow land, kicking up 2 trails of dusty yellow. The road conditions varied between good and bad. There was a stretch of newly paved asphalt road as smooth as a home floor, There was a stretch of gravel road where the wheels made a rustling sound as they rolled over it. And there was a stretch of pure dirt road where the car kicked up clouds of dust, making it impossible for the following car to see anything, only able to smell the earth. At each turn the car would stop. The navigator would get out using a measuring wheel to gauge the distance from the exit point of the previous turn to the entry point of this turn, accurate to the meter. Then they would observe the angle of the turn, the width of the road, the slope, the surface material, and any potential hazards. After several twists and turns, the Gobi Desert was covered in footprints and tire tracks resembling a giant maze. Zhang Qi looked outside and remarked, "Shinsha was aptly named. It's all sandal nests." Sun Yuqiang leaned out of the back window, got a mouthful of sand, and quickly pulled back. Ji Xing spoke steadily. In August, Zhangye experiences daytime temperatures exceeding 30 degrees Celsius, with surface temperatures nearing 70 degrees. At that time, not only do we have to guard against stones, but we must also contend with the heat. The turbine cooling won't hold up, I'm afraid it won't withstand it. Ji Xing, usually taciturn, spoke with undeniable technical truths. In the front vehicle, Qin Xiaoxi squatted at the bend, holding a measuring wheel. Her eyes narrowed as she gazed into the distance. The wind from next door blew hard, causing her ponytail to sway. She quickly wrote in the road book, "Bend 78, right 4, enter the bend at 101, full throttle, out of the bend." The road surface is sandy with stones on the inner side larger than a fist. It's advised to take the middle line closer to the outside. After finishing, she stood up and handed the road book to Xiong Chimo. "Sign here." Xiong Chimo took the road book and pen, scribbling a wild signature that danced across the page, with only the first 3 strokes resembling his name, while the rest were squiggly lines. "Can you sign more seriously?" Qin Xiaoxi frowned. "This is how my signature is. The bank recognizes it. Cut it out. This is a road book, not a check. It's all the same. My signature is valid regardless." Qin Xiaoxi pouted, deciding not to argue with him. She opened the GPS recorder, marked the current location on the electronic map, and then used a handheld laser rangefinder to measure the distance to the slope top across from her. Beep beep, the values appeared. She added another line in the road book, 200 meters out of the bend, small slope jump, it's advised to lift off the throttle. Watching nearby, Xiong Chimo suddenly felt a strange contrast. This woman, though inherently a tyrannosaurus, usually wore a professional outfit at the front desk, speaking in a sweet tone that could make a man's bones turn to jelly. Now squatting in the Gobi Desert, holding a laser rangefinder, her hair blown wildly by the wind, she resembled a geological exploration engineer. "What are you looking at?" Qin Xiaoxi didn't even lift her head. "Looking at you. Why are you looking at me? Get to work. You're so pretty. Doesn't your leg get numb when you squat?" Xiong Chimo spoke playfully. Qin Xiaoxi raised her head, her gaze piercing from above her sunglasses like 2 searchlights. "It does. Do you want to try it? I can help you get numb. Do you believe I could kick you in the nerve and make you numb for a whole day?" Xiong Chimo laughed and raised his hands in surrender. "They'll keep quiet. They'll get to work now." In vehicle 1, Zhang Qi leaned out from the driver's seat, gazing at the upcoming right 4 bend, squinting, as if trying to recall images from 5 years ago. "Yuqiang, do you remember? I skidded out here 5 years ago in this bend." He pointed to the shoulder on the right. "I was going too fast, and the rear of the car swung out, hitting that rock. The rock is still there now." Sun Yuqiang got out of the car, holding the measuring wheel, a pencil clenched in his mouth, his hair blown by the Gobi wind, resembling a rock star. He walked up to that rock, glanced at the shoulder, and wrote in the road book, "Right 4, enter the bend at 100, lift off the throttle out of the bend. Be cautious of the large rock on the right." After writing, he kicked the rock. "What are you doing?" Zhang Qi asked. "I have a grudge against it." Sun Yuqiang rubbed his kicked foot. "Don't you remember? 5 years ago when you crashed into it, I sprained my neck and was in pain for 2 weeks. Zhang Qi rolled his eyes. The 2 vehicles moved along the track, stopping and starting for a full 3 hours to finish the run. The first round of route scouting was complete. Qin Xiaoxi's road book had already filled 11 pages, her handwriting neat enough to be used as a calligraphy practice sheet. Sun Yuqiang's road book was filled with various arrows and symbols scrawled like an alien code. The 2 vehicles parked in an open space, and Zhang Qi and Sun Yuqiang leaned in to look at Qin Xiaoxi's notes. "The handwriting is too neat." Zhang Qi flipped through 2 pages, clicking his tongue in amazement. Ji Xing did not join in the commentary. He squatted down, sketching a simple map of the track on the ground. The characteristic of this area is the uneven thickness of the sand. In some places the sand is thin, the roadbed is hard, and the grip is good. In other places the sand is thick and driving and feels like ice skating. This requires different rebound amplitudes and shock absorber stiffness, and even necessitates segmental adjustments of spring stiffness. Ji Xing stood up and dusted off his hands. Qin Xiaoxi nodded, adding another line to her notebook. "Suspension tuning, spring stiffness. How do you adjust it?" She looked up at Ji Xing. Ji Xing's technical geek attributes began to surface. For rally suspension multi-terrain use. In the same stage, the springs should be harder on smooth sections to ensure tire grip. They should be softer on bumpy sections to minimize bounce. On Gobi gravel roads, a low chassis risks scraping, while a too soft suspension can easily lead to loss of control. So what exactly do you need to adjust it to? A compromise soft yet firm. In the afternoon, the second round of route scouting began. This time the navigator read the road book while the driver verified and corrected it. Start. Straight for 300 meters, enter the bend R4, and there is gravel out of the bend. Receive. The speed was much faster than in the morning, but the limits on the racetrack were still considerably slower. Ahead L5 followed by R3, continuous bends with undulating road surface. Receive. Qin Xiaoxi recited the road book as it was in the first round, while Xiong Chumo listened and occasionally offered suggestions for modifications. The second segment of the road has newly patched asphalt which will provide better grip than gravel, increase the entry speed by 5 units, and I should be able to cut into the bend faster. Received modifying. As they conversed, the road book was being read and revised. Zhang Qi drove closely behind, while Sun Yuqiang recited the modifications in sync. After completing the second round, the two vehicles gathered again to review the road book, ultimately forming Qin Xiaoxi's 12-page final version and Sun Yuqiang's alien language binder. Qin Xiaoxi closed her notebook, gently stroking the cover with her fingers, the corners of her mouth curling up slightly before settling back down. This was the second thing today that pleased her. The first was that Xiong Chumo didn't argue with her during the second round of scouting. The probability of this happening was probably close to winning the lottery. In the evening, in the hotel conference room, Jixing sat alone in front of the computer staring at the track data and onboard footage on the screen. The shock absorber's damping needs to be stiffened. The Gobi road is uneven and overly stiff springs can easily bounce. Before the bend, the front wheel's downforce needs to be increased and the rear wheel's camber angle should be adjusted slightly more. Jixing quickly listed these in his notebook while Lu Desheng nodded along beside him. Huateng team's temporary service area sat in the bay beside the circuit, a corrugated iron shelter topped by Huateng's banner, whose corners fluttered in the wind. The mechanics were busy unpacking, arranging tools, and fine-tuning equipment. Foreman Lu Desheng led his crew in unloading two S1 cars from the trailer, handling them as if they were live explosives. Jixing crouched to one side, a wrench in hand, his gaze tracing the race car's chassis as he muttered to himself, as if negotiating tomorrow's performance with the suspension springs. Zhang Qi sat in a corner staring blankly at the circuit map tacked to the wall. Sun Yuqiang cracked sunflower seeds beside him. The discarded shells had formed a small mound on the floor. Xiong Chumo leaned back in his chair with one leg crossed, speaking into his phone to some young woman. His voice was so gentle it might lull a cat to sleep. Qin Xiaoxi sat beside him expressionless as she flipped through the route notes, her finger gliding across the paper. I'm telling you, the lamb skewers in Zhangye are unbelievable. Each one is this long. Xiong Chumo gestured. Qin Xiaoxi glanced over, an estimated roughly 30 centimeters. I'll take you next time, I promise. HM? Okay, get back to work, moi. He hung up. Qin Xiaoxi did not look up. That's the 13th call since we left Shanghai. Social obligations. You wouldn't understand. Xiong Chumo slipped his phone into his pocket. Do social obligations require calling someone baby? It's social etiquette. Qin Xiaoxi finally raised her head, her gaze slipping over the top of her sunglasses. Oh, so you have quite a wide social circle. Wide enough that I couldn't even sketch a complete map of it. Xiong Chumo was about to retort when a commotion arose at the door. A black McLaren 720S eased into the service area, and its butterfly doors opened. A gleaming leather shoe probed out first and stepped onto the ground, its sole so clean it could serve as a mirror. Then came impeccably tailored dark gray trousers, followed by a deep blue casual blazer, and at last a face that could put every idle drama leading man out of business. His features were sharply defined, his eyes deep and compelling, his skin as if washed daily with a luxury broth. His hair was combed with metronomic precision, every strand in its appointed place. He stood beside the McLaren, adjusted his cuff, and scanned the logistics vans plastered with garish stickers. A slight curl of amusement traced his lips. Not a sneer so much as a curious appraisal, the kind of rakish smirk belonging to a domineering tycoon. Why is he here? Sun Yuqiang was the first to notice. Zhang Qi followed his gaze, and his expression tightened. Lin Zhendong. Those 3 syllables sounded almost magical. The mechanics who were packing up all stopped at once and turned in unison toward that direction. Lin Zhendong, the reigning king of Bayambuluk. 5-time champion. While Zhang Qi served a 5-year ban, he collected 5 titles. Some said he rose on Zhang Kai's shoulders. Some said he was simply born for the era. Others said what China rallying had most needed in the past decade, a showdown between him and Zhang Qi, had never occurred. And now it seemed that showdown might finally be coming. Xiong Chumo followed the crowd's gaze, raised an eyebrow, and nudged Qin Xiaoxi's elbow. Xiaoxi, look at that man. Handsome or not? Qin Xiaoxi did not look up as she continued sorting the route notes. Handsome? How handsome? 10,000 times more handsome than you. Xiong Chumo choked on the reply, feeling as if he had been punched in the chest. Are you nearsighted? Handier than me. 10,000 times. Look again, really look. What makes him more handsome than me? His nose. His eyes. His hair. All of it. Xiong Chumo drew a deep breath, snatched an energy bar from the table, and bit down hard. Shallow, he mumbled. Then he furtively took out his phone and used the dark screen to snap a quick picture of his own face. Lin Jindong walked over in measured steps. His leather shoes tapped the concrete with a steady rhythm. Zhang Qi stood motionless with his hands in his pockets, doing his utmost at expression control to preserve the calm dignity of a senior driver. No one noticed his right hand in his pocket, the thumb pressing the index finger until it hurt. Sun Yuqiang stood beside him, no longer cracking seeds, his face suddenly grave. Lin Jindong stopped 3 paces in front of Zhang Qi. They held each other's gaze. Lin Jindong spoke first. His voice was not loud, yet it was clear as a news anchor's. Zhang Qi. Lin Jindong. You're back. 5 years. Yes, 5 years. Lin Jindong's eyes fixed on Zhang Qi with no provocation, no mockery. Only a kind of feeling like a hunter who had waited 5 years and at last watches his quarry return. The year you were banned, I was 21 and had just taken my first bankruptcy title. At the awards ceremony, the reporters asked me, who would you most like to race? I said Zhang Qi. Lin Jindong continued. Zhang Qi said nothing, only working hard to rein in the corner of his mouth. The reporter asked why. I said because only by defeating him could I be the true king of bankruptcy. Beating anyone else would be meaningless. The workshop fell so silent you could have heard a pin drop. Xiong Chimo chewed on his energy bar and whispered to Qin Xiaoxi, isn't this a bit adolescent melodrama? Qin Xiaoxi, unreadable, replied, he's not wrong. Only by defeating the strongest opponent does a championship carry true weight. Which side are you on? I'm on the handsome side. Xiong Chimo gave up asking and downed the remaining half of the bar in one bite. Zhang Qi looked at Lin Jindong, and a grin slowly split his face. He was no paragon of reserve. A few people could command such attention from the sport's current number 1. They looked at each other again. The sensation was strange. Though this was their first formal conversation, it felt as if they had known one another for years. Perhaps because over the past 5 years each had spent countless hours imagining the other. I will give bankruptcy my all this year, Lin Jindong said. So will I, Zhang Qi answered. Tomorrow I won't yield to you. I don't need you to yield. That's good. Lin Jindong nodded and began to walk away. A few steps on he paused and turned to glance at Xiong Chimo standing nearby. Are you Xiong Chimo? Xiong froze. You know me. Boss of Hua Tung Motors, second-generation coal heir returned from overseas, the youngest head of an automaker. Lin Jindong rattled it off like a resume. I've looked you up. You spent 30 million building a team and even drive yourself. Courage commendable. Feels like you're praising yourself a bit. Xiong Chimo raised an eyebrow. Still, your intelligence work is impressive. Want to come be our head of intelligence at Hua Tung? We'll pay you double. No thanks. My family's mine hasn't been fully dug yet. Thanks, Chairman Xiong. Lin Jindong turned and continued toward the exit. At the doorway he stopped and looked back at Zhang Qi. Tomorrow will show you what an era's gap truly means. Zhang Qi snorted. Era? How old are you to lecture me on eras? I'm 25, you're 38. That is the era. Zhang Kai's smile tightened. Sun Yuqiang murmured beside him. Is he calling you old? I heard that, Zhang ground out through his teeth. Lin Jindong turned, slid into the car. The McLaren's door closed, the engine gave a low purr, and the car eased out of the service area. The workshop was quiet for 2 seconds. No way. Lin Jindong actually came to find us. He's here to declare war. To issue a direct challenge. I heard it. Sun Yuqiang dug sunflower seeds from his pocket and cracked a few hard. He said he's waited 5 years. He's been waiting for you to come back. What kind of person is this? This isn't an opponent, this is a fan, Ji Xing supplied flatly from the side. Xiong Chimo rolled his eyes. All right, enough gawking. The race is the day after tomorrow. Get the cars dialed in today and rest well tomorrow. He walked over to Zhang Qi and patted his shoulder. Old Zhang. What's yours? Take it back. Zhang Qi lifted his head and met Xiong Chimo's eyes. There was no consolation in them, no exhortation. Only a calm certainty that said, I believe you can do it. Absolutely. The pre-competition press conference for the CRC Zhangye station was held at the Zhangye International Conference Center. A massive LED backdrop displayed the team logos for this CRC event, with Lin's Energy, Subaru, Wanyu Jianghuai, and Jiangsu Sports all jumbled together in vibrant colors, while the Huadong team's logo was squeezed into the corner. 2 rows of seats were arranged on the podium. The event's supervisor of the CRC sat in the center, flanked by representatives from several traditional strong teams, all professional drivers dressed in suits with perfectly managed expressions, smiling at the cameras with nearly identical angles. Lin Jindong was undoubtedly the most eye-catching figure, seated at the main position under the spotlight with deep features and neat hairstyle and his hands crossed on the table as if he were attending a United Nations climate conference. In the far corner of the second row, the Huadong team's position was just like its logo, tucked away. Xiong Chimo sat on the stage dressed in a flashy custom bright red racing suit, his hair slicked back, making a peace gesture to the camera as if he were not there for a race, but to participate in a reality show. To his left was Zhang Qi, whose chest displayed those sponsors' logos that one didn't want to look at for a second glance. He wore a blank expression, his gaze resolute, but inside, he was silently repeating, can't see, can't see, can't see. Nearly 100 reporters and self-media squeezed together with long lenses and flashes going off like firecrackers. The press conference hadn't even started, but some had already begun surfing the internet checking out the preview posts. On Douyin Huatang team had already surged to the third spot on trending. Not because the Huatang brand was particularly popular, but because the sponsor's logos on the car were too shocking. What the hell did I just see? Adult toys. A racing car with ads for adult products. Hey, upstairs, look again. I saw comfortable sanitary napkins. I'm embarrassed for my driver. I took a screenshot and found glittering nightclub. I also saw fine print Imperial and isn't this team the one owned by the cold boss? Before they released an S1 that was quite sporty, I thought they were going for a high-end route. But this sponsorship list is even messier than a village hair salon. What's Sundai Modified Shop and Muse Bar doing here? You guys don't understand this is called brand penetration connecting with the users. What the hell does connecting with users mean? Can you tell me what sanitary napkins are doing on a racing car? Is it because the racer is on his period and needs them? Below, a bunch of people followed up with comments suggesting Adult Toys should directly release a Racer Collaboration Edition and Zhangqi signed version of the Fleshlight, which received 1,000 likes. It garnered 1,000 likes. Just a quick question. Will there be free samples of adult toys at the venue? Same question 110086. The host walked up to the stage with a microphone. Dear media friends, hello. Welcome to the pre-competition press conference for CRC Zhangye Station. Today we have representatives from the Subaru China team, FAW Volkswagen team, Lin's Energy team, and also the Huatang team. When he mentioned Huatang team, a stir arose among the reporters present. Clearly, they had also seen those explosive comments. On stage, the host continued with the agenda. The CRC event supervisor spoke for 10 minutes of formalities, thanking the support from the Zhangye city government, thanking the media friends for attending, and wishing all drivers good luck in showcasing their style and skill. As Xiong Chumo listened, his eyes began to glaze over, drifting off. He was thinking about what to have for dinner. He had already had lamb skewers and big plate chicken. Maybe he should try that thing called shaking fish noodles. The name sounded quite stimulating. Below, the reporters were already restless. Next, we invite all media friends to ask questions. The first to be interviewed, of course, is today's real star, the defending champion Lin Zhendong. May I ask Lin Zhendong, what is the team's goal this year? A reporter raised a hand to ask. Lin Zhendong leaned into the microphone, his voice calm, champion. No other options. Below, the sound of shutters clicked. When he answered questions, his speech was not fast and his voice was not loud, but each word exuded an aura of the championship belongs to me and no one else. You previously mentioned that your biggest regret upon returning home was not competing with Zhangqi. Now that Zhangqi is back on the track after a 5-year suspension, what are your thoughts? A reporter asked him about Zhang Kai's return. He paused for a moment. Zhangqi is a driver worthy of respect. Now that he is back on the track, I will give him my utmost respect. After saying this, he stood up and slightly nodded to the reporters, concluding the interview. The next reporter immediately turned to Zhangqi in the corner. Zhangqi, after returning to the CRC after 5 years, what do you want to say to everyone? Zhangqi had prepared a lot to say. He had practiced in front of the mirror for half an hour the night before. I have returned to the track now solely to do one thing. What is that? A reporter pressed. To reclaim what belongs to me. Now that you have returned after a 5-year suspension, are you worried that your skills may not keep up with the younger drivers, such as Lin Zhendong? Zhangqi clenched his fists under the table, but his face showed no expression. 5 years of selling fried rice, he hadn't practiced anything else, but his resilience had certainly been honed. He had been chased by city management, scolded by aunties, and mocked by the pancake lady next door. These experiences were more effective than any psychological counseling. I'm not worried because while the car might rust, my skills are in my mind and cannot be worn away. Zhang Kai's voice was not loud, but his eyes sparkled with the sharpness of his peak years. Some in the audience nodded, others took notes, and some raised their phones to take pictures. The reporter persisted. So who do you think is stronger now, you or Lin Zhendong? You'll only know once you race. Racing is not a math problem. It's not about who has the higher score. There are stones and sand on the track, wind and rain, and unexpected incidents you can't even imagine. Until that finish line is crossed, no one knows the outcome. A female reporter with a ponytail stood up, flipped through her notebook, and instead of continuing to interview Zhangqi, she smiled at Xiong Chumo. That smile was so sweet that Xiong Chumo slightly tilted his head. Mr. Xiong is a CEO of a car company. What considerations led you to personally participate in the competition? Many people say you were just playing around. What do you think? Xiong Chumo leaned back in his chair, shifting his crossed leg. Playing around. He chuckled. His smile resembled a pie chart with a third disdain, a third arrogance, a third confidence, and the remaining fraction something he himself couldn't identify, perhaps a sense of finally, it's my turn to show off. I've been into cars since childhood, over 20 years. I studied mechanical engineering at the University of Michigan, focusing on vehicle dynamics. You may not understand this major, it's ranked among the top 5 in the world. He paused, tapping his fingers on the table twice. As for playing around, if I didn't have this capability, do you think I would be here embarrassed? I can afford to be embarrassed, Huatang cannot. The brand image of Huateng is more important than my face, though my face is also important. However, there are rumors that you formed a racing team to pursue a celebrity. Is that true? Xiong Chumos in the boss aura instantly deflated like a balloon pricked by a needle. Who made that up? His voice rose by 8 degrees. If I were pursuing a celebrity, wouldn't it be easier to just send a bag or a villa? It's efficient and quick. Why would I spend tens of millions to work so hard to eat sand in the Gobi Desert? A male reporter wearing thick glasses stood up looking like he had just graduated from school, his face written with "I want to scoop." Mr. Xiong, the sponsors of the Huateng team include adult toys and comfortable sanitary napkins. Is it true that you couldn't attract legitimate sponsors and had to find these bizarre sponsors to fill the gaps? Will these low-end brands affect Huateng's brand image? What is your response to this? Xiong Chumos' expression remained unchanged. Low-end adult toys was the top seller in its category last Double 11 with an annual turnover of nearly 500 million. Comfortable sanitary napkins has maintained a market share of over 30 in second and third tier cities. How are they low-end? These brands earn hard-earned money and serve ordinary people. You think they are low-end because you've been high up for too long. Sitting in offices drinking Starbucks, scrolling through iPhones, do you think Pinduoduo is not for people? Kuaishou is not for people to watch, and sanitary napkins and adult products are not for people to buy. The reporter was momentarily stunned. He didn't expect this answer to be anything other than the usual maintaining brand image rhetoric, but rather a kind of bizarre honesty. An older reporter in the back quietly remarked, with those skills, it's a pity he isn't doing live stream sales. The people nearby stifled their laughter and nodded. Xiong Chamo continued, sponsors are sponsors. I give them logo placements and they pay me. As for brand image, Huateng's brand image is built on product quality and user reputation, not based on how good or bad the sponsor's logos look. Is it true that a row of that adult toys products is displayed in your team's maintenance area? Someone pressed. Xiong Chamo looked down at Manager Yi in the audience. Manager Yi stood in the corner shaking his head vigorously, his expression like someone wrongfully accused of stealing something, mouthing, "It wasn't me who arranged it. It was brought by that guy Jingguo himself. I tried to stop it. I couldn't." Xiong Chamo took a deep breath. Regarding the arrangement of the maintenance area, we will rectify it before the race, to ensure compliance with event regulations and the core socialist values. Please rest assured, everyone. Below, someone quietly remarked, the biggest highlight of the Zhangye station online is not the race, but the adult section in the Huateng maintenance area. Mr. Xiong, the Huateng team has the most diverse range of sponsors in CRC history, from bars to sanitary napkins, from spicy strips to adult products. What is your standard for choosing sponsors? Xiong Chamo cleared his throat, his expression serious. Our standard is very simple. Whoever pays the most gets. Of course, the premise is that the quality is reliable, legal, and compliant. Then Xiong Chamo took a deep breath like a professional broadcaster, loudly reciting the list of sponsors into the microphone. Huateng team. Thanks to our partners, including Sundai Modified Shop, SS Supercar, Club Muse Bar, Spicy Prince, Glittering Nightclub, Comfortable Sanitary Napkins, Suits You Liquor Industry, Adult Toys, for their strong support. The entire venue fell silent watching Xiong Chamo seize the opportunity to advertise. The reporters began to stifle laughter halfway through, and by the time Xiong Chamo finished the last word, a photographer was already laughing so hard he couldn't hold the camera steady. The event supervisor on stage maintained a blank expression, but his hand discreetly pinched his thigh under the table to avoid laughing. The press conference concluded. After the interview video spread online, the Huateng racing team became a sensation in a way that even Xiong Chamo had not anticipated. Netizens' comments varied widely, and the heat was overwhelming. Is the Huateng racing team here to be a joke? The boss drives himself, and the sponsors are all peculiar. If this team finishes the race, I'll stand on my head and eat shit. I bet the Huateng racing team will withdraw from the first station. Who's in? Type 1 if you are. Zhang Qi was so impressive back in the day, and now he has fallen to endorse adult products. Sigh, a hero in decline. You guys don't understand. This is what they call being grounded. Racing is inherently a money-burning affair. It's already good that someone is investing regardless of what they are investing in. I think it's quite an attitude, illegally making money, nothing to be ashamed of. It's much better than those who pretend to be high-minded while profiting. I watched the segment where Xiong Chamo read the sponsors' names 20 times, laughing so hard that my neighbor called the police. Have you seen the Twitter of Qingxiu Baobei? Qingxiu Baobei, let every entrance and exit be filled with fun. Who wrote that line? Come out and take the praise. I'll award you a Nobel Prize in Literature. Haha, I saw that too. The spokesperson is Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi isn't here to drive, he's here to drive in another sense. Could it be that Zhang Qi was forced to come drive because his fried rice stall was shut down by the city management? The dignity of a 5-time champion succumbs to the sponsors. Zhang Qi is so miserable. He initially wanted to recreate the Return of the King, but it turned out to be the Clown Return. Some began to analyze the Huateng racing team's bizarre layout seriously. The Huateng racing team has precisely covered all consumer scenarios for men, from inside to outside, from top to bottom, from awake to asleep. If you want to drink, there's Sutsu Distillery. If you want to dance, there's Muse Bar. If you want a foot massage, there's Jinbi Hui Huang. If you want to watch something, there's Qingsu Baobei. If you want snacks, there's Spicy Prince. If you want to pamper your girlfriend, there's good, comfortable sanitary napkins. On a stop service, that's what they call a commercial closed loop. I give full marks for this analysis. I suggest Xiong Chumo rename the team to Huateng Men's Group 1 Stop Service Rally Team. You guys shouldn't laugh. This is called precise marketing. The sponsors of Huateng cover 3 essential needs for men: entertainment, health, and pleasure. If you don't understand, then just stop talking. If this is a case that isn't even in MBA textbooks. The business model of the Huateng racing team is too advanced. It aims to precisely target the male demographic. Some are following the trend and shouting in the comments section, turning the scene chaotic to the extreme. Another group began to dig into Xiong Chumo's personal social media accounts. You guys should check out that pretty boss Twitter. My goodness, all pictures are from various high-end restaurants, nightclubs, and luxury hotels, all with beautiful women. A new one every few days, livelier than Fashion Week. So he's a playboy. No wonder the sponsors are so grounded. Found someone similar, huh? Family who understands. His friend circle is filled with group photos of beautiful women. Which rich second generation is this? Oh, a Cole's second generation, then it's fine. I'm a bit worried now. Will Zhang be led astray by the boss? Old Zhang, wake up. You are a 5-time champion. Others dug up dozens of female internet celebrities who had appeared in Xiong Chumo's friend circle over the past few years. A netizen claiming to be in Australia dug up a photo of a certain internet celebrity at a pool party in Six Senses Bali, blurred out, and stating, "This person looks like Xiong Chumo." A string of envy, jealousy, hate followed. But there were also netizens commenting, "This racing team is really interesting. The boss is a playboy, the driver is a past this prime 5-time champion, and the sponsors range from nightclubs to sanitary napkins to adult products. It has everything comparable to a live stream of a middle-aged man's dream life collection. Just for this bizarre lineup, I'm a fan. Go Huateng racing team. Zhang, do your best. Win a championship to show those who look down on you." Regardless of whether Zhang can win, I admire him. It's been 5 years since he touched a car, and he's still being laughed at for coming back. If it were me, I wouldn't have the courage. That night-related topics from the CRC pre-race press conference filled the trending searches. Zhang Kai's comeback, Huateng racing team's sponsor value, and men's essential needs. After a wave of operations, the Huateng racing team became hot in an unexpected way. Whether it was ridicule, banter, or simply watching the fun, the Huateng racing team had clearly broken the circle. Even those who didn't follow racing now knew about this peculiar team. Manager Yi rushed into Xiong Chumo's hotel room with a laptop, his face excited as if he had just won the lottery. "Boss Xiong, we're trending. 3 topics. 3 trending topics. Look." Xiong Chumo was continuing to refine the roadbook with Qin Xiaoxi while watching the recording video, and he took the laptop for a glance. Huateng racing team's sponsor value, trending 2nd. Zhang Kai's comeback, trending 4th. Men's essential needs, trending 6th. Xiong Chumo scrolled through the comments, the curve of his mouth growing larger. Qin Xiaoxi held the already worn roadbook and didn't even lift her eyelids. "What are you looking at? Laughing so lewdly?" "Xiong Chumo, I'm looking at the posts cursing me. Isn't that shameless? The more they curse, the higher my trending ranking goes. The higher the ranking, the happier our sponsors will be. The happier the sponsors, the more they will add next year." He raised his phone high like holding a flag of victory, his posture resembling that of the Statue of Liberty. "They aren't cursing me, they're sending money to Huateng. Every comment is traffic. Ooh, every piece of traffic. Look at this one," he read aloud. "Huateng Racing is plastered with adult product, adds the most vulgar team in history." So what if it's vulgar? Vulgar means grounded, and being grounded means having a mass base. The masses love it. If you don't like it, who? And this one, he read again, "Zhang Kai's comeback is a joke. All the sponsors are third-rate brands. So you laugh at me, and you will remember me. When I win the championship, you won't be able to laugh anymore." Qin Xiaoxi looked at his profile, trying to gauge just how thick-skinned this person was. "Don't you ever care about what others say about you?" "I do care." Xiong Chumo put down his phone. "But what I care about is how much money I have in my pocket, not how much crap is in other people's mouths." Continue. "At the 57th bend, isn't your breaking point too late? 5 meters earlier." "Got it." Qin Xiaoxi rolled her eyes and flipped the roadbook to the next page. In another room, Zhang Kai's face was as dark as a desert before a storm. Sun Yuqiang comforted him beside him. "Don't take it to heart. Netizens are just looking for fun. Let's speak with results." "I'm not angry at the netizens. I'm angry at that Qingsu Baobei slogan. Every entrance and exit is filled with fun. I'm driving a racing car. A cockpit. Not that stuff." Zhang gritted his teeth. "Can we withdraw that advertisement slogan?" "No way. The sponsor said withdrawing means a deduction in money. Are you paying for it?" Zhang. At the moment when the Huateng racing team was mocked online, other teams couldn't sit still. Watching the popularity of the Huateng racing team soar like a rocket, they felt sour, as if they had eaten lemons. Leading automotive national brand competing for glory for the country. This is what a positive energy team looks like. Those random sponsors look low class. Oh, what level can a team run by a cold boss have? Racing is competitive sports. It's serious with thresholds, and not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can ride the wave of popularity. Tom, Dick, or Harry? Fine, then let this Tom, Dick, or Harry win honorably on the racetrack. Xiong Chumo scrolled through his phone seeing these comments and smirked. Xiong Chumo waved to Qin Xiaoxi. Tyrannosaurus, come over and give me a massage. My back has been hurting these days. Me? Massage you? You? Aren't you the safety officer? I'm your safety officer, not your personal masseuse. Your job is to ensure my safety. I've been too tired these days, or a backache will affect my driving. A driver with a backache is the biggest safety hazard on the racetrack. Qin Xiaoxi took a deep breath, stood behind him, and pinched his shoulders. Here. A bit lower. Yes, that's the spot. Be gentle. Qin Xiaoxi applied more force and pressed down hard on Xiong Chumo's lower back. The strength, precision, and explosiveness proved she was indeed a black belt in Sanda. Ouch. Be gentle. Are you massaging or killing me? You asked for it. Qin Xiaoxi remained expressionless, but increased the pressure. I was wrong, okay. Wrong about what? I shouldn't have asked you to massage. No. I shouldn't have a backache. Also no, I shouldn't. The night before the competition at 11 o'clock. Zhangya Hotel. Zhang Qi lay in bed tossing and turning. He turned to the left, and the mattress creaked. He turned to the right, and there was another creak. The blanket slipped to his feet. He pulled it back, then kicked it off again. Sun Yuqiang lay on another bed, unable to sleep due to the noise. Can you stop tossing? It feels like frying rice. The whole bed is shaking. Sun Yuqiang threw a pillow at him. Zhang Qi caught the pillow and tossed it back, saying, I can't sleep. Count sheep. I did, counted 3,672. Enough to start a sheep farm. Then stop tossing, or the neighbors will think we're up to something strange. Sun Yuqiang turned over to look at him in the dark. Two middle-aged men staring at each other across half a meter of corridor. Zhang Qi fell silent for a moment. You know, if I hadn't made that mistake 5 years ago. Stop. Sun Yuqiang raised his hand to interrupt him. It's the middle of the night, and you're starting with what if now. Do you know that what if is one of the top 3 insomnia topics for middle-aged men? The other 2 are I should have pursued that girl back then, and I should have bought a house sooner. Zhang Qi pondered the question that had occupied his mind for 5 years through countless days and nights. What if that night he hadn't driven out? What if he hadn't received that phone call? What if he hadn't agreed? What if he hadn't? Hello. Sun Yuqiang interrupted. If you hadn't made that mistake, what do you think you'd be doing now, eh? Zhang Qi thought for a moment. Maybe winning my 6th or 7th championship. Maybe there would have been more sponsors. Maybe there would have been what? Zhang Qi thought for a long time. A normal family. Sun Yuqiang fell silent. After an unknown amount of time, he spoke up. Zhang Qi, I don't know what you'd be like. But I know you definitely wouldn't have a son as obedient and sensible as you have now. That kid Zhang Fei is your biggest achievement in these 5 years. Bigger than 5 consecutive championships. Zhang Qi remained silent. He remembered that night 5 years ago when an infant suddenly appeared in his car. He made countless phone calls being scolded by numerous ex-girlfriends. In the end, he chose to keep that child and named him Zhang Fei. 5 years have passed. That little bundle of crying flesh could now brush his teeth and wash his face by himself, recite several Tang poems, help him pass eggs while he fried rice, and say good night daddy before bed. He picked up his phone and glanced at the time. 10:10. Zhang Fei the night owl was definitely still awake. He initiated a video call. After 3 rings it connected. A small face appeared on the screen, round with big eyes. Daddy. Zhang Fei's voice bounced up like a spring, shaking the entire screen. Zhang Qi couldn't help but smile. That grin was more genuine than when he won championships. Zhang Fei, why aren't you asleep yet? I was waiting for your call, Daddy. I guess you would call, so I kept waiting for a long time. Have you brushed your teeth? I have. Look, they're white. Zhang Fei opened his mouth, revealing a row of small white teeth. What about your tongue? Did you brush your tongue? Zhang Fei stuck out his tongue and leaned closer to the camera. That tongue was pink like a small rice cake. I brushed 3 times. Daddy, when are you coming back? Soon. You be good and listen to Annie at home. Daddy will come back after the competition. Daddy, can you beat Lin Zhendong? Zhang Fei's voice suddenly lowered. Zhang Qi looked at the small face on the screen. The infant from 5 years ago had grown into a little boy who worried about his father. I can. Just one word. No hesitation, no build-up. Zhang Fei's eyes lit up like 2 stars that had just been ignited. Really? When have I ever lied to you? Last time you said you'd bring me an Ultraman, but you brought a Transformer instead. That was because it was sold out at the supermarket. All the Ultramen were gone. Then if you win this time, can you bring me an Ultraman? Sure. He'll bring 10. 100. 100 is too many of it won't fit in the suitcase. Deal. Zhang Fei extended his pinky to the camera. Pinky swear. Zhang Qi also extended his pinky and hooked it with the screen. On the other side of the screen, Zhang Fei seriously hooked his pinky into the air. Pinky swear 100 years without changing. Zhang Qi smiled. That smile contained exhaustion, warmth, and a hint of the sting from sand in his eyes. Daddy, it's dark on your side. Oh, I can't see anything. That's because Daddy is in the room and the light is off. Then you should go to bed early. You have a competition tomorrow. Not sleeping well will get you into an accident like Han Han did. Alright, Daddy, good luck. I'm going to sleep now. Good night. Good night. Zhang Fei's voice faded away. The video call ended. Sun Yuqiang pretended to be asleep beside him, but the corners of his mouth were still upturned. You just said my biggest achievement in these 5 years is Zhang Fei. Zhang Qi spoke up. Sun Yuqiang didn't open his eyes. You're right. Sun Yuqiang opened one eye, glanced at Zhang Qi, then closed it again. Alright, sleep. We have to drive tomorrow. If you toss again, I'll tie you up. Zhang Qi placed his phone on the bedside table and turned over. This time he did not toss and turn again. Yuqiang. What now? Thank you. Thank for what? Thank you for still believing in me. Ugh, you're making me feel uneasy. A big man suddenly getting sentimental with me. Aren't we just going to battle tomorrow? Why does this sound like a last will? Zhang Qi chuckled and didn't say anything more. The next morning at dawn, when Zhang Qi appeared in the hotel restaurant, Xiong Chimo was already there slurping a bowl of beef noodles. Zhang Qi, how did you sleep last night? Xiong Chimo looked up at him and then lowered his head to continue slurping noodles. Not bad, Zhang Qi replied, grabbing a plate to serve himself. Qin Xiaoxi sat next to Xiong Chimo with a bowl of congee and a plate of pickles in front of her, eating slowly. She glanced at Zhang Qi, her gaze lingering on his eye bags for half a second, then withdrew without saying anything. Ji Xing had already arrived, sitting in the corner eating eggs. In front of him was a row of eggshells neatly arranged like a small army. Ji Xing, why are you eating so many eggs? Zhang Qi walked over. To supplement protein. We're going to have a big fight today. Ji Xing cracked open an egg and swallowed it whole. Zhang Qi sat down across from Xiong Chimo. Xiong Chimo put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and said, Zhang Qi, let's crush them today. Zhang Qi was taken aback. Crush who? Lin Zhendong. Everyone. Mr. Xiong, that's a bit too dramatic. This is to boost every... Outside the window, the sun over the desert was rising, painting the entire land in golden hues. Today is a beautiful day. The day of the competition has finally arrived. Race day. At 6 in the morning, the sky was just beginning to brighten. In the Gobi desert of Zhangye, the morning mist had yet to dissipate, and the air was dry and cold, entering the lungs like a sip of ice water. In the maintenance area of the Huadeng team, the technicians had been busy for a whole hour. 2 S1 vehicles stood quietly in the starting area, their red paint glistening coldly in the dawn light. The sponsor's logo on the car was particularly dazzling in the sunlight, with the 4 bold characters Qingxiu Baobei stuck prominently on the door, accompanied by a line of small text below, let every entry and exit be filled with fun. Jixing covered that line of small text with black electrical tape. When he saw it, he immediately tore it off without a word. Covering it will cost money. Jixing mumbled something and threw the tape into the trash, his tone resembling that of a parent admonishing a disobedient child. The technicians were already conducting their final checks. Lu Deshang held a flashlight, crouching on the ground to inspect the chassis, shining the light from the front to the rear of the car, and then back again. Shaoli checked the tire pressure, squatting beside each while his ear close to the valve, listening to the faint hissing sound. Jixing stood between the 2 S1 vehicles, hands on his hips, his gaze sweeping from one car to the other, resembling a father sending his child off to an important exam. Everything that needed to be taught had been taught, everything that needed to be done had been done, and the rest depended on the child himself. Director G, the tire pressure for car number 1 has been adjusted. Shaoli stood up. Car number 2 is ready as well. Lu Deshang crawled out from under the car, a smear of oil mud on his face. Jixing nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. He walked to the side of car number 1, bent down, and touched the oil pipe connection of the front brake caliper, confirming that there was not a trace of leakage. He opened the engine cover and glanced at the neatly arranged pipes and wiring harnesses inside the engine compartment, each tie strap secured tightly. He closed the engine cover and patted the roof of the car. Zhang Qi stood beside him, dressed in a brand new racing suit, the sponsor logos on his chest glaring under the lights. He zipped up his suit and adjusted his collar, then picked up his helmet, tucking it under his arm. Today he didn't joke with the technicians as usual. He simply stood quietly, his gaze fixed on the red S1, like a general about to march into battle, observing his warhorse. Sun Yuqiang walked over and handed him a bottle of water. Drink this. Not thirsty. Drink it. You'll sweat a lot during the race. Zhang Qi took the water, unscrewed the cap, and took a sip. The water was cool, flowing down his throat and chilling his stomach. Nervous? Sun Yuqiang asked. Not nervous. Then why are your hands shaking? Parkinson's. Zhang Qi looked down at his hands. They were indeed shaking, not violently, but noticeably. He stuffed his hands into his pockets. Cold. Nonsense. Zhang Qi ignored him. Car number 2. Xiong Chimo was adjusting his hairstyle in front of the car window. His helmet was still off, and he had applied hair gel 3 times, each strand meticulously positioned, as if Qin Xiaoxi stood behind him, already dressed in her blue racing suit, her ponytail tied high and tight, making her look like a sword drawn from its sheath. She held a nearly worn-out road book, its cover covered in different colored sticky notes resembling a flamboyant. Can you stop being so vain? There are only 15 minutes left before the start. Her voice was as cold as something taken straight from the fridge. Xiong Chumo gave his bangs one last flick. If a driver can't even manage their own image, how can they manage a racing car? We're racing not in a beauty contest. Who would film you if you came in last? Xiong Chumo turned around and appraised her from head to toe. You look quite fierce today. Sitting next to an idiot who can't even listen to the road book for 30 kilometers, how can you still smile? Your way of cursing is becoming increasingly elaborate. Thanks for the compliment. Get in the car. The two of them hopped into the car. The click of the 6-point harness echoed in the cramped cockpit. Qin Xiaoxi opened the road book, the last page marked with a red sticker. She had memorized the entire route, but still needed to look at it again, not to memorize it, but to confirm that what she remembered was accurate. Xiong Chumo grasped the steering wheel, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. A scene surfaced in his mind. It was Takumi Fujiwara. Not the boy delivering tofu on Akina from Initial D, but the Takumi Fujiwara who appeared 20 years later dressed in the Toyota team uniform, standing beside the WRC test track, holding a data sheet, with a furrowed brow. Xiong Chumo had seen that scene in the system's memory fragments. It was Takumi's third year after winning the British Rally Championship, a genius who had won the championship at the age of 20. He had secured a ticket to the WRC and signed with Toyota, and everyone thought he was about to reach the pinnacle of the world. However, during vehicle testing before the season's opening, the drive shaft suddenly broke, causing both car and driver to tumble down a valley. Long-term hospitalization, rehabilitation, then retirement. He never returned. Every time Xiong Chumo thought of that scene, it felt like watching Zhang Kai's story, but Zhang Qi was more inspiring. He had never given up. At the other end of the maintenance area, manager Yi wiped the sweat from his forehead. It wasn't from the heat, but from nervousness. This was his first battle with the new company, and it was immediately at the CRC Zhangye station, one of the most difficult rally tracks in the country. His former employer of 12 years was just in the adjacent P room. He could feel the gaze directed at him from there. It wasn't a friendly one, it was a challenging gaze that seemed to say, let's see how capable you really are. In the morning when he went to collect the driver's credentials, he passed by the adjacent P room and heard the voice of the current manager of the 333 team, Wang Chonglin, coming from the half-open door. What's going on with Huateng? That traitor Yi Yi is going to learn what it means to be seasoned today. Wang Changlin's voice was not loud, but it was just audible. Manager Yi did not pause his steps or change his expression, but he tightened his grip on the walkie-talkie, his knuckles turning white. A traitor. You were the ones who didn't want me first. You all kicked me out over a computer, over helping a friend. 12 years. The best years of his life. The champions he had brought out. The drivers he had trained. The system he had established. And then a single computer. A termination notice. No farewell. He took a deep breath, forcing those thoughts out of his mind, focusing on the... He picked up the walkie-talkie and pressed the talk button. All personnel, please pay attention, conduct a final check of the equipment. Drivers will get in the car in 5 minutes. The walkie-talkie echoed with voices of received, like a group of soldiers counting off. Next door in the P room of Team 333, a white Volkswagen Polo had its hood open, surrounded by a group of technicians. Wang Chonglin stood at the entrance, gazing over the isolation barrier at the two red S1S in the Huateng P room. The words pleasure treasure on the car's body stood out glaringly under the lights like a flamboyant peacock. General Wang Huateng is using Olean shocks and AP racing brakes on their vehicles. A technician wearing glasses leaned over and lowered his voice. Got it. The coal boss has deep pockets. Our car isn't bad either. But you know the calibration level of Ji Xing. When he was at 333, he was the one who calibrated the data for our car's chassis. After he left, we barely maintained that level with 2 engineers we hired. He paused for a moment and added, keep a close watch today. Especially on Yi Yi, he knows our tactics too well. He knows our pitch strategies, tire choices, and driver habits all too well. If he uses that knowledge against us. He didn't finish his sentence, but the technician understood. The technician nodded and turned to leave. After taking a few steps, he stopped and said, General Wang, it seems there's a new driver on Huateng's side, their boss. I heard it's his first time racing in a rally. I've heard. A second-generation coal boss, just playing around. Don't worry about him. Our real opponent is Zhang Qi. Wang Changlin's tone carried a hint of disdain as he crushed the cigarette in his hand and tossed it into the trash. He recalled 10 years ago when Yi first joined 333 as a fresh-faced kid, knowing nothing and following the old manager around. 10 years later, he became the team manager and led the team to several championships. Then due to a computer issue, he was let go because he helped Zhang Qi. Wang Chonglin couldn't quite articulate his feelings. He felt Yi shouldn't have been fired, but that was the boss decision. He couldn't change anything, yet felt a tinge of sorrow for the fox mourning the rabbit. Yi was now standing across from him, wearing Huateng's team uniform, holding a walkie-talkie, and directing the two red S1S. Wang Chonglin could tell from dozens of meters away that Yi wore an expression of desperate determination to prove himself. Back when Yi first became the manager of Team 333, he had the same expression. Wang Chonglin felt an indescribable emotion churning within him. Was it guilt, jealousy, or some complex mindset of how could you get better after leaving us? He couldn't say. All he knew was that today Huateng couldn't be allowed to run too smoothly. Notify the drivers. He turned to another technician and said, "Today the two cars from Huateng should be pressured. We can't let them overtake us. Especially Zhang Qi. If he starts behind us, we need to block him a bit." The technician hesitated for a moment. "General Wang want pressuring them affect us. If I tell you to pressure them, you pressure them." Wang Chonglin raised his voice slightly. "Our goal is the championship, but we can't let others have it too easy. Especially Zhang Qi. If he wins, we'll be the technician dared not ask again, picked up the walkie-talkie, and headed towards the driver's rest area. Wang Chonglin glanced once more in the direction of Huateng. Manager Yi happened to walk out of the maintenance area, holding a stack of time cards, and saying something into the walkie-talkie. His movements were brisk and decisive, just like when he was at 333. Wang Chonglin turned around and walked into the maintenance area. "Everyone get your spirits up. This is our home ground. We can't let the newcomers steal the spotlight." He clapped his hands, and the sound echoed in the metal shed. The technicians responded in unison, and the sound of wrenches clinking against metal filled the air. In the Huateng maintenance area, Manager Yi stood between the two cars, took a deep breath, and picked up the walkie-talkie. "Car 1 prepare to start." "Car 1 received." Zhang Kai's voice came through the walkie-talkie. "Car 2 prepare." "Car 2 received." Xiong Chumo's voice rang out. Manager Yi put down the walkie-talkie, watching the two S1s slowly roll out of the starting area towards the entrance of the track. The red taillights shone like two burning eyes in the morning light. "Go. Let everyone see that Huateng team is not here to be a backdrop." In the distance at the starting line of the Shensha was staged. The first car was already in position. The red light turned on. Lin Zhendong's red Toyota 11 sat quietly at the starting line, its engine growling like a leopard fixating on its prey. Inside the car, he fastened his helmet, gripping the steering wheel with both hands, his gaze fixed ahead. The navigator sat beside him, holding the roadbook, silent. They had worked together for many years, understanding each other's thoughts with just a glance. The red light went out. The red Toyota 11 shot forward, its tires screeching briefly on the gravel road. Dust rose from the car's rear, trailing like a giant yellow dragon following closely. The live broadcast switched to aerial footage from a helicopter capturing the red racing car as it carved a smooth arc across the Gobi Desert, each corner taken with precision as if measured with a ruler. The commentator was filled with excitement. Lin Zhendong, the reigning champion, does not disappoint. The entry speed into the first corner exceeded 120 with almost no loss in exit speed. This rhythm. He's bound to pull away from the other competitors in the first stage. 7 minutes later, Zhang Kai's car rolled onto the starting line. He took a deep breath. After 5 years, he was once again sitting in the driver's seat of an official race as a driver. The last time was 5 years ago on that rainy day. He remembered winning that race beautifully, then receiving the phone call that changed his life at the victory banquet. Sun Yuqiang's voice came through. Stop thinking. Look ahead." Zhang Qi tightened his grip on the steering wheel, clearing his mind. The red light went out. The S1 charged forward. In the first kilometer, Zhang Qi drove cautiously. He needed time to regain his rhythm and the feeling of racing. But starting from the second kilometer, he regained his touch. Each braking point for the corners came later than he anticipated, and his throttle application upon exiting corners was more aggressive than expected. This car, calibrated by Ji Xing, was more ferocious than any racing car he had ever driven. The suspension was firm yet smooth, the power was fierce yet controllable, and the steering was precise like a scalpel. Left 4 ahead, followed by right 3. The road surface has undulations. Sun Yuqiang's voice was calm. "Received." Zhang Qi entered the corner, the car smoothly cutting through the apex. As he exited the corner, he gave it a bit more throttle, causing the rear to swing slightly, but it was immediately corrected by the electronic system. "You've slowed down," Sun Yuqiang remarked. "Where did I slow down?" "Exit speed compared to your previous self is far behind. There's loose sand on the road. The loose sand is on the outer shoulder. You're not going to pressure it." "You're quite observant." Sun Yuqiang didn't respond. He continued to read the roadbook, enunciating each word clearly. There was no need for excessive communication between them. After more than a decade as partners, their understanding was ingrained in their bones. Zhang Kai's movements made Sun Yuqiang aware of his intentions. Sun Yuqiang's words guided Zhang Kai's actions. This kind of tacit understanding wasn't trained, it was earned through countless flips, rescues, and narrow escapes from the brink of disaster. "Sharp turn ahead, left 2, be cautious." Zhang Qi slammed on the brakes. The front of the car steadily aimed at the apex. The tires screamed as the car skidded along the shoulder. Upon exiting the corner, he floored it. "Nice," Sun Yuqiang said. Meanwhile, Xiong Chumo was waiting in the start area. His car was in 12th place with 5 more cars yet to start. He sat in the car, lightly tapping his fingers on the steering wheel as if keeping time. Qin Xiaoxi sat in the passenger seat, doing a final check of the roadbook and seatbelt. "Which corner has the gravel again?" Xiong Chumo asked. "The 78th. On the right side, fist-sized rocks. Stay on the middle line, slightly off." "You remember that clearly. You haven't looked at the roadbook in days." "If I don't remember it, well, we'd both end up flipping the car." Xiong Chumo chuckled. "Isn't this complete trust in you?" Qin Xiaoxi paused for a moment. Then she continued, checking the seatbelt, her movements a bit firmer than before. The red light turned on. Xiong Chumo tightened his grip on the steering wheel, his expression finally dropping the usual frivolity. Xiaoxi, hold on tight. Little master will take you flying now. Don't be reckless. If you flip the car, I'll bury you in a pit. The engine roared. The red light went out. Let's go. Xianxu Mo's timing was slightly later than Zhang Kai's, but his acceleration was more aggressive. The front of S1 lifted slightly, resembling a sprinter poised to launch as the starting gun fired. However, unlike the racetracks in Shanghai, the Zhangye station featured primarily gravel roads. On paved surfaces, he was a god. On gravel roads, he was merely human. This was Takumi Fujiwara's weakness. It was also Xianxu Mo's current weakness. Akina Mountain. The white AE-86. That reticent young man wrote his own legend with a cup of water and a steering wheel. After completing the legend of Japan's fastest driver, Takumi Fujiwara crossed the ocean to participate in a rally championship in England. It was his first time leaving Japan and facing the unfamiliar terrain of gravel, mud, and rain. He was acutely aware that gravel roads were his weakness. Takumi Fujiwara's skills on paved surfaces were, but on gravel roads he became merely excellent instead of invincible. Although he wasn't able to validate himself at the pinnacle of the WRC, his career was abruptly cut short due to a fall. Xianxu Mo gripped the steering wheel tightly, a slight smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. This gift from the system was not just about technique. It encompassed the entirety of a driver's life, including his glory and his regrets. He continued to race down the track with this sense of regret. Up ahead, a series of turns, right 3 followed by left 4 and right 2. Be cautious of the undulating surface. Qin Xiaoxi's voice snapped him back to reality. Receive. The SS1 Shinsha was mainly gravel with many curves and a soft surface. Xianxu Mo's speed was not slow, but compared to Zhang Kai's earlier speed, he lagged approximately 0.3 to 0.5 seconds per kilometer. The car smoothly maneuvered through the corners without any unnecessary swaying, hesitation, or tentative movements, exhibiting a fluidity that felt instinctual. Qin Xiaoxi watched his profile, and behind the visor of his helmet his eyes sparkled like 2 stars. She suddenly felt that this man on the track was a completely different person from the one in everyday life. In life he was a carefree scion, his mouth sharp enough to irritate a bull. But on the track he transformed into someone else, focused, calm, and decisive like a natural-born racer. No, he was even more formidable than a natural. He resembled a veteran who had competed in tens of thousands of races. By 10 in the morning the temperature on the Gobi Desert had already risen to 30 degrees. The cockpit was even hotter, resembling a sauna. Sweat beads had already formed on Qin Xiaoxi's forehead. Up ahead are 5, followed by L4. The surface has ruts. Stay to the right of the center line. Receive. Xianxu Mo strictly followed Qin Xiaoxi's instructions for his entry into the turns. He didn't attempt to showcase his skills like he would on paved roads, knowing that stability was more critical than speed on. Qin Xiaoxi's voice grew increasingly steady, and Xianxu Mo's maneuvers became smoother. Their cooperation transformed from strangers to old married couple. 300 meters ahead, a long straight followed by R3. Full throttle. Ease off before the turn. Receive. Xianxu Mo floored the accelerator on the straight, the speed skyrocketing to 160. The roar of the engine shook the windows. Before entering the turn, he eased off the throttle, the front of the car, firmly entering the corner. Upon exiting, he floored the throttle again, catapulting the car out of the turn. Qin Xiaoxi's route data was precise down to each meter. Xianxu Mo's execution was accurate to every degree. Up ahead, Zhang Kai's speed was increasing even faster. Sun Yuqiang's pace of reading the route notes quickened, and Zhang Kai's maneuvers became increasingly fluid. The two of them synchronized like 2 interlocking gears, their rotation rates climbing. 400 meters ahead are 4, followed by L3. The surface has gravel. Enter the turn at 115, and there is a slope upon exiting. Received. The steering wheel turned sharply as the car sliced into the corner. Tires kicked up a light cloud of dust on the gravel surface, and as they exited the turn, the rear of the car slightly swayed, but was immediately corrected. Sun Yuqiang glanced at him from the corner of his eye. This turn was executed cleanly. It was hard to believe he hadn't touched a car in 5 years. Old Zhang Yu entered the turn at 118. That's 3 more than the route notes. Your route notes were conservative. Sun Yuqiang didn't refute. He had prepared the notes and measured the data. But Zhang Qi was right. Route notes are static while the track is dynamic. The Zhang Qi who dared to floor it on the edge of a cliff 5 years ago was gradually returning. The voice of Manager Yi came through the radio, tinged with urgency. Car 1, be aware. 3 kilometers ahead, car 16 from team 333 is in front of you. They started 2 minutes before you, but their speed is slower. You are closing in. Who is the driver? Zhang Qi asked. Li Hongliang. You know him. He was your test driver back in 333. Zhang Qi recalled. Li Hongliang, 5 years younger than him, had solid skills, but an unstable mindset. When he served as Zhang Kai's test driver at 333, he would always feel pressured by Li Hongliang's lap times whenever they ran laps together. At the 8th kilometer, Zhang Qi spotted a white Volkswagen Polo adorned with a large logo of Team 333. A fluorescent yellow number sticker read 16. Zhang Qi squinted. He followed closely behind for 3 and in every turn Li Hongliang took the center line, neither fast nor slow, perfectly blocking Zhang Kai's overtaking line. If Zhang Qi went left, he went left. If Zhang Qi went right, he went right like a taffy that had eyes. Damn it, shameless. Cautioned Zhang Qi the next turn. Li Hongliang will take the outside line before cutting into the inside line to block. Try to be more aggressive from the inside. Manager Yes' voice came through the radio. Zhang Qi gritted his teeth. The next turn right 4. Li Hongliang indeed took the outside line, creating a wide arc and leaving a gap on the inside. Zhang Qi turned the steering wheel the front of the car, probing into the inside. Li Hongliang's rear suddenly swung to the inside, closing the door. The gap was only 10 centimeters. Zhang Qi slammed the brakes the front, dipping slightly, nearly causing a rear-end collision. Damn it. Zhang Qi took a deep breath, swallowing his curse. Old ye. Manager Yes' voice came through the radio. Help me see if there are any other breakthrough points. Manager Yi pondered for a moment. Li Hongliang's mindset is weak. The more you tangle with him, the more he will push back. What you need to do is avoid entangling with him. How can I avoid entangling? His braking point is 5 meters later than normal. But that's his limit. If you brake 3 meters later than him and feign an overtaking move before the turn, he will certainly brake early to defend. Then you take the outside line and you'll accelerate out of the turn faster. S1 has better acceleration out of the turn than him. Zhang Kai's eyes lit up. Received. Zhang Qi switched off the channel. Up ahead, a straight road. Li Hongliang's Volkswagen was 200 meters ahead, maintaining a steady speed. Zhang Qi pressed the accelerator, the speed of S1 rising from 120 to 140, then 140 to 160. The roar of the engine echoed across the Gobi Desert like an enraged beast roaring. Want to get past? No way. Li Hongliang caught sight of the red S1 in the rearview mirror and smirked. Here it comes. He anticipated Zhang Qi to come from the inside. Then he would close the door, feeling a twinge of sympathy for Zhang Qi. But Zhang Qi did not take the inside line. He took the outside line. Li Hongliang was momentarily dumbfounded. The outside line. Taking the outside line before entering the turn would slow him down upon exiting unless. His pupils dilated. Zhang Kai's braking point was 3 meters later than he expected. No 5 meters. No 8 meters. Crazy. Li Hongliang cursed inwardly, instinctively slamming the brakes and entering the turn early. He thought Zhang Qi would cut into the inside line and get blocked, but Zhang Qi did not. Zhang Kai's car had poked in from the outside, lining up parallel to him in the turn. The two cars entered the turn side by side. Li Hongliang looked at the red S1 on his right. He couldn't see Zhang Kai's face through the window, only the reflection of the visor. He slammed on the brakes, the front of the car lunging towards the inside. But Zhang Qi had already surpassed him by half a car length. Exiting the turn, Zhang Kai's throttle was applied earlier and more aggressively than his. The rear wheels of S1 kicked up a cloud of dust on the gravel surface like a dust storm crashing against Li Hongliang's windshield. Li Hongliang could see nothing. By the time he regained his vision, the red S1 was already 3 car lengths ahead of him. Manager Yes' voice came through the radio. Good job. Beautiful. Zhang Kai's heart raced, but his hands remained steady. He watched the Volkswagen shrink in the rearview mirror and couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha. Is this the level? Still calling it Iron Gate. I'm a professional locksmith. In the pit area, Manager Yi, listening to the engine and wind sounds through the radio, smiled slightly. He knew all too well how Li Hongliang would defend. Manager Yi hung up the channel and continued to watch the monitoring screen. On the screen, the red dot representing Zhang Qi was moving rapidly, having already overtaken car 16 and was closing in on the car ahead. He picked up the radio, then put it down. No need to say anything. Zhang Qi would handle it himself. On the other side of the pit in Team 333's P-Room, Wang Changlin's face was ashen. He watched the blue dot representing car 16 being overtaken by a red dot on the monitoring screen, slamming the pen in his hand down on the desk. What is Li Hongliang doing? The staff beside him shrank back, afraid to speak. Send a message to car 15 telling them to pay attention to Huiting's car in the next stage. Don't let that traitor Yi get too proud. Manager Wang, is this compliant? Wang Changlin glanced at him, his gaze resembling that of a frustrated elder toward a naive younger person. After Zhang Qi surpassed Li Hongliang, the road ahead suddenly opened up. The gravel road on the Gobi Desert glimmered with a grayish-white light under the sun. He pressed the accelerator, and the S1 stabilized its speed around 160, the sound of the tires rolling over the road surface, shifting from sharp to deep, like someone vigorously chewing on a crunchy bone. Sun Yuqiang flipped to the 5th page of the roadbook. There were not many curves ahead, but his speaking speed did not slow down. Instead, it quickened. 300 meters ahead, L3, turn R4, there's a ditch after the bend. Entering the bend at 105. Received. Zhang Kai's racing line became bolder. The angle of the turn became increasingly tricky, and he pressed the accelerator earlier upon exiting the bend. The sliding of the tires at the apex was controlled within an extremely delicate range, wasting no speed and losing no grip, perfectly aligned with that invisible line. The view ahead suddenly opened up. A long downhill slope, not steep, but the road surface had obvious tire ruts. Those were grooves formed by repeated tire compression from earlier vehicles, like two parallel little streams. Long downhill turn R2. The road has ruts, take the middle line slightly left. Entering the bend at 80. Zhangqi did not ease off the throttle. He maintained a speed of 105 as he sped down the slope. The weight of the car shifted forward, the front suspension compressed, and the front dipped slightly. Only 80 meters before the bend did he begin to brake. Sun Yuqiang's heart tightened. The car cut into the apex. The rear swung out at a larger angle than any previous attempt. Zhangqi countersteered and added throttle. The car was like a taut rope, steadily pointing towards the exit of the bend. The smoke and dust from the tires drew a long arc on the Gobi Desert. Sun Yuqiang found his back soaked. Damn your breaking point. I know. You know nothing. I was so scared I started thinking about my last words. If you make my wife a widow at such a young age, I'll haunt you even in death. Zhangqi chuckled softly. That laughter blended into the roar of the engine, just like 5 years ago. In the pits, manager Yi was staring at the monitor. Zhangqi's lap time was visibly improving from the segment timing. He had already entered the top 3 of the entire field. No, it was the top 2. The real-time ranking on the screen flickered. Zhangqi currently ranked second. Manager Yi's fist tightened. He recalled that afternoon 5 years ago when Zhangqi last won the championship at Bayambuluk. He stood beneath the podium, watching Zhangqi lift the trophy and grin at him. At that time, he thought such scenes would repeat for many years. Then came the notice of Zhangqi's suspension and disqualification. He pushed those images out of his mind and continued to watch the screen. Manager Yi Xiongzong's segment timing has also entered the top 3. A staff member beside him reminded him. Manager Yi switched the screen. Xiong Chumo's real-time ranking had also risen, currently ranked 3rd. He was less than 2 seconds slower than Zhangqi. He took a deep breath. Both cars were in the top 3. This was a result he hadn't even dared to dream of before the race. On the other side of the track, Lin Zhendong's race car moved swiftly across the Gobi Desert, like a precise clock. Every entering and exiting speed of the bends, as well as the racing line, was accurate to 1 decimal place. Lin Zhong, the final timing point, is ahead, currently leading the second place by 4.1 seconds. 4.1. Who? Huadong Racing Team car number 1. Zhangqi. Lin Zhendong lightly tapped the steering wheel twice with his fingers. Let's give it a push. Maintain our advantage in the last bend. Okay. Lin Zhendong's speed did not change significantly, but the exit speed of each bend improved by a few tenths of a second. These few tenths accumulated like droplets merging into a river, ultimately forming an insurmountable chasm. He dashed across the finish line. The timer froze. 12 minutes, 34 seconds 18. In the pits, engineers from Lin's Energy Racing Team had already started cheering. Lin Zhendong's time in the SS1 segment was nearly 3 seconds faster than his championship-winning time last year. 3 seconds on this track is a gap of an era. When Zhangqi crossed the finish line, the timer had not yet stopped. 12 minutes, 38 seconds, 47. He was 4 seconds and 29 slower than Lin Zhendong. The atmosphere in the pits quieted for half a second before erupting into a more enthusiastic round of applause. 5 years. Over 1,800 days and nights. A middle-aged man flipping fried rice in front of a stall returned to the track, achieving the second-best result in one of the most challenging segments of the CRC. Zhangqi drove the car back to the pits, turned off the engine, and removed his helmet. Sweat streamed down his cheeks, flowing into his neck like several transparent little streams. Sun Yuqiang got out of the passenger seat, placed the roadbook on the hood, and took a big gulp from the water bottle. How much slower? Zhangqi asked. 4 seconds and 29. Zhangqi was silent for a second. Not bad. That's impressive. You haven't raced in 5 years, and you just got second place right off the bat. Sun Yuqiang put down the water bottle. Zhangqi walked over to Jixing. Jixing, how's the car? Jixing was squatting at the front of the car, inspecting the chassis, not even looking up. There's a small issue with the suspension. After the second timing point, the right front wheel has a slight wear. Can it be adjusted? It's a 10-minute job. Zhangqi nodded, leaning against the car, picking up the water bottle and taking a swig. The water was warm, having been heated by the sun, but he felt it was the best-tasting water he had ever had. Xiong Chumo crossed the finish line. 12 minutes, 41 seconds, 03. He was 2 seconds and 56 slower than Zhangqi and 6 seconds and 85 slower than Lin Zhendong. He got out of the car, removed his helmet, his hair soaked and sticking to his forehead like a clump of overcooked instant noodles, the styling spray from the morning all gone. Qin Xiaoxi got out of the passenger seat, holding the roadbook, her expression normal, breathing steady, not like someone who had just run 30 kilometers on gravel, but more like a housewife returning from the supermarket. How do you feel? Xiong Chumo asked. Yeah, this damn weather messed up my hairstyle. Qin Xiaoxi rolled her eyes at him. Xiong Chumo walked over to Jixing and patted his shoulder. Jixing, how's the car? Ji Xing was squatting beside car number 2, inspecting the chassis. He didn't raise his head. The voice coming from under the car was muffled. Car number 2 is fine. Brakes, suspension, tires, all normal. You're driving better than I imagined. How bad did you imagine I would be at? Not. Xiongzong, this is your first time participating in this level of competition. I thought you definitely need to adapt. The earnest Ji Xing hurriedly explained, his face flushed with fear of making the boss angry. Manager Yi walked over holding the results sheet. He wanted to laugh, but deliberately restrained himself, not daring to smile too obviously. Xiongzong currently the leaderboard. Lin Zhendong, first. Zhang Qi, second. You third. Xiong Chimo glanced at the results sheet. The 3 names were lined up together with the Huatang racing team, occupying 2 of them. What about 333 over there? Manager Yi glanced in the direction of the neighboring pit. The door of that P room was open with people coming in and out, but no one looked this way. Their best result is 8th. Xiong Chimo returned the results sheet to him. This is just the first segment. I know. Let them continue to stew in jealousy. Manager Yes' lips curled up slightly. He folded the results sheet and put it in his pocket, turning to head toward the technician team. Brothers, pack up. Next lap, SS2, super short track. Received. The technicians began to get busy again. Those who needed to remove tires did, so those adjusting the suspension adjusted, those adding water added, and those refueling refueled. The pit area returned to that tense rhythm from before the race, but with an added element, morale. Post-race, Lin Zhendong stood in front of the backdrop, holding a bottle of water, his expression calm, like an office worker just returning home from a meeting. Reporters surrounded him in a circle, their cameras aimed at his face. Lin Zhendong, congratulations on winning SS1. How do you feel about your performance today? Lin Zhendong leaned closer to the microphone, his voice calm. Normal performance. The car was in great condition, the navigator cooperated well, and the roadbook was accurate. No mistakes. Zhang Qi ran second today. What are your thoughts? Lin Zhendong's eyelids twitched slightly. That was the biggest change in expression on his face today. I looked at his lap time after the 8th kilometer was about the same as mine. Some bends were even faster than me. The reporters stirred. Are you saying Zhang Qi has already returned to your level of competition? Lin Zhendong paused for a second. I don't know if he has recovered. All I know is that today's him is more deserving of respect than the him from 5 years ago. How so? It's not easy to maintain such a good state after a 5-year hiatus. Lin Zhendong nodded slightly at the reporters and turned to leave. His assistant followed behind, whispering, Lin Zong, were you too complimentary of Zhang Qi just now? Lin Zhendong did not respond. He walked to the rest area, sat down, and picked up his phone. On the screen was a news push. Zhang Kai's comeback in his first race succeeded, currently ranked 2nd at the CRC Zhangye station. He watched for a while, put down his phone, picked up the water bottle, and took a sip. 5 years. He muttered to himself. If I hadn't touched a car for 5 years, would I dare to come back? Would I even be able to come back? He himself did not know the answer. SS2, the super short track segment. This is an enclosed short track where the audience can see the entire course from the stands. With hairpin turns, jumps, and continuous curves, it encapsulates the essence of a rally track in a small area. This segment was specially set up by the CRC to enhance its visual appeal, and it is also the most anticipated part by the audience, as not everyone has the patience to stand in the desert for 3 hours just to watch a car drive by. The stands were filled with people. Some were holding support signs for their favorite teams and drivers. A group of young people were joking around, holding signs with the logo of an adult product with the words "Make every entrance and exit filled with fun." The young members of the Huading team were embarrassed to see that sign, wishing they could find a hole to hide in. But then they thought, this is the sponsor, and this buzz proves the value of Huading's advertisement. So they straightened up and even gave a thumbs up in that direction. At the commentary booth, the 2 hosts were hyping up the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, next up is the SS2 super short track segment. Currently, the overall rankings show Lin Zhendong in an undisputed first place. The 5-year suspended Zhang Qi has not lost his touch, ranking 2nd. The owner of the Huading team, Xiong Chimo, is currently in 3rd. Another host chimed in. Oh, the young people are getting better and better. Is Xiong Chimo a complete newcomer? Indeed, one cannot take on a porcelain job without a diamond drill. He shouldn't be considered a complete rookie. His data shows he has a master's in mechanical engineering from the University of Michigan, specializing in vehicle dynamics. He participated in quite a few track days in the U.S., and his skills are quite impressive. Track days and official rally races are 2 different matters. One can only say he is exceptionally gifted. It just depends on whether he can maintain stability on the paved road. The starting order was determined by the results of SS1. Xiong Chimo was the 3rd to start, Zhang Qi 2nd, and Lin Zhendong 1st. In the 333 team's pit area, Wang Chonglin stood with his arms crossed in front of the monitor. Beside him were 2 drivers from the 333 team, Li Hongliang and Zhao Jiping, who had just finished SS1, placing 8th and 11th respectively. Did you see that? He hasn't touched a car in 5 years and comes back to place 2nd. You 2 placed 8th and 11th. How embarrassing is that? Wang Chonglin pointed at Zhang Kai's score on the screen. Li Hongliang mumbled, his car's modification costs are equivalent to 3 of ours. The car is lifeless, but the human is alive. Think more about whether it's your skill that's lacking. Zhao Jiping remained silent, staring at the track map on the screen. Manager Wang, how did that second-generation coal tycoon, Xiong Chumo, manage to break into the top 3? I checked him, he has never participated in a rally before. Wang Chonglin sneered, a newcomer who has never raced in a rally will sooner or later expose his flaws. Li Hongliang laughed along. Exactly, he might overshoot the first turn and end up off track. Then the Huiting team will have another trending topic. Second-generation coal tycoon pushes off-track, pit area cries for help. Several laughs echoed in the pit area. The race began. Lin Zhendong took off. His start was as steady as ever. There were no unnecessary movements, no hesitation. The car moved like it was controlled by a program, gliding through each turn along the ideal line. As he jumped, the height was just right, and upon landing the suspension compressed to its limit before rebounding, his posture as relaxed as if taking a stroll in his own living room. Crossing the finish line. 1 minute 7 seconds 54. The applause erupted from the stands. The commentator's voice came through the speakers. Lin Zhendong SS, 2-time, 1 minute 7 seconds 54. A very stable performance. Even better than his rhythm in SS1. Another host nodded. This is what a champion looks like. Steady, precise, and not reckless. Zhang Qi was the second to start. His takeoff was even more aggressive than Lin Zhendong's. At the moment the clutch engaged, the car clearly lifted its nose, and the tires let out a brief scream on the asphalt. In the first turn, his braking point was half a meter later than Lin Zhendong's, entering the turn faster, but the rear of the car slightly swung out as he exited. Just that once. The commentator noticed Zhang Kai's exit posture had a slight tail slide, but he quickly corrected it. It seems the 5-year hiatus has had some impact on his feel for the paved road. Crossing the finish line. 1 minute 7 seconds 81. He was 0.27 seconds slower than Lin Zhendong. Wang Chonglin smirked. Did you see that? Zhang Qi is past his prime. He can't even beat Lin Zhendong on the paved road. Tomorrow will be even more hopeless. Li Hongliang agreed. Manager Wang is right. He only managed to secure second place relying on that modified car's performance. Xiong Chumo's turn to start. In the 333 team's pit, although Wang Chonglin spoke disdainfully, his eyes were unusually serious. Xiong Chumo parked the car on the starting line, gripping the steering wheel tightly, taking a deep breath. Qin Xiaoxi sat in the passenger seat holding the roadbook, even though the super short track only had 1 page, and she had memorized it 800 times. This road is all asphalt. Xiong Chumo's voice was filled with excitement. So, then this is my home. Qin Xiaoxi glanced at him. Her eyes were bright, like 2 little suns. The starting lights lit up. Red light, red light, red light, green light. Xiong Chumo's start left everyone in the stand speechless. Clean. Too clean. At the moment the clutch engaged, there was no slipping, no jolting. The car was propelled forward by an invisible hand, smooth, swift, and undeniable. The stands were silent for half a second. Then someone shouted, "Wow, what a start." The commentator, taken aback, finally responded, the Huiting team's number 2 car had an incredibly smooth start. The finesse of this start rivals that of Lin Zhendong. The first turn right 3. Xiong Chumo's braking point was 2 meters later than Zhang Kai's just now. Half a meter later than Lin Zhendong's. The car sliced into the turn, the steering angle precise, as if calculated by a computer. As he exited the turn, the moment he pressed the throttle, the rear of the car showed no unnecessary sway. The tires let out a sharp scream on the asphalt like the cry of a falcon diving. Someone in the stands stood up. Not just one person. A whole group. This cornering. The commentator's voice rose an octave. So clean. His racing line is almost textbook level. The entry speed and the timing of the throttle out of the turn are impeccable. I've been commentating for CRC for 8 years, and I've never seen a newcomer corner like this. His partner finally regained his voice. Xiong Chumo's result in SS1 was 3rd, but now I feel that gravel roads might not be his strong suit. On paved roads he seems like a different person. The first jump. The speed of S1 reached 130, and the car soared. In the air there was no unnecessary swaying of the steering wheel. Upon landing the suspension compressed and rebounded the car, smoothly returning to the ground like a cat jumping down from a height. Qin Xiaoxi felt the seatbelt tighten around her, but she didn't scream. She just gripped the roadbook a little tighter. Continuous curves. Xiong Chumo's steering was lightning fast, with the car's center of gravity shifting smoothly from left to right, then from right to left, the rhythm flowing like a symphony. The atmosphere in the stands had changed. It was no longer just watching the excitement, but watching a performance. Some were filming with their phones, some forgot to cheer, and others were wide-eyed following the red S1 as it turned from left to right, and then back again. This control of rhythm, this transfer of weight through continuous bends, is magnificent. The exit speed of each bend is faster than the previous one, which is incredibly difficult to achieve in a series of turns. The commentator's voice held a hint of disbelief. Indeed, typically drivers slow down in continuous bends because the rhythm can easily get messy, but he didn't. His speed was gradually increasing. This is no longer just technique, this is art. The last turn. Xiong Chumo's breaking point was nearly 3 meters later than Zhang Kai's. 1 meter later than Lin Zhendong's. The car sliced into the turn, the tires nearly brushing the edge of the road shoulder, and as he exited the turn he floored the throttle across the finish line. The timer froze. 1 minute 7 seconds 22. Gasps erupted from the stands. The commentator's voice nearly cracked. 1 minute 7 seconds 22. Xiong Chumo from the Huading team surpassed Lin Zhendong, temporarily placing first overall. Another host interjected, his voice trembling. This time is 0.3 seconds faster than Lin Zhendong's in SS2, and nearly 0.6 seconds faster than Zhang Qi. A newcomer racing CRC for the first time has achieved the fastest time overall in SS2. In the pit area, manager Yi stared at the numbers on the screen, utterly baffled. Xiong, is he this strong on paved roads? In the adjacent pit, Wang Chonglin from the 333 team looked even more troubled. What's the background of this Xiong Chumo? A nearby staff member flipped through the data, Masters in Mechanical Engineering from the University of Michigan, specializing in vehicle dynamics. He participated in track days in the U.S., but has never raced in an official competition. Never participated in an official competition and can achieve this result. Wang Changlin's voice rose an octave, startling the nearby staff member, who took a half step back. The staff member dared not respond. He silently thought, the evidence is on the screen, can't you see for yourself? But he didn't dare to say it. Wang Chonglin gritted his teeth. One Zhang Qi was already troublesome enough, now there's another owner. In the stands the crowd was still buzzing. Someone recorded a video and posted it on Douyin with the title, Second Generation Coal Tycoon Driver Stuns Everyone's Super Short Track Beats Lin Zhendong. Just 5 minutes after posting it received over 10,000 likes. The comments section exploded, that racing line's so cool. This guy has some serious skills. Damn, Huading is here to steal the spotlight. Just to clarify, Xiong Chumo's entry angle and breaking point are not at the level of ordinary professional drivers. It's not good, it's abnormal. That guy is so handsome. Being a rich second-generation wise my guy only good at crashing a Porsche into trees. Did you notice his co-driver? She's a rare female co-driver, and her looks are absolutely stunning. In the Lin family team's P-room, Lin Zhendong sat in the brake area, holding a tablet. The screen was replaying Xiong Chumo's SS2 race footage. He watched it once, then again, then set the tablet down. This racing line into the turn is so precise. This Xiong Chumo is very strong. A staff member beside him asked, Lin Zhong, who do you think is stronger, him or you? Lin Zhendong picked up a water bottle, twisted off the cap, and took a sip. On paved roads he might be slightly stronger than me. On gravel roads I'm stronger than him. The upcoming Hongwan, Danxiao, and Galaxy segments are all gravel roads. So, Lin Zhendong stood up and put down the water bottle. The next segments are my home turf. The next day at 6 in the morning the temperature in Zhangye was only 15 degrees. The wind from the Gobi Desert blew from the east, carrying the scent of a mixture of sand and dew. In the maintenance area technicians were bustling between two S1S, which were lifted for final checks. Ji Xing squatted beside the first car holding a torque wrench as he tightened the suspension screws. Director Ji, the shock absorbers of the first car have been adjusted. Lu Desheng crawled out from under the vehicle. The spring weight is set according to last night's data, hard in the front and soft in the back. The road surface of the Gobi Desert is undulating. If it's too hard at the back it can bounce. Ji Xing didn't look up. That's right, everything has been adjusted according to your requirements. Manager Yi stood in front of the whiteboard, holding a marker sketching a simple map of the racetrack. Every curve, slope, and ditch of Hongwan was marked with different colors. Today there are 2 stages, each running twice. We'll start with Hongwan, then run back in reverse this afternoon. SS3, SS6. The Hongwan stage is a total length of 19.87 kilometers. This stage is known for its intersecting ditches, featuring significant elevation changes and varying widths. The road surface is extremely complex with jump sand pits and hidden stones. The tire's grip will fluctuate across different surfaces, demanding high reaction speeds from the drivers. To repair this road, the construction team blasted rocks on the Gobi Desert for a full 3 months, reportedly loud enough to be heard from 20 kilometers away. Such segments must not be mistaken. Once an error occurs, it often isn't just a matter of losing seconds, but can lead to a crash and retirement from the race. This SS4, SS5, the Danxiao stage, has a total length of 20.41 kilometers. Its features include numerous curves with a series of spins that demand high rhythm from the driver. Lin Zhendong was nearly 6 seconds faster than the second place last year on this segment. Manager Yi put down the marker, turned around, and looked at Zhang Qi and Xiong Chumo. Today each car will accelerate over 80 kilometers on the gravel road, a supreme test for both driver stamina and car stability. The starting order today is different from yesterday. Today it's in reverse order according to the total scores of the first stage. The further back you are in the overall ranking, the earlier you start. Zhang Qi was set to start second to last. Xiong Yu starting third to last. Lin Zhendong is first overall, the last to start. Xiong Chimo counted on his fingers, so there are at least 70 or 80 cars ahead of me. Not just that. Today all categories are racing together, which means there are over 100 cars in front of you. Xiong Chimo smirked. That makes it fun. Oh, overtaking is much more exciting than just racing on your own. Exactly. The more cars you overtake, the more stable your ranking will be in the overall results. On the starting line, the cars from various groups stretched as far as the eye could see. In the maintenance area of Team 333, Wang Chonglin stood in front of the monitor observing today's starting order. Yesterday was just letting the Huading team enjoy the new year. Today is when the true skills will be revealed. Zhang Qi stood at the entrance of the maintenance area watching as cars drove out of the starting zone one after another. Each car that passed raised a cloud of dust like a yellow curtain being drawn before his eyes. As the cars gradually dispersed, the last one, Xiong Chimo, also took off. Let's go, he said to Sun Yuqiang as it was finally his turn. Sun Yuqiang nodded, tucking the road book up. In the starting area, Lin Zhendong was the last to enter the track. The Hongwan stage with its numerous curves and strong rhythm required the driver to constantly adjust their driving strategy. Lin Zhendong's approach was akin to a finely tuned textbook, decisive and bold upon entering the turns, and as he exited, the tires wasted not a fraction of a second like a mechanical arm pre-adjusted on an assembly line. Lin Zhendong's rhythm is incredibly steady. Every corner he takes seems to be drawn with a compass. He has completely absorbed the fast pace of the Hongwan curves. The commentator's voice carried admiration. The large screen in the maintenance area displayed the real-time lap, times constantly fluctuating. Zhang Qi started one position earlier than Lin Zhendong, meaning that every time Lin Zhendong entered a timing point, he could see how much faster he was than Zhang Qi in the segment results. At the first timing point, Lin Zhendong was 0.8 seconds faster than Zhang Qi. At the second timing point, it was 1.2 seconds. At the third timing point, 2.1 seconds. Wang Chonglin watched the screen, the curve of his lips growing wider. Lin Zhendong is truly impressive. This proud expression might lead one to think Lin Zhendong belonged to their team. However, not long after passing the third timing point, a new segment information popped up on the large screen. Zhang Qi had regained 0.4 seconds at the 6th kilometer of the Hongwan stage. Not slow, but had caught up by 0.4 seconds. In the maintenance area, Wang Changlin's smile froze, his lips curled up, but the light in his eyes had faded. At this moment, Zhang Qi was accelerating. He needed to surpass not just Lin Zhendong, but also the 5 years of his hiatus. With every tire sliding moment, his memories were being awakened. It was as if someone were screening a film in his mind, with each frame depicting the racing lines from 5 years ago, the braking points from 5 years ago, the Zhang Qi from 5 years ago. The sound of tires rolling over the gravel road shifted from a sharp note to a deep roar, as if a giant were crushing bones with force. Sun Yuqiang's reading of the road book grew increasingly rapid. 400 meters ahead are 4, followed by L3, who enter the turn at 101 full throttle out of the turn. The surface is flat, no debris. Received. Zhang Qi turned the steering wheel, cutting into the curve. The tires slipped slightly on the gravel surface, sliding about 5 centimeters before gripping the ground steadily. As he exited the turn, he pressed the throttle a tenth of a second earlier than indicated in the road book. Sun Yuqiang glanced at him from the corner of his eye. This old fellow, the skills from 5 years ago finally came out today. On the 19 kilometers of SS3A, Zhang Qi overtook 11 cars. Each maneuver was executed cleanly in the corners. No collisions, no scraping, not even forcing the other drivers to brake. He cut in from the inside line parallel at the apex of the turn and was already half a car length ahead as he exited. It was as if he passed by like a gust of wind. In the maintenance area, technicians surrounded the monitor. Lu Deshang stared intently at the real-time rankings on the screen, forgetting to put down the wrench in his hand. Teacher Zhang overtook another car. Manager Yes' fist was tightly clenched as if cheering on Zhang Qi. 5 years. Over 1,800 days and nights. The 5 years Zhang Qi lost were not blank. They honed a genius racer into a master, turning a dull tool into a sharp one. Ahead, Zhang Qi was closing in on a white Golf. The number 15 car of Team 333, Zhao Jiping, nicknamed Ghost Head. Zhang Qi narrowed his eyes. The strategy he used against Li Hongliang yesterday could not be applied today. He was not the same Li Hongliang as yesterday. His ranking was higher than Li Hongliang's, his mentality steadier, and he was bolder. Jiping this time, even if the car flips, he cannot pass. The dark voice of Team 333's manager Wang Chonglin came through the intercom. Rest assured, if he gets past today, I'll be his grandson. Zhang Qi attempted to overtake from the inside line. Zhao Jiping's car swung towards the inner line, and Zhang Qi hit the brakes, the car's front dipping slightly, nearly causing a rear-end collision. The rear bumper of the car in front magnified for a moment before shrinking back. Sun Yuqiang's voice carried a hint of seriousness. This guy is smarter than Li Hongliang. Zhang Qi gritted his teeth. He knew Sun Yuqiang was right. Zhao Jiping was younger, fitter, and more patient. In a high-speed tussle on the Gobi Desert, those with poorer mental states would crack first. Zhang Qi. Manager Yes' voice immediately burst out from the intercom. Huh. Zhao Jiping he instinctively leans left before consecutive left turns. This is not a technical issue, but a psychological one. So keep an eye on the gap on his right. Manager Yu was far too familiar with the people from that old company. Zhang Kai's eyes lit up. Got it. Ahead left. Zhao Jiping's car leaned left, leaving a gap on the right. Zhang Qi pressed the throttle to the floor. The front of the S1 squeezed into the half-car-length gap. Zhao Jiping saw the red S1 in his rearview mirror. He turned the steering wheel to the right. Too late. Zhang Kai's car body had already passed his pillar. As he exited the turn, the throttle pressed to the floor. The S1 shot out like a slingshot, surpassing him by half a car length. A full car length. 2 car lengths. He forced an overtaking maneuver at an almost extreme entry angle. Zhao Jiping looked at the rear lights of the red S1, opening his mouth. He didn't even know how to report this to Manager Wang. I was overtaken. Silence. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. What are you doing? Are you helping Huading clear the road? If you get overtaken, then catch up. Hurry up and chase after him. Call him Grandpa. Wang Changlin's voice exploded from the intercom, startling Zhao Jiping's ears. He turned down the intercom volume by half. Unlike Zhangqi, Xiongchumo's speed was not as fast. It was not because he couldn't drive quickly, but because his car was sandwiched between 2 others. In front was a Skoda Fabia driven by a veteran from CRC with solid skills, entering and exiting turns with perfect stability. If you tried to overtake from the left, he would cut to the left. If you attempted from the right, he would shift to the right. Behind was a young driver in a Southeast V5, clearly impatient, tailgating closely, leaving only half a bumper's distance. Xiongchumo could see the front of his car swaying beneath his own rear wing in the rearview mirror. Xiongchumo was stuck in the middle like the meat in a hamburger, unable to move forward or backward. The brake lights of the Fabia flashed briefly. Deceleration. No, it was a probe. A common tactic used by veterans, of feigned brake that would instinctively cause the car behind to step on the brake pedal, thus easing off the throttle. This tactic is called light defense, and on the racetrack, it is even more cunning than closing the door. Xiongchumo's right foot remained still. He focused intensely on the tail lights of the car ahead, unmoving. The Southeast V5 drew even closer. Xiongchumo could hear its tires skidding on the gravel surface. The next turn was approaching right 4. As usual, the Fabia took the outer line. Xiongchumo followed on the outer line, his front nearly touching the Fabia's rear bumper, creating a sense of pressure for the leading car. 80 meters before the turn, the sunlight on the desert floor baked the road white and heat waves distorted the distant scenery. Xiongchumo's gaze fixed on the tail lights of the Fabia, his pupils constricting. The car's exterior was pockmarked from the gravel. 70 meters. 60 meters. The Fabia's brake lights illuminated. The leading car began to decelerate, its nose dipping, a cloud of dust erupting from the wheel arches. The veteran's braking point was extremely precise, nearly at the limit of tire grip. If it were an ordinary person, they would have braked by now. But Xiongchumo was no ordinary driver. His right foot hovered above the brake pedal, completely still. Sweat trickled down the edge of his forehead. 50 meters. This was the last braking point for a normal driver. Xiongchumo's foot still did not move. Qin Xiaoxi stole a glance at him, her lips pressed tightly together. She trusted him. Of course, she had no choice as the steering wheel was in his hands. 40 meters. The tail of the Fabia loomed large in her field of view, the stickers on the bumper clearly visible. The distance was rapidly closing, like 2 magnets being drawn to each other. 35 meters. Xiongchumo's right foot finally moved. The brake pedal was gradually pressed down, the pressure increasing linearly from 0 to its peak. This process lasted only a fraction of a second, but in his perception it felt extended by more than 10 times. The AP Racing's 6-piston calipers gripped the carbon ceramic brake discs tightly. As the brake fluid pushed the pistons under high pressure, the moment the brake pads made contact with the disc, a high-frequency shriek erupted. The car was equipped with AP Racing's racing brake kit, and the working temperature range of the carbon ceramic brake discs was twice that of the civilian version. The brake fluid was Model's RBF 660 with a dry boiling point of 320 degrees Celsius, capable of enduring 15 consecutive hard braking moments on the desert without boiling. The calipers were 6-piston, with each piston diameter calculated by the team larger in the front and smaller in the back, achieving a nearly perfect linear distribution of braking force. After the initial stages of car and driver adaptation, Xiongchumo was confident that this car could stop. The S1's front dipped steadily without any bobbing or jolting. The Olin's racing suspension in front absorbed the downforce with near-perfect linearity, keeping the car's posture steady like a stake firmly planted in the ground. If it were a civilian car's suspension, the front would have already dipped down, shifting the center of gravity forward and severely compromising rear-wheel grip. However, the S1, tuned by the team, had a spring rate ratio of stiff front and soft rear, perfectly keeping the center of gravity within a safe range. Xiongchumo could feel a slight tremor in the steering wheel, a warning that the tires were about to reach their grip limit on the gravel surface. But the car did not shake, sway, or wobble. Every bolt was tightened to the torque settings specified by the team, and every control arm was welded tightly. This was the brilliance of the team. Others modified cars for integration. They pushed the car to its physical limit. In the rearview mirror, the Southeast V5 suddenly dipped down. Its braking point was too early, causing the driver to panic. The tires left 2 black skid marks on the ground, and the car swayed left and right, creating a gap of a car and a half. Xiong Chimo did not look in the rearview mirror. His full attention was on the tail lights of the Fabia and his own braking point. 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters. The distance continued to shrink, but the rate of closing was decreasing. This was the limit he calculated. Any later by half a meter, and he would crash into the back. Any earlier by half a meter, and he would lose the chance to overtake. The Fabia's rear completed its first sway, just about to correct itself. In that moment of correction, its exit line would shift outward by a foot, the only moment throughout the turn where it would expose its inner line. Now is the time. Xiong Chimo released the brake. The car's center of gravity shifted from the front back to the middle like a crouching cheetah, suddenly leaping with its front paws. With a turn of the steering wheel to the right, the S1's nose sliced into the foot of space on the inner line of the Fabia like a surgical knife. The angle of the steering was just right, neither too much nor too little, as if measured with a ruler. The car exhibited no unnecessary motion, appearing as if it grew out from the shadow of the Fabia. The Fabia's driver caught sight of the red S1 in his rearview mirror. His pupils dilated instinctively, turning the steering wheel to the right. But it was too late. The nose of the S1 had already passed his pillar, and the door was shut. Out of the turn. The engine of the S1 let out a deep roar, and at the moment the turbo kicked in, the force pushed Xiong Chimo back against his seat. The rear wheels kicked up a cloud of dust on the gravel surface, which then slammed against the windshield of the Fabia. The driver of the Fabia could see nothing. By the time he could see clearly, the red S1 was already 3 car lengths ahead of him. "Old G, impressive," Xiong Chimo shouted from the cockpit. In the pit area, manager Yi stared at the monitor screen, gripping the walkie-talkie tightly. He said into the walkie-talkie, "Xiong, well done. The car's brake temperature is normal, and tire wear is within limits. Keep going. There are still 78 cars ahead." Received. Xiong Chimo's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Lin Zhendong's S3 segment, with an average speed of 107. His driving style is devoid of any superfluous movements. Entering the turn, steering, cutting the apex, exiting the turn, and pressing the accelerator. Each maneuver is executed with the precision of a programmed robot, without probing hesitation or fear. His navigator reads the route book at a steady pace, with each instruction perfectly timed. Having collaborated for many years, their synergy is ingrained in their bones. The manager of Lin's energy team watches the monitoring screen in the maintenance area, silent. Lin Zhendong's lap time is steadily improving, and his rival Zhang Qi is also gaining speed. However, Zhang Kai's starting point is low. He hasn't raced for 5 years and only just regained his form yesterday. Lin Zhendong's starting point is high. He has been at his peak for 5 years. If Zhang Qi maintains this upward momentum, Lin Zhendong might face challenges in tomorrow's Galaxy segment. His gaze shifts to another red dot on the monitoring screen, Xiong Chimo. This coal tycoon is rising at a speed comparable to Zhang Qi. SS4 Danxia segment. Zhang Kai's speed remains steady at 107. The sound of the tires grinding over the gravel road echoes like a furious beast roaring. Zhang Kai's driving style is very aggressive. His right front tire is 10% more worn than his left. If this continues, he may not be able to endure during the return segment. Jixing points to the tire wear data on the screen, his voice laced with concern. Manager Yi furrows his brow. Notify Zhang Qi. Tire management. Jixing picks up the walkie-talkie. Zhang Qi, your right front tire is 10% more worn than the left. The brake temperature is high, and there are still return segments to run. The tire reserves are running low. Do not push harder now. Zhang Kai's voice comes through the walkie-talkie, slightly breathless. Received. Saying received is one thing, following through is another. The last timing point of SS4. Zhang Kai's segment time is 1.5 seconds slower than Lin Zhendong's. Zhang Qi is in second place, Xiong Chimo in third. Being 1.5 seconds slower than Lin Zhendong is a gap within Zhang Kai's reach. However, he knows all too well that it may be out of his grasp. He glances at the tire wear indicator by his side. 4 numbers line up in a row: left front 32, right front 42, left rear 28, right rear 31. The number for the right front tire jumps in his vision. There's still enough tread left. But as Jixing warned, he cannot. To push harder would be to gamble. In the maintenance area, technicians are swiftly calculating tire strategies. Lu Deshang is typing furiously at the computer screen. If teacher Zhang continues at this pace, his right front tire will reach its limit in the midsection of SS6. Once it blows out, all previous efforts will be in vain. Manager Yi takes a deep breath. He cannot keep running like this. For the remaining 2 return segments, let him conserve his tires in the first half and accelerate in the second half. Tomorrow is the final race. Though reluctant, Zhang Qi eases off the throttle a bit. Sun Yuqi's pace in reading the route book also slows down slightly. Up ahead are 4, turning at 101, full throttle out of the turn. Zhang Qi turns the steering wheel, cutting into the bend. Unlike before, he doesn't push the braking point to the limit, but instead brakes 5 meters earlier. The dip of the car's front end is less pronounced than before. Zhang Kai's speed is slower than on the way out, and the wear rate of his right front tire is also slowing. Yet he knows he is losing time. The voice of Jixing comes through the walkie-talkie, surprisingly affirming, yes, this is the right pace. Maintain it. Up ahead, Xiong Chumo's car is speeding through the midsection of Danxia. His speed remains consistently between 160 and 165, not as aggressive as Zhang Qi nor as precise as Lin Jindong. His driving style is a blend of both, steady yet occasionally daring. Qin Xiaoxi sits in the passenger seat. Her pace in reading the route book has reached her limit. Her voice is becoming hoarse, but she doesn't stop. She closes the route book and uses it as a cushion on her lap, her speech flowing like a tape recorder on fast forward. Up ahead, R2, full throttle. There's a slope out of the turn. Watch the landing angle. Xiong Chumo floors the accelerator. The car surges up the slope, soaring through the air and tracing an arc. Upon landing, the suspension compresses to its limit, producing a dull thud. Qin Xiaoxi is jolted by the seatbelt, letting out a muffled grunt as her ribs ache. But she doesn't cry out. In the maintenance area, Jixing observes the tire temperature data of car No. 2, his lips twitching slightly. Xiong is also pushing harder. The wear rate of his right front tire is 41%, 8% above normal. But there is still enough reserve. Manager Yi nods. What about Zhang Qi? He stabilized. Jixing points to the wear curve on the screen, which is flattened from its steep drop. Manager Yi looks at the data on the screen, exhaling. Zhang Qi knows when to ease off. But he is definitely holding. That pent-up tension will all be released in tomorrow's Galaxy segment. He says to Jixing. Finally, the last car crosses the finish line. The results are out. SS3 SS6 Hongwan segment was run back and forth twice, as were SS4 SS5 Danxia segment. Overall, Lin Jindong remains in first place, leading Zhang Qi by 3.1 seconds. Zhang Qi is in second place ahead of Xiong Chumo by 1.4 seconds. Xiong Chumo is third, leading the fourth place by 3.7 seconds. The top three positions are dominated by the Huading team, but Lin Jindong firmly holds the first place. Jixing squats beside car No. 1, using a caliper to measure the tread depth of the right front tire, which has worn down to a mere thin layer. So close. 5 more kilometers, and this tire would be gone, he says to Manager Yi. Manager Yi squats down, looking at the tire, silent for a moment. Thankfully, it made it back. Yes. If Zhang Qi hadn't eased off at the end, a blowout would have been inevitable. Xiong Chumo emerges from car No. 2, shaking off his hair damp with sweat. He walks over to Qin Xiaoxi, handing her a bottle of water. Qin Xiaoxi accepts it, twists off the cap, and takes a sip. Your voice is hoarse. Yeah. Will you be alright for tomorrow's Galaxy segment? Qin Xiaoxi caps the water bottle and places it on the... You drive your car. You don't need to worry about the route book. Xiong Chumo opens his mouth to say something, then closes it again. For the first time, he feels that having this woman in the passenger seat brings him a sense of security. In the maintenance area, technicians are packing up equipment. Manager Yi holds the results sheet, reviewing it again and again. Tomorrow's Galaxy segment is the longest of all segments. It spans over 40 kilometers without a break. Whoever can endure on the Gobi Desert till the end will be the champion of the Zhangye station. Manager Yi approaches Xiong Chumo and Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi leans against the car, holding a bottle of water, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. His expression is calm, but Manager Yi, who has known him for over 10 years, understands what lies beneath that calm. It is fire. The kind of fire that has burned for 20 years without extinguishing. Xiong Chumo sits in a folding chair, messaging on his phone, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. On the screen is a chat interface with a beautiful woman labeled Little Sweet. Qin Xiaoxi glances at the screen, her expression unchanging as she walks away. Tomorrow, I will definitely surpass Lin Jindong. His voice is not loud, but Manager Yi hears it. He nods. On the day of the competition, the final day. At 5:30 in the morning, the sky over Zhangye was still dim. The starry sky over the Gobi Desert was far brighter than in the city, with the Milky Way stretching across the zenith like a river sprinkled with shards of diamonds. The segment of the race was called Milky Way reportedly because part of the track faces the direction of the summer Milky Way, allowing one to see stars falling onto the road at midnight. The Milky Way segment, over 40 kilometers long, was the most grueling part of the Zhangye station. 3 segments must be run consecutively without a break. Gravel, asphalt, gravel. The alternating surface materials presented a hellish challenge for the tires, the drivers, and the navigators. The entire maintenance area was brightly lit. The technicians were already making the final preparations. Manager Yi stood in front of the whiteboard, holding a red pen. Milky Way segment 43. 7 kilometers in total. Gravel surface accounts for 85%, while asphalt accounts for 15%. After the last timing point, there are 4 consecutive high-speed turns followed by a left-hand 90-degree turn leading to the straight finish line. He heavily circled the last turn. Victory or defeat is likely to be decided here. Zhang Qi stared at the red circle, his eyes gleaming like a cheetah targeting its prey. Sun Yuqiang sat in the corner, flipping to the last page of the route book. He had memorized the entire route book over 50 times, but was still reviewing it, his fingers slowly moving across the paper, his lips silently murmuring the data of every curve. Xiong Chumo sat on a folding chair, the route book spread over his knees, but his gaze was fixed on the distant horizon. Qin Xiaoxi stood beside him holding a thermos cup filled with freshly brewed coffee, which she hadn't handed to him, as he was lost in thought. She didn't want to interrupt. Ji Xing crouched next to two cars conducting a final check on the tire pressure. He held a handheld tire pressure gauge. Today was a decisive moment, and he needed to ensure that every screw and every line was perfect. Director Ji, which set of tires should we use? Lu Desheng pushed the tire card over. Ji Xing stood up and wiped the dust off his hands. He looked at the two sets of tires, remaining silent for 3 seconds. One set was hard gravel tires, durable, but with slightly less grip. The other set was neutral tires, providing good grip, but wearing out quickly. The Milky Way segment, over 40 kilometers long, featured more gravel in the first half and more asphalt in the second half. Choosing which set of tires would almost determine the race's outcome. Neutral tires. Be stable in the first half, and then we will have a chance in the second half. The hard tires will skid on the asphalt section and won't grip the ground. Lu Desheng nodded and pushed the neutral tires beside car No. 1. On the other side, in the maintenance area of Team 333, Wang Chonglin was also making final arrangements. His expression was even darker than in the past 2 days. The two cars of Huading Team 1 in second place and the other in third simply couldn't hold back, which kept raising his blood pressure. Tell Li Hongliang and Zhao Jiping not to worry about others today, just focus on their own performance. Doing well is victory. A nearby staff member nodded, picked up the walkie-talkie, and pressed the talk button. Wang Changlin's gaze crossed the maintenance area, landing in the direction of Huading Team. Yi, who had once been thrown out by him, was standing in front of the whiteboard, speaking to the drivers with a calm demeanor, directing with confidence. He gritted his teeth. Traitor, he muttered under his breath. In the starting area, the order of departure was still based on the overall standings in reverse. Xiong Chumo, Zhang Qi, and Lin Zhendong were last. Xiong Chumo sat in the driver's seat, gripping the steering wheel tightly, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. Qin Xiaoxi had already flipped the route book to the first page, her finger resting on the first instruction. Nervous? She asked. How could that be? Then why are you closing your eyes? I'm thinking about a Japanese guy. Qin Xiaoxi looked at him with a strange expression. What kind of expression is that? Are you thinking something inappropriate? It's not that kind of Japanese person. A proper Japanese person. Takumi Fujiwara. Do you understand initial D? Initial D. Oh, no need to explain. What do you mean by oh? What was that disdainful look you just gave? Do you think that's what I meant? That kind of Japanese woman? Not at all. What's wrong with you? You're a girl. What kind of thoughts are you having? Criminal psychology. Your expression and body language just now fit the typical traits of someone feeling guilty. I'm not guilty at all. I'm talking about Takumi Fujiwara. Oh, I believe you. Your tone clearly shows you don't. Qin Xiaoxi didn't respond further. She lowered her head, her gaze returning to the route book, but the corners of her mouth twitched, slightly unsure if she wanted to laugh or sigh. The starting lights turned on. Red light, red light, red light, green light. Xiong Chumo's car shot forward. Today his start was even more decisive than in the previous 2 days. The engagement point of the clutch was perfect, and there was no slip from the tires. S1 roared like a beast released from its cage, charging into the Gobi Desert. Qin Xiaoxi's voice echoed in the cockpit. Straight for 300 meters, then R4, enter the turn at 101, watch out for gravel on the road. Xiong Chumo gently tapped the brake pedal with his left foot, executing a heel-and-toe downshift, adding throttle as the front of the car steadied into the apex of the turn. There was no hesitation, no testing. He knew today's strategy: conserve the tires in the first half, push in the second half. But his method of conserving the tires was not to slow down, but to be precise. In the maintenance area, manager Yi was watching the red dot representing Xiong Chumo on the monitoring screen. Xiong is in great form today, manager Yi muttered to himself. Ji Xing crouched in front of the data monitoring screen, observing the real-time tire temperature data being transmitted. The temperature distribution of Xiong Chumo's front tires was extremely even, with a temperature difference of less than 5 degrees between left and right. This indicated that his racing line was exceptionally symmetrical, with almost no unnecessary directional corrections. This driving style minimized tire wear. His gravel road skills have improved again, Ji Xing said, his voice tinged with disbelief. Manager Yi watched that red dot carve a smooth arc across the Gobi Desert, disappearing around the next bend. Zhang Qi took off. His start was more aggressive than Xiong Chumo's, the tires kicking up a cloud of dust on the gravel surface, the car catapulting into the track as if shot from a slingshot. Sun Yuqiang's voice came through the headset, fast and steady. 500 meters ahead, R3 to L4, enter the turn at 120, be aware of ruts on the road. Zhang Qi did not respond. His eyes were fixed on the track ahead, his hands quickly moving on the steering wheel, each turn executed cleanly. Today his driving style was more aggressive than in the previous 2 days, but behind each bold move lay precise calculations. His right front tire wear rate was 3% higher than that of the left front tire. Ji Xing noticed this data and furrowed his brow. Zhang Qi was betting on his tires. betting that he could catch up to Lin Zhendong before the tires wore out. In the starting area, the last car. Lin Zhendong parked his car on the starting line, placing both hands on the steering wheel, his gaze fixed on the patch of yellow land ahead. His navigator sat beside him, the route book spread open on his lap, his finger resting on the first instruction, his expression calm. Start the race. Lin Zhendong's car shot forward. The start was fiercer than any of his previous two-day attempts, the tires briefly spinning in place before gripping the ground tightly. His navigator read the route book at a speed 10% faster than usual, but each word was as clear as a knife cutting through tofu. In the maintenance area, the manager of Linsher Energy Team stared at the monitoring screen, his face showing little expression. But his hand unconsciously tightened around the cup. He knew that today was the real competition. The midsection of the Galaxy segment is a continuous high-speed curve. Zhangqi has already pushed the speed to 180. The sound of tires grinding over the gravel road transformed from a low rumble to a sharp screech. Sun Yuqiang's recitation of the roadbook has reached an extreme speed, yet every word is crystal clear to Zhangqi, reacting as if it were a conditioned reflex. Ahead R2, full throttle. Watch for a jump out of the curve. Zhangqi pressed the accelerator to the floor of the car, surged up the slope, soaring through the air for nearly 20 meters. When landing, the suspension compressed to its limit, producing a deep, resounding thud. Ji Xing in the pit area furrowed his brow upon hearing the broadcast from the intercom. The impact was tremendous. The suspension travel had reached its end. A little further, and the shock absorbers might bottom out and get damaged. Fortunately, the car showed no signs of excessive wobbling, landing smoothly like a cat jumping from a height. In the pit area, manager Yi stared intently at the monitor screen, which displayed two timers. One was the real-time lap time, and the other was the segment time difference. Zhang Kai's segment time was 3.8 seconds faster than Lin Zhendong's current segment time. Lin Zhendong's previous segment time has come in, and it was 3/10 of a second slower than Zhang Kai's. Ji Xing pointed at the screen. Manager Yes, fists clenched. 3/10 of a second less than the length of a car. However, with the previous 3.8 seconds added, Zhang Kai's total time had surpassed Lin Zhendong, placing him in the lead. Not far away in the Lin team's pit area, the manager stood with his arms crossed, wearing a serious expression. His fingers tapped incessantly on his arm, the rhythm increasing like a pressure cooker about to explode, releasing steam. Lin's segment time is 3/10 slower than Zhang Kai's. A staff member whispered beside him. I know, the manager replied, his voice steady, but his fingers tapped even faster. In Zhang Kai's rearview mirror, there was nothing but emptiness. Lin Zhendong had started a minute behind him. They would always be a minute apart. Yet Zhangqi knew Lin Zhendong was right there in his segment timer in his mind. Zhangqi withdrew his gaze. The championship, I have it secured. His voice was not loud, but Sun Yuqiang heard it. Lin Zhendong was chasing, having been 4.1 seconds behind him in the first half. His steering was sharp, but every movement was precise to the millimeter. The car's center of gravity shifted smoothly, like flowing water, without a hint of unnecessary sway. His left front wheel brushed the curb, kicking up a cloud of dust, while the car's nose pointed steadily towards the exit of the curve. The numbers on the dashboard flickered rapidly. 104, 105, 106, 107. In the pit area, manager Yi stared fixedly at the monitor screen. The time difference between Zhangqi and Lin Zhendong began to shrink again, from 4.1 seconds down to 3.8 seconds. From 3.8 seconds down to 3.6 seconds. Every second was changing like sand in an hourglass, unstoppable. Lin Zhendong has begun to push harder, manager Yi stated. Can Zhangqi go any faster? Ji Xing paused for a moment. He can, but his tires can't take it. Zhang Kai's right front tire wear rate had soared to 52%. The tire temperature was nearly 20 degrees higher than the left front tire. The rubber on the tire surface was aging rapidly and grip was diminishing. Yet Zhangqi did not ease off the throttle. To do so now would be tantamount to admitting defeat. Ji Xing focused on the data on the screen, his fingers hovering over the keyboard like a knife that had yet to drop. His lips moved. He wanted to say, Zhangqi, ease off, but he didn't, knowing it would be futile. Director Ji, the wear on the right front tire has exceeded the safety threshold. Lu Desheng's voice was tinged with evident tension. I know, but for now we can only pray that the tires hold up. In the Lin team's pit area, the atmosphere was like a pot of water about to boil. Engineers gathered around the monitor screen, no one speaking, but all eyes were fixed on the same number, the segment time difference. 3/10 of a second. 250 milliseconds. 100 milliseconds. Every second was pulsating, each pulse making several hearts skip a beat. Lin's right front tire wear rate has increased. An engineer pointed at the data, his voice tinged with a hint of panic. His finger traced a line on the screen, revealing the tire temperature, curve, and nearly vertical ascent. The team manager turned his head, his gaze sharp like a knife. How much? 51%. The manager fell silent for 2 seconds. Continue to monitor. Do not interrupt Zhendong's rhythm now. In the Lin team's pit area, another red dot was also moving on the monitor's corner. Xiang Chumo's second car firmly held third place on the overall scoreboard, His lap time was not significantly slower than the top two. Jixing glanced at Xiong Chumo's tire temperature data, twitching his mouth slightly. Xiong's right front tire wear rate has also increased. Manager Yi rubbed his temples. Looks like he's pushing. On the track, Xiong Chumo had indeed pushed hard. His speed had reached 170. Qin Xiaoxi, sitting in the passenger seat, had a slightly hoarse voice, but did not slow down her recitation of the roadbook. Ahead. L3. There's gravel out of the curve. Xiong Chumo yanked the steering wheel of the car, slicing into the apex of the curve. The tires crunched over the gravel. The rear end of the car swayed slightly, but he swiftly regained control. Stop showing off. The right rear wheel almost slid out. Qin Xiaoxi's voice came through. Xiong Chumo chuckled, pressing the accelerator a little deeper. Don't worry, it won't slide out. This is called skill. What you call skill is reckless abandon. Xiong Chumo had no time to retort as the next curve had arrived. He refocused and concentrated on navigating it. On the desert plain, 2/3 of the galaxy segment had passed. A blurry outline appeared in Zhang Kai's line of sight, a white Dongnan V5 adorned with the team's livery. It's Lao Song, an old veteran. His skills are decent, but the car isn't up to par. Zhang Qi squinted. He knew Lao Song. They had raced together before, and he was a straightforward person. Sure enough, Lao Song was indeed a straightforward person. The white Dongnan V5 ahead shifted slightly to the right on the straight, leaving space on the left for overtaking. Lao Song yielded the inside line on the straight to allow Zhang Qi to overtake. Zhang Qi did not hesitate. He turned the steering wheel to the left, and the S1's nose slipped into the gap. As the two cars ran side by side, he caught a glimpse of Lao Song's profile through the window. Lao Song gave him a thumbs up. Zhang Qi could not see it clearly, but Sun Yucheng did. Hey Zhang Qi, Lao Song just gave you a thumbs up, Sun Yucheng remarked. Lao Song is still a decent guy. Zhang Qi floored the accelerator, and the S1 shot forward like a cannonball, instantly widening the distance. 3 seconds later, the white Dongnan V5 in the rearview mirror had already shrunk to a small dot. In the Milky Way segment, the 8th kilometer countdown. Zhang Kai's speed has risen to nearly 200. The shriek of the tires drowned out the roar of the engine, and the car slid through the corner nearly 10 centimeters more than before. The tires frantically tested the edge of losing control like a dancer standing on the edge of a cliff. Ahead. R5. Turn L3. Full throttle. There's a, Sun Yuqiang's voice suddenly broke. Zhang Kai's pupils constricted sharply. 100 meters ahead, there was a stone on the road. It wasn't big, but it was enough to cause a car traveling at 200 kilometers per hour to lose control. In a mere 0.1 seconds, Zhang Qi switched his right foot from the accelerator to the brake. The front of the car dipped, slowing down, and the tires left a long brake mark on the gravel road. Turning the steering wheel to the left, the car's front passed the stone, cutting into the apex of the turn. Coming out of the bend, he floored the throttle, and the car shot forward like a taut rope, heading steadily toward the next corner. Sun Yucheng let out a breath. The stutter in his voice earlier was because he had seen the stone, but Zhang Kai's reaction was faster than his. That was close. Thank goodness you have sharp eyes. What sharp eyes? That's just a driver's reflex. Then Lin Zhendong encountered the same stone at the same corner. He didn't brake. His car's front drove straight over the stone, jolting violently, and the suspension let out a loud bang. But Lin Zhendong didn't lift off the throttle. The steering wheel was as steady as if it were welded, and the car remained under control. His tires were newer than Zhang Kai's. He dared to drive like this. His hard tires could withstand it. The manager of the Lin Energy team stared at the screen, a crack of worry appearing on his face for the first time. Lin Zhendong chose to run over the stone rather than avoid it. This choice meant Lin Zhendong didn't want to lose today. Not even a stone could slow him down. In the pit area, Ji Xing watched the tire wear data on the screen, his finger pausing over the keyboard. Lin Zhendong's right front tire wear rate is probably even higher than Zhang Kai's. Manager Yi was stunned. That can't be. When he ran over the stone, the tire took a hit. The rubber surface showed signs of delamination. His right front tire is now worn more severely than Zhang Kai's. Manager Yi stared at the numbers on the screen, his pupils narrowing. Lin Zhendong chose to run over it. He gained those precious tenths of a second, but at the cost of his tires. In the Lin team's pit, the atmosphere was tense like a powder keg ready to explode. An engineer stared at the tire data, his pupils suddenly shrinking. Director Lin's right front tire wear rate has risen again. 56%. Should we let him? The team manager walked to the screen, looking at the steep curve, and interrupted him. No need. He knows what he's doing. On the Gobi Desert, the Milky Way segment had entered the final 5 kilometers. Zhang Kai's S1 was already going fast enough in the corners to make the tires scream continuously. That sound started from the entry of the bend and continued until exiting with no pause in between. The tires left shallow arcs on the gravel surface, each pass leaving a black rubber mark. Sun Yuqiang's voice remained steady. R3. Full throttle. There's an incline out of the corner. Zhang Qi floored the throttle. The car shot up the incline airborne. This time he flew nearly 25 meters, 5 meters further than the last time. When he landed, the suspension let out a loud bang, and Ji Xing in the pit felt the cup in his hand tighten. But he didn't reach for the radio. He knew that nothing he could say would matter now. Zhang Qi had entrusted his life to this car. All he could do was trust that every screw he tightened was secure. In the last 3 kilometers, Lin Zhendong's segment timer displayed Zhang Kai's time like a mountain in front of him. Although Lin Zhendong had managed to recover a bit of time in the second half, he was still 3.5 seconds slower than Zhang Qi. This was a difficult gap to close as the final segment offered little room for improvement. But Lin Zhendong did. He tightened his grip on the steering while pressing his left foot on the brake and his right foot on the accelerator. With a heel-toe action, he downshifted, blipped the throttle, and cut the car into the apex. Coming out of the bend full throttle. In this turn, he was 1/10 of a second faster than Zhang Qi. Not much, but enough. In the pit, manager Yi held his breath. The number on the screen was like a bomb counting down each jump, causing his heart to contract. 0.3 seconds, 0.25 seconds, 0.2 seconds. His lips moved, but no sound came out. The last 2 kilometers. Zhang Kai's right front tire had reached 60%. The rubber on the tread had already begun to delaminate, causing grip to decrease by nearly 15%. In every corner, he could feel the front of the car pushing outward like a wild horse wanting to break free from its reins. But he still didn't lift off the throttle. His right foot remained steadfast on the accelerator, his left hand gripping the steering wheel tightly, while his right hand swiftly switched between the gear lever and the steering wheel. Every slide of the car was precisely controlled within a safe range, like riding a bicycle on a tightrope. Zhang Jixing's voice suddenly came through the headset, almost like a chant. Do you remember what you were thinking the first time you won a championship before crossing the finish line? Zhang Qi paused. He didn't expect Jixing to ask him this question at this moment. I don't remember. I remember. You said you couldn't remember what you were thinking, just a blank slate staring at the finish line, foot to the floor. Really? Then I feel the same way now. I tell you, my mind is completely blank, right now, nothing at all. No Lin Zhendong, no championship. As soon as he finished speaking, he sharply turned the steering wheel into the apex, the tires slipping nearly 10 centimeters, almost grazing the shoulder of the road. Damn it, I'm not rambling today. The championship is definitely mine, Zhang Qi. Zhang Kai's eyes focused on the distant finish line, then he floored the throttle. The numbers on the speedometer were jumping wildly: 108, 109, 200. The last 500 meters. In the Lin team's pit, everyone was staring at the screen. The segment time difference, 0.1 seconds. Not only did he fail to make up for it, but he fell behind by another 0.1 seconds. But everyone knew that Lin Zhendong had given it his all. His right front tire wear rate had already surpassed 60% tire temperature at 120 degrees. Severe rubber delamination on the tread and the inner lining of the wheel arch was riddled with holes from the rubber that had come off. But none of that mattered anymore. Zhang Qi has crossed the finish line. The staff's voice trembled. Zhang Kai's speed was 205. This was the limit for the S1 on this track. Any faster, and he would lose control. But the numbers kept jumping: 206, 208. He was flying, not just driving. Sun Yuqiang had stopped reading the road book. He closed it and placed it on his lap. He glanced at Zhang Kai's profile. There was no expression on that face, only focus. The last 100 meters, 50 meters, 10 meters. Crossing the finish line. The pit was silent for a whole second. Then the numbers on the big screen updated. Zhang Kai's Milky Way segment time, 36 minutes, 44 seconds, 47. The timer's numbers froze. A minute later, Lin Zhendong crossed the finish line. 36 minutes, 48 seconds, 17. He was 3.7 seconds slower than Zhang Qi. Overall, Zhang Qi surpassed him by 0.6 seconds. Manager Yes walkie-talkie fell to the ground, bouncing twice before rolling to Jixing's feet. Jixing didn't pick it up. He sat in his chair, looking up at the ceiling with a smile on his lips and tears in his eyes. In the Lin team's pit, everyone fell silent. No one spoke, no one moved, only the number on the timer quietly lit up. The team manager picked up the walkie-talkie, paused for 2 seconds, then pressed the talk button. Director Lin Yu came in second, just 0.6 of a second short. There was a long silence on the other end of the walkie-talkie. Then Lin Zhendong's voice came through, calm as a placid lake, yet beneath it flowed the magma of emotion. I understand. His gaze passed through the windshield, landing in the golden red light at the end of the Gobi. He saw Zhang Kai's red S1. His co-driver said nothing. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, then pulled out an energy bar from his pocket, broke it in half, and handed one half to Lin Zhendong. Lin Zhendong took a bite, chewed a couple of times, and swallowed. Bayambuluk, well, win it back. He said. Absolutely. The co-driver glanced at him, shoved the remaining half into his mouth. On the Gobi, the setting sun bathed the land in a golden red hue. The two S1s parked outside the pit area, their bodies covered in a thin layer of dust. Jixing squatted in front of the car, checking the wear on the right front tire. The tread had worn down to the point where the pattern was nearly invisible, and the signs of rubber peeling extended from the shoulder all the way to the center of the tread like a map scorched by fire. Worn more severely than yesterday, it was almost about to burst. If it had run one more corner, this tire would have been done. Jixing told Manager Yi. But we still won. Sometimes racing requires a bit of luck. Manager Yi stood up, brushing the dust off his hands. We won. Yeah, we won. In the distance, Lin Zhendong emerged from the car. He didn't return to his own pit, but walked over to Huiting's pit. All eyes followed him. Zhang Qi stood by car number 1, unfastening his helmet. He saw Lin Zhendong approaching, and his hands paused for a moment. Lin Zhendong stopped in front of him. Congratulations. Just 6/10. 6/10 is still a win. Lin Zhendong's eyes showed no resentment or anger, surprisingly calm. You're impressive too. Not worse than me 5 years ago. Are you saying you're better now than you were 5 years ago? Haven't raced against you, but I should be a little better, ha. Lin Zhendong chuckled and extended his hand. Bayambu, look, nice to meet you. All right, Bayambu, look, nice to meet you. The two men shook hands. A staff member nearby pressed the shutter, capturing the moment. Not far behind them, Xiong Chumo leaned against car number 2, holding a bottle of water, watching the handshake. His racing suit was covered in dirt, his face smeared, but a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Qin Xiaoxi stood beside him, still breathless, hoarsely asking, aren't you going to take a photo with them? I'm third. What's the point of joining in the fun as third? Xiong Chumo twisted the bottle cap, took a sip of water. Besides, if I go over now, someone will definitely ask me, how do you feel? What are your thoughts? What are your goals for next year? I haven't thought of any impressive lines yet, so we'll hold off for now. Qin Xiaoxi looked at him. Third isn't bad. Xiong Chumo paused for a moment. Qin Xiaoxi rarely said something without a sting. Yeah, third isn't bad. This time I'll give Shen Teng and Huang Jingyu some face, but next time I won't let it go. Qin Xiaoxi turned her head, slightly frowning. Who? No one, just two show-offs. Xiong Chumo said, without changing expression. After saying that, Xiong Chumo silently criticized in his heart, I will never see Fast and Furious 4 again. Those two show-offs will probably go fight in the WRC next, right? What a shame. The award podium was set up in the open space outside the repair area with a massive LED screen in the background displaying highlights from today's competition. Zhang Kai's flying leap was captured by the high-speed camera of the car, tracing a perfect arc in the air. The audience was packed below. Reporters, car enthusiasts, and team staff were present, and those young people holding humorous signs had returned. The younger members of the Huatin team had already learned to ignore them, even waving in that direction, silently chanting sugar daddy, sugar daddy. The award presenter was the event supervisor from CRC, an old man with graying hair and gold-rimmed glasses, walking slowly, like a leisurely old turtle. He held 3 medals, 3 bouquets, and a gigantic championship trophy. First place, Huatin team. Zhang Qi walked from the edge of the podium to the center. The event supervisor draped the medal around his neck and handed him the trophy. As he received the trophy, his eyes were already squinting with joy. The supervisor then handed him a bouquet. Congratulations. Thank you. Zhang Qi stood at the highest point of the podium, holding the trophy. The sunlight hit his face, the logos of the sponsors on his chest glaring in the light, but he didn't care. At this moment, he was the champion. Second place, Olin's energy team, Lin Zhendong. Lin Zhendong walked up from the other side of the podium. He had stood on the podium countless times, each time as the first place winner. Today was his first time standing in second place, yet his expression showed no change. The event supervisor hung the medal around his neck and handed him a bouquet. Lin Zhendong accepted it with a nod. Third place, Huatin team, Xiong Chumo. Xiong Chumo walked up from the edge of the podium. He walked lightly, a smile on his lips, as if heading to a party. Upon reaching his position, he didn't immediately go for the medal, but instead made a yay gesture towards the crowd below. Qin Xiaoxi stood at the back of the crowd, seeing the gesture, turned her head away. The event supervisor hung the medal. Young man, third place in your first competition, not bad. The supervisor patted his shoulder. Xiong Chumo leaned into the microphone, mainly because my navigator is good. Though she scolded me all the way. Someone in the audience laughed. Qin Xiaoxi remained expressionless at the back of the crowd, but her ears turned red. Next was the media interview zone. The reporters had already set up their cameras and microphones. Zhang Qi was the first to enter the interview area, still holding the trophy. He found a spot to stand, placed the trophy on the table in front of him, and leaned on the table with both hands, as if holding a press conference. Zhang Qi returning to the field after 5 years, and winning the championship. How do you feel now? Zhang Qi thought for a moment. He had prepared many words and practiced in front of the mirror for half an hour. But now he suddenly found he had nothing to say. He felt that nothing he could say would suffice for these 5 years. Happy, he replied. Just the word happy. No other thoughts. Zhang Qi lowered his head, looking at the championship trophy on the table. Silver, and gleaming, his name engraved on the base. He traced the letters with his finger. He raised his head, looking at the reporter, then glanced at the camera. 5 years. Over 1,800 days and nights. Every day I used a stool as a steering wheel and a broom as a gear lever. In between cooking fried rice, I practiced my hand speed. While waiting for food, I watched racing videos. Some laughed at me, saying, Zhang Qi, you will never go back. Now I'm back. The interview area fell silent. The reporters were stunned for a second, then the sound of shutters clicked rapidly and the flashlights lit up the scene. An older reporter nearby whispered, no need to write any notes, just transcribe this quote. Another reporter chimed in. Zhang Qi, Lin Zhendong said you two will meet at Bayambuluk. Do you have anything to say to him? Zhang Qi looked at Lin Zhendong, who was being interviewed in the distance. The two men's eyes locked from several meters apart. I'm more familiar with Bainbuluk than he is, and I have many valuable experiences, but I won't tell him unless he... The reporters laughed heartily. Lin Zhendong entered the interview zone. His expression remained calm, but sharp-eyed reporters noticed he had changed into a clean pair of shoes and had pulled his racing suit up at the collar. Lin Zhendong today narrowly losing to Zhang Qi. Do you have anything to say? Lin Zhendong leaned into the microphone, pausing for a second. In that moment, the entire interview zone fell silent. He ran very well. I made no mistakes today, but he ran better than me. Nothing more to say. Losing is losing. So do you have confidence to win back at Bainbuluk this year? Lin Zhendong looked at the camera, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. I've never lost to the same person twice. The audience erupted again. This statement was quite imposing, the translation being Zhang Qi, just wait. Xiong Chimo was the last to enter the interview zone. He hung the medal around his neck, tucked a bouquet under his arm, hands in his pockets, a smile on his lips. The reporters recognized his expression, knowing he was difficult to deal with, but would have plenty to offer once they engaged. A female reporter was the first to raise her hand. Xiong, you placed third in your first CRC competition. What are your thoughts? Xiong Chimo pulled the bouquet out from under his arm, placed it on the table, then leaned on the table with both hands. Not bad. The Gobi route is my weak point. Ooh, I need to practice more. As for Bainbuluk, I'll strive to push forward even further. The Gobi route is your weak point. Then what is your strong suit? Paved roads. The super short track you all saw is my true home ground. As for the gravel roads, I'm still paying tuition. A passing older reporter muttered quietly to finish third in his first CRC and still claim to be paying tuition. This guy is either a genius or a pretentious genius. Another reporter raised their hand. Xiong, some say your third place finish was due to having a good car, not your driving skills. What do you think? Xiong Chimo looked at him smiling. The smile was 3 parts disdain, 3 parts arrogance, 3 parts you know nothing, and 1 part thank you for the compliment. Having a good car is a fact. Everyone knows how impressive the car modified by our Huatan director is. But with the same car, why don't you give it a try? If you can finish 30 kilometers without rolling over, I'll treat you to a meal. By the way, what's your name? Ma. Old Ma, you're invited to test drive at our next Huatan Open Day. Drive my car, I'll just drive the civilian version. If you can beat me, I'll give you 100,000. If you can't beat me, no need for 100,000, just treat me to a bowl of beef noodles. The audience erupted in laughter. The reporter named Ma turned beet red, his lips moved twice, but no words came. Another reporter took over the conversation, trying to steer the topic back on track. Xiong, your team took first and third this time. What are your plans for the future of the team? Xiong Chimo thought for a moment, becoming serious. But only for half a second. First, raise the salaries of our reporters. Second, raise the salary of our manager Yi. Lastly, raise the salaries of all employees in the Huatan team. Someone in the audience asked, what about yourself? Me. I pay myself whether I raise it or not, it's the same. After all, the money just goes from my left hand to my right hand. Qin Xiaoxi rolled her eyes at the back of the crowd. It was a perfectly executed eye roll, arching from the upper left to the lower right. The reporter asked again, what is your goal for Bainbuluk this year? Xiong Chimo picked up the bouquet from the table, smelled it, then placed it back down. Champion, he said. The audience fell silent. I meant team champion. As for individual, just being on the podium is enough. As for what color the podium is, it's up to fate. The reporters began packing their equipment. Some turned off their recorders while others took their cameras off the tripods. The people in the interview zone gradually dispersed. Xiong Chimo was the last to leave. He took the medal off his neck and weighed it in his hand, as if measuring its significance. Qin Xiaoxi had somehow walked up beside him. Were those words you said earlier serious? Which one? It's true about raising everyone's salary. What about the others? The rest is half true, half false. Which half is true? I truly want to win the Which half is false? Xiong Chimo shoved the medal into his pocket, smiling. The part about fate is false. I don't believe in fate. Ooh, I only believe in myself. The wind on the Gobi Desert began to blow again, kicking up a cloud of yellow sand. The sun had sunk below the horizon, leaving only a trace of golden red light. In the distance, Zhang Qi stood at the entrance of the repair area, holding his phone, the screen showing the smiling face of his son Zhang Fei. Did Daddy win? The voice on the other end was crisp. Of course. Daddy said he would win. Zhang Kai's smile spread wide. Daddy is the best. When will you be back? Did you buy my Ultraman? Bought it. Daddy will be home soon. You behave at home. Bye Daddy. Bye. The call ended. Zhang Qi opened Pinduoduo and typed Ultraman, and thousands of results popped up, and his thumb reflexively moved towards the $9.99 free shipping option. Just as he was about to click, his finger hovered above the screen. He stared at the $9.99 free shipping for 2 seconds. Then he looked down at the gold medal hanging around his neck. I'm a champion now. His thumb made a turn, exiting the $9.99 free shipping page, searching again, and directly clicking into the most expensive store. He added all the different styles of Ultraman, Diga Zero Zeta G Triga, to his shopping cart, selecting all and placing the order. At the moment the payment was successful, he felt that he wasn't just buying Ultraman, He was bidding farewell to the past 5 years of himself. I am now a champion driver. Not that fried rice delivery guy anymore. He tucked his phone into his pocket, his smile stretching higher than the horizon of the Gobi Desert. In the evening in a hotel room, Xiong Chumo emerged from the shower, his hair still damp, wearing a bathrobe, lying on the bed while scrolling through his phone. The screen displayed tonight's trending topics. Zhang Qi wins the championship. Hua Tong team first and third. Collaborative design contest by Qingqing Baby. He tapped on the third item and glanced at it. The official account of Qingqing Baby posted a Weibo with an accompanying image of a sketch depicting a red racing car adorned with the Qingqing Baby logo, with a person in a racing suit standing beside it holding a suspiciously shaped bottle. The caption read, "Celebrating the victory of Hua Ting team at the Zhangye station. The collaborative model of Qingqing Baby Hua Ting team is about to launch. Stay tuned." Guess what words will be printed on the bottle? Xiong Chumo twitched the corner of his mouth and decisively swiped away. Outside the window, the Gobi Desert was completely dark, devoid of any light pollution, with countless stars twinkling. He turned over, preparing to reply to a certain little sweetie, when suddenly a voice exploded in his mind. A deafening gong echoed deep within Xiong Chumo's mind, lingering with a buzzing sound. His phone flew out of his hand, flipping twice in the air before crashing onto the carpet. Damn it. System, are you out of your mind? Congratulations, host, you have completed the event task CRC Zhangye Station. You bastard, congratulations is congratulations, but what kind of notification sound is this? Who uses a gong for notifications? Wasn't it always ding before? Where's the ding? Did you eat it? You scared me. This is the exclusive notification sound for event settlement. The gong sound signifies being listed on the golden list, announcing the way. If the host dislikes it, this system can cancel the settlement. Of course, the settlement rewards will also be gone. Xiong Chumo's pupils constricted. Don't. Xiong Chumo's expression instantly switched from furious to fawning, as quick as a Sichuan opera mask change. System, I was rude just now. I reflect, I repent. That gong sound, upon careful consideration, is truly astonishing. It invigorates the spirit. Radiant. Thought-provoking. A myriad of thoughts. Thousand. He hesitated, his tongue getting tied. By all means, it has taste. Very tasteful. When the gong sounds, gold abounds. Please continue after you. The system fell silent for a moment. Heh. Your facade. You're right. My facade. I am all facade. Please continue. In this settlement of rewards, the reward level is B grade. Reward content: driving skill package for gravel roads. Includes judging braking points on gravel roads, sliding control, weight transfer techniques for navigating sandy areas, tire management on gravel sections, and corresponding muscle memory. Xiong Chumo sprang up. He jumped so hard that his waist twitched. Gravel roads. Are you saying my days of being taught by sand on the Gobi are over? Theoretically, yes. The actual operational effect depends on the host's handling. As soon as the words fell, a stream of information surged into his brain. It was an indescribable feeling, as if someone had turned on a giant faucet in his brain, pouring icy water over him, flowing down his spine and spreading through his body, every pore wide open, every neuron screaming. Images of the racetrack flashed frame by frame. On the gravel road, when the tires rolled over stones of varying diameters, the curve of grip difference. A 1-degree difference in cornering angle affects the exit speed. When the vehicle's center of gravity shifts, to what position and with what force to countersteer. These data were no longer mere numbers on paper, but became instinctual bodily responses, tactile sensations in the fingers and vibrations felt beneath him. Xiong Chumo closed his eyes, a smile creeping across his lips. That smile resembled a post-satisfaction glow, yet also bore a hint of glee from having copied answers during an exam. His right hand gestured in the air, shifting gears. His left hand pretended to steer. His right foot pressed the throttle against the bedsheet. He felt as if he were driving an invisible car racing on the hotel bed. Coming back to his senses, Xiong Chumo looked down at his hands, thinking this feeling. It's as if I have been enlightened. The host can understand it this way. But more accurately, it is the completion of muscle memory infusion. Your hands, feet, waist, and back now possess the muscle responses required for advanced driving on gravel roads. No need to think. The body will automatically make the correct maneuvers. Then am I not terrifyingly strong now? An upgraded version of Takumi Fujiwara. Haha. Zhang Qi and Lin Zhendong, my apologies, Bainbu Lu Ku is about to welcome his new king. Xiong Chumo suppressed the urge to find someone to bully right away. He stood up from the bed and took a few steps. He felt that the sensation of his feet on the carpet was different now. Previously, it was feet on carpet. Now it was feet sensing the density of the carpet's fibers, elasticity coefficient, and sliding resistance. He looked down at his feet, then up at the ceiling. System. Here. Did you install sensors in the soles of my feet? No. It's just that the host's sensitivity to touch has increased. This is one of the side effects of muscle memory infusion. Please rest assured it won't affect normal walking. But it might make you overly aware of the texture of the ground while walking. Xiong Chumo tried walking around. Carpet, wooden floor, tiles. Indeed, every type of material felt different underfoot. Damn, can I now do blind massage? With this foot feel I can excel at walking on backs. This system is the strongest driving system, and I do not recommend the host to engage in the massage industry. Each profession has its specialty. Xiong Chumo ignored it. He stood by the window gazing out at the pitch-black Gobi Desert. The wind picked up again, whipping fine sand against the glass, producing a rustling sound. Suddenly, he remembered something. System. Here. This skill package is of grade reward, right? Then what are the A and S grades? A grade rewards include platform-level technical inspirations, whilst grade includes revolutionary technical inspirations. The specific contents need the host to achieve corresponding accomplishments to unlock. What do they include? Give me a spoiler. They are randomly drawn and this system doesn't know either. Your tone sounds familiar, damn it. The last time the industrial and commercial bank customer service was just as perfunctory with me. System, are you also being perfunctory with me? Yes. I didn't expect you to notice. So now I will tell you in the most direct and straightforward terms. Xiong Chumo perked up his ears. No comment. You mother. You should be glad you don't have a physical form, otherwise I'd beat you so hard your mother wouldn't recognize you. Xiong Chumo angrily turned off the light and lay down on the bed. He pulled the blanket up to his chin, his eyes fixed on the ceiling. He tried to recall those feelings that had just been infused. The critical point of tires sliding on gravel roads, the pre-warning signal of the rear, and swaying a split second before the perfectly timed travel of the brake pedal. Like a pianist who has practiced for 10 years, even in dreams his fingers could accurately strike every key. He turned over and buried his face in the pillow. System. Here. Thanks. You're welcome. But could the host not talk while facing the pillow next time? Voice recognition will be affected. Damn, aren't you supposed to recognize brainwave signals? Don't get cocky. Okay, received. Good night. Good night. Outside, the wind continued to blow across the Gobi Desert. In the distance, a sound from some unknown animal echoed, but Xiong Chumo did not hear it. He had already fallen asleep, a faint smile lingering on his lips. He dreamed of standing on the podium in Ba Inbu Lu Ku holding champagne and spraying it wildly at the sexy beauties gathering around. The champagne bubbles sparkled in the sunlight, the beauties shrieked and dodged, and laughter echoed through the racing ground. Bubbles, laughter, flashes of light, and Qin Xiaoxi, standing below the stage, expressionless, wiping the champagne off her face, giving him the middle finger. He laughed out loud in his dream. In the middle of the night, Xiong Chumo felt a chill in his pants. He opened his eyes and felt it. Wet. He lay in the dark with his eyes open, staring at the ceiling, his expression shifting from just woke up to what the hell. No way at this age still pulling this stunt. Damn, I must be too tired. He self-consoled. It's just that I've been stuck in this Gobi for too long, can't even score a girl. Fortunately, they'll be going back tomorrow. Shanghai, your master Xiong will be back soon. As the convoy gathered at the exit of the highway in Shanghai, the sky had already turned dark. 6 vehicles lined up, their hazard lights flashing, slowly merging into the evening rush hour traffic after passing the toll booth. Passing vehicles slowed down to observe, some rolled down their windows to take pictures, while others honked in greeting. It was unclear whether they recognized the Huateng convoy, or simply found the playful logo on the rear of the vehicle striking. Xiong Chumo sat in the back seat of the business vehicle, legs crossed, holding a phone, scrolling through his contact. On his way back from Zhangye, he had already chatted with over a dozen girls on WeChat, seamlessly transitioning from long time no see to let's grab dinner. When I return to I miss you so much, his conversational skills rivaling a complete CRM customer management system. Qin Xiaoxi sat in the passenger seat, holding a folder. With her peripheral vision, she glanced at the rearview mirror, seeing Xiong Chumo grinning at his phone screen, his smile lewd like a weasel that had stolen a chicken. She shifted her gaze back to the window, her face reflected in the glass, her expression unchanged, identical to her usual demeanor at work, calm, professional, and flawless. Yet her gaze drifted far away, lacking focus, as if she were looking out the window, or perhaps gazing at something even more distant beyond it. She leaned back in her seat and closed her eyes. It's fine, she murmured to herself. When the convoy stopped at the entrance of the Huateng factory, Xiong Chumo's phone rang again. He glanced at the caller ID, Sun the Fat. He decisively hung up. 3 seconds later it rang again. Sun the Fat. Xiong Chumo hung up once more. It rang again. He hung up. It rang again. Damn, does this fat guy ever stop? He finally answered, his voice low. Hello. What do you want? I'm in a meeting. A meeting, my ass. I saw your convoy enter the factory. Damn it, I've been waiting at your company entrance for the whole afternoon. Xiong Chumo looked up and saw a flashy yellow Lamborghini parked by the flower bed on the right side of the factory entrance. The car door opened and Sun Bewley, dressed in a bright red polo shirt with a gold chain glimmering under the streetlight, resembled an inflated traffic light. You fat dog. What do you want? Sun the Fat pulled a cardboard box from the trunk of the Lamborghini, hugging it as he trotted over. The box was wrapped in red cloth adorned with a large red flower resembling a prop from a tacky marriage proposal scene. Congratulations. You got 3rd place in your first race. I prepared a celebration gift for you. Take a look. Xiong Chumo stared at the large red flower, then at Sun the Fat's grinning face with only one thought in his mind. This gift was highly likely not something serious. Just tell me what it is. Open it and see. Why should I open it? Just tell me directly. If I tell you directly, there will be no surprise. I don't need a surprise. I just need you to tell me that it's not a collaboration with a sex toy brand. Sun the Fat's expression stiffened. The stiffness lasted about 0.3 seconds, but Xiong Chimo caught it. His pupils constricted. Damn. Really? No. It's really not. The sex toy stuff was arranged by AI Jangwo. He prepared a new product trial pack for you, which isn't even on the market, yet has nothing to do with me. This is a serious gift. Very serious. Just tell me what it is. It's a banner. Xiong Chimo was taken aback. A banner. Sun the Fat lifted the red cloth, revealing indeed a banner. It was bright red velvet with golden lettering that read, Huading Expedition, no grass grows. Signed, all employees of Sun the E-Modified Shop. Xiong Chimo stared at the banner for 5 seconds. This is what you brought me, eh? Yes, I came up with the content, it's powerful, right? Isn't it particularly imposing? You must have ordered it from one of those stalls outside your shop, right? No way. I found an old brand on Nanjing Road for banners. Purely handmade embroidery. Handmade. 3,800 for one. No bargaining. Alright. You can take it back and hang it in your shop. No, this is a gift for you. A celebration gift. Xiong Chimo glanced at the banner again, then at Sun the Fat's expectant face. Reluctantly, he reached out to take it. Got it. Thank you. You can go now. There's one more thing. Say it. That racing suit of yours is pretty cool. Oh, do you have it in a larger size? I wear XXXXXXL. Okay, I'll order one for you. Sun the Fat walked away contentedly, the roar of the Lamborghini fading into the distance. Xiong Chimo rolled up the banner and tucked it under his arm, turning to walk into the factory. Qin Xiaoxi passed by, stole a glance at the banner, and did not stop her pace. The banner size is a bit shabby. Let's make a 3-meter-long one next year, she said without looking back. Good suggestion. Next time let Fatty change it, he's got money. Old Wang stood at the entrance of the office building wearing a fawning expression. Mr. Xiong, you've worked hard. Old Wang, why are you still here? Trying to mooch overtime pay again. Waiting for you. Aren't you returning in glory? I booked a restaurant for a celebration banquet. Xiong Chimo nodded. Alright, gather everyone and let's go. The celebration banquet was set at a decent restaurant next to the Huadeng factory. The boss eyes lit up when he saw Xiong Chimo enter. He rushed over, shaking Xiong Chimo's hand vigorously. Mr. Xiong, congratulations. I watched the live broadcast of the race. You and Zhangxi took first and third place. Impressive. Thank you, just routine operations. This one is on me today. You're too polite, boss. That would be too much to ask. Xiong Chimo's politeness was so sincere that the boss believed it. Then I'll trouble you. Bring the 2 most expensive dishes on the menu and a box of Maodai. The boss' smile faltered for a moment, but quickly returned. Okay, I'll arrange that right away. Old Wang whispered beside him, Mr. Xiong, he's just being polite, and you really shouldn't take it seriously. His politeness is his business. My lack of politeness is mine. 2 different matters. If he says he's treating, then he should feel the joy of treating. That's called making an adult's beauty. Old Wang silently sat down, deciding not to be polite with Xiong Chimo in the future. No need for politeness. The private room was very spacious, the round table was large, and the dishes were even larger. Each hairy crab weighed over half a pound. The boss really spent a lot. Although he regretted saying, ill treat, there was no turning back. Huadeng was a big client, and if Huadeng continued to hold events here, then this meal would not be a loss. The Maodai was open, the dishes were served, and everyone was seated. Mr. Xiong in the main seat raised his glass and stood up, clearing his throat. Everyone, today marks the first official race for our Huadeng team. Zhangqi won the championship. I was lucky to get third. Our achievements are inseparable from everyone's hard work. You all have worked hard. Now for the first toast, I raise my glass to everyone, to Huadeng. To Huadeng. Everyone stood up, their glasses clinking together, creating a chorus of ringing sounds. Xiong Chimo downed his drink in one gulp, then turned his glass upside down, indicating that not a drop was left. Zhangqi followed suit, downing a glass, then smacked his lips. Is this Maotai for real? Why does it taste fake? Sun Yuqiang sniffed his drink again. You rustic, how many years has it been since you drank Maodai? Do you even remember what it tastes like? It's really not available, the fake ones aren't even close. This taste is quite similar to the fake ones. Shut up, the boss is turning green. Old Wang quietly reminded, pointing towards the entrance of the private room. All eyes turned toward the entrance. The boss stood at the door holding a plate of dishes, wearing a smile that looked worse than crying. Xiong Chimo put down his glass and shouted towards the door, Boss, come have a drink. This wine is good. The color on the boss' face shifted from green back to normal, and he breathed a sigh of relief as he brought the dishes in. The celebration banquet concluded at 10:30. Qin Xiaoxi was the first to stand up, wiping her mouth as she picked up her bag, and said, I'm leaving first. Xiong Chimo glanced at her and asked, Are you leaving just like that? Where are you going so soon? I have work tomorrow. Unlike some people who can come late and leave early. Besides, don't you have a second event? I wouldn't want to delay your next gathering here. How did you know there was a second event, Tyrannosaurus? Heh. Whenever you organize something there's always a second round, isn't there? Qin Xiaoxi paused for a moment. If you call me Tyrannosaurus again I'll hit you. Alright, stay safe. Qin Xiaoxi walked away without looking back, the sound of her high heels growing fainter. Lao Wang watched her retreating figure and whispered, Miss Qin is becoming more charismatic by the day. Others gradually dispersed as well. Lu Desheng took the technicians back to the dormitory by taxi. Xiong Chimo sat in the private room gazing at the few people left across from him: Zhang Qi-sun, Yuqiang Jixing, manager Yi, and Lao Wang. There were 5 people plus himself, making 6. Don't leave yet. For the second round it's on me. He stood up and tucked his phone into his pocket. Lao Wang was the first to raise his hand. Where to? Jinbi Hoing. Lao Wang's eyes brightened. Jinbi Hoing. That's the one that sponsored us, right? Yes. It's the one with the imperial level enjoyment. Hong Jia said the celebration banquet is at her place and all drinks are on the house. She has sent me the address 3 times already. They sponsored us 3 million, isn't it only fair to show up? This is called maintaining client relationships, a matter of business etiquette. Xiong Chimo shook his phone, showing the WeChat message from Hong Jia, which included 3 kiss emojis. I've been to Hong Jia's place before, and it's really nice. The environment is good, the service is great, just a bit pricey. Oh, Lao Wang, you've been there again. I haven't heard you report about it before. Lao Wang's expression instantly shifted to one of feigned innocence. I've been there a few times. Boss, you know sometimes dealing with clients requires visiting such places. It's not good for public relations if I don't go. But rest assured, I, Lao Wang, am absolutely devoted to the company. Oh, I only went for business development. Every time I went, clients signed contracts. So you're saying you still claimed it was for the company when you went out to have fun? Xiong Chimo's tone was playful. Mr. Xiong, on my honor, under heaven's gaze. Lao Wang's expression was exaggerated, as if he were acting in a play, his hands raised. I always went for business purposes. Every expense was for work. I kept every receipt. Lao Wang, you've really let me down in terms of trust. I have to have finance check your accounts thoroughly. You went to places your boss hasn't even been and had fun first. You better hope I don't find any issues or you'll be in for it. No, Mr. Xiong. I really did go for business every time. I'm not the type to use work for personal gain. At this moment, Jixing's expression looked a bit uneasy. I think I won't go. I need to go back and check the maintenance data. Xiong Chimo glanced at him, his eyes resembling those of a teacher watching a student trying to skip class. What data are you looking at? Tonight there's no data, only drinks. Come on, you haven't been to this kind of place before, right? You must go. Today is to broaden your horizons. Go, go, go. Jixing must go. You have to come too. Zhang Qi wrapped an arm around Jixing's shoulder, the grip tight enough to resemble a chokehold. Manager Yi adjusted his glasses, his expression calm. I'll go, but I need to be home before midnight. I have a review meeting tomorrow. Lao Wang had already pulled out his phone and was messaging his wife. Dear Mr. Xiong asked me to discuss business. I'll be back later. After sending, he muted the phone. Finally, Xiong Chimo picked up his phone and sent a message to Sun Pongzi Jinbi Hoing. You have half an hour. Come up with an excuse. Don't use me as a shield, or we're done for. The reply came back instantly. On my way. Be sure to wait for me. As everyone left the private room, the boss was already standing at the door, his smile, like it was glued on with super glue forced to maintain a professional curve. He clutched the bill, his fingers slightly pale, while still saying, Mr. Xiong, take care. Come again next time. Xiong Chimo patted his shoulder. Thanks for the treat, boss. We'll be coming back here next time. After this meal, your business is sure to thrive. I'll have Lao Wang send a notice in the employee group. This will be our first choice for company dinners from now on. The boss' smile finally transformed from a professional grin to genuine warmth, nodding eagerly. As long as you're satisfied, that's good enough for me. 20 minutes later, at Jinbi Hoing nightclub, the golden sign at the entrance shone brightly in the night, resembling a miniature Las Vegas casino. Hong Jia personally stood at the entrance to greet them, dressed in a bright red qipao, holding a slender cigarette. Upon seeing Xiong Chimo's convoy approaching, her smile bloomed like the first flower of spring. Mr. Xiong, congratulations. I saw you came in third during the live stream. I was so excited I almost knocked over the ashtray. You're too kind, Hong Jia. I was just third. The champion is right here. Zhang Qi, the 5-time champion of Bayan-Buluk, claimed the championship at the Zhangye stage this time. This is Jixing, our technical director, a technical expert in our company. This is manager Yi, our team manager. This is Sun Yuqiang, Zhang Kai's navigator. And this is Lao Wang, our marketing director. Hong Jia scanned each person's face, finally resting her gaze on Jixing. She smiled and said, Mr. Xiong's team looks like a group that can achieve great things. The two chatted and walked inside. The private room was ready. It was the largest room in the entire club, with sofas on 3 sides and a huge coffee table in the middle filled with fruit platters, snacks, and imported liquor. The lighting was dim and soft music played from the sound system, not noisy, but enough to create a relaxed atmosphere. Xiong Chimo plopped down in the middle like a lion returning to its territory. He picked up a bottle of whiskey and poured himself a glass, then called out to the waiter at the door, Bring in a few fun girls. It's our first celebration banquet for Huat and team. and we can't have a dull moment. Zhang Qi sat down beside him, not in the middle, but not too far off either. He took a glass of wine, not rushing to drink, but turning it in his hand, as if savoring the quality of the drink. His gaze swept around the private room, his eyes reflecting a seasoned calm. 5 years ago, when he was at his peak, such occasions were a part of his daily life. Though he was now down on his luck, some things never fade. Like muscle memory, road intuition, and how to relax appropriately in such situations. Sun Yuqiang had already picked up the microphone. He walked to the microphone stand in the corner of the room like a bird that had found its perch. He tapped the microphone to check if it was working before turning back to everyone and shouting, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Zhangye Station Championship Celebration Banquet. I am your host for tonight, Sun Yuqiang. I'm also the Chief Atmosphere Officer of the Huaten team." Sun Yuqiang pressed play, and a rhythmically upbeat song instantly filled the whole room. Hong Jia clapped her hands, and a row of girls in short skirts filed in, standing in a line. They were dressed uniformly with matching heights and smiles. "Mr. Xiong, the best batch is all here tonight, you choose." Hong Jia, holding her cigarette, nodded towards Xiong. Chumo leaned against the sofa, crossing his legs, and scanned the lineup from left to right. His gaze lingered on each face for about 2 seconds, like a customer flipping through a product catalog. "They're all good. Hong Jia has put in effort. Then let's keep them all. All right, everyone seat yourselves. Don't just stand there." Hong Jia beamed, her wrinkles smoothing out with her. The 3 girls at the front reacted the fastest, immediately targeting the charismatic Xiong Chumo, whose playboy aura was evident without needing introduction. They walked over with light steps, one sitting on his left, one on his right, and another squatting down in front of him to pour him a drink. Xiong Chumo raised his glass and smiled at them. "Today is a celebration banquet. I received an award, and you're here to drink. No need to be polite." "Wow, Mr. Xiong is amazing. Congratulations, Mr. Xiong," the girl on the left said with a bright smile, her voice as sweet as double syrup. Xiong Chumo raised his glass. "Let's toast to myself first. You all can join me afterward." The atmosphere in the room instantly heated up. Music played, the lights dimmed, drinks were poured, glasses filled, and singing began. Zhang Qi sat in the corner holding a glass of whiskey. He bore the weight of an idol's facade, appearing somewhat reserved, unlike Xiong Chumo's proactive demeanor, yet he did not refuse the attention. A girl sat down beside him and naturally poured him a drink. He smiled as he accepted it, taking a sip and savoring it in his mouth, nodding slightly, his expression deep, as if he were tasting an exquisite vintage. "This wine has a hint of oak barrel and dark chocolate in its aftertaste." Zhang Qi slowly swallowed, as if this sip contained his entire life. The girl blinked. "Wow, really? You understand so well." Her face bore an adoring expression like that of a fangirl, but internally her thoughts were racing. This wine was just the most common Jack Daniels from the supermarket, and the dark chocolate aftertaste was simply from mixing it with cola. "Teacher Zhang, I watched your race. You are amazing." The girl's eyes sparkled with sincerity, though she hadn't actually seen Zhang Kai's race. Just moments ago, she had secretly searched for Zhang Qi racing on Baidu. "It's all right. Just making a living." Zhang Qi took a sip of his drink, his gaze slightly lowered, resembling a washed-up star transitioning in a short video set to melancholic music. "Your overtaking was so cool. I almost cried watching it. Really, I think you're way better than Lin Zhendong." The girl leaned in closer. The corners of Zhang Kai's mouth finally hinted at a smile, his eyes crinkling with deep crow's feet. "He has his way of driving, and I have mine. He belongs to the modern style while I am a wild card." The girl revealed her admiration, once more her gaze sincere and fervent, just right. Nearby, Sun Yuqiang had already taken the microphone, singing a duet of Hiroshima Love with a girl who had short. His singing was unexpectedly good, imbued with a unique emotional depth that comes after a few drinks, every note executed flawlessly. Unlike those who scream in karaoke, he was a talent squandered on racing. The atmosphere crew leader was living up to his reputation. Holding a microphone in one hand and a glass in the other, he sang and danced, serving drinks, and even proactively helped Xiong Chumo fend off 2 rounds of heavy drinking. Old Wang sat beside Xiong Chumo, his flattery fully unleashed. "Xiong, your braking was incredible. When I watched the live stream, my heart nearly stopped. That was thanks to the calibration of the braking system. Even with good calibration, you still need to drive well. Your braking point was 3 meters later than Zhang Kai's." 3 meters. Xiong Chumo glanced at him without responding. His eyes translated to, "Your flattery is a bit too obvious, but I'm in a good mood today, so I won't call you out on it." Manager Yi sat alone a bit further away with a glass of juice in front of him. It wasn't that he didn't want to drink, but he had a review meeting tomorrow. This was part of his professionalism as a team manager. But Old Wang didn't let him off the hook, approaching with his glass. "Manager Yi, you are also a great contributor today. Your tactical arrangements were excellent, making the whole race seamless. Come, let's toast to you." Manager Yi looked at his juice and then at Old Wang. "I'm drinking juice." "What juice?" "Come on, just one glass." Manager Yi couldn't resist and lifted his glass, taking a sip. After a second sip, he gradually got into the mood, chatting more, though the topic remained about the team. Sun Bewley was the last to arrive. When he pushed the door open, his sequin suit sparkled under the lights like a moving disco ball, combined with his rotund figure looking like a light ball that had just fallen from the ceiling of a nightclub. Chimo, I'm here. Can you wear something a bit more low-key? Are you here for the celebration party or for a dance comp? Low-key. This is a celebration party. It has to shine. Shining is auspicious. Sun Bewley squeezed into the middle of the sofa and plopped down the sofa, let out a cry of distress. He waved his hand with great vigor. Open the drinks. All of them. Tonight I'm treating. Then he added in a much quieter voice, put it on Chumo's tab. Chumo pretended not to hear, lifting his glass. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly lively. Zhangqi had sung 2 songs. One was Glorious Years, slightly off-key, but sung with great effort. When he reached the line about fighting through the storm with friends, his voice noticeably trembled, as if recalling something deeply emotional. Sun Yuqiang sang, Love Even If I Die, hitting high notes that nearly blew out the speakers. After finishing, he was still unsatisfied and jumped into a pole dance, moving even more seductively than when he performed for his brother at the KTV back in the day. The honest Jixing had been sitting in the corner of the sofa since he entered, resembling a Buddha in meditation. Several girls tried to chat with him, but were dismissed with his oh, and okay. He had a glass of wine in front of him, untouched since he arrived. Xiongchimo walked over with a glass of wine and sat down beside him. Jixing, why aren't you drinking? I don't drink. Today is special. Celebrate a little. Jixing glanced at the glass. I lose my memory. So what if you lose it? There's nothing serious tonight. You don't need to fix cars tomorrow. Jixing thought for 3 seconds, then lifted his glass and downed it in one go. Once the dam was broken, there was no stopping it. After that glass, Jixing clinked glasses with everyone, drinking from beer to spirits and back again, welcoming all. Gradually his cheeks turned red, resembling a ripe tomato. Then he stood up, removing his shirt, neatly folding his jacket and placing it on the back of the sofa. The air in the room fell silent for a moment. In that instant, the music seemed to lower slightly, the lights brightened a bit, and all gazes focused on the same spot. Everyone saw a scene completely incongruent with their perception. The typically taciturn Jixing, who only buried himself in fixing cars, revealed a body of well-defined muscles. His six-pack abs were as neatly arranged as if measured with a ruler, with well-defined pectorals, lats, and traps resembling a sculpted masterpiece of the human form. Sun Yuqiang's microphone fell to the ground, emitting a sharp feedback sound. Zhangqi nearly lost grip of his glass, spilling wine all over his hand. Jixing said nothing. He performed a complete set of bodybuilding poses. First he spread his lats like a bat spreading its wings, then turned to showcase his abs, as if participating in the Mr. Olympia competition. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly without hesitation, as if practiced countless times. The screams of the girls in the room reached a fever pitch, the sound waves threatening to lift the ceiling. A girl with short hair took out her phone, circling around Jixing, filming a video, shouting, "Bro, do another one." Another girl nearby reached out to touch him and turned back to the crowd, shouting, "It's hard. Really hard. So hard." Old Sun spat his drink out. Manager Yi took off his glasses, wiped them, then put them back on to confirm he wasn't seeing things. Xiongchimo leaned back on the sofa, casually opening his camera on his phone to take pictures. This photo will be used for next year's Huiting promotional poster. The atmosphere in the room had completely erupted. Jixing had become the center of attention, with several girls touching his abs, asking for fitness tips, and he answered, while drinking, speaking more than he had in the entire past week combined. Xiongchimo leaned back on the sofa, legs crossed, taking a sip from his glass, while looking at the crowd before him, a slight smile curving his lips. Hongjia walked in with a glass of wine. "Xiong, your brothers are really entertaining." "Of course. I don't bring along boring people." It was 2 a.m. Several people were sprawled across the room. Old Wang had fallen asleep against the sofa, his phone dropped on the ground, the screen still lit, displaying a message from his wife. "When will you be back?" Unread. Sun Yuqiang was slumped in the corner of the sofa, still humming the tune of Love Even If I Die. Old Sun lay on the coffee table, a drink cup resting on his belly. Zhangqi sat on the sofa, staring up at the ceiling, still gripping the glass that was now empty. He closed his eyes, unsure if he had fallen asleep or was lost in thought. Jixing also quieted down, leaning against the sofa with eyes closed, his chest still slightly rising and falling. The entire room was as quiet as if the mute button had been pressed, leaving only the gentle sound of the air conditioner. Xiongchimo glanced around before standing up. He walked over to Jixing, draping his coat over him, and then moved to Zhang Kai's side, taking the empty wine glass from his hand and placing it on the table. Stepping out of the private room, the corridor was dimly lit, with the air thick with the mingled scents of perfume and alcohol. Hongjia leaned against the wall, smoking, and extinguished her cigarette as she saw him emerge. "Are you leaving already?" "Yeah. I've got things to do tomorrow. I'll arrange for someone to take them to the hotel later. Don't worry, you'll handle it. Next time you come, just let me know, and I'll reserve the best private room for you." "Sure." Xiongchimo took out his phone and checked the time. It was 2:17 in the morning. There was an unread message on the phone screen from Qin Xiaoxi, sent at 1:03. "Have you finished?" Xiongchimo thought for a moment and typed a few words, almost. "What's up?" Just as he was about to lock the screen, a reply came back. Instant reply. Nothing much. Just reminding you that tomorrow's review meeting is at 10, don't be late. Xiong Chimo looked at the message, hesitated for a second, then typed a line and hit send. Oh, by the way, please notify everyone that the review meeting has been pushed to 2 in the afternoon. I won't be able to get up in the morning. This time he didn't see an instant reply. He waited for about 10 seconds before the screen lit up. An ellipsis. No words. But that ellipsis was enough to express everything. The next morning at 9, Xiong Chimo squinted, reached for his phone, turned over, and held it up to his face. His eyes took a while to focus. The notification bar on his phone was crammed full. The red dot on the WeChat icon in the upper right corner had turned into 3 dots, unable to display the large number. He remembered that after leaving the splendid venue the night before, he had posted on Moments. The accompanying pictures were several group photos with dim lighting, a table full of wine bottles, and the girls beside him. The caption read, Zhanya Station 3rd place. Thanks to the brothers and the sponsors. Next stop, Bayambuluk. Looking at the bustling comment section, it took Xiong Chimo about 3 seconds to process what had happened. Dozens of comments seemed to have opened Pandora's box. The first name that jumped out was Little Dear, and he vaguely recalled meeting her a few months ago at a brand event. Her profile picture was a selfie in front of the mirror wearing a spaghetti strap dress that highlighted her collarbone. Her comment read, Who's the girl in the black dress pouring you wine? It was followed by a smiley face. Xiong Chimo looked at this comment, his mind spinning for a moment before he realized. The girl in the black dress was sitting to his left. The second comment was from Chichi, a girl whose profile picture was so exquisite that it was hard to tell if it was her or a model, with a bio reading model, actress, variety show guest. Her comment was more direct, long time no see, kisses. Xiong Chimo scrolled down, and the third comment was from Chichi. This girl was also someone he met at a brand event. Her family was in real estate and her moments were often tagged in Paris, Milan, and Tokyo. Her comment read, Wow, the Huiting team is so impressive now. Take me along next time. Then another girl named Eva left a message, Congratulations, Xiong. 3rd place is awesome. Let's grab a meal when you're back. Next, surprisingly, was an English comment from a French model he met at a fashion show held by a brand in China, noted as Gol No. 3. Congrats, babe, you look so hot in that racing suit. When are you coming back to Paris? I miss you. Congratulations, babe, you look stunning in that racing suit. When are you coming to Paris? I miss you. Xiong Chimo looked at this comment, and a blonde, blue-eyed, tall figure flashed in his mind. She had taught him French English all night. There were also several girls whose names Xiong Chimo couldn't recall engaging in the comments below. One said, I also want to go to the celebration dinner. Another said, take me along. And there was one who directly typed a string of ha ha ha, Xiong is still so playful, followed by 3 sticking out on emojis. Of course, not all were girls. A man noted as Mr. Wong, Red Star Media, left a comment below, Xiong, when will you bring the brothers from the team to our station for a show? Racing drivers variety shows are a market gap. Immediately below, someone named Lulu replied, Mr. Wong, you're just trying to ride the wave, and added a dog head emoji. Xiong Chimo watched these comments interact in a lively manner, as if a party was happening in his moments. The private messages were even more exciting. He opened the unread messages and glanced through them. The names varied, but the content was mostly similar. First, there was a message from around 2 in the morning, Are you asleep? I saw you racing, that cornering move was so cool. Then a message from around 3, Alright, you should be asleep. Good night, brother. Finally, there was a message at 7:30 in the morning, Brother, are you awake? I'll be in Shanghai tomorrow. Do you have time to grab a meal? We still haven't gone to that Japanese restaurant you said you'd take me to last time. He thought for a moment and couldn't remember who this. After flipping through the chat history, he recalled it was someone he added at a bar a month ago. They chatted for 3 days before he went to Zhanya and lost contact. Another person noted as seeing sent 2 photos. The first was a selfie she took in a hotel wrapped in a white bathrobe up to her chest, the tie around her waist loosely knotted with the neckline slightly open, revealing her collarbone and a small patch of skin. Her hair was wet, casually draped over her shoulder, the ends still dripping, and in the background was a luxury hotel sink with a bottle of makeup remover and a tube of facial cleanser on the distant counter, indicating she had just finished showering and casually taken the photo. The second photo was taken in front of the mirror, only showing her legs and ankles. A short skirt barely covered the tops of her thighs, the hem adorned with delicate lace. Her feet were in white hotel slippers, her ankles slender with a defined Achilles tendon. Accompanied by the message, Does this nightgown look good? The information was overwhelming. Xiong Chimo opened the images to enlarge them, and then replied, The dress looks good, but it covers a bit too much. I'll personally pick one for you. The remaining messages from Weiwei, Nana, Sure Lulu, each had a forgotten conversation attached. Some faces he remembered, some legs, and some he only remembered by their voices. They were scattered across various cities and industries. Some resided in Shanghai, some occasionally traveled for work, while others were perpetually on the go. System, he called out silently in his mind. Here. I've noticed I've been forgetting things lately. Help me check if the system paused for a second, as if considering its words. This is a normal phenomenon. Based on an analysis of the host's social records over the past 4 years, the number of women you are currently in contact with exceeds the threshold for you to accurately remember their identities. That scared me. As long as there's nothing wrong, I thought there might be an issue with my health. But tell me, will people think I'm a scumbag? From the moral standards of human society, yes. From the legal standards of human society, temporarily safe. Thank you for your meticulous comfort. You're welcome. The mental health of the host is also one of this system's responsibilities. There were still dozens of unread messages on the screen, and he decided to leave them for later. This is a basic rule of adult socializing. Not replying is also a reply. He placed his phone on the bedside table, turned over, and buried his face in the pillow. It's still early. I'll catch a little more sleep. 3 days after the conclusion of the Zhangye station, a brand new Kian appeared in the exclusive parking space of the chairman of Huadeng headquarters. The car's paint was champagne gold, glistening with a greasy sheen under the sunlight. A temporary license plate was affixed to the car, and a string of prayer beads hung from the rearview mirror. Xiong Di's, whose taste had consistently hovered at the level of a nouveau riche, never changing from mining coal in Shaanxi to manufacturing cars in Shanghai. As Xiong Chimo passed by, he glanced over and picked up his phone to send a message to his father. Dad, you bought another car. The reply came back instantly. We won the race. Don't we need to celebrate? And by the way, this is for your celebration. Celebrating me resulted in you getting another car. Dad will drive it first, and then he'll give it to you. Forget it, I don't like it. The color is too tacky. What do you know? This is called champagne gold. A high-end color. Haven't you seen those big bosses all driving this color? I didn't notice. It looks extremely tacky. Looks like a moving gold brick. What kind of aesthetic do you have? Back in my day when I drove this color to negotiate business, people said I had taste. That's because they didn't dare to say you lacked taste. Xiong Chimo tucked his phone back into his pocket, deciding not to argue with a 60-year-old man still wearing a polo shirt with a collar. The reputation of the Huateng racing team grew like a snowball. The champion and runner-up at the Zhangye station turned Huateng from a joke of a coal boss playing around into the biggest dark horse of this year's CRC. Media interview invitations flooded manager Yes' inbox. The sponsor's phone rang from morning till night. Even the smooth-talking Eastern China agent called to ask if they could increase sponsorship with the condition that Zhang Qi shoots a sanitary napkin advertisement before the next race. Manager Yi dodged with Zhang Kai's schedule is full, but the other party said next year is fine too, sounding very sincere. Xiong Chimo was even busier. Interviews, brand events, business dinners, nightclub gatherings, private parties. The schedule was tightly packed. Every day involved shuttling between cars with different people always around. His social media locations shifted from Shanghai to Hangzhou to Beijing, changing cities every 3 days, with pictures always featuring upscale restaurants, bars, 5-star hotel night views, and a group of girls who all looked very similar. Qin Xiaoxi occasionally scrolled through his social media, paused her finger on the screen for 2 seconds, then swiped away. No likes, no comments, her expression unchanged like a neighbor passing by someone else's window. Zhang Qi had been in great form lately. With less than 3 months until Bankruptcy, the highest honor in domestic racing, it also became his most important goal since his comeback. Winning at the Zhangye station gave him confidence, but it was far from enough. Bankruptcy is located at a high altitude with thin air and a complicated road surface, over 1,000 bends close to cliffs, every meter requiring precise control down to the millimeter level, an ultimate test of a driver's skill and psychology. Zhang Qi trained for more than 8 hours a day. In the morning, he ran on the virtual circuit of Bankruptcy using a simulator, and in the afternoon, he did physical training at the gym. Xiong Chumo's excitement lasted less than 2 weeks before he began to focus again. That afternoon at 3 o'clock, he passed by the gym and saw Zhang Qi sitting on the simulator running laps through the glass door. His hands rotated rapidly on the steering wheel while his body swayed left and right with the movements of the simulator. Sweat dripped down from his chin. Xiong Chumo stood outside the door, watching for a full 2 minutes. Zhang Qi did not notice him. That night, Xiong Chumo returned home, took out his phone, and sent a message to the group, starting tomorrow at 2 in the afternoon gym for physical training. At 8 in the morning simulator. No one should be late. Old Wang replied with a question mark. Xiong Zong, you also want to train? Of course. I'm not going to Bankruptcy to enjoy the scenery. What about those gatherings? Go to fewer gatherings. There's still a long way to go. Bankruptcy only happens once a year. Manager Yi replied with a received. The next morning at 8 o'clock, when Zhang Qi appeared in the simulator room, Xiong Chumo was already there. What time did you sleep last night, Xiong Zong? Midnight. Didn't go to the gathering. Didn't go. What about tonight? Not going. And so Xiong Chumo and Zhang Qi dived into their preparations for Bankruptcy, swinging back and forth between the gym and the simulator. The days passed quickly until one afternoon a month later. Manager Yi walked into the gym with a grim expression. Zhang Qi, someone is looking for you outside. Who? They say. They are your son's biological parents. Zhang Qi nearly dropped his barbell, but nearby son Yuqiang was quick to assist him in steadying it. Zhang Qi sat up, placing the barbell on the rack, sweat dripping down from his forehead. Who? A man and a woman, both in their 30s. They said they just returned from abroad. Zhang Qi stared blankly for a few seconds. I'll go see. Do you want me to accompany you? Sun Yuqiang asked. No need. I can handle it myself. Zhang Qi walked out of the gym, his steps hurried. But Sun Yuqiang noticed that his right hand was slightly trembling. That hand had held the steering wheel for 20 years, a hand that had navigated over 40,000 servings of fried rice. In the reception room sat two people. A man and a woman, both looking to be in their 30s, dressed appropriately. They sat side by side on the sofa, anxious expressions on their faces, each holding a glass of water that had hardly been touched. Upon seeing Zhang Qi enter, both stood up simultaneously. The man quickly extended his hand. Hello, Teacher Zhang. My name is Su Ziyuan, and this is my wife Lin Zile. We are Zhang Fei's biological parents. Zhang Qi did not shake his hand. He walked to the sofa across from them, sat down, and looked at them in silence. His gaze moved from the man's face to the woman's, then back again, as if making some kind of confirmation. Su Ziyuan's hand lingered in the air for 2 seconds before he withdrew it and sat down. He cleared his throat, a smile still on his face, but the corners of his mouth had begun to stiffen. We saw your report, the champion of Zhangye Station. Only then did we realize that Zhang Fei has been raised by you all these years. We came to thank you. Back then we really had no way out, and out of desperation, we left the child in your car. Lin Zile nodded beside him, her eyes beginning to redden. All these years. Thank you for taking care of Zhang Fei. We saw the news abroad, and we know you have suffered a lot for him. She took out a photo from her pocket and handed it over. It was an old baby photo taken shortly after Zhang Fei was born, with a wrinkled face, eyes closed, and tiny fists. The edges of the photo had already yellowed, indicating it had been looked at many times. Zhang Qi took it, staring at it for a long time. His finger gently traced the edge of the photo before placing it on the table. Let's get to the point. You didn't come here just to thank me, did you? Su Ziyuan took a deep breath and changed his tone. Teacher Zhang, we came back this time to take Zhang Fei back. Zhang Qi looked at the two people opposite him, his expression unchanged. We have developed well abroad with stable jobs and houses. Our conditions are much better than they were back then. He could receive a better education and living environment if he followed us abroad. Su Ziyuan's words were only half finished when Zhang Qi tilted his head, his gaze sliding past Zu's face to a painting hanging on the wall of the reception room, as if he had developed a keen interest in it. Then he slowly spoke, interrupting Su. Why did you put him in my car back then? Su Ziyuan fell silent for a second. At that time, we had some business issues and owed a lot of debts. It was during this time that we discovered we were pregnant with him. We considered terminating the pregnancy, but we couldn't bear to. After he was born, we realized we couldn't afford to raise him. So you just put him in a stranger's car. Zhang Qi finally took his gaze away from the painting and fixed it on Su Ziyuan's face. He didn't sit up straight, leaning at an angle, his eyelids half-raised, as if he was listening to a report he found uninteresting. Do you know who I am? Do you know what I do? Do you know if I would sell him? Do you know if I would abuse him? Lin Xiao interjected. What we thought at the time was that someone who could afford such a luxury car could definitely. We saw your car parked there, and there weren't many people around, so you just put him in my car. I'm sorry. Lin Xiao's tears finally fell, one after another, splashing onto the table and leaving several light gray watermarks. We regretted it later, but at that time we really had no other choice. Zhang Qi looked at the 2 drops of tears. He recalled that morning 5 years ago when he found a swaddled infant in his car, small and wrapped in a blue blanket. Next to it was a note with a few words, "Please take good care of him." There was no signature, no contact information. He was stunned at the time, with only one question in his mind: whose child is this? Then he searched everywhere, contacted all his ex-girlfriends, received countless slaps lining up to slap, like it was a punch card. There were no clues. The paternity test results showed he was not his child. But Zhang Qi did not send the child to an orphanage. Instead, he named the child Zhang Fei. Later he was banned from competition, went bankrupt, going from a 5-time champion to a fried rice vendor. But every time he returned home and saw Zhang Fei sitting on a small stool waiting for him, he felt that life was still manageable. Lin Xiao raised her head, her eyes red and swollen. Teacher Zhang. We know we owe him, so we want to make it up to him. We want to take him back and compensate for the years we owe him. He doesn't need your compensation, as Zhang Fei is my son, but we are his biological parents. Su Ziyuan's voice carried a hint of justification, as if this statement could resolve everything. When you put him in my car, didn't you think about him being your biological son? Is he some object? Can you just discard him when you want and take him back when you want? Zhang Qi looked into her eyes. In those eyes he did not see maternal love, but a sense of guilt. It was as if the two of them had achieved success abroad, and looked back to find they had once done something disgraceful, wanting to erase it. Lin Xiao's voice took on a pleading tone. Teacher Zhang, we know this is very unfair to you. We will compensate whatever amount you want, just name your price. We will treat Zhang Fei well, give him anything he wants, and he can have a better life abroad. What if I don't allow it? Su Ziyuan's expression changed. He pulled out a business card from his pocket and placed it on the table, his finger pressing against the edge of the card. Teacher Zhang, we don't want to escalate this. We know you love him very much, but we are still his biological parents. Legally you abandoned him long ago. Zhang Kai's voice finally turned cold. 5 years. You disappeared for 5 years. In those 5 years you didn't make a single phone call, didn't send a single letter, didn't look for him even once. Now you come back and talk to me about the law. The reception room fell silent. Manager Yi and Sun Yuqiang had been standing at the door without entering, but they did not leave either. Sun Yuqiang's hand rested on the doorknob, ready to push it open at any moment. Then the door to the reception room was pushed open. It was Xiong Chimo who walked in. Xiong Chimo scanned Su Ziyuan and Lin Xiao before landing his gaze on Zhang Qi. He walked over, leaned against the armrest of the sofa beside Zhang Qi, and casually picked up a bottle of mineral water from the table, twisting it open to take a sip. Zhang Qi, you don't look so well. Did you not sleep well last night? I told you drink less and sleep more. At your age, staying up late won't help you recover. Zhang Qi didn't answer him. Xiong Chimo didn't look at the couple, speaking as if to the air. Just now it was windy outside, and I think I heard words like biological parents and legally. What are you talking about? Sounds quite lively. Su Ziyuan looked at the suddenly intruding young man, his expression a bit awkward. He glanced at Zhang Qi. Who is this? I'm his boss. Xiong Chimo smiled at him, a polite smile that suited one pretending to be ignorant in high society. I don't have much power. I just handle payroll and meals. But there are some things I can probably help with, like helping Zhang Qi find a lawyer. I happen to know a few who specialize in custody cases. The best one recently helped a single father win a cross-border custody battle, and the opponent was an American Chinese who lost without even the shorts left. The atmosphere subtly changed. Su Ziyuan and his wife exchanged glances. Lin Xiao's tears stopped. She raised her head to look at Xiong Chimo, her expression shifting from sorrow to vigilance. Su Ziyuan's lips moved, wanting to say something, but swallowed it back. Xiong Chimo straightened up and placed the mineral water bottle on the table. He looked at the couple, his lips twitching slightly. You two, let's call it a day for now. Our company is about to close and Zhang Qi needs time, as does the child. You came back from abroad, right? Long flights can be tiring, so find a place to settle down, adjust to the time difference, and keep in touch. His words were polite, but laced with a hint of sharpness. Su Ziyuan stood up, pulling a business card from his pocket and placing it on the table. Teacher Zhang, we really don't want to make things awkward with you. Regarding Zhang Fei, we hope to resolve it peacefully. Let's all sit down and talk it over. It would be better for the child. He pulled Lin Xiao towards the exit. When Lin Xiao reached the door, she looked back at Zhang Qi. Her lips moved, but she said nothing. Then the door closed. The sound of two people's footsteps echoed in the corridor, growing fainter until they disappeared in the direction of the elevator. Zhang Qi stood in place, watching the two of them leave the reception room. Xiong Zong. Go ahead. Can you help me look into these two people? No problem. Their background details, and what they have been doing abroad for the past few years. I'll definitely get it all clear for you. Alright, do you need me to help you contact a lawyer? Not for now. Just check their backgrounds first. Got it. Xiong Chimo walked to the door, turned back to look at him. Want to go for a foot massage tonight? Zhang Qi looked up at him, momentarily stunned. Sure. Bring manager Yi Yuqiang and Jixing along. Also bring old Wang. Xiong Chimo paused. Today let's have him treat. He mentioned yesterday that he just got a new credit card with a limit of 300. It would be a waste not to use it. Zhang Qi was silent for a second. The corner of his mouth twitched. Okay. Xiong Chimo turned and walked outside, taking a couple of steps before stopping, not looking back. Zhang Qi. We are brothers now. You don't have to bear the burden of Zhang Fei alone. He pushed the door open and walked. The reception room was left with only Zhang Qi. He sat back on the sofa, looking at the business card on the table and the photo of the baby. In the photo, Zhang Fei was small and wrinkled like a sprout that had yet to grow. Zhang Qi stared at it for a while. Damn it, how ridiculous. It's not like you could sell fried rice. Now you have the face to come back and snatch Zhang Fei. He carefully picked up the photo and placed it in his chest pocket. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Lao Wang sent a message in the group. I've arrived, box 302. Where are you, boss Xiong? Attached was a photo of the box. No one replied. 5 minutes later, Xiong Chimo sent a message in the group. Stuck in traffic. You can order first. Just the foot bath, don't order anything inappropriate. Sun Yuqiang replied instantly. What's considered inappropriate? Xiong Chimo responded, don't you know? Sun Yuqiang replied with a string of ellipses followed by an expression of grievance. Lao Wang sat alone in the box, crossing his legs while waiting. In half an hour, the waiter came in 3 times. The first time he asked, sir, would you like to soak first? The second time he asked, sir, would you like some more tea? The third time he stood at the door with a smile, saying nothing. Lao Wang felt embarrassed and kept urging in the group. Finally, footsteps could be heard in the corridor coming closer. Xiong Chumo's voice was the loudest, talking on the phone. Alright, let's talk tomorrow. I'm discussing business. Yes, very important business. He hung up and pushed the door open. Behind him followed Zhang Qi's son, Yuqiang, manager Yi, and Jixing. Lao Wang stood up as if he saw a savior. You finally arrived. I've been sitting here for half an hour, and the waiter has come in 3 times. Xiong Chimo plopped down on the innermost sofa, crossing his legs. What are you in such a hurry for? Can't you wait half an hour? How will you manage big things in the future? I've already finished 2 pots of tea, the waiter has asked several times. What's there to fear? You have thick skin anyway. The technicians entered one by one with wooden tubs. Each person had one with hot water steaming and herbal packets bobbing in the water, filling the air with a faint herbal and foot odor. Lao Wang took off his shoes and socks, dipping his feet into the wooden tub. The long sigh of hiss revealed the exhaustion of this middle-aged man from tonight. The technician facing him was a short-haired girl looking slender, but her hands were incredibly strong. When she pressed down for the first time, Lao Wang let out a yelp as if electrocuted, bouncing up and then falling back down. Damn, beautiful lady, be gentle. Why press so hard? You could kill someone. Sir, your soles are full of nodules accumulated from long periods of sitting and fatigue. If it's too light, it won't work. With your condition, this has been building for at least 3 years. It's almost forming a new arch. Is that a nodule, eh? That's a fat pad. This is what I call a wealthy foot. Lao Wang argued defiantly. The technician paused, glanced at him, and said, the fat pad is here, the nodule is here. They're not the same. The fat pad is soft. Yours is hard like a stone. Does the fat pad hurt? Are you in pain now? Yes. Then that's right, pain proves it's effective. Lao Wang grimaced in pain, about to rebut, when Xiong Chumo's voice floated over. The technician has seen more feet than you've met, girls. You can't go wrong listening to her. If she says you have nodules, then you have nodules. Oh, just admit it. And Lao Wang, your stinky feet really need treatment. Last time I went to your office, I almost thought there was a gas leak. That's the shoe's fault. Those were new leather shoes I bought that day, not breathable. But Boss Xiong does treating foot odor count as work-related injury. Get lost. The technician continued to press Lao Wang's soles, applying steady pressure. Lao Wang's expression swung between pain and comfort, struggling in a world of extremes. The box gradually quieted down, leaving only the sound of finger joints pressing and the friction of palms massaging, with the occasional contented sigh. But the atmosphere held an unspoken understanding among everyone. Sun Yuqiang spoke first, his voice laced with laziness after the foot bath. Lao Wang, you just put down a credit card today. Oh, what was the limit again? 300,000. Why? Oh, that's enough. Enough for what? Sun Yuqiang didn't answer, gesturing to the technician to increase the pressure. Manager Yi cleared his throat and adjusted his glasses. Lao Wang, I've been studying the cost structure of the fleet's operations recently, and I found that massage can actually be included in employee benefits. That's your conclusion? The finance department won't approve it. Whether the finance approves it or not is not important. As long as Boss Xiong approves, that's enough. Manager Yi glanced at Xiong Chumo. Xiong Chumo was enjoying the technician's acupressure massage with his eyes closed. He grunted without responding to Manager Yi, but looked at Lao Wang. Lao Wang, today's gathering was organized by you, right? Me? No. You said you were coming, you sent the message. The message I sent was, shall we go for a foot bath tonight? It was a question, not an order. You replied, received. So doesn't that mean you organized it? Huh. Is that how it counts? Shouldn't that count as your invitation? I replied, received out of respect for you. That's how it counts. And if you really respected me, you should pay the bill. This is workplace etiquette. Boss Xiong, that blatant PUA. Lao Wang's expression fell instantly, no longer the blissful look from before. Zhang Qi leaned back, eyes closed, as the technician pressed on his calf. Big brother, you have an old injury that hasn't fully healed. If you drive for too long, it will feel sore. Everyone turned to look. Xiong Chumo opened his eyes. So impressive. Can you really press it out? Can it be treated? Sun Yuqiang asked. It can be treated, but it requires regular therapy coupled with heat therapy and stretching. The technician looked at Zhang Qi and said, Big brother, you must be a racing driver, right? How did you know? Zhang Qi didn't open his eyes. I could tell just from looking at you. I've watched your races, your calves are too tense and your muscles are under too much strain. This kind of injury needs several treatments, otherwise it's easy to cramp. Then let's have several treatments. Press on. Lao Wang shouted, turning to Xiong Chumo. Boss Xiong, can this be reimbursed? Xiong Chumo slowly sat up straight, took a sip of tea. Lao Wang, first settle today's bill, and we'll talk about reimbursement tomorrow. But wasn't it essential for me to be here today? And why can Zhang Kai's massage be reimbursed, but my treatment for foot odor can't? Get lost, can they be compared? Zhang Qi is our racing driver. His foot's health is related to our team's performance, while your foot odor treatment can't be compared. And look at everyone, how concerned are they about Zhang Qi? Don't you need to show some appreciation? Manager Yi adjusted his glasses, speaking calmly, as if reporting work. Lao Wang, paying the bill is essentially an investment. By treating today, the morale of your fellow racers will rise, and with higher morale, you'll win the championship. Winning the championship allows your marketing department to attract sponsorship, and with sponsorship, your year-end bonus will be higher. So this isn't spending money, it's investing. Sun Yuqiang added from the side. Yeah, it's a sure profit. Lao Wang glanced between Xiong Chumo and Manager Yi, realizing he was under siege. This group had definitely conspired to make him pay for the meal today. He hesitated for a few seconds, then leaned heavily back against the sofa. Fine. He'll pay. That's more like it. So your treat today is not only for Zhang Qi, but also an investment in the future of the Huading racing team. Xiong Chumo lifted his teacup, speaking casually. Lao Wang was about to say something when the technician pressed down on the nodule on his sole, causing him to yelp, springing up from the sofa. All right. I get it. He'll pay. Then he'll add one more, Xiong Chumo said. You want to add more? Lao Wang's voice finally couldn't hold back, but Xiong Chumo was quicker. Xiong Chumo waved his finger. First, let's add an hour for everything, then everyone gets a fruit platter, the most expensive one. Then each person gets a pot of health tea with ginseng and goji berries, 1 pot per person. Finally, he'll add an ear cleaning treatment. I want an ear cleaning treatment too, Sun Yucheng said. I want a foot repair, Jixing said. The calluses on your feet are thicker than tire skin. It's about time you get them fixed, Manager Yi said. Then he'll get my feet repaired too, Manager Yi added. Lao Wang looked at the 5 people reporting their items. Gritting his teeth, he turned to the technician working on his feet and said, Beautiful lady, go tell the front desk to add everything. Then he looked at everyone and added, But we can't add anything more. I've already spent next month's cigarette money. If you add more, he'll leave the racing team group. Xiong Chumo's voice floated from the other side. Before you leave the group, help everyone top up a membership card. Lao Wang's face completely fell. 3 days later, a new document appeared on Xiong Chumo's desk. Printed on A4 paper, it consisted of 5 thin pages with a blank craft paper cover. Inside, the text was in Fangjing small regular script, and the title page bore several lines. Su Yuan, male born in 1987, registered in Zhujiang Luqing. Lin Xiao, female born in 1989, registered in Zhujiang Luqing. Following were dense entries, dates, and remarks. Xiong Chumo leaned back in his chair, crossed his legs, and flipped through the pages one by one. When he reached the 3rd page, a hint of a smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. He picked up his phone and sent a message to Zhang Qi, come to my office. I have something good to show you. 2 minutes later, Zhang Qi pushed the door open and entered. He was wearing a gray t-shirt, his hair slightly damp, likely just out of the gym, with a towel draped over his shoulder. He sat down opposite Xiong Chumo and glanced at the document on the table. Did you find anything? Yes, it's more exciting than you thought. Xiong Chumo pushed the document over. Take a look at the biological parents of your son. They've been quite successful abroad in recent years. Zhang Qi took the document and flipped through the pages one by one. Xiong Chumo watched his expression. On the 1st page, he wore a blank expression. On the 2nd page, his brows began to furrow slightly. On the 3rd page, his lips pressed into a thin line. By the 4th page, his pace of flipping slowed, as if he were confirming repeatedly. This Su Yuan started out in Australia a few years ago, doing cross-border e-commerce, selling health products, maternity supplies, and various hot-selling items. You know, the kind of stuff that fills your social media feed, with only 3 bottles left. In the first 2 years, he indeed made a fortune. How to say, he caught the wave, and even pigs could fly. He picked up his teacup and took a sip. Later, he was reported for selling counterfeit goods, fined in Australia, and his company was dissolved. Zhang Kai's finger paused on the middle line of the 3rd page, where the text was circled in red, accompanied by a small arrow pointing to the phrase time to flee. Xiong Chumo leaned in and pointed, look at this date. It coincides with the year they placed Zhang Fei in your car. That year they fled from Australia to New Zealand, owing over 800,000 Australian dollars to suppliers. Zhang Qi stared at that line for a long time. Xiong Chumo turned to the 4th page and pointed. Then in New Zealand they continued with cross-border supply chains connecting domestic e-commerce platforms, selling milk powder and health products from New Zealand to China. They indeed thrived again. Currently they own a house in China, a house in New Zealand, 2 mid-range SUVs, and a company with an annual turnover of tens of millions. Xiong Chumo paused. Oh right, they also have a dog. It's called Lucky. Zhang Qi turned to the 5th page. The last page contained a note. In 2017, Su Yuan attempted to apply for New Zealand residency, but was denied due to a criminal record. He applied again in 2018 and is still under review. It is speculated that his return to the country to retrieve the child may be related to the family reunification clause in his immigration application. A complete family can help score points. Zhang Kai's hand paused on the last sentence. He read it twice. Xiong Chumo remained silent. He leaned back in his chair, waiting for Zhang Qi to put down the document. Zhang Qi set the document down. They want Zhang Fei back, not to make up for their debts. Is it to score points for immigration? It's a guess, but it's pretty likely. Xiong Chumo tapped his fingers on the table. Zhang Qi remained silent. Xiong Chumo looked at him, his tone unusually serious. If you need it, I have more in-depth information. Their lawsuit with that supplier in Australia hasn't been completely resolved. The penalty was paid with a loan and is still pending. If these things are publicized, for now let's see what they really want. Xiong Chumo nodded. He picked up his phone and scrolled through his contacts. All right. But you should still find a lawyer on standby. I know someone who specializes in custody cases, a woman with the last name Sun, nicknamed Sun One Blade. She has never lost a case like this. Just be prepared, or we might not need her, but if they really pursue legal action. Okay. You help me schedule. Just as Xiong Chumo was about to agree, his phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID. Sun. He answered, pressing the speakerphone button. Hello? Say. Sun Pengzi's voice came through the speaker, laced with excitement, as if he had big news. Chumo. Not interested. Hanging up. Wait. I'm at a cafe on Nanjing West Road. Guess who's sitting next to me? No. Sun Pengzi's voice dropped, as if hiding from someone. It's Zhang Kai's son's biological father. There's also a lawyer with gold-rimmed glasses sitting next to him, discussing something about custody rights. Xiong Chumo glanced at Zhang Qi. Zhang Kai's expression remained unchanged, but the fingers gripping the document tightened. Are you sure? Absolutely. Didn't you ask me to investigate them? You've shown me their photos and my memory is pretty good. They were talking about sending a lawyer's letter first, going through mediation procedures, and also said something like, don't let it get too stiff. Damn, they're so shameless. Over here they say they want a peaceful resolution, and over there they're already preparing a lawyer's letter. Got it. You keep an eye on them over there, and don't let them find out. Xiong Chumo's voice was calm. All right. With my acting skills, even the Oscars owe me a little golden statue. Sun Pengzi lowered his voice and hung up the phone. Xiong Chumo ended the call and looked at Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi was silent for a few seconds before standing up, folding the document neatly and placing it in his pocket. I'm going back now. Zhang Qi. If you need anything, just say it. Okay. Thank you. He pushed open the door and walked out. Xiong Chumo leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs. He picked up his phone and scrolled through his contacts, finding a number. The note read lawyer's son, custody rights. He pressed the dial button. The phone was pressed to his ear and rang twice before connecting. Hello, is this lawyer's son? I'm Xiong Chumo. Yes, it's me. I need to trouble you with something. Regarding custody rights. No, it's not me, it's about one of my brothers. He has a son, no biological relation, but he has raised him for 5 years. Yes, he was abandoned, left right after birth. Now the biological parents have returned. He chuckled slightly at what the person on the other end said. All right, no rush. I just wanted to give you a heads up, you can start preparing. We'll wait for them to make the first move, then we'll respond. Okay, thank you, sister son. They'll treat you to a meal next time. Zhang Qi did not return to the gym. He walked to the end of the corridor, pushed open the door to the fire escape, and stood in the stairwell, pulling out his phone to dial the number on the business card left by Suzy Yuan. It rang 3 times before being answered. Teacher Zhang. The voice on the other end carried a hint of surprise, quickly turning into an affectation of enthusiasm. I'm really surprised that you took the initiative to contact me. We were just thinking of scheduling a time to sit down and have a good talk in the cafe on Nanjing West Road. Zhang Kai's voice was calm. Across from me sits a lawyer with gold-rimmed glasses. You're discussing how to send me. The other end fell silent for 2 seconds. Then there was the sound of a chair being pushed back, followed by footsteps moving towards a corner. Teacher Zhang, you misunderstand. I was just consulting on some legal issues. I didn't say I wanted to. You need family reunion points for immigration to New. The other end fell completely silent. Zhang Qi could hear the sound of the wind. Likely Suzy Yuan had stepped outside the cafe. There was also a faint sound of traffic, like someone sweeping in the distance. You're investigating me. Suzy Yuan's tone changed, no longer the polite, Teacher Zhang, but now tinged with vigilance and a hint of anger. You treat my son as a point booster and don't let me investigate you. He is not your son. Suzy Yuan's voice finally rose, as if emotions that had been suppressed for a long time found a crack to escape. He is my son. I am his biological father. We share blood relations. Legally you abandoned him long ago. Zhang Qi interjected slowly. Abandonment. Do you understand the meaning of these 2 words? It means you no longer want him. You left him in a stranger's car and had no contact for 5 years. Now you come back and talk to me about the law. He paused, switching his phone from his right hand to his left, leaning against the wall. If the law were to consider emotions, there wouldn't be any crime of abandonment. The other end fell silent for a few seconds again. Then Suzy Yuan's voice came through, sounding a bit deeper, as if he were trying to suppress his emotions. Teacher Zhang, we don't want this to go to court. This is not good for the child. We just want to give him a better future, a better education, a better living environment. You want to take him to New Zealand. Zhang Kai's voice carried a hint of amusement, the kind that says, are you joking with me? You haven't even sorted out your own immigration paperwork, yet you talk to me about a better future. What is this better future? Is it being used by biological parents as a point booster, readjusting in a completely foreign country and rebuilding relationships with parents he hasn't seen for 5 years? Is your future better, or is Zhang Fei's future better? Suzy Yuan did not answer. Zhang Qi continued, his voice not loud, but each word was like a nail thrown on the ground, hard and jarring. Do you even know him? Have you asked him what he likes to eat? Do you know he doesn't eat cilantro? Do you know what time he sleeps at night, what time he gets up in the morning, and who his best friend at school is? You ask nothing, yet you say you love him. A sigh came from the other end, as if something had struck a nerve. Teacher Zhang, I know we owe him. So we want to make up for it. Make up for it. Now that you have money, you want to make up for it. Where were you when he needed you? Where were you when he had a fever of 40 degrees? Where were you when he envied other kids for having mothers? Where were you during all those years while he grew from such a small child to who he is now? You tell me about making up for it. Zhang Qi paused. His throat felt a bit tight, but his voice remained steady. Suzy Yuan, you can choose to abandon him. That is your choice in life. However, if you want to take him away from me now, you must first ask me if I agree, and ask him whether he is willing. Ask him who the father in his heart is, you or me. Suzy Yuan did not respond. The other end was filled with the sounds of wind and traffic. Zhang Qi hung up the phone. He stood in the stairwell holding his phone, and after a moment of silence put it in his pocket, pushed open the door to the fire escape, and walked out. When Suzy Yuan returned to his seat, Lin Xiao looked at him, her eyes anxious. What did he say? Su Ziyuan sat down hesitating for 2 seconds. He knows we are looking for a lawyer. Lin Xiao's expression changed. How does he know? I don't know. He is investigating us. He knows about the immigration matter too. Su Ziyuan placed his phone on the table. Lin Xiao's hand hovered at the edge of her coffee cup. What do we do now? Su Ziyuan did not answer. He looked out the window. Nanjing West Road was bustling with cars and pedestrians coming and going. He saw a man holding a little girl's hand walking across the intersection. The little girl had 2 little braids and was bouncing cheerfully while the man bent down to talk to her. Whatever he said made her laugh. He withdrew his gaze. Don't rush to send the lawyer's letter. Think a little more. At the headquarters of Huatang, in the second-floor office, Xiong Chumo had just hung up the phone when his phone rang again. The caller ID showed Fat Sun. Hello, go ahead. Chumo, guess where I am right now? In a homeless shelter. A mental hospital. Where did you end up in jail? Be serious. I'm at the entrance of Starbucks. That couple came out looking not too good, like they've eaten 3 pounds of bitter melon. And then, they got in the car and drove towards Pudong. Got it. Follow them, don't get caught, report it any. Leave it to me. With this acting today, the Oscars owe me. Beep. Xiong Chumo hung up the phone and sent a message to Zhang Qi. Are you free tonight? 3 seconds later, Zhang Qi replied, I am. What's up? I'll take you out for a nice meal. Zhang Qi replied with a simple okay. In the evening at a barbecue stand not far from the Huatang headquarters, Xiong Chumo, Zhang Qi's son, Yuqiang Jixing manager Yi, and Old Wang filled a table. There were no private rooms, no big stalls, just a roadside barbecue stand with plastic stools, stainless steel tabletops, and disposable chopsticks. The smoke from the grilled skewers wafted up, forming a thin mist under the streetlights. Xiong Chumo picked up a skewer of lamb and took a bite. I checked. Su Ziyuan's side is temporarily at a standstill. Old Wang was busy pouring beer for everyone. At a standstill, has he backed off? Not necessarily. Backing off is a good thing, which means he doesn't want to push hard. But he probably hasn't given up and is waiting for an opportunity. This type of person uses a lawsuit not as a goal, but as a means. His real purpose is to use pressure to make you relent, to make you feel like fine, just give it to him. Manager Yi pushed up his glasses. Then we must also be prepared. I've already contacted lawyer's son, and she said she can intervene at any time. Zhang Qi had remained silent. He looked down at the beer cup in his hand, watching the water droplets slide down his fingers. Zhang Qi, when do you plan to tell Zhang Fei? Sun Yuqiang asked. Zhang Qi was silent for a moment, took a sip of beer, which was cold, flowing from his throat all the way to his stomach. I'll wait until they really make a move before I say anything. If I speak now, it will only make him overthink. He is still young and shouldn't be involved in adult matters. Zhang Qi set down his empty beer cup and glanced up at the streetlight above. Several moths were fluttering around it, circling the halo. A bright yellow Lamborghini screeched to a halt at the intersection, its tires leaving a short, sharp cry on the ground. Then the car door swung open like wings and Sun Fatty's round figure rolled out of the driver's seat like a bounce. Chuamo, I completed the task. He hurried over in a few quick steps and plopped down on the plastic stool next to Xiong Chuamo. The plastic stool noticeably sank under his weight, but it held firm. I followed him all the way from Nanjing West Road to Pudong, from Pudong to Hongqiao, and then back to Jing'an. That guy was driving a beat-up Mercedes, moving at a speed slower than an elderly woman on a stroll. I was almost falling asleep while tailing him. As he spoke, Xiong Chumo handed him a skewer of grilled chicken wings and called out to the boss, "Boss, add a set of chopsticks. And bring 10 skewers of beef, 10 skewers of kidneys, 5 skewers of chicken wings, and 1 skewer of the supreme whip." Sun Fatty's eyes lit up instantly, a grin spreading across his face as he fist-bumped Xiong Chumo under the table. Does this place serve such good stuff? Sun Fatty asked in a lowered voice. Yeah, a friend told me about it. Have you tried it? Never tried it. Would I dare to tell you to order? At that moment, Lao Wang, holding a beer mug, paused upon hearing the word supreme whip. He put down his mug and looked around, asking Xiong, what's the supreme whip? Before Xiong Chumo could respond, Sun Fatty slammed the chicken bone onto the table proudly, saying, Lao Wang, how can a man not know what the supreme whip is? This thing is nourishing. After eating it, your lower back won't ache and your legs won't hurt. You can run up 5 flights of stairs without getting winded. Lao Wang blinked a couple of times, asking, so what exactly is it? Xiong Chumo picked up a skewer of freshly served meat, took a bite, and said blandly, beef whip. Lao Wang's expression froze for a moment, then his face lit up with understanding, and he said, Boss, add another skewer for me. Sun Fatty nearly spit out his drink, laughing, thumping his thigh, and saying, Good one, Lao Wang, you're the best. He then lowered his voice and added, Don't worry, after eating this you won't need to hide from your wife when you get home. He laughed so hard he nearly doubled over. Lao Wang, now with a thick skin, completely disregarded Sun Fatty's teasing. He calmly picked up a napkin to wipe the chili oil off the corner of his mouth from the barbecue and turned to Xiong Chumo, proposing playfully, since everyone either sits in the office or drives their backs, probably aren't in great shape. How about we order more, 1 for each person? Sure, boss, bring 4 more skewers of supreme whip. Xiong Chumo readily agreed and laughed as he raised his beer mug. Cheers to the supreme whip. Cheers to every man nourishing his lower back. Ha ha ha. Cheers to the men nourishing their backs. Sun Fatty's voice was the loudest, nearly drowning out the sounds of traffic passing by. The group raised their cups, clinking them together in a cheerful chorus, the sound ringing out, foam spilling over onto the table. Not bad. Crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, no strange taste. Sun Fatty picked up the supreme whip, took a bite, chewed a few times, and gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "This thing can actually be made delicious." He then continued eating while reporting his findings enthusiastically. "Let me tell you, that couple is now staying at a boutique hotel near Jingon Temple, not a big hotel. I took pictures and remembered the location." He pulled out his phone, scrolled a few times, and said, "Look, this is a side profile shot of them entering the hotel." Xiong Chuemo glanced at it and said, "Not bad, quite professional. You're like a paparazzo now. I couldn't risk alarming them, had to sneakily shoot. I can't just whip out a cannon and shoot them in the face, can I?" Zhangqi listened nearby, his lips moving slightly, but remaining silent. He lifted his beer mug and raised it towards Sun Fatty. Sun Fatty understood and clinked his beer with Zhang Kai's, saying, "Teacher Zhang, your business is Chu Mo's business, and Chu Mo's business is mine. We're all family here, no need to be polite." He downed half a mug in one gulp. "You seem quite skilled at following people. Have you done this before?" Xiong Chuemo teased. "Although this is my first practical experience, I consider myself experienced. I've cleared tailgating 13. Sun Fatty said this with conviction, not feeling that there was anything wrong with his statement. "That game taught me a lot, like how to maintain a proper distance without being discovered, how to use obstacles for cover, and how to judge the target's emotions. That's all knowledge. Tailgating. Isn't that Japanese adult content?" Xiong Chuemo was at a loss for words regarding Sun Fatty's knowledge of adult content. What serious knowledge could that be? "Yeah, you've played it too right. A classic. The Japanese have something going on in this area, you can't deny it." Sun Fatty set down his drink. "By the way, Chuemo, do you think that kid has a good chance if he really goes to court?" Xiong Chuemo replied, "Abandoned for 5 years with no record of custody. Zhangxi has 5 years of custody facts with school records, medical records, and living expense records. The evidence chain is complete. As long as the lawyer isn't too incompetent, the chances of winning are high. I've already contacted lawyer's son. She said she's quite confident in this situation. As long as the other party isn't Luo Xiong, it can't be turned around." Sun Fatty tapped his glass on the table. "Don't worry, Teacher Zhang. Although I don't understand the law, I understand if that kid were truly bold, he wouldn't be sneaking around hiring a lawyer. The sneakier he is, the more it shows he's unsure of himself." Zhang Qi fell silent for a moment, then lifted his beer mug and took a sip. The beer was cold, flowing down his throat and into his stomach. Late at night, Zhang Qi returned to his residence. The living room lights were still on. Zhang Fei had already gone back to sleep, and on the coffee table lay a drawing of a person in a racing suit holding the hand of a small figure. Zhang Fei's handwriting was crooked, and beside it was a line of small text, "Go Daddy." Zhang Qi stood for a long time looking at it, then carefully picked up the drawing and placed it in the cabinet with the previous drawings, a thick stack all done by Zhang Fei, each with Daddy written on it. He walked into the bedroom and sat down by Zhang Fei's bed. Zhang Fei was sleeping soundly, breathing evenly, a thin line of drool hanging from the corner of his mouth. Zhang Qi reached out and gently wiped away the drool from his mouth. "When Daddy was young, he wasn't afraid of anything. And now I'm not afraid either. It's just that it's not the right time to let you know about these things." Zhang Fei turned over, mumbling something that sounded like dream talk, as if responding to him. Zhang Qi looked at him, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "All right, sleep now, son." The next afternoon at 3:30, the sunlight was just right and the shadow of the phoenix tree scattered across the steps at the elementary school entrance. Su Ziyuan and Lin Xiao stood at the school gate, dressed appropriately, smiling, with a bag of imported chocolates and a box of Lego in hand. Su Ziyuan cleared his throat and approached the security booth. "Hello, I would like to find Zhang Fei from class 3. We are relatives of Zhang Fei, just returned from abroad, and would like to see the child." The elderly security guard poked his head out of the window and glanced at them. "Relatives of Zhang Fei." Zhang Fei's father didn't mention any relatives were coming today. "We made a last-minute decision. We want to give the child a surprise," Lin Xiao added softly from the side. The elderly guard hesitated for a moment, picked up the intercom, and pressed a couple of buttons. "Teacher Li, there are 2 people at the gate claiming to be Zhang Fei's relatives, just returned from abroad, wanting to see the child." A young woman's voice came through the intercom. "Relatives of Zhang Fei? Zhang Fei's parents haven't mentioned anything to me." I said the same. "Let them wait a moment, they'll come out to check." 2 minutes later, a young female teacher with a ponytail walked to the school gate. She glanced at Su Ziyuan and his wife, but did not open the door. "Hello, I am Zhang Fei's teacher. My last name is Li. May I ask who you are?" To Zhang Fei. "I am Zhang Fei's uncle, and this is my wife," Su Ziyuan answered quickly, his speech slightly hurried. "We just returned from New Zealand and wanted to see the child." Zhang Fei's father, Zhang Qi, should have informed the school right. "We made a last-minute decision and didn't have time to notify in advance." Teacher Li's gaze lingered on their faces for a second, then glanced at the bag of chocolates and Lego. She then nodded slightly. "Please wait a moment, I'll call Zhang Fei's father to confirm." Su Yuan's smile froze for 3/10 of a second. Okay. Teacher Li walked into the security booth, took out her phone, and dialed Zhang Kai's number. After 2 rings it was answered. Zhang Fei's father, this is Teacher Li. There are 2 people at the gate saying they are Zhang Fei's relatives, just returned from abroad, wanting to see the child. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Then Zhang Kai's voice came through, no longer in his usual lazy tone. Male or female? 1 male, 1 female, around 30 years old. I know them, but they are not my relatives. Do not let them see Zhang Fei. Teacher Li was taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained her professional tone. Understood. Don't worry, I won't let them come into contact with the child. She hung up the phone and walked back to the school gate. Su Yuan saw Teacher Li come out and forced a smile. How did it go? Zhang Qi should have agreed, right? I'm sorry, Zhang Fei's father said that there is no such thing. Please leave. Su Yuan's smile vanished. Impossible. What did he say on the phone just now? Did you misunderstand? Zhang Fei's father was very clear. He does not agree to you seeing the child. Teacher Li's voice remained gentle, but her tone left no room for negotiation. And you claim to be relatives, but Zhang Fei's father says otherwise. May I ask exactly what your relationship to him is? The last trace of Su Yuan's facade finally crumbled. He stepped forward. I am his biological father. Zhang Fei is my son. Biological? Lin Xiao added from the side. Yes, we are his biological parents. Due to certain reasons, Zhang Qi adopted him, and now we have returned to bring him back. We just want to see the child. Teacher Li's expression remained unchanged. She had seen too many similar scenarios. Divorced families, custody disputes, one parent secretly coming to school to see the child. At least 2 or 3 times each semester. Her response had almost been ingrained into her professional habits. Well, Zhang Qi is Zhang Fei's legal guardian, and he has the right to decide who can contact the child. He has not authorized you to meet, and our school cannot let you in without permission. We are Zhang Fei's biological. We have a blood relationship. Why can't we see our own child? Su Yuan's voice finally couldn't be suppressed, attracting the attention of passersby. I'm sorry, but we cannot confirm whether you are his biological parents. Our school recognizes only guardianship, and since Zhang Qi, as Zhang Fei's sole guardian, does not agree to you seeing him, we have no authority to allow you to enter. So please leave now and discuss it with Mr. Zhang Qi before returning. Teacher Li finished speaking and slightly bowed, as if to see them off. Lin Xiao's eyes turned red, instantly, the redness coming fast like turning on a faucet. How can you do this? We haven't seen the child in so many years. Can we not even see him from a distance? Just one glance. We won't take him away. Several parents picking up their children nearby had already stopped to watch the commotion. Someone whispered, what's going on here? Kidnapping. Su Yuan saw that people were stopping around, as if finding a way out. His voice grew louder. My son. That is my son. You are blocking the biological father from seeing his child. Is there no reason left in this world? Teacher Li still stood behind the door, her voice not loud, but her attitude was very firm. This is the school's regulation, please understand. If you have any disputes, please resolve them through legal means. Do not cause trouble at the school gate. We are not causing trouble. We just want to see the child. What you are doing is inhumane. Su Yuan's voice rose another octave. The commotion at the school gate grew louder. A few parents picking up their children had gathered around, and someone took out their phone to start recording. A middle-aged man in a security uniform walked out of the security booth and stood beside Teacher Li, holding a rubber baton in his right hand. He was 6 feet tall, standing there like a wall. Gentlemen, please step back behind the yellow line. Do not disrupt school order. Su Yuan glanced at the security guard, then at the people around, gritted his teeth. I just want to see my son. What right do you have to stop me? He stepped forward, trying to squeeze in through the side door. The security guard stepped forward, blocking him. Sir, please cooperate. Su Yuan pointed at his nose, his index finger almost poking into his chest. Get out of the way. I want to see my own son. What qualifications do you have to stop me? The security guard did not move, still blocking the entrance. This is the school's regulation. Please cooperate. Before Su Yuan could say anything else, a sudden sharp screech of tires echoed nearby. A red S1 came around the corner, without slowing down the front, perfectly aimed at a narrow parking space by the roadside, turning left, swaying right. The rear of the car traced a semicircle, halting just in time as the tires gripped the ground. There was less than 10 centimeters of space in front and behind, as if measured with a ruler. The car door swung open with a bang, and Zhang Qi climbed out from the driver's seat, his hair slightly disheveled by the wind. It took him less than 20 minutes from receiving the call to arriving at the scene. He walked through the crowd, reached the school gate, stood in front of Su Yuan, but did not look at him. He first glanced at Teacher Li. Teacher Li, thank you for your hard work. Teacher Li nodded, it's nothing. Then he turned around to face Su Yuan. Su Yuan's expression changed. You arrived just in time. We want to see the child today. You have no right to see him. Zhang Kai's voice was not loud, but every word was clear. You are the ones who abandoned him, not his parents. Legally, psychologically, and in fact you are not. We are his parents. Biological parents. We have a blood relationship. Su Yuan's voice rose again like a rusty knife scraping against tin. Blood relationship. Zhang Kai's eyelids drooped slightly, as if recalling an unimportant detail. 5 years ago, when you left him in my car, why didn't you remember that you had a blood relationship? Or did you forget back then, and now after a trip abroad you miraculously remembered you had such a blood relation? A nearby parent couldn't help but chuckle softly. Su Ziyuan's lips moved slightly. He didn't want to be led by Zhang Kai's rhythm. He was about to tear the facade. Zhang Qi, I warn you, I will sue you. I will find the best lawyer. No matter the cost. I will sue you until Zhang Fei is returned to me. Zhang Qi waited for him to finish shouting, then fell silent for a few seconds, as if confirming he had no more words to say. Then he slowly spoke, then hurry up. Quickly, don't delay. He shifted slightly, making a gesture of please, his posture casual. You know the court address, right? Pudong area, just search it on the navigation. Don't go to the wrong place. Su Ziyuan clenched his fists and stepped forward, only to be stopped by the security guard. The security guard's hand pressed against his chest, the force not strong, but enough to prevent him from taking another step forward. Sir, please step back. Su Ziyuan took a step back, but his eyes remained fixed on Zhang Qi, filled with both anger and unwillingness. Zhang Qi, wait for it. You will regret it. Zhang Qi withdrew his hand and stuffed it into his coat pocket. I will be waiting. But as long as I am here, you won't be able to get close to him. Su Ziyuan turned and pulled Lin Xiao away. Lin Xiao stumbled slightly and took a few steps to catch up with his pace. She still held the bag of chocolates and Lego swinging slightly. Zhang Qi watched them walk away, then turned to Teacher Li, his shoulders relaxing. Thank you, Teacher Li. Sorry for the trouble. It's no trouble. Teacher Li looked at him. Zhang Fei is still in class. Yeah, I didn't call him out. Do you want to go in? And no need. Don't let him know. School will be out soon. I'll wait for him at the gate. Okay. Teacher Li turned and walked back into the school. Zhang Qi leaned against the car door, hands in his pockets, watching the couple's figures disappear around the corner, his expression unchanged. The entrance of the school gradually became bustling with parents gathering in pairs to pick up their children. Some were chatting, some were engrossed in their phones, and others were holding snacks and toys. Zhang Qi sat in the driver's seat, his hand resting on the steering wheel, gazing at the iron gate of the school as thoughts spun in his mind like an unturned washing machine. A single phrase kept repeating in his mind. Should he say it or not? If he did, he worried that his child was too young to understand, but if he didn't, he feared his child might hear a harsher version from someone else. At 4:20, the iron gate slowly opened, and the children lined up behind their teacher, walking out in rows, their backpacks bouncing behind them like a parade of waddling penguins. Zhang Qi spotted Zhang Fei among the crowd. He was animatedly speaking to a chubby boy next to him, gesturing as if describing something impressive. Zhang Fei wore a blue and white school uniform, the cuffs rolled up to reveal his slender wrists, on which a crooked drawing of a watch was sketched with a ballpoint pen, the hour hand pointing to 4. Zhang Fei looked up and saw him. He paused for a moment, then his face broke into a wide grin, and he dashed over his backpack, bouncing on his back. Dad, didn't you say you wouldn't come to pick me up today? Where's Aunt Shun? Aunt Shun took a day off. Zhang Qi bent down to take his backpack, lying without a change of expression. How was school today? It was good. The teacher had us draw the person I admire the most. I drew you. Really? Come, let Dad Zhang Qi opened Zhang Fei's small backpack and pulled out a piece of drawing paper, which depicted a red racing car drawn in a wobbly manner with one round wheel and one flat wheel, but behind the windshield was a stick figure adorned with a helmet. Zhang Qi looked at the drawing, his throat feeling constricted. He stared a moment longer, then carefully folded the drawing back and placed it in the backpack. Let's go home. Dad's making you fried rice today. Really? Awesome. Back at home, Zhang Qi instructed Zhang Fei to wash his hands, and then turned to head toward the kitchen. He opened the refrigerator to check its contents. Eggs, tomatoes, a handful of greens, and a large bowl of leftover rice. After closing the fridge door, he washed his hands and turned on the gas stove. The blue flames flickered up, sizzling at the bottom of the pan. He poured in the oil, waiting for it to heat, then cracked the eggs into the pan. The smoke rose and the pan emitted a sizzling sound like a miniature symphony. He flipped the spatula, his wrist turning, and the eggs flipped in the pan before settling back down. Zhang Qi served the fried rice, the golden grains steaming in the plate like a small mountain. Dinner's ready, he shouted toward Zhang Fei's room. The door opened promptly. Zhang Fei dashed out, sat at the dining table, took the chopsticks, and stuffed a mouthful of rice into his mouth, chewing a couple of times before wrinkling his brows. Dad, today's fried rice is a bit salty. Salty? Zhang Qi picked up a bite and put it in his mouth, chewing a couple of times. It is a bit salty. I'm used to holding the steering wheel now, so my spatula skills are a bit off. Dad, have you forgotten your roots too quickly? You've only been a champion for a few days and your skills have already declined. Anyway, I won't be relying on this skill for a living in the future. Just wait, Dad will fry you another bowl. After saying that, he turned and walked back into the kitchen. This time Zhang Qi performed normally, frying the eggs to a golden hue, the rice grains distinct, the soy sauce seasoned just right, and the scallions evenly sprinkled. He came out carrying the freshly cooked fried rice, and Zhang Fei eagerly shoveled it into his mouth, his cheeks puffed up like a squirrel storing food. Zhang Qi sat across from him, watching him eat, and after a few seconds of silence, he said, Zhang Fei, Dad needs to tell you something. Zhang Fei looked up, his mouth still full of rice, mumbling, what is it? Zhang Fei, have you ever thought about who your biological parents are? Zhang Fei blinked and thought for a moment. It's you. Zhang Kai's throat moved slightly. I mean, the parents who gave birth to you. Dad has told you before that you were picked up. Zhang Fei nodded. Oh, you did mention that before. So do you want to know who they are? Zhang Fei tilted his head. Did they come to find me? Zhang Qi was silent for a second. Yes. Oh, are they bad people? Zhang Qi was taken aback. Why do you ask that? Because that's how it is portrayed on TV. People who don't want me usually come back to find me, and they are generally not good people. While they're not as bad as in the dramas, they wouldn't be considered good people either. They came today to find you, wanting to take you abroad to live, to go to a better school, and live in a bigger house. Zhang Fei looked up seriously at Zhang Qi. So what do you think, Dad? Dad doesn't want to let you go. But Dad knows you are very understanding, and this is your life, so Dad wants you to make your own decisions. Zhang Kai's voice was a bit hoarse. Zhang Fei was silent for a moment. He looked down at his fingers, pinching his left thumb and right index finger together, then releasing them, as if counting something. Then he looked up. What if I leave? What will you do alone? Zhang Qi was taken aback. Will you sell fried rice again? Your skills have declined so much now there probably won't be any business, right? The momentary sadness that Zhang Qi felt was instantly replaced by speechlessness. He took a deep breath and swallowed the words, you little rascal, back down. No. Dad has a team, now has competitions, and won't be going back to sell fried rice anymore. Don't worry. Zhang Fei was silent for a while longer. In those few seconds he seemed to be seriously considering a decision that only adults could make. His brows slightly furrowed, like a small boss reviewing documents in an office. What do they look like? He suddenly asked. Zhang Qi thought for a moment. They look decent. Not. They look fine, but compared to your dad they're far off. A guy like me, a handsome man of my caliber, there aren't many in all of Shanghai. Zhang Fei glanced at him, his expression full of, are you sure about that? Did they come today to find me? Yes. They went to school to look for you, but didn't go in. Why didn't they go in? Because Dad asked Teacher Li to block them. Oh, so you still don't want me to meet them, right? Zhang Qi opened his mouth, wanting to say, it's not that I don't want you to meet them, it's that I'm not ready yet. But the words got stuck. He looked into Zhang Fei's bright eyes and suddenly felt that this child was far more understanding and perceptive than he had thought. Dad isn't ready yet. I'm sorry. It's okay. Zhang Fei's voice was quite casual. If you're not ready, then I won't meet them. We can talk about it when you're ready. Besides, I don't want to go abroad. Why? Because my English isn't good. And the food abroad definitely isn't as tasty as your fried rice. Last time you said you would take me to eat at that barbecue place you mentioned, it's been 3 weeks, and we still haven't gone. If you send me away, who will accompany you to eat barbecue? Zhang Qi looked at him, his nose feeling a bit sour. He reached out to ruffle Zhang Fei's hair. We'll go tomorrow. Really? Really? Then don't lie to me. Last time you said you would take me to Disneyland, and we didn't go. The time before that you said you would buy me Lego, and you didn't buy it. The time before that, we'll go for barbecue tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, we'll buy Lego. If you still want to go to Disneyland the day after that, Dad, we'll take a day off to bring you. Zhang Fei's eyes lit up for a moment, but then squinted again. You're not trying to keep me happy, just to secretly send me. Zhang Qi almost laughed. How could that be? I saw it on TV. Those bad dads always do that, first coaxing the child, then when the child lets their guard down they sell them off. I'm not a bad dad. Then you take me for barbecue tomorrow. After I eat your barbecue, I'll believe you. Zhang Qi looked at him and finally laughed. That smile wasn't forced, it rose from the depths of his heart. All right. Tomorrow barbecue. Now go do your homework. Zhang Fei jumped down from the sofa, his backpack swaying on his back. He took a couple of steps, then stopped and didn't turn back. Dad. If they come looking for me again, just tell them I already have a dad. You told me that a dad is a dad, and it doesn't matter who gave birth to me. The person who gave birth to me is called the one who gave birth to me, not dad. A dad is the one who accompanies me as I grow up. He paused for a moment, his voice dropping a little, and you've accompanied me for 5 years. They've only accompanied me for 0 days. After saying that, Zhang Fei ran into his room and the door closed. Zhang Qi sat in the living room, not moving for a while. He reached up to touch his face, his fingertips brushing against the corners of his eyes, feeling a bit wet. He walked to Zhang Fei's door and knocked twice. Xiao Fei, wash your face and brush your teeth early. You need to get up early for school tomorrow. They'll pick you up after school, and then we'll go straight to eat barbecue. It's a promise, I won't lie to you. Got it. Zhang Fei's voice came from inside the door, sounding a bit lighter than before.